The summer breeze drifted gently as the towering school building cast a long shadow, slicing through the molten golden hues of the setting sun. On the sports field, over 50 boys and girls in summer uniforms lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, gulping down water desperately. The grueling 30-lap endurance training had left them utterly exhausted. Despite their homeroom teacher Wang Yang's stern reprimands, none of them so much as twitched. Wang Yang glanced at the figure still persisting under the blazing sun, a wave of emotion swelling in his chest. To awaken one's vital energy required constantly pushing the limits of the body, but how many truly had the tenacity to endure such trials? Chen Yan, take a break. The fact that you managed not to fall behind after a year of illness is already impressive. Chen Yan, however, seemed oblivious to the words. His legs moved mechanically, stepping forward, his body leaning into the motion. The t-shirt on his back had faded to the point where the logo was no longer visible, and parts of the fabric had worn so thin they were nearly transparent. A year of illness had robbed him of countless opportunities to train, and now, even after running over 30 kilometers, he had reached his limit. In Chen Yan's inner world, an endless void stretched out in lifeless silence. A single streak of orange light drifted like a tassel through the darkness. Standing solitary in this vast expanse was a small tree, about 1.5 meters tall. Its slender trunk bore only 7 or 8 branches and leaves. On one of the branches hung an orange fruit, its core engraved with the character for strength, exuding an overwhelming energy. The data panel displayed: Saint-Breaking Realm, Level 1, 13 Saint-Breaking Fruits, Strength, 93100, Vitality, 4100. This was the mysterious system that had appeared after Chen Yan's recovery. Through exercise and training, the orange glow would nourish the Saint-Breaking tree, producing the Strength Saint-Breaking Fruits. After consuming the first fruit a few days ago, his body had recovered rapidly. However, the Vitality Saint-Breaking fruit required absorbing vital energy, growing at an excruciatingly slow pace. Suddenly, his cousin Hu Yuan caught up to him, speaking in a cold tone. I heard you're all willing to sacrifice your hearts for the Marshalltown prize? Chen Yan, do you know your father owes our family 1,000 yuan? Chen Yan lowered his gaze, remaining silent, his mind turning. If he could win the 20th Yuan prize, he might be able to pull his family out of their financial troubles. At that moment, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Zhang Qingxi has awakened his vital energy. Everyone rushed over to see, and there stood Zhang Qingxi, shrouded in white mist, faint red light flickering around him like flames. Principal Zhang Yu and the director of teaching, Xia Tong, hurried over and escorted him away. By evening, several tricycles delivered metal plates, and workers welded together a 2-meter-tall humanoid bronze statue in a striking punching pose. The moment Chen Yan caught sight of it, his inner world flashed with golden light, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. The system prompted, detected skill energy. The Saint-Breaking tree must reach level 2 to absorb. As night fell, on the balcony of the office building, Wang Yang and Principal Zhang Yu discussed Zhang Qingxi's awakening. Zhang Yu proposed awarding the Marshalltown prize directly to Zhang Qingxi, given that he was the only one to awaken his vital energy. Wang Yang, however, insisted on waiting for next week's evaluation before making a decision. When the campus was deserted, Chen Yan was still running on the track. At last, the Strength Saint-Breaking fruit ripened. Entering his inner world, he eagerly consumed the fruit. Instantly, a searing heat surged through his body, washing away his exhaustion. His veins bulged momentarily before gradually settling back down. Sitting on the track, adjusting to the surge of power, Chen Yan clenched his fists, deep in thought. Could I defeat Zhang Qingxi, who has awakened his vital energy, now? That's Chen Yan, isn't it? On the sports field behind the school building, Zhang Qingxi and his group spotted Chen Yan, drenched in sweat as he trained. Zhang Qingxi, who had just awakened his blood energy, finally wrapped up a full day of rigorous training. Although some of the surrounding students noticed Chen Yan, most of their attention remained focused on Zhang Qingxi. Zhanga, I heard that teacher Xiaodong is going to give you private training tomorrow, Hu Yuan said enviously, holding Zhang Qingxi's clothes for him. Known for his expertise in martial arts, Xiaodong usually charged over 200 per hour for private lessons, but this time, he had offered to train Zhang Qingxi for free. I don't want to go. He's the one insisting on training me, Zhang Qingxi replied with a calm yet slightly resigned tone. Man, I'm so jealous. Teacher Xiaodong once defeated peers with awakened blood energy using pure martial arts alone, Hu Yuan said in admiration, silently pleased with himself for always staying on Zhang Qingxi's good side. Noticing Chen Yan's gaze, Hu Yuan's expression turned cold as he shouted in that direction, don't forget, 1,000. As night fell over the sweltering town of Qingshan, shirtless men lounged on the stone steps lining the streets, trying to cool off. Chen Yan, familiar with the area, made his way to the junction at the end of the street, where the enticing aroma of fried noodles wafted from a small shop. Inside, A bearded man in a faded blue factory uniform, Chen Yuhu, had just set down his wok. He was speaking to a shirtless man. You should pay it back by now. 1,000 yuan, and it's been 6 months. Hu Yuan hasn't even had a single medicinal bath this year. The shirtless man complained. Brother, you know my family's situation? Chen Yuhu responded with a troubled expression. 1,000 yuan isn't a huge amount. You have to pay it back by tomorrow, the shirtless man said, frowning. Then, as if changing the subject, he added, your son is about to take his college entrance exams, and he hasn't even had one medicinal bath. Why not try heading to the inner area of Qingshan? The inner area is too dangerous. Someone from the neighboring village just died there yesterday. Chen Yuhu refused, frowning deeply. Fortune favors the bold, and the timid starve. I'm not just thinking about the 1,000 yuan, I'm saying this for your own good, the shirtless man remarked as he picked up his fried noodles to leave. At that moment, he noticed Chen Yan. Uncle. Chen Yan greeted him with a smile. Looks like you're recovering well, the shirtless man said, giving Chen Yan a quick glance. He pulled 2 1 yuan bills from his pocket and placed them on the table. Here's 2 for now. I'll give you the remaining 1 next time. No need, Chen Yuhu replied without even looking up. The shirtless man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately left without taking back the 2 yuan. Chen Yan stepped into the shop. Although he had only caught fragments of the conversation between his father and his uncle, Hu Ziyuan, he couldn't help but say, the back mountain is too dangerous. Every year, people from the town? Don't worry about it. I'm not going, Chen Yuhu interrupted him. Chen Yuhu glanced at Chen Yan and smiled, skillfully picking up the wok and pouring in some oil. The stove flared to life, and the oil sizzled as it hit the pan. Chen Yan placed his school bag on the table, the aroma already stirring his appetite. While waiting, his father stirred the ingredients in the pan and casually asked, I heard Zhang Qingxi from your class awakened his blood energy? Yeah, Chen Yan replied briefly. Chen Yuhu kept his hands busy, his tone carrying a hint of wistfulness. Don't stress too much about it. Zhang Qingxi's family somehow struck it rich last year. As he spoke, he couldn't help but think of the stark difference between their lives, recalling Chen Yan's near-fatal car accident last year compared to the fortunate turn of events for Zhang Qingxi's family. He sighed softly. In the pan, 3 freshly cracked eggs sizzled alongside sliced ham. Looking at the generous portions, Chen Yan resisted the urge to drool and said, That's too much, Dad. Better to eat it than waste it. You should have more, Chen Yuhu replied, pulling out a bag of beef from under the stall. With practiced efficiency, he sliced the meat and added it to the stir-fried noodles. The fragrant noodles were soon placed in front of Chen Yan. Eat up, then head home. I'll stay and sell a bit more, his father said with a smile. Chen Yan eagerly picked up a piece of beef, the rich aroma of pork fat used in the cooking bursting in his mouth. Although the soreness in his muscles had disappeared after consuming the liquoractor's sacred fruit, the hunger he felt now was even more intense. Just as his father was about to say something, another customer arrived, and he hurried off to greet them. Chen Yan quickly devoured the first bowl of noodles and found himself asking for a second. While waiting for the second bowl, his mind wandered to the Jinwu scholarship. The 20,000 yuan grant was incredibly tempting for students, not only offering cash, but also the chance to learn blood energy techniques and breathing methods for body-hardening martial artists. However, each class had only 1 slot, and with Zhang Qingxi awakening his blood energy, he was undoubtedly the strongest competitor. The sacred breakthrough panel displayed, Level 1, 23 sacred fruits consumed, Strength 0 100, Blood 5100. The slow progress of the blood character sacred fruit made Chen Yan a bit anxious, especially seeing how easily Zhang Qingxi had awakened his blood energy. Still, the good news was that he only needed 1 more fruit to break through. Suddenly, Chen Yan noticed a brand new, half-meter-long curved blade in the corner of the stall. Dad, why do you have a machete here? Someone left it here for safekeeping, Chen Yuhu replied while chopping vegetables. As night deepened, the noodle stall wouldn't close until midnight. Chen Yan left early, heading home. From South Street to North Street, it was another 20 minutes along a rural path to reach Lijia village. Walking briskly, he thought to himself, I should go to North Street Park to test my strength. While the standard strength testing equipment was only available at school, the weighted stone blocks at the park would suffice. After consuming the liquoractor sacred fruit a few days ago, he had already managed to deadlift a 150-kilogram stone block. By now, he must be even stronger, could feel the lightness in his body with every step. The orange light of the power saint fruit seemed to have a mysterious effect on the entire body, appearing like delicate threads in the world of consciousness. A new green bud quietly sprouted on the branch of the saint-breaking tree. With movement, the fruit would continue to grow. In contrast, the growth of the blood saint fruit was excruciatingly slow. In Qingshan town, those who awakened their blood energy were few and far between, a rarity akin to a phoenix seeking a mate. Chen Yan longed to awaken his blood energy, but after being bedridden for a year, he had fallen behind his peers in every way. Without stopping, He ran to North Street, the most bustling area in Qingshan town. On either side of the street stood 5 to 6-story buildings, and the town's only supermarket was located there. The aroma of barbecue filled the air, and neon lights flashed in a dazzling array of colors. At an outdoor dining area of a restaurant, more than 30 classmates were gathered, laughing and enjoying the food to their heart's content. Some, tipsy from alcohol, spoke immaturely, revealing their lack of sophistication. Zhang Qingxi was sipping beer when he overheard his classmates mention Yan. He glanced toward the street and saw a slender figure quickly disappearing into the darkness. Casually, Zhang Qingxi called out, "Chen Yan, come join us for a drink." But his voice was drowned out by the lively chatter, and naturally, Chen Yan didn't hear him. Zhang Qingxi didn't mind, but Hu Yuan, seated next to him, joked, "That kid, not giving us any face, huh?" Hu Yuan was Chen Yan's cousin, a fact well known among their classmates. At that moment, a bald man approached the barbecue stall. A few classmates politely greeted him. "Hello, uncle." The bald man, Hu Ziyuan, smiled in response, his gaze briefly sweeping over Zhang Qingxi before turning to Hu Yuan. "Come over here, I've got something to discuss with you," he said. Hu Yuan frowned but reluctantly got up from his seat. Meanwhile, Chen Yan arrived at North Street Park. After passing through a grove of crabapple trees about 5 or 6 meters wide, he reached a small garden where stone weights were placed. The day after tomorrow, the punching power test would take place. Only those who could achieve a punching force of 160 kilograms would qualify to compete for the town's martial arts scholarship. This test would eliminate the majority of participants. In the eyes of most people, Chen Yan was destined to fail. The reason was simple. He hadn't undergone the combat skills training in his second year of high school. Even if his strength had improved, he was still far from being able to translate it into proper punching techniques. However, once strength reached a certain level, the lack of technique could be compensated for. Muttering to himself, Chen Yan walked over to the long-standing stone weights. He spotted one marked 200 kilograms, bent down, and gripped the metal rod embedded in the stone weight with both hands. Just as he was about to exert force, voices from the crabapple grove reached his ears. Hu Yuan's voice rang out, "Dad, why are you giving me so much money?" Hu Ziyuan replied, "Take this 3,000 yuan and cover the barbecue bill later, understand?" Hu Yuan sounded puzzled. "Pay for it? But Dad, that's a lot of money." Hu Ziyuan spoke earnestly. "This isn't for you to spend. Use this money to treat Zhang Qingxi more often. You're too young to understand what awakening blood energy means. If you build a good relationship with Zhang Qingxi, it could change our family's fate." Hu Yuan nodded seriously. "Got it, Dad. By the way, has Chen Yan's family repaid the money they owe?" Hu Ziyuan sighed, sounding a bit helpless. "We'll go ask for it again tomorrow. Don't worry about it." Switching topics, he mentioned the punching power test. "The punching test is coming up, and there's a 1,500 yuan reward. You'd better give it your all." Hu Yuan responded confidently, "Don't worry, Dad. I can deadlift 200 kilograms, and the teacher says my punches are standard. It'll pass for sure." The two walked away as they talked. Back in the small garden, Chen Yan's expression remained calm, but a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. He thought of his father and sister's sorrowful faces after his accident, and his lips trembled slightly. At least he had recovered. At least he was still alive. At least he still had his fists and his body. It felt as though a force was flowing within him. Chen Yan tightened his grip on the metal rod of the stone weight. With a scraping sound, the stone weight shifted against the ground. The veins on Chen Yan's arms bulged as the surging power coursed through him. The 200-kilogram stone weight suddenly left the ground, lifted high by his determined effort. The 200-kilogram stone pedestal was effortlessly lifted in Chen Yan's hands. To his surprise, in their class, only a handful could reach this level. Even Hu Yuan, who was burly and came from a well-off family, could barely manage to achieve this. As for the other classmates, most hovered around the 120-kilogram mark. Bang! The stone pedestal landed heavily on the ground as Chen Yan flexed his fingers, a trace of astonishment flickering in his eyes. This 200-kilogram weight didn't seem to challenge his limits, prompting him to wonder just how much strength the two broken saint fruits had granted him. In the dim light, Chen Yan noticed a larger stone pedestal nearby, clearly engraved with 250 kilograms. Taking a deep breath, he bent down, grabbed a handful of dry dirt from the park's flowerbed to rub on his hands, and then gripped the iron bar on the stone pedestal firmly. Ugh! With a muffled grunt, Chen Yan tensed every muscle in his body, veins bulging on his neck as he braced his legs and pulled upward. The stone pedestal screeched against the ground, but ultimately didn't fully lift off. Although he failed, the fact that the stone moved indicated his limit was likely near 250 kilograms. Such progress was astonishing, likely surpassing even Chen Yuhu, who had years of experience wielding a ladle. However, deadlifting and punching were entirely different matters, and whether he could reach a punching force of 160 kilograms remained to be tested. Turning his attention to the 100-kilogram stone pedestal, Chen Yan began training step by step. He understood that strength training was unlike running. A single night's practice wouldn't be enough to form a new broken saint fruit. Overtraining would only affect his performance the next day. After fewer than 10 deadlifts, sweat soaked through his clothes. His heart pounded wildly, and his arms ached with fatigue. But Chen Yan's focus shifted to his consciousness. In the infinite depths of his inner universe, an orange glow, even more radiant than during his runs, slowly flowed into the roots of the broken saint tree. After approximately 20 deadlifts, a new bud appeared on the branch where the strength-related broken saint fruit had once grown. The data panel displaying broken saint fruit, strength, 0-100, suddenly flickered and updated to broken saint fruit, strength, 2100. Seeing this change, a spark of excitement lit up Chen Yan's eyes, as if the dopamine-fueled joy had washed away his physical exhaustion. This tangible data provided him with a clear and visible goal for his training. Even though the anaerobic exercise caused him immense pain, Chen Yan felt a surge of genuine excitement within. He abandoned his carefully planned, gradual workout routine and, like an untiring brute, repeatedly lifted the stone block in relentless training. Bang! The stone block hit the ground with a heavy thud. Exhausted, Chen Yan collapsed onto the ground, his pores wide open and sweat pouring down like rain. As he massaged his sore arms and wiped the sweat from his lips, he felt a wave of exhilaration. Despite holding back some energy, the power index of the sacred breakfruit had already risen from 0 to 4 points, filling him with unprecedented motivation. It was nearing 11 at night. The leaves in the park rustled in the night breeze, and the cool wind swept away the moisture on his body. In the distance, a group of men chatted and laughed, their voices carrying through the quiet night. One of them, a man named Li Ming, suddenly stopped in his tracks, squinting toward the dimly lit figure drenched in sweat within the park. He remarked with admiration, "I wonder whose kid that is, working so hard." His companion casually replied, "Could be Yu Jiwen. That kid has already awakened their vital energy." As their voices gradually faded away, Chen Yan began his second set of training. This time, the soreness in his muscles seemed to double, but seeing the growth progress of the sacred breakfruit increase once more made all the exhaustion worthwhile. By 1 a.m., Chen Yuhu rode his tricycle past the park and abruptly hit the brakes. In the moonlight, he saw his son, drenched and sitting by the roadside, with a puddle of sweat pooling on the stone steps beneath him. "Dad, let's go home." Chen Yan grabbed his shirt, revealing a tired but contented smile. By now, the power index of the sacred breakfruit had reached 16 points. Despite the overwhelming fatigue, the speed of his progress had accelerated even more compared to when he started. Chen Yuhu looked at his son, his lips trembling slightly, but in the end, he only said, "Get on." The two sat side by side on the spacious seat of the tricycle. In a soft voice, the father reminded, "Don't overdo it. Be careful not to get sick again." "Dad, don't go to the back mountain. It's dangerous there," Chen Yan suddenly said. "Someone died there not long ago, and I think the difficulty of awakening vital energy before the college entrance exams isn't that high." "All right, I won't go," Chen Yuhu replied. The next day, Chen Yan went to school as usual. By senior year, nearly all of his time was dedicated to training. Academic classes had become rare, as the teachers focused on guiding the students through various forms of physical training. In the afternoon, the homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, led the students to the playground. Under the sunlight, his voice was steady and powerful. "Today, learn lesson 15 of the basic fist techniques, the 8-stroke skill. Awakening your blood energy is all about breaking your limits, whether it's running, practicing martial arts, or doing pull-ups. Every method revolves around surpassing your boundaries." As Wang Yang spoke, his gaze paused on Chen Yan among the crowd. The recent changes in this student had caught his attention. Chen Yan, however, was distracted by a sculpture near the edge of the playground. It was a bronze statue of a robust young man in a striking martial arts pose. In his inner consciousness, golden streams of light reappeared but were blocked by an invisible barrier, dissipating 3 feet away from the sacred tree. This phenomenon puzzled him deeply. Why would merely observing a statue generate such intense energy? Snap! Wang Yang clapped, demonstrating the movements of the 8-stroke skill, interrupting Chen Yan's thoughts. Realizing he couldn't absorb the golden light at this moment, Chen Yan refocused and followed the lesson attentively. Suddenly, he noticed something intriguing. When he watched Wang Yang's movements, faint golden light also appeared in his consciousness, though it was so dim it was almost imperceptible. That makes sense. Learning the 8-stroke skill is still a way of acquiring technique, Chen Yan murmured to himself. At that moment, a voice called out from the edge of the playground. "Class 3, Zhang Qingxi, Teacher Xia wants to see you." The speaker was Wang Yu from Class 2. Instantly, a wave of envy rippled through the class. This was a personal instruction session with Xia Dong, the head instructor. With a nod from the homeroom teacher, Zhang Qingxi jogged toward Wang Yu under the admiring gazes of her classmates. Nearby, Hu Yuan watched the scene unfold. He glanced at Chen Yan, who was practicing at the back, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said nothing. Chen Yan stayed focused on his practice while also observing changes in the sacred realm. In his inner world, the orange sacred fruit, symbolizing strength, had grown to the size of a red date. With each movement he made, orange flames emerged from the darkness, embodying the sweat and effort he poured into his training. With movements such as extending, cutting, wrapping, stepping, lifting, bracing, circling, and leading, Chen Yan's punches were full of vigor. The force of his steps even drew the attention of nearby classmates. Wang Yang, observing quietly, noticed that although Chen Yan's technique was not yet precise, his power had significantly improved. In Chen Yan's inner world, golden light began to intertwine with the brilliant orange glow, only to be overshadowed by the latter. After about 40 minutes, many students began to complain of exhaustion and sat down on the grass to rest. Wang Yang didn't stop them. Even though nearly a fifth of the students had skipped the session altogether, he chose to respect their decisions during this critical senior year. Take a break, everyone. We'll resume shortly. Wang Yang announced a break, and the playground immediately echoed with voices complaining of exhaustion. The students practicing on the field collapsed onto the ground like grass flattened by the wind, scattered all over. Glancing around, Wang Yang noticed that only Chen Yan was still persistently practicing his punches. Silently, he watched without interrupting. On the grass, Hu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yan, his expression filled with even more disdain. Frustrated, he turned away and started chatting idly with a few classmates. Time ticked by, and as dismissal time approached, Chen Yan's body was once again pushed to its limits. Suddenly, an unusual sound came from Chen Yan's fists, accompanied by a fleeting flash of red light. Though the change was brief, within the Breaking Saint realm, it triggered a dramatic reaction and outpouring of red light, and the rapid growth of the blood-breaking Saint fruit. The system displayed, Breaking Saint realm, level 1, 23, Breaking Saint fruit, strength 54100, vitality 7100. A blood-colored fruit, the size of a quail egg, instantly took shape. Chen Yan froze, replaying the strange phenomenon in his mind. He was certain he had unleashed the red light and distinctly felt his fist collide with something, yet there was clearly no one around. Could the red light signify the awakening of his vitality? Yet, he felt no other changes within himself. Meanwhile, in the office building, Principal Zhang Yu was discussing candidates for the town martial arts scholarship with the Director of Education, Xiaodong. Let's just finalize Yu Jiwen, Wang Yu, and Zhang Qingxi, Xiaodong suggested. Zhang Yu hesitated. Pre-selecting candidates might cause dissatisfaction among the students. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Who can beat those three? Xiaodong replied nonchalantly. I chose to privately train them because they have the strongest talent. Zhang Yu's gaze inadvertently swept across the playground and landed on Chen Yan. Her pupils narrowed slightly before she suggested to Xiaodong. How about adding a few more students? The current private training slots are too few, and there's already some discontent brewing. Xiaodong frowned. Why are we circling back to the private training issue again? Fine, they'll get back to training. He left with a dismissive wave, thinking to himself that students without talent weren't worth the investment. Back on the playground, Wang Yang called out to Chen Yan and pulled a bottle of drink from his briefcase. Chen Yan, your efforts over the past few days haven't gone unnoticed by everyone. Yesterday, the 3 homeroom teachers agreed to reward the hardest working student today with a bottle of vitality drink. Congratulations! As soon as he said this, the entire class attention turned to the drink, worth 500 yuan. Hu Yuan's face darkened, regretting his earlier laziness. Teacher, this is too valuable, Chen Yan said hesitantly. Rewards are for those who work hard, Wang Yang replied with a smile, opening the bottle cap. They'll watch you finish it. Chen Yan nodded, accepted the bottle, and took a sip. A surge of warmth immediately spread through his stomach. Simultaneously, in his consciousness, a red light appeared and merged into the roots of the Breaking Saint tree. A withered branch began to turn green. The system displayed, Breaking Saint fruit, vitality 8100. Under the envious and jealous gazes of his classmates, Chen Yan drank the rest of the beverage in one go. The system updated again, Breaking Saint fruit, vitality 9100. Early the next morning, Chen Yan arrived at school. Today was the day to test punching power, a significant opportunity for him. Sitting at his desk, Chen Yan quietly checked his current state. Broken Saint realm, level 123, Broken Saint fruit, strength 54100, blood 9100. He recalled mentioning the red glow from his punch to Wang Yang yesterday, which had only earned him a meaningful sigh in response. Still, with the Broken Saint tree in his possession, perhaps things could change. The classroom gradually filled with students. Homeroom teacher Wang Yang stood at the podium, waiting before announcing, once Class 1 and Class 2 finish, it will be our turn to test punching power. Passing the test not only qualifies you for the town martial arts prize, but also earns you a direct reward of 1,500 yuan from the school. A wave of cheers erupted in the classroom. Don't get too excited just yet, Wang Yang said, immediately dampening the mood. Only 7 students passed in Class 1. The excitement quickly died down. He continued, the results of this test will reflect your daily efforts. It will show who's been slacking and who's been working hard. At these words, most students lowered their heads, except for a select few. In the front row, Hu Yuan's deskmate asked, Brother Hu, do you think you've got this? The tall and confident Hu Yuan replied, 160 kilograms, of course. At that moment, Principal Zhang Yu's voice came over the intercom. Class 3, prepare to begin the punching power test. Wang Yang gestured for the class to follow him, and the students headed to the training room. On the blackboard in the spacious room, a few scores were prominently displayed. First place, Class 1, Yu Jiwen, 563 kilograms. Second place, Class 2, Wang Yu, 385 kilograms. Fifth place, Class 3, Zhang Qingxi, 257 kilograms. The numbers caused quite a stir among the Class 3 students. Wang Yang explained, Director Xia Dong has already tested Zhang Qingxi. He just awakened his qi and blood and is still in the adaptation phase. He'll be stronger in the future. Chen Yan's gaze lingered on the first-place score. Yu Ziwina girl who usually appeared gentle and scholarly had managed to produce a terrifying punching power of 563 kilograms, far surpassing second-place Wang Yu. Wang Yu, despite not awakening his qi and blood, had achieved such a feat through sheer physical training and technique, proving his extraordinary physique and skills. A female teacher stood next to a tall punching machine and announced, Class 3, begin the test. Proceed in seating order. Each student gets 3 attempts. The first student, Wang Shuiyuan, nervously stepped forward. Focus on your strength, Wang Yang reminded him. Yes, teacher. Wang Shuiyuan took a deep breath and threw a punch with all his might. Bang! The soft membrane sensor at the center of the machine vibrated violently. Wang Shuiyuan, 135 kilograms, the female teacher announced as she recorded the result. Wang Shuiyuan's face fell as he turned to leave. You still have 2 more chances, the female teacher reminded him. No point. The gap is too big, Wang Shuiyuan said, shaking his head. Wang Shuiyuan lowered his head and responded dejectedly. The atmosphere in the classroom grew heavier, and the female teacher offered no words of comfort. The test continued. Since Chen Yan's seat was toward the back, he had to wait for a while. He listened as one classmate after another received their results. Yu Cheng, 124 kilograms. Zhao Shi, 130 kilograms. Zhang Wei, best score 158 kilograms, just a bit short. The process of testing punching strength was quick, and nearly 20 students had already been tested in no time. The homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, looked increasingly displeased. I told you to work hard before. What's the point of crying now? Indeed, some of the previously confident boys now had red-rimmed eyes. The reality fell far short of their expectations. Class 3's results were significantly behind Classes 1 and 2, with fewer than a third of the 60 students passing the test. Hu Yuan, the female teacher called out. Hearing his name, Hu Yuan clenched his fists, a flash of nervousness in his eyes, and strode forward. Hu Yuan, focus on your strength. Wang Yang reminded him, clearly placing high hopes on this student. The surrounding classmates also began cheering him on. Yesterday, Hu Yuan had covered the barbecue bill for Zhang Qingxi and even treated everyone to drinks, which had quickly boosted his standing in the class. I can do this, Hu Yuan muttered under his breath as he stood in front of the strength tester, his nervousness gradually giving way to confidence. Although his father had urged him to curry favor with Zhang Qingxi, who wouldn't want to prove themselves with their own abilities. Bang! With a dull thud, the numbers on the strength tester's display flickered. 157 kilograms, just a bit short, the female teacher announced. Teacher, one more try, Hu Yuan said urgently. Second attempt, bang. Third attempt, bang. In the end, Hu Yuan's best score was 159 kilograms, just 1 kilogram short of the passing line. It was even more frustrating than falling far behind, as the goal felt so close yet unattainable. He slumped to the ground in defeat, the sound of Wang Yang's sigh filling his ears. Chen Yan, the female teacher called next. Hu Yuan had initially wanted to see this annoying guy embarrass himself, but thinking about his own situation, he didn't even have the energy to lift his head. Tears welled up in his eyes. Hu Yuan, you were so close. Why not try one more time? A classmate suggested. Hu Yuan hesitated and looked hopefully at Wang Yang. Mr. Wang, can I try one more? Just then, a loud bang interrupted him. The entire Class 3 erupted in cheers. Chen Yan, 167 kilograms. Hu Yuan froze, his thoughts completely stalled in that moment. Chen Yan, do you want to try a second time? The female teacher asked with a smile, her eyes filled with surprise. Although Chen Yan's punching technique wasn't standard, he had passed the test with just one punch, clearly demonstrating remarkable strength. No need. Passing the test is enough, Chen Yan replied with a grin. Chen Yan passed the evaluation, a result that left the homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, quite surprised. After all, Chen Yan had endured a whole year of illness, and his physical condition was certainly not what it used to be. Head to the next classroom to collect your reward, then you're free to do as you like, Wang Yang said, giving Chen Yan a thumbs up and patting him on the shoulder. He then turned to Hu Yuan and added, no exceptions, the rule is 3 times as per school policy. Hu Yuan opened his mouth to argue, but stopped when he caught sight of Chen Yan walking past. His face darkened even more. In the next classroom, Principal Zhang Yu sat upright, exuding authority. The sounds from the training room had not escaped his notice. Chen Yan, Class 3, a reward of 1,500 yuan, he said with a warm smile as he looked at the student before him. The college entrance exams are just a few months away. Keep up the good work. After a brief pause, Zhang Yu continued, I meant to tell you yesterday the red glow you unleashed was a sign of awakening. Seeing Chen Yan fall silent, he added, although it ultimately failed, it shows you've been working hard. It's just that your aptitude isn't quite there. With your physique, pursuing the path of physical refinement might suit you better. Chen Yan accepted the envelope, his expression shifting slightly. At that moment, he finally understood the reason behind Wang Yang's earlier sigh, but he refused to give up. Having once reached the saint-breaking realm, he believed his opportunity still awaited him. Zhang Yu noticed Chen Yan's unwillingness to accept this. As someone who had been through it all, Zhang Yu understood the feeling deeply. But what good was unwillingness? Instead of clinging to a single path, it might be wiser to pivot and seek breakthroughs on a new track. Still, this realization was something Chen Yan would have to come to on his own. After leaving school, Chen Yan headed straight to his family's fried noodle shop. Before he even reached the entrance, he heard the sound of an argument. Why do you repay others quickly but delay when it comes to me? An angry voice shouted. Do you think I, Hu Ziyuan, am easy to push around? Don't bring up family TAC, don't care. My sister is dead. You don't dare venture into the inner areas of Qingshan. The shop is barely staying afloat, and how are you planning to make money in the future? Useless. Huh. Passers-by stopped to watch, and the owner of the clothing store next door shot a curious glance. Hu Ziyuan stormed out of the shop, his face dark with anger. When he saw Chen Yan, he paused for a moment but said nothing, scoffing coldly before leaving. Dad, what's going on? Chen Yan asked as he walked into the shop, only to see his father, Chen Yuhu, slumped in his seat, looking defeated. Chen Yuhu snapped out of his thoughts and quickly masked his exhaustion. Why are you home so early today? Dad, how much debt does our family still owe? Chen Yan asked bluntly. Chen Yuhu's expression changed. Kids shouldn't worry about these things. I won't let you shoulder this burden. With a sharp snap, Chen Yan pulled out the envelope and counted out several hundred yuan bills. Where did you get all this money? Chen Yuhu asked in astonishment. I passed the power test. The school rewarded me with 1,500 yuan, Chen Yan replied, putting the remaining 500 yuan back into the envelope and handing it to his father. Do we owe their family 1,000 yuan? Yes, Chen Yuhu admitted reluctantly after a moment of hesitation. Do you have an IOU?
Yes.
Chen Yan stuffed 1,000 yuan into his pocket and ran out without looking back, leaving Chen Yuhu standing alone in the shop. Holding the red envelope tightly in his hand, Chen Yuhu slowly sat down, a complicated smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha. His laughter carried both relief and bitterness. My son has really made something of himself. Chen Yan rushed out of the shop and nearly collided with Hu Ziyuan, who was just about to enter the barbecue restaurant. The barbecue shop owner greeted warmly. Hu Ziyuan was about to respond when he noticed Chen Yan panting and running straight toward him. I'm here to pay back the money, Chen Yan said flatly, pulling out the 1,000 yuan. Pay back the money? Hu Ziyuan raised an eyebrow with a smirk. I knew your family still had some cash. The IOU, Chen Yan demanded calmly. Is that how you talk to me? Hu Ziyuan's face darkened. Fine, then I won't take it. Chen Yan turned to leave, but Hu Ziyuan called after him. Hold on. Squinting, he pulled an IOU from his pocket. Chen Yan took it and recognized the familiar handwriting, realizing that Hu Ziyuan had brought it on purpose for this very moment. After the exchange, as Chen Yan was about to leave, Hu Ziyuan spoke again. Wait a second. What if this money is fake? He carefully inspected each bill. Chen Yan, however, walked off without looking back. You better bear witness. If there's fake money, we'll all see it together, Hu Ziyuan said to the barbecue shop owner. Come on, let it go. Your family. The shop owner tried to mediate. I'm telling you, it's family you have to watch out for, Hu Ziyuan muttered while counting the money. Once he confirmed it was all genuine, he stuffed it into his pocket. I'll add a roasted pork leg today. Just as he finished speaking, he spotted his son, Hu Yuan, walking dejectedly along the roadside. Ahem. Hu Ziyuan cleared his throat loudly, but his son didn't respond. Frustrated, he hurried over and grabbed him. Why are you back so early this morning? Dad, I failed the strength test, Hu Yuan said miserably. Smack. Hu Ziyuan slapped the back of his son's head. How did you fail? I feed you meat at every meal, and you still failed? Dad, only 2 people in our class passed, Hu Yuan explained timidly. Only 2. Hu Ziyuan's tone softened slightly. Who are they? Zhang Qingxi. Ah, Hu Ziyuan nodded. Zhang Qingxi has already awakened his vitality. Of course, head pass. And who else? Hu Yuan hesitated, his expression unusually conflicted. Smack. Another slap to the back of his head. Speak up. Under his father's fierce glare, Hu Yuan struggled to utter 2 words. Chen Yan. Hu Ziyuan instinctively nodded. Then, as if struck by lightning, he froze on the spot. In the northern border of Qinzhou, Xia Kingdom, a palace stood suspended amidst the vast expanse of clouds. Swarms of flying skyships buzzed through the clouds like bees, weaving in and out. Within the palace, pavilions and towers were arranged in an intricate layout, their eaves and brackets shrouded in drifting mist. In the courtyard, a young girl dressed in a blue training outfit was relentlessly throwing punches. She appeared to be around 10 years old, her sweat-soaked clothes clinging to her, and fatigue evident on her face. Sister, I want to rest. The girl panted heavily, looking up at a young woman clad in black, perched on the eaves. The older girl, about 17, had a strikingly beautiful face and an air of resolute determination. Keep going, Gong Fanling commanded sharply. You can feel someone competing with you for awakening, can't you? How can you afford to slack off? But, sister, that person only showed up for a moment yesterday. They're not even strong, the younger girl replied between gasps. Keep going. Gong Fanling frowned deeply. Walking the path of transcending limits for awakening leaves no room for laziness. If that person awakens before you, your only option will be bloodline awakening. And what's the difference between that and being as useless as rotting wood? Fine. The girl resumed her punches, muttering under her breath, but sister herself only awakened through her bloodline. What did you say? Gong Fanling's eyebrows arched sharply. I wanted to transcend limits for awakening, but I never got the chance. I was wrong. The younger girl hastily explained. That person feels really weak. I'm sure I can awaken before them. As night fell at 6 p.m., Wang Yang stepped out of his office and stood on the field, smoking a cigarette in frustration. The results from Class 3 today had dampened his spirits. On the field, a lean figure running tirelessly caught Wang Yang's attention. It was Chen Yan. His eyes flashed with surprise, but quickly returned to calm as he walked toward the field. Didn't you already head home? Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Chen Yan momentarily diverted his gaze from the data panel displaying Saint-Breaking Realm, Level 1, 23 Saint-Breaking Fruit, Strength 78100, Vitality 9100. After paying back Hu Ziyuan, I decided to stay at school and train more. The facilities here are better than at home, and I want to aim for the Marshall Town Award. Wang Yang paused, realizing Chen Yan was serious. Earning the award meant defeating Zhang Qingxi. Impressive, Wang Yang remarked, then pointed out a flaw in Chen Yan's punch. Your force and posture are all wrong. He demonstrated a combat stance, raising his fists defensively, his gaze turning sharp. Boom. He threw a punch, and Chen Yan immediately studied it intently. No, you need to clench your fists first. Use your waist. Your hips relying on just your arms isn't enough. Wang Yang continued to guide him, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he noticed that while Chen Yan wasn't a prodigy, he was a quick learner. Even more commendable was his determination. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that night that, on the other side of the school, 3 students emerged from the training room. The group consisted of 2 boys and 1 girl. The girl, who had short hair, was wearing a school uniform soaked with sweat. Her oval-shaped face was flushed, with beads of perspiration glistening on her skin. She was Yu Jiwen, the top martial arts student in the entire Qingshan High School. Behind her, the tall and broad-shouldered Wang Yu, from Class 2, was trudging along, panting heavily and looking dejected. The other boy, slightly shorter, was Zhang Qingxi from Class 3. Hello, Mr. Wang, Yu Jiwen greeted with a sweet smile. Her gaze briefly skipped past Wang Yang, landing thoughtfully on Chen Yan, who was on the field, before she turned and walked away. Wang Yu and Zhang Qingxi, however, kept their heads down and hurried past. Not long after, the head instructor, Xia Dong, emerged from the training room. He walked over to Wang Yang and let out a sigh. What's on your mind, Director Xia? Wang Yang asked with a smile. Zhang Qingxi is just too undisciplined, Xia Dong replied, shaking his head. Although Zhang Qingxi's father, Zhang Ge, held significant influence in Luoshan County, Xia Dong had his own reasons for personally training these 3 students. This private mentorship went beyond the typical teacher-student relationship, resembling more of a master-apprentice bond. He was willing to invest his time for free, seeing it as a way to secure his own future. And what about you? Why are you still here so late? Xia Dong asked, following Wang Yang's gaze to the field, where Chen Yan was practicing. Is that the other student in your class who passed the punching strength test, besides Zhang Qingxi? Yes, his name is Chen Yan, Wang Yang confirmed. His technique is terrible, Xia Dong said bluntly, immediately spotting flaws in Chen Yan's punches. He's got strength, but his skills are so unrefined, especially for a senior. Whether he pursues qi and blood training or body refinement, it won't be easy for him in the future. With that, Xia Dong shook his head and walked away. Chen Yan missed school during his sophomore year due to some personal issues, so his skills are a bit lacking, Wang Yang added in defense. But Xia Dong waved it off. After a long day of teaching and mentoring, he was too drained to dwell on it. Anyway, how about joining me for a drink? It'll pass, Wang Yang politely declined. By 11 p.m., the sparring on the field was still ongoing. Chen Yan, go home and get some sleep? Wang Yang called out. Do you want to skip class tomorrow? Only then did Chen Yan stop, collapsing onto the grass, gasping for air. When he finally got home, it was already midnight. He found his father, Chen Yuhu, sitting under the dim light in the courtyard, reading a book. Dad, what are you reading? Just some novels, Chen Yuhu replied, his expression shifting slightly as he quickly closed the book. Dad, aren't you preparing the fried noodles for tomorrow? Chen Yan asked. I'm heading to the county tomorrow to buy supplies, Chen Yuhu explained. By the way, congratulations on earning that 1,500 yuan scholarship. You've outdone your old man. Chen Yan scratched his head sheepishly and gave a modest smile. Xiao Yan, have your classmates started doing herbal baths yet? Chen Yuhu asked casually. Herbal baths? Chen Yan frowned slightly. There are indeed a few students in our class whose families are preparing medicinal baths, which can greatly increase the chances of awakening their vital energy, Chen Yan said earnestly. But the cost of such baths is too high. My family definitely can't afford it. Still, I believe that even without the medicinal baths, I can awaken my vital energy. He thought of his father and the other elders in the village, risking their lives to venture into the inner forest of Qing Mountain to gather herbs. While a few had struck it rich by finding rare treasures, most never returned. Now that he had reached the saint-breaking realm, he felt confident about his future. The next morning, Wang Yang, with dark circles under his eyes, yawned as he approached the school gate. Suddenly, a figure darted out, startling him. Director Xia? He saw Xia Dong holding a ruler, his face dark with anger. I'm furious. How many times have I said to gather in the training room at 6 o'clock? Zhang Qingxi is not only late every day but also slacks off during practice. Calm down, Director Xia, Wang Yang said, trying to console him. Zhang Qingxi comes from a privileged background. These habits aren't easy to change overnight. Xia Dong let out a sigh and turned back toward the school. Wang Yang shook his head, his thoughts drifting to Chen Yan. The world was truly absurd. Things that came effortlessly to some were utterly unattainable for others. As he pondered, his gaze fell on the sports field, and he froze in surprise. Chen Yan was running under the morning sunlight, sweat soaking his white shirt. This kid is tireless, Wang Yang thought to himself with a nod of approval. He reminds me of myself when I was younger. Good morning, Mr. Wang, Hu Yuan greeted as he passed by with a group of classmates. Hu Yuan, your cousin is really hardworking. No wonder he passed the strength test, one of the students remarked. Humph, Hu Yuan scoffed. Ever since Chen Yan had paid off his debts, resulting in Hu Yuan receiving a harsh beating from his father, Hu Ziyuan, his resentment toward Chen Yan had only deepened. So what if he passed the test? Can he win the Marshalltown scholarship? He turned to his friends. Tonight, dinner's on me. Let's invite Brother Zhang too. Meanwhile, on the sports field, Chen Yan suddenly stopped in his tracks, standing motionless in front of a bronze statue. He could feel a surge of power within him, had leveled up in the saint-breaking realm. The system panel displayed. Saint-breaking realm, level 2, 015. Saint-breaking fruit, strength, 0100. Blood, 9100. Skill, 0100. Swallowing the newly formed strength saint-breaking fruit, a sweet and mellow flavor slid down his throat. A powerful energy coursed through his limbs and body like a rushing river, causing him to tremble slightly. Suddenly, his body felt weightless. The saint-breaking tree began to transform. Its once arm-thick trunk expanded like a sponge, gray bark cracking and peeling away to reveal vibrant green beneath. Crooked branches grew sturdier. As Chen Yan looked toward the bronze statue at the edge of the field, a golden light emerged from the void and was absorbed by the saint-breaking tree. A withered branch sprouted a fresh bud, and the system panel updated. Saint-breaking fruit, skill, 1100. Golden light represents skill. Chen Yan gazed intently at the bronze statue's punching posture. Although he hadn't yet grasped its intricate essence, his consciousness was already flooded with streams of golden light. These golden streams continuously flowed toward the sacred breaking tree, nourishing the newly sprouting branch. Under his watchful eyes, the buds on the branch grew visibly larger, and the leaves became increasingly lush. The progress of the sacred breaking fruit of skill advanced rapidly, leaving Chen Yan astonished. Could it be that simply observing like this would be enough to yield a fully matured sacred breaking fruit of skill? Chen Yan, how much sleep did you get last night? Wang Yang's voice suddenly interrupted. 5 hours, Chen Yan replied with a smile. In truth, his actual sleep time was far less, but after consuming the sacred breaking fruit of strength, all his fatigue and soreness had vanished. 5 hours. Wang Yang frowned. That's not enough. Go back and get some rest. I'll give you the morning off. Physical training requires a balance of proper diet, exercise, and sleep. Overtraining will only harm your body. Teacher, I slept really well, Chen Yan explained, unable to reveal the truth about his sacred breaking state. Wang Yang seemed about to say more when he saw Chen Yan suddenly lower his stance and throw a punch. Bang! A faint explosive sound echoed in the air, cutting Wang Yang's words short. A faint airburst? Wang Yang was incredulous. While Chen Yan's punching form wasn't perfect, it had still produced an airburst. Grabbing Chen Yan's arm, he squeezed it firmly. Yesterday during the strength test, you didn't use your full power, did you? I held back a little, but mostly, the sleep helped me recover my strength, Chen Yan replied. Hit me with a punch, Wang Yang said, extending his palm. Bang! Chen Yan held back his strength, but even so, the punch forced Wang Yang to take 2 steps back in pain. I didn't even say go yet, Wang Yang exclaimed, clutching his right hand. Are you okay, teacher? Chen Yan asked with concern. I'm fine. The pain subsided quickly as Wang Yang scrutinized Chen Yan carefully. That punch was clearly stronger than yesterday, and it was evident Chen Yan hadn't used his full power. This diligent student seemed to have an unexpected talent for external martial arts training. What a pity. Wang Yang sighed. Why didn't you show this earlier? If I'd known, I would have recommended you to Director Xiaodong. The evaluation for the Jinwu Scholarship is next Monday, but there's not enough time for you to improve your martial arts skills by then. For someone like Zhang Qingxi, the Jinwu Scholarship might mean little, but for Chen Yan, it could be life-changing. Shaking his head, Wang Yang was about to leave when Chen Yan suddenly spoke. Teacher, can I skip classes today? I want to keep practicing on the field. Wang Yang turned to look at Chen Yan, his gaze filled with unprecedented seriousness. Chen Yan, keep it up. You have talent, and you work hard. The college entrance exam is your most important opportunity. Show me what you've got. Chen Yan nodded solemnly, then shifted his attention to the statue on the playground. Teacher, do you know who this statue represents? This was brought in by Director Xiaodong. I'm not sure either, Wang Yang replied, shaking his head. Chen Yan decided to spend a day studying the statue. Standing in the center of the playground, he attracted the attention of many classmates, but he simply smiled faintly. What does their gaze have to do with me? Approaching the statue, Chen Yan began to observe it closely. The growth of his skill breaking the sacred fruit began to accelerate. 5,100, 6,100, until it reached 13100, when the growth noticeably slowed. Could it be that I need to imitate the statue's posture? Chen Yan muttered to himself, mimicking the stance of the statue. However, the golden light in his mental world only grew fainter. That's not right, he murmured, frowning as he adjusted his posture. His right foot turned 13 degrees outward, and he deepened the bend in his left leg. This time, the golden light in his mental world suddenly intensified. As his movements became more precise, not only did the golden light grow stronger, but a large amount of orange light also began swirling in the dark corners of his mental world, far surpassing the intensity he had experienced during running or deadlifting. What seemed like a simple punching motion made his heart race, his breathing quicken, and soon he was drenched in sweat. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Yan collapsed onto the grass, utterly exhausted. The Breaking the Sacred Realm data updated accordingly. Level 2, 015 Sacred Fruit. Strength 11100, Vitality 9100, Skill 27100. On the Breaking Sacred Tree, 2 fruits had grown. One golden fruit the size of a quail egg and a smaller orange fruit. In just 10 minutes, the results are this incredible. Chen Yan's eyes sparkled as he threw himself back into practice. By the afternoon, he was lying motionless on the grass, completely drained. Throughout the day, passing classmates cast him strange looks. After all, he was merely practicing simple punching movements. Yet he seemed as exhausted as if he'd just run a 50-kilometer marathon. Many cast disdainful glances his way, but Chen Yan remained unfazed, continuing his movements with unwavering determination. A few classmates who were aware of his punching strength scores noticed something unusual and began to imitate him. However, they could never grasp the subtleties. The difference lay in their level of understanding. Without reaching the sacred realm, it was impossible for them to comprehend the intricacies. As noon approached, the sound of Xiaodong's reprimanding voice echoed from the teacher's building. Shortly after, Yu Jiwen from Class 1, Wang Yu from Class 2, and Zhang Qingxi from Class 3 emerged from the office. While Yu Jiwen and Wang Yu appeared calm, Zhang Qingxi's face was dark and brooding. Zhang Qingxi, if you keep this up, you can kiss next Monday's Jinwu bonus goodbye, Xia Dong said sternly, locking the door behind him. Mr. Xia, only 2 students from Zhang Qingxi's class passed the punching strength test, Wang Yu added with a smirk. Xia Dong let out a cold snort. He was well aware that Zhang Qingxi would likely secure the bonus, but his recent lazy attitude was infuriating. Zhang Qingxi bit his lip, resentment simmering in his heart. Xia Dong had volunteered to teach him, but he felt no gratitude for it. These past few days, he had been scolded relentlessly, something he, having been pampered since childhood, was unaccustomed to. If not for his father's insistence, he would have switched teachers long ago. As for the Jinwu bonus, he wasn't the least bit concerned. With Class 3 in such a sorry state, only 2 students passing the punching strength test, who else could possibly compete with him? That must be Chen Yan, the other one from Class 3 who passed the punching strength test. Yu Jiwen suddenly spoke, pointing to a young man below. He was drenched in sweat, repeatedly practicing his punching movements. Zhang Qingxi and Wang Yu glanced at him indifferently, but Xia Dong's gaze lingered for a moment as he observed carefully. That kid, he does seem to have a bit of cleverness. The 3 turned their attention to Chen Yan, quickly noticing something unusual. Though Chen Yan appeared to be performing a simple punching motion, it was visibly strenuous for him. That sculpture represents the opening stance of a body-refining martial art. The kid is trying to imitate it, Xia Dong explained with a shake of his head, but he's going about it the wrong way. Body-refining martial arts emphasize precision. While the movements may look identical on the surface, the breathing rhythm, punching angle, and even blood flow are all critical factors. But he's working so hard, Yu Jiwen said, frowning. Of course it's hard. Blind imitation only leads to exhaustion, and in the end, it's all futile. Zhang Qingxi and Wang Yu averted their gazes, their expressions laced with disdain. They either had guidance from renowned teachers or possessed extraordinary insight. For someone like Chen Yan, an ordinary person without opportunities or resource, she was just fumbling around aimlessly, like a headless fly. Mr. Xia, should we tell him? Yu Jiwen hesitated, her voice carrying a trace of complexity as if recalling her younger self. Respect others' destinies, Xia Dong replied. Xia Dong spoke calmly, you are talented, chosen by the heavens. In the future, you'll encounter more people like Chen Yan, but you won't be able to manage them all, because they exist to serve you. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked with an air of composure. As a teacher and one of the upper-class individuals in Qingshan town, he understood the boundaries of his responsibilities well, would teach what needed to be taught, and never involve himself in matters that weren't his concern. To him, those things held no value. Time passed. Under the afternoon sun, after a whole day of exploration, Chen Yan gained a deeper understanding of the set of movements. He discovered that the rhythm of his breathing directly influenced the intensity of the golden light, and the contraction of different muscles in his body was closely tied to the light's strength. What seemed like a simple punching motion held profound intricacies that left him in awe. Although each practice session was shorter, resulting in fewer repetitions throughout the day, the changes on the data panel filled him with delight. The Ji Holy Breakfruit was nearing maturity, and the Li Holy Breakfruit was already halfway grown. Get up and keep going. Just as Chen Yan was about to restart his practice, Yu Jiwen appeared beside him. The most dazzling girl at Qingshan High School spoke softly. Chen Yan, I asked the teacher about it. Practicing like this is actually pointless. Chen Yan smiled in gratitude, but knew in his heart that with the support of the Holy Break Realm, these movements were far from useless for him. Seeing his determination to continue, Yu Jiwen flashed a crescent-shaped smile and turned to leave. Yu Jiwen, Chen Yan called out to her. Do you know who this bronze statue represents, or what move it is performing? Director Xia said it's the starting move of horizontal and external martial arts training, but I'm not sure of the specifics, Yu Jiwen replied before walking away. The school bell rang, and students poured out of the building in a rush. Hu Yuan, along with a group of classmates, sat on the field, casually observing Chen Yan practicing in the distance. Let's wait for Zhanga. He's still being trained by old Xia, Hu Yuan said, letting out a light snort as he noticed Chen Yan repeating the punching motion. How long do we have to wait? Someone asked impatiently. Don't worry. Zhanga said he'd sneak out as soon as he gets the chance. Hu Yuan laughed heartily. Tell me what you want to eat today, anything goes. His generosity won over the group, but everyone knew deep down that this was just his way of currying favor with Zhang Qingxi. Over the past couple of days, Zhang Qingxi and Hu Yuan's relationship had indeed grown increasingly close. Some people, even if they despise it, can't help but admit deep down that they, like Hu Yuan, also want to curry favor with Zhang Qingxi to lay a foundation for their future. Standing in the center of the classroom, Hu Yuan scanned the room with his gaze. He had practically invited every classmate, except for Chen Yan, whom he deliberately ignored. He anticipated seeing longing and frustration in Chen Yan's eyes. After all, given the Chen family's financial situation, they probably hadn't even tasted barbecue seasoning this year. However, Ever since Chen Yan made that punching movement, he had been entirely focused on his actions, not sparing Hu Yuan even a glance. Narrowing his eyes, Hu Yuan deliberately raised his voice. I heard the mayor has approved the land on the east side of the school for Zhang Qingxi's dad to build a restaurant. Maybe Zhang will take us there to hang out in the future. Which shops are you talking about? Someone asked. The women's clothing store, the kids' shoe shop, and the noodle shop, Hu Yuan replied, his lips curling into a cold smirk as he glanced at Chen Yan. The classmates' expressions subtly changed, and they cast peculiar looks at Chen Yan. You mean Chen Yan's dad's shop? Exactly. If the mayor's approved it, there's no stopping it, Hu Yuan said, his grin barely concealing his glee as he imagined Chen Yan's despair. But at that moment, Chen Yan stopped his martial arts movements. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked up at the sky, and took deep breaths. A faint, barely noticeable golden glow flickered in his eyes, a sign that he had completely absorbed the power of the skill-breaking holy fruit. In that instant, an immeasurable amount of skill knowledge surged into his mind. It was as if he had lived through countless days and nights, endlessly punching, thinking, and refining his techniques. Precise muscle control, line of sight shifts, breathing rhythms, all these skills imbued within the fruit were now deeply embedded in his consciousness. Though his body still felt discomfort, Chen Yan managed to steady himself by controlling his breathing. He bent down, picked up his backpack, and locked eyes with Hu Yuan. The classroom fell into sudden silence. Clown, Chen Yan said calmly, before turning to leave. The word infuriated Hu Yuan. As Chen Yan's older cousin, he had always looked down on the Chen family, and now he had been humiliated by the very cousin he had always despised. Under the gaze of classmates, some shocked and others amused, Hu Yuan lunged at Chen Yan from behind, raising his fist for a sneak attack. But just as he was about to strike, Chen Yan suddenly turned around. In that brief moment when their eyes met, Hu Yuan was stunned to see Chen Yan's cold, piercing gaze. Chen Yan's body bent gracefully, his right arm tensed like a drawn bow, and his fist clenched tightly. The movements were fluid, as if he had rehearsed them countless times. Thud. A dull sound echoed as Hu Yuan's body was sent flying through the air, landing heavily next to the onlooking classmates. Chen Yan retracted his fist and walked away, leaving behind only a cold remark. Clown. Chen Yan didn't use his full strength. It wasn't because he was worried about Hu Yuan, but rather because he feared that one punch might actually kill him. After consuming 2 potent shang-breaking fruits today, one for strength, and one for skill, his abilities had surpassed what anyone could imagine. Behind him, Hu Yuan's wails echoed, but Chen Yan didn't look back as he walked away. The other students watched his thin figure retreat, an involuntary trace of fear flickering in their eyes. It wasn't until nightfall, when the school was completely deserted, that Wang Yang called him to go home. Walking down the street, Chen Yan noticed that his family's fried noodle shop was already closed. The clothing store next door was clearing out its inventory, and the shopkeeper's wife, eyes red with tears, was moving clothes out of the store. Remembering Hu Yuan's earlier words, Chen Yan couldn't help but step forward and ask, Auntie, are you closing your shop? The shopkeeper's wife looked up at him, her eyes filled with grievance and anger. We poor folks have no power, no connections. Losing our shop is just a matter of someone saying the word. Seeing Chen Yan frown, she let out a cold laugh and added, Contracts? They only bind small people like us. Zhang Gu owns a martial arts school in the county, and his son has even awakened qi and blood. If they want a shop, it's as easy as snapping their fingers. Hearing this, Chen Yan felt a heavy weight settle on his heart. His family only had 3 acres of land, and after deducting costs, the yearly income from their wheat barely amounted to 2,000 yuan. Losing the fried noodle shop, their main source of income, would make life even harder. Although he and Zhang Qingxi were classmates, her father's single word could easily cut off his family's livelihood. As frustration churned within him, he overheard a conversation between a few passers-by on the street. I heard someone found a red-haired lingji mushroom in the inner area of Qingshan near Majaya. It's the peak season right now, and one of those could sell for at least 10,000. That's way too dangerous. Didn't you hear about Zhang Yu from Zhang Village? He got into trouble in Qingshan just 2 days ago. If you've got some savings, don't risk it. Chen Yan's eyes glinted with determination, and he quickly ran back home. Inside, his father, Chen Yu, was reading a book, and dinner was already laid out on the table. Dad, the town martial arts scholarship evaluation is next Monday. I think I've got a good chance, Chen Yan said directly as he stepped in. The town martial arts scholarship? Chen Yu put down his book. Is that the one where only one student is chosen per class? When his father nodded, Chen Yan hesitated for a moment before bringing up the issue with their shop. Unexpectedly, his father seemed confident and reassured him, Don't worry. Your dad and the head of the town martial arts bureau were high school classmates. Other families might have to move, but not us. These words instantly alleviated most of the anger and frustration in Chen Yan's heart. Chen Yan had been worried earlier that his father might be forced to venture into the inner regions of Qingshan. Although the inner areas were rich with treasures like how their neighbor Li Ming and his son managed to collect rare items worth tens of thousands every year, it was also fraught with dangers. Upon learning that their family noodle shop was safe for the time being, Chen Yan felt a bit more at ease and continued practicing the punching technique he was already quite familiar with in the courtyard. As dawn broke, a soft orange-eared hue crept over the walls, and the sound of cicadas echoed lazily. Chen Yan stepped out of his room and stretched. The locust flowers hanging over the courtyard wall swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Time to make locust flower cakes in the next few days, he murmured to himself with a smile as he strolled around the courtyard. However, he soon realized that his father, Chen Yuhu, was nowhere to be found. Chen Yan frowned. Although his younger sister was away at the county high school and only returned on Saturday afternoons, his father shouldn't have been absent at this hour. Just as he was pondering, there was a knock at the door. Opening it, he found a stern-looking man in his 40s with a receding hairline standing outside. "Is Chen Yuhu here?" The man's tone carried an air of authority that brooked no argument. Chen Yan recognized him as an officer from the town's Martial Enforcement Bureau and felt a jolt of unease. "He's not here. Can I help you with something?" "Not here." The man frowned and said coldly, "Let him know when he returns. Your family's noodle shop must be cleared out by next Tuesday at the latest. If it's not, the Martial Enforcement Bureau will clear it for you." With that, he turned and left. Only then did Chen Yan realize that his father had lied to him the day before. Hurrying to the backyard, he noticed that the brand new machete was gone. Entering his father's room, he saw that the padded jacket was missing. Too many mountain runners wore padded jackets even in the height of summer. At the bottom of the wardrobe, Chen Yan found a book called Qingshan Mountain Runner's Diary, the novel his father had been reading a few days ago. Chen Yan stood frozen in place, anger flickering in his eyes. He couldn't tell if he was mad at himself for failing to notice, angry at his father for keeping it a secret, or furious at those who had forced his father up the mountain. He thought about how he had been bedridden for a year, and was now preparing for the college entrance exams without ever undergoing the necessary medicinal baths. His sister was still in school, and their father was already suffocating under the weight of paying for their tuition and living expenses. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he saw the old man next door sitting by his doorway. Unlike the mud walls and wooden door of Chen Yan's home, his neighbor's house was adorned with shiny tiles and a bright red iron gate. "Your dad's probably headed to Qingshan. I saw him leave early this morning," the old man remarked, his eyes darting mischievously as he chuckled. "The red hair Ganoderma is ripe these days. Who knows, your family might strike it rich." Chen Yan narrowed his eyes. His family had long-standing grievances with this neighbor, and they had clashed many times before. Returning to his courtyard, he stood there in silence for a long time. As the sky darkened, the sound of the old man chatting and laughing with others drifted in from outside. Boom! With a swift punch, Chen Yan's fist cut through the air, producing a sharp, explosive crack. Chen Yan withdrew his fist, his expression cold and stern. He glanced at his current Broken Saint state. Level 2, 115, Broken Saint Fruits, Strength 7, 3100, Health 9100, Skills 27100. "I've been living far too comfortably," he muttered to himself. Picking up a backpack, he bent down to gather a handful of stones from the corner of the wall, filling half the bag. Then, he grabbed a fire poker from the kitchen and headed out. "What's that Chin kid doing with his stick?" a man chatting with the old man from the Li family in the neighboring courtyard asked, looking at Chen Yan's retreating figure with surprise. "He's broke, probably going to get himself killed. Not everyone has the talent of my Li Xian," the man sneered. The old man from the Li family, however, simply stared at Chen Yan's back with his cloudy eyes, a peculiar smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Along the way, Chen Yan kept asking the villagers about the whereabouts of Chen Yuhu. All the answers pointed him in the same direction: Qing Mountain. At the foot of Qing Mountain, by the lakeside, Hu Ziyuan was leisurely fishing. "Old Hu, something's wrong." A villager ran over. "I just saw your nephew heading toward Qing Mountain. You should go stop him." Chen Yan, Hu Ziyuan froze for a moment. "Yeah, that kid's definitely headed for Qing Mountain. Looks like Chen Yuhu might already be inside," the villager said with a frown. Hu Ziyuan's brows furrowed slightly before he dismissed it with disdain. "What does that have to do with me? He's your nephew." "Like hell he is." Hu Ziyuan waved him off impatiently and focused back on his fishing. "Having a poor relative like that is just bad luck for generations. Chen Yan might not be as impressive as your son, but he did pass the strength test." "My son was this close," Hu Ziyuan retorted indignantly. By the time Chen Yan arrived at the base of the mountain, he was met with a 10-meter-tall double-layered iron fence, an electrified barrier set up by the Martial Guard Division. A touch from the outside would knock an ordinary adult unconscious, while contact from the inside could be fatal. Chen Yan lowered his gaze, examining the ground. Among the overgrown weeds, he spotted a distinct trail of trampled grass. Following the path along the fence, He walked about 50 meters before finding a hidden spot where a large hole had been forcibly created. Chen Yuhu had mentioned before that this hole had existed for some time. Crawling through the gap in the fence, Chen Yan tightened his grip on the fire poker and cautiously followed the clear footprints leading up the mountain. As the elevation increased, the air grew humid, and the oppressive heat of summer began to dissipate. The surrounding trees became increasingly tall and robust, some so massive that it would take 10 people to encircle them. Suddenly, Chen Yin stopped in his tracks, frowning as he looked at a sturdy spruce tree beside him. Its trunk was covered in yellow-green moss, interspersed with clusters of dense, purple hazel mushrooms. Chen Yin furrowed his brows tightly. Foraging for herbs was like this treasures could still be hidden in places others had passed through. In Qing Mountain, a pound of purple hazel mushrooms could sell for 150 yuan, more expensive than beef. This patch alone was at least 3 pounds. Clenching his teeth, Chen Yin memorized the surrounding environment in his mind before preparing to continue his search for Chen Yuhu. He couldn't imagine how long someone helpless and unarmed could survive in Qing Mountain. But just as he was about to move, he froze again this time, because of a change within his broken saint state. In the boundless starry sky, an orange glow streamed forth from the infinite darkness, slowly merging into the roots of the broken saint tree. Chen Yin noticed that this orange glow always appeared with his movements and labor, acting upon the force broken saint fruit. However, at this moment, he detected something unusual besides the familiar orange light. A faint, nearly indistinguishable red glow flickered. This was an anomaly that only the blood-broken saint fruit would exhibit. This sudden change put Chen Yan on high alert. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the situation had not pushed himself beyond his limits, so this red glow was clearly not caused by him, but rather some external influence. A cold, eerie forest breeze swept through, starkly contrasting the oppressive summer heat. Amid the swaying shadows of the trees, Chen Yan felt countless hidden eyes watching him, as though silently observing the intruder who had wandered into their domain. Towering ancient trees stretched into the sky, their dense canopies blocking out all light, creating an oppressive sensation akin to being submerged in the depths of the ocean. Thinking of his father, who was deeper within this perilous area, Chen Yin set aside his concerns about the anomaly in the Broken Saint realm and moved swiftly but cautiously toward the mountaintop. However, as he advanced, the red glow within the Broken Saint realm grew increasingly intense. When the red light reached its peak, Chen Yin abruptly halted, scanning his surroundings warily. About 50 meters to his upper left, a faint streak of crimson was faintly visible amidst the undergrowth. Despite the increasingly eerie atmosphere and his mounting unease, Chen Yin quickly made up his mind his father had braved the dangers of this place to search for precious medicinal treasures, after all. Approaching quickly, he pushed aside layers of tangled weeds to reveal a small, palm-sized reddish-brown, umbrella-shaped organism growing quietly. Its cap was layered like blooming lotus petals, covered in intricate red threads that resembled countless fine strands of hair. It was this peculiar organism that had triggered the anomaly in the Broken Saint realm. Red-haired Ganoderma. Chen Yin recognized the rare and valuable medicinal herb. Chen Yan's eyes flickered as he felt his heartbeat suddenly quicken. The red glow was emanating from the crimson-haired Lingji mushroom right in front of him. He could distinctly sense that the closer he got to the mushroom, the denser the red light within the sacred realm became. This was no ordinary purple hazel mushroom. Chen Yin recalled that someone in the village had once found a much smaller crimson-haired Lingji and sold it in town for 10,000 yuan. Carefully, he used a fire poker to loosen the soil around the mushroom and uprooted it, placing it into his backpack. As the Lingji was harvested, the red light within the sacred realm rapidly thinned and vanished in an instant. Chen Yin stood still, his emotions conflicted. Although he hadn't found Chen Yuhu, he had unexpectedly acquired the target of the latter's search. He surmised that Chen Yuhu likely hadn't ventured this deep into the inner area of Qingshan Forest, probably out of fear. Exhaling a breath, Chen Yin felt fortunate that he had discovered the crimson-haired Lingji so quickly, undoubtedly faster than Chen Yuhu. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, the Li father and son were advancing cautiously with machetes in hand. Li Xian, in his 20s, glanced warily at the shadowy forest around him and instinctively moved closer to his father, Li Ming. Despite not being his first time here, the forest still filled him with unease, as if something hidden in the darkness was watching them. "Dad, why don't we just go back and gather those hazel mushrooms?" Li Xian suggested. Li Ming shot his son a glance and said earnestly, "Stay close to me and don't wander off. Our people in Qingshan town have lived at the foot of this mountain for generations. There's no way out for us. If you want to make something of yourself, you have to rely on this mountain. Our Li family started from nothing. It hasn't been easy to get to where we are today," Li Ming continued. Clenching his fists, Li Xian declared solemnly, "Dad, I will awaken my bloodline power." "Awaken my foot," Li Ming interrupted bluntly. "You're already 25. The chances of awakening your bloodline are slim to none. All that crimson-haired Lingji I used for your medicinal baths went to waste. You'd better start thinking about gathering Lingji for your Suntobo-born child. The earlier they start the baths, the higher their chances of awakening. Li Xian sighed lightly, acknowledging his father's words. Yet, treasure hunting in Qingshan was grueling. It often took half a year to find a single precious herb. Actually, I came here yesterday morning, Li Ming said, his tone softening. I didn't find anything, but I did spot a very large crimson-haired Lingji. Hearing this, Li Xian froze on the spot, his face turning red. Dad, you. Li Ming chuckled and explained. I came alone yesterday. Later, I ran into that fool Chen Yuhu. Although we've had our differences, it's not like we'd start a fight in the mountains. It's huge. Li Ming gestured with both hands. About the size of 2 palms. Hearing the size of the Lingji, Li Xian couldn't help but swallow nervously, his breathing quickening. A glint of cunning flashed in Li Ming's eyes as he continued. At that time, Chen Yuhu only had to turn his head to see the Lingji. Such a big onif, the two of us had fought over it. Would both have been seriously injured, maybe worse. So I made a quick decision, shouted Wolf, and dragged him down the mountain. I was going to go back up the mountain yesterday afternoon to look for it, but I ran into the patrol officers from the town's martial bureau. Li Ming's lips curled into a grin. That fool Chen Yuhu must have been scared out of his wits. Looks like his family is destined to miss out on fortune in this lifetime. Dad, this? Li Xian was trembling with excitement, all his earlier worries gone. He finally understood why his father had been so cheerful yesterday and even treated others to drinks. Li Ming was about to say more when his expression suddenly tightened. He squinted toward the base of the mountain. Be careful, he hissed, gripping his machete, his hands starting to tremble. Li Xian's face turned pale as he instinctively moved closer to his father. From the shadows of the trees below, a figure was racing toward them at an astonishing speed. The person moved with the agility of a leopard, lightly stepping between tree trunks and darting up the steep terrain. Li Ming, now extremely tense, quickly rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a piece of dried dung, preparing to smear it on his son's face. Chen Yan, Li Xian blurted out in shock, recognizing the approaching figure. How are you running so fast? The newcomer was indeed Chen Yuhu's son, Chen Yan. He stopped in front of the Li father and son, slightly out of breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Even Li Ming couldn't help but feel secretly impressed. This was a steep mountain path. After all, how had the Chen boy trained himself to move like this? And hadn't he just recovered from an illness? Chen Yan frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Excuse me, have you seen my father? No, we haven't, Li Ming stammered, momentarily forgetting to adopt his usual authoritative demeanor. Chen Yan gave a small nod and turned to continue up the mountain. Just then, Li Ming's eyes lit up and he called out, Hey, Chen boy, I think I saw someone over that way. It might be your father. Chen Yan paused, glanced in the direction Li Ming indicated, and then studied Li Xian's expression. Seeing that Li Xian's face remained neutral, he simply replied, Thank you, and sprinted off in that direction, disappearing quickly into the dense forest. He's like a monster, Li Xian muttered in disbelief, sweat forming on his forehead. He had always looked down on Chen Yan, barely sparing him a glance on normal days. But the speed Chen Yan had just displayed was unnerving. After all, the Li and Chen families had long been at odds, and he himself had clashed with Chen Yan more than a few times. These villagers really have no sense of fear. Beyond the green hills, a middle-aged man, nearly 2 meters tall, stood frowning as he examined a large, forcibly torn opening in the electric fence. Dressed in a sleek black uniform, with short hair and faint stubble, the golden embroidery on his right shoulder bore the characters Zhan Wu. Lifting a pitch-black walkie-talkie, he spoke in a deep voice, Handle the matter at Shan Yu's house. His daughter is already at the Jinwu station. The kid must be pretty shaken after all this. He paused briefly before adding, Leave this side to me. You all don't have the strength to deal with it. With that, the uniformed man stepped through the breach in the fence and disappeared into the green hills. Li Ming watched Chen Yan's retreating back, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. So the Chen boy decided to show up. But they're all fools. He knew Chen Yan was heading toward the spot where he had discovered the red-haired Lingji mushroom yesterday. That's why he quickly stopped him and pointed him in another direction. Thinking about how he had tricked the father yesterday and now the son today, he couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. Dad, the direction you just pointed him to. Isn't that Ghost Pit? Li Xian hesitated before speaking up. Ghost Pit? Li Ming's pupils narrowed sharply. He scanned their surroundings carefully, his expression turning peculiar. He resumed walking forward but warned. Remember this, never go near Ghost Pit when you're in the mountains. It's dangerous. Before his words had fully settled, Li Ming suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. He instinctively rubbed it and glanced back, but there was nothing there. Yet the sensation of being watched lingered, unshakable. I haven't gone far, uncle. A cold voice suddenly broke the silence. Both Li Ming and Li Xian turned in the direction of the voice, only to see Chen Yan hanging one-handed from the branch of a tall tree to their right, his deep gaze fixed on them. You. Li Xian's face turned deathly pale in an instant. How was it possible for someone who had already left to suddenly appear here? Their conversation just now must have heard every word. Chen Yan landed lightly on the ground and began walking toward them, his expression growing colder. Uncle, if I went a ghost pit, would I die? Li Ming tightened his grip on his machete, his eyes dark and menacing. Chun boy, get lost. I've never met your father. With that, he grabbed Li Xian and turned to leave. Chen Yan followed closely behind. Li Ming abruptly turned around, pointing his machete directly at Chen Yan. I told you to leave. Didn't you hear me? I'll say it again, I've never met your father. He couldn't let Chen Yan follow him. Just ahead was where the red-haired Lingji mushroom was located. Chen Yan, in these hills, human life is cheap. Don't push us. Li Xian also raised his machete, though his trembling hands betrayed his fear. Still, his eyes were filled with a feral glint. Chen Yan stopped in his tracks, the chill in his gaze deepening. Among neighbors, no matter how bad relations got, they could hardly avoid crossing paths. But today, this father and son duo had not only tried to lure him to Ghost Pit, but had also shown clear intent to kill. The more they denied knowing Chen Yu, the more suspicious Chen Yan became. Clenching the stone in his hand, he resolved not to let the matter rest. This was about his father couldn't back down. To uncover the truth, he would have to strike first and render them incapable of fighting back. In the past few days, his strength had increased significantly. A stone thrown with his full force could easily shatter someone's thigh. Chen Yan fixed his gaze firmly on Li Ming's arm, a stone poised in his hand, ready to strike. Even if the first throw missed, it didn't matter. His backpack was filled with plenty of stones waiting to be used. Just as he was about to make his move, Chen Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body froze as if struck by lightning. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? Li Ming roared furiously, his eyes blazing with menace. Get lost. His furious shout echoed through the mountains and woods. Without a word, Chen Yan turned and walked away hastily, his figure retreating quickly into the distance. Coward! Li Ming sneered contemptuously, and his son, Li Xian, standing beside him, let out a mocking snort. Moments ago, they had truly believed the boy might dare to make a move. Just as Li Ming was basking in his arrogance, he felt droplets of liquid falling on his head. Instinctively, he raised a hand to touch it, then looked up. In that instant, his pupils shrank to the extreme. Above him loomed the massive green-scaled head of a snake, its size comparable to that of a bull. Its crimson tongue flicked out, dripping viscous liquid. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore through the forest. Help me! Li Ming's cries were accompanied by the horrifying sounds of bones snapping and flesh being torn apart. Chen Yan had already bolted, sprinting madly down the mountain. It was the sight of that gigantic snake that had made him decisively turn away earlier. The enormous creature was at least 30 meters long, its head utterly terrifying. Boom! A loud crash erupted behind him, and Chen Yan couldn't help but glance back. The green-scaled serpent was weaving through the forest, leaving destruction in its wake. Trees shattered wherever it passed. Clenched in its mouth was a mangled corpse. Judging by the clothing, it was Li Xian. He was already dead. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yan's gaze locked with the serpent's crimson eyes. Those eyes gleamed like crystal, and within the depths of its pupils, a complex circular pattern could faintly be seen. A mysterious, ancient aura surged toward him. Suddenly, his consciousness began to quake violently. In the boundless darkness of the universe, countless yellow streams of light surged like rivers, converging before a sacred tree. However, an invisible barrier blocked them 3 feet away. Alert! Energy from the absorption array detected. The sacred tree cannot absorb it. The sacred tree must be upgraded to level 4. Array energy? Chen Yan was astonished to discover that merely locking eyes with those snake-like pupils caused a surge of immense array energy to flood into his body. He could distinctly feel the sacred breaking tree's intense craving for the yellow glow, as if it were nourishment 1,000 times more precious than any blood vitality elixir. But this sense of intoxication lasted only for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, a single thought dominated Chen Yan's mind run. His legs exploded with incredible power, and the ground beneath him cracked apart as he launched forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. The exhaustion from his morning run vanished without a trace. His legs moved like precision machinery, carrying him nimbly through the rugged mountain path. His hands gripped tree trunks along the way to adjust his direction. Behind him came a chilling scraping sound that made his heart race. Chen Yan dared not look back. As he sprinted, he quickly transferred the stones from his backpack into his pockets. The crashing sounds from his rear grew louder, deafeningly close. Suddenly, the green snake was running parallel to him, keeping the same relative position. Its crimson eyes glimmered with a disturbingly human-like greed. It lunged at him with terrifying speed. Chen Yan reacted instantly. He raised his arm, channeling the strength from his waist into his limb. Bang! A stone shot out and struck the snake's head with precision. The massive serpent froze mid-motion, its long tail whipping violently against a tree trunk, clearly stunned by the unexpected blow. The surge of triumph from landing the hit was short-lived. Chen Yan's body collided heavily with a large tree. The impact sent a shockwave through his body, making him feel as though his blood was flowing backward. Pain radiated sharply from his chest. In his mind's eye, three colors intertwined. The orange energy from running, the yellow array energy from the snake's gaze, and the green physical energy from the collision. A system notification appeared, indicating that the sacred breaking tree needed to reach level 3 to absorb the latter two types of energy. There was no time to dwell on it. The hissing cries of the green snake behind him now brimmed with primal killing intent. Chen Yan quickly hurled another stone, striking the snake's jaw with pinpoint accuracy. Time passed. At the scene of the murder of Li Xian and his son, a tall man dressed in a black uniform Luo Puxin was examining the area. Speaking into his walkie-talkie, he sighed softly. We're too late. 2 people are dead. The killer was likely a Qingju snake, but it's gone now. Come and handle the situation. He muttered to himself in frustration. I only came here to rest for a day, and within half a day, so much has happened. With that, he turned his attention away from the bloody scene. Qingshan was the treasure of the entire Luoyang County, a beacon of hope for countless individuals dreaming of striking it rich and leaving this place behind. Luo Puxin understood all too well that this hope often turned into a fatal poison, trapping many in a cycle of struggle and despair. As he strolled down the mountain, Luo Puxin's gaze suddenly sharpened. Freshly upturned soil on the ground and impact marks on a tree trunk told a story of something unusual. He crouched down to inspect the area carefully, a glint of caution flashing in his eyes. Someone had passed through here recently. Relying on his extensive experience, Luo Puxin quickly pieced together the outline of what had happened. The Qingju snake, a fierce predator residing deep within Qingshan, only ventured down the mountain when in pursuit of prey. Following the traces of the snake's collisions with tree trunks and the disturbed soil, Luo Puxin quickened his pace, his figure darting swiftly through the dense forest. Logically, he thought he should have encountered a pool of blood by now. The Qingju snake was extraordinarily fast, making escape nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Yet the scene before him only deepened his frown. The escapee's route didn't lead straight down the mountain, but instead twisted and turned along the path. It was a clever strategy, as it minimized the snake's advantage of rapid, ground-based pursuit. However, this method of escape carried its own risks. Most people wouldn't even think of such a tactic, and even if they did, they'd likely succumb to exhaustion before succeeding. Luo Puxin couldn't help but wonder, could the escapee be a martial artist? His speculation took a new turn when he noticed a mark on a tree trunk. 5 meters away, the bark had been forcefully stripped away, exposing the damaged white cambium layer beneath. In the nearby soil, a stone was embedded deeply. The sheer force required for this was far beyond the capability of a novice martial artist with just an awakened bloodline. What shocked him even more was the sight of snake blood on the ground. This discovery made Luo Puxin's heartbeat quicken. Someone had managed to injure a Qingju snake while fleeing. Who could this person possibly be? The distant sound of combat soon provided an answer. Luo Puxin leapt gracefully onto the branch of a third-turtle spruce tree, perching there to observe the battle below. A young man in a white t-shirt was deftly maneuvering through the forest, hurling stones at a massive green snake 10 meters away. Dirt flew, branches snapped, and a life-or-death struggle unfolded before his eyes. He didn't rush to rescue the young man right away. The moment Luo Puxin saw the young man's face, a hint of scrutiny arose in his heart, but it was quickly replaced by a question: why wasn't this young man using his vital energy? Stones pelted the green snake's body, and the splattered blood glistened sharply under the sunlight. Chen Yan swiftly stepped along the tree trunk, dodging to the left as a thick snake tail, as wide as a bowl, smashed into the spot where he had just stood. The ground caved in instantly, leaving a massive crater. Danger lurked everywhere. Chen Yan panted heavily, his body covered in a mixture of dirt and sweat, making him look like a mud figure from afar. In this life-or-death moment, the elite saint-breaking fruit within him was growing rapidly, nearing maturity. Saint-breaking realm, level 2. 115 saint-breaking fruits, Li, 99100. Blood 9100. Skill 27,100. Just a little more, just one last step, Chen Yan thought with hope in his heart. His constant maneuvering against the green snake wasn't merely to cling to survival. Despite his muscles tearing in multiple places and his exhaustion, as long as the elite saint-breaking fruit matured and he consumed it, all negative states would vanish, his strength would surge, and his chances of escaping would increase significantly. Above the treetops, Luo Puxin muttered in astonishment, "This boy hasn't awakened yet?" Realizing that the young man possessed innate, extraordinary strength, an ideal trait for a path of physical refinement, he couldn't help but admire his potential. But worry followed. This young man's stamina was nearly depleted. Just as Luo Puxin was about to step in to help, Chen Yan's body suddenly froze. The green snake hissed sharply, its thick tail whipping toward him like a lightning strike. Yet in that critical moment, Chen Yan's eyes lit up. The muscles on his arms rippled violently, and the fire poker in his hand struck out heeding. Bang! The iron rod collided with the snake's tail, sparks flying everywhere. The massive tail, thick enough for two people to wrap their arms around, was flung away, crashing into a nearby tree and snapping it in half. The green snake let out a thunderous roar, glaring fiercely at Chen Yan. The fire poker, now bent at a 90-degree angle, was clearly useless. Chen Yan discarded the weapon, took a deep breath, and his eyes glimmered with unwavering determination. Without the slightest hesitation, he pushed off with his legs, his entire body shooting toward the green snake like an arrow. His right fist tightened, moving in rhythm with his breathing as if he had practiced this motion countless times. A dazzling red light burst from Chen Yan's fist, radiant and brilliant. At the moment of impact with the green snake, a faint silhouette of a petite girl emerged from the red light, punching in unison with Chen Yan. This sight left Luo Puxin atop the tree utterly stunned, his mind buzzing as if struck by thunder. Chen Yan's entire focus was on this crucial punch. It was not just an ordinary strike, but a blow imbued with his utmost life force and willpower. Golden light flared up within the breaking saint realm like never before, with a faint trace of crimson flickering within it. It surged forward like a rushing galaxy, heading straight for the breaking saint tree. The impact caused the tree trunk to tremble violently as golden light flowed along the tree's patterns, aiming directly at the golden fruit. At the same time, Luo Puxin, standing atop the tree crown, suddenly changed his expression. His brows furrowed deeply, and his body froze in an instant. Boom! The moment Chen Yan's right fist collided with the green serpent, a deafening explosion erupted. The massive green serpent's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a thick tree trunk and snapping it in half before landing heavily on the mountainside. The serpent let out a murderous hiss, its menacing sound sending a chill through Chen Yan's heart. Survival was paramount. Without hesitation, Chen Yan darted swiftly between the tree trunks. But in the next moment, the ground beneath him began to quake violently. A dark figure descended from the sky like a meteor, landing precisely on the serpent's head. The impact created a powerful shockwave that struck Chen Yan's back. Turning around, Chen Yan saw a tall figure standing atop the crushed serpent's head, locking eyes with him. The insignia on the figure's shoulder bore the characters Zhenwu, marking him as a member of the Zhenwu Division, a true martial arts master. "What's your name?" Luo Puxin asked. Chen Yan's earlier performance in dealing with the green serpent had already impressed him, but that decisive punch, brimming with the essence of refined martial arts, truly caught his attention. Especially the fleeting crimson light. It was a rare sight in such a remote area. "Chen Yan," he replied. "How old are you?" 17. "A student of Qingshan Gao?" "Yes." Chen Yan bowed respectfully to his savior. "Thank you, my lord, for saving me." Luo Puxin carefully examined the young man before him, noting the mix of excitement and concern in his eyes. "Do you have companions still on the mountain?" he asked in a low voice, recalling the situation at the mountaintop. "My father might be on the mountain as well, but I haven't been able to find him," Chen Yan answered softly. Luo Puxin nodded thoughtfully for a moment. "We'll take you down the mountain first, then help you search for him. What's your father's name?" If it had been anyone else, Luo Puxin might have scolded them harshly, but this young man's exceptional performance today had earned his respect. Chen Yan felt a glimmer of hope rise in his heart and quickly spoke up. "My father's name is Chen Yu. Chen Yu." Luo Puxin nodded in response, but then his gaze froze for a moment, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "It seems I'm truly connected to your family today." He looked at Chen Yan and said calmly, "Your father didn't go up the mountain. Your younger sister was in a car accident this morning, and he has already gone to the Jinwu police station in the county." The words hit Chen Yan like a heavy blow. His body stiffened abruptly, and all the pressure and worry seemed to ebb away like a receding tide. But in the next second, his pupils constricted sharply. "My sister was in a car accident," he shouted, his face full of anxiety. "Don't worry, it's just minor scrapes," Luo Puxin reassured him, patting Chen Yan's shoulder. "The driver fled the scene, but your sister and your father only went to the Jinwu police station to file a report. They should already be back home by now." Chen Yan's tense body instantly relaxed under Luo Puxin's steadying hand. "That's good." Chen Yan let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of reassurance spreading across his face. But soon, a wave of fatigue overtook him. Unease lingered in his heart after all. Entering Qing Mountain without authorization could result in a fine from the Shenwu division. Still, since Luo Puxin hadn't mentioned it, he decided to wait and see. Luo Puxin seemed to sense Chen Yan's thoughts. After a few simple questions, he confirmed his suspicions. Chen Yan did not try to hide anything and recounted the entire process of picking the red-haired Lingji. Lying to a martial artist who had just saved his life would undoubtedly be a foolish choice. A look of approval appeared on Luo Puxin's face. He revised his earlier impression of Chen Yan. This 17-year-old, willing to risk his life in the mountains for his father, possessed not only filial piety but also courage. With such character, it was unlikely he would treat others poorly. This is a Qingju snake, Luo Puxin said, pointing at the dead snake on the ground. On the market, it's worth more than 10,000 per pound. For this hunt, I was the main force, and you were my assistant. Tonight, I'll have someone send some snake meat to your home. Where do you live? To him, a portion of snake meat was just an ordinary dish, but to someone like Chen Yan, it was an invaluable gift. I didn't do much. It was all thanks to you, Chen Yan said, a bit surprised. You contributed and I, Luo Puxin, don't take advantage of others. Chen Yan knew that his punch, though it hit the Qingju snake, had not caused any real damage. The one who truly killed the snake was Luo Puxin. However, faced with this gesture of goodwill, he couldn't refuse. For his family in their current situation, a pound of snake meat worth 10,000 was incredibly significant. Chen Yan, you're well suited for the path of body refinement, Luo Puxin remarked, recalling the astonishing punch Chen Yan had thrown earlier. Even though your talent in qi and blood martial arts is higher than in body refinement, the latter is a better fit for you. Wait, what? Chen Yan froze, his brows lifting slightly. I have high talent in qi and blood martial arts? He found it hard to believe, especially since he had previously failed to awaken. High. Luo Puxin nodded, then added, but not that high. He was about to speak when the walkie-talkie clipped to his waist suddenly vibrated. Luo Puxin frowned slightly and said, I'll take you down the mountain first. Tonight, I'll have someone deliver the snake meat to your house. As for the matter of qi and blood awakening, we'll discuss it in detail next time. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Puxin grabbed Chen Yan's shoulder. Bang! A blast of air erupted. The scenery around them blurred and shifted rapidly, and in an instant, they were outside the mountain. Noticing that Luo Puxin had urgent matters to attend to, Chen Yan, though full of questions, wisely chose not to ask further. I will always remember your kindness today, he said, bowing deeply to Luo Puxin before waving goodbye. Luo Puxin smiled in response and watched the young man leave, sighing to himself, kids from the countryside are still so genuine. If it were someone from elsewhere, they'd probably just take the help for granted. Chen Yan did not head straight home. Covered in dirt and grime, he decided to clean himself up first. Taking a detour, he arrived at a clear pond at the foot of Qing Mountain. He jumped into the water, washing both himself and his clothes. Although the sky was overcast, the weather was stiflingly hot, and his wet clothes would likely dry on his way back. While cleaning, Chen Yan noticed bruises of varying sizes all over his upper body and shoulders. Letting out a small sigh, he thought to himself that he would surely get scolded when he got home. Still, when he considered that despite the danger, all 3 family members had come out of it safe and sound, he felt it was worth it. However, his sister's car accident reminded him of his own car accident last year that had left him bedridden for a year. What a strange coincidence, he mused, deciding to ask about it in detail when he got home. At that moment, he noticed changes in the Pusheng realm. Pusheng realm, level 2. 215 Pusheng fruits, strength. 3,100 blood. 12,100 skill. 67,100. When he consumed the strength Pusheng fruit, his skill Pusheng fruit had only been at 27,100. Yet during his final punch against the Qingju snake, it had surged by 40 points. After breaking through his limits several times, the blood Pusheng fruit had also increased slightly. That punch released a red glow again? Was that another failed awakening? Why did Luo Puxin say I have great talent in the path of qi and blood martial arts? Chen Yan frowned but quickly set these doubts aside. Today's gains were substantial. 1 strength Pusheng fruit, a significant boost to his skill Pusheng fruit, 1 red-haired Ganoderma, and the Qingju snake meat he was about to receive. Thinking that his father and sister should already be home, he hurriedly put on his still damp clothes and prepared to leave. You didn't go to Qing Mountain? A surprised voice suddenly called out. Turning toward the sound, he saw Hu Ziyuan fishing on the other side of the pond. I didn't go to Qing Mountain. Are you disappointed? Chen Yan said calmly. Hu Ziyuan's face twisted with anger. How dare you talk to me like that? Chen Yan didn't even look back as he walked away. Behind him, Hu Ziyuan muttered under his breath. Why didn't you die in there? In the past, Hu Ziyuan would have slapped him in such a situation, and Chen Yan wouldn't have dared to retaliate. But now that their families had fallen out and the ties of kinship were severed, If Hu Ziyuan dared to make a move, Chen Yan would undoubtedly fight back. When Chen Yan got home, he immediately heard the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen. The so-called kitchen was quite simply stove built from mud and bricks against the courtyard wall, surrounded by a basic wooden shed. "Brother, you're back," a cheerful female voice called out. A girl in a white t-shirt stepped out of the kitchen. She looked about 16, bearing a resemblance to Chen Yan with her healthy sun-kissed skin. Her large, sparkling eyes lit up her radiant smile. "How can a girl grow so tall?" Chen Yan teased with a grin. His younger sister, Chen Yu, was only 16 but already stood at 1.7 meters tall, just half a head shorter than him, making her stand out among girls. Then, his gaze fell on the scrape on her left wrist. He figured it must have been from the car accident earlier. To have escaped with just minor injuries was indeed a stroke of luck. "If you keep talking about my height, I won't talk to you anymore." Yu pouted dramatically but quickly noticed the injuries on her brother. "Brother, your wounds, though not severe, combined with his torn clothes, he did look a bit battered." "Just a minor injury." Chen Yan brushed it off casually before asking, "Where's Dad?" "Dad went to buy groceries," Yu replied. Chen Yan nodded, finally feeling a bit relieved. He planned to have a proper talk with his father later that evening. Just as he was about to ask Yu about the car accident, she had already turned back toward the kitchen. "The food's almost ready. Go change your clothes first, brother. You look filthy. Let me cook instead." "Ew," Yu made a sound of exaggerated disdain. "Brother, do you even know your own limits?" Chen Yan pursed his lips, wondering if his cooking was really that bad. Deciding to ask about the accident during dinner, he turned and went into the house. In the kitchen, Yu continued stir-frying bacon with cabbage, and the aroma filled the air. Just then, a hazy figure in a red dress appeared in her mind. "Your brother hasn't even awakened his chi and blood. Compared to you, he's far too ordinary," the figure remarked. "I haven't awakened my chi and blood either," Yu responded in her consciousness, though outwardly she remained focused on cooking. "That's different. Your talent for formation diagrams is 1 in a million. Awakening chi and blood is just a small matter. Why did you spend the 500 yuan mint for chi and blood drinks on buying your brother a chi and blood elixir? That money could have been used to buy a basic formation engraving disc." "Because chi and blood elixirs are too expensive," Yu muttered softly. The voice in her mind paused for a moment. "You need to grow stronger quickly. The 5 clan struggle is about to begin, and you're still far too weak. If it weren't for me this morning, that car would have killed you. You'd already be a corpse." "They've made their move." As the woman's voice faded, Yu paused her cooking, a flicker of anger rising in her eyes. She was almost certain it was their doing. Who else could it be but them? The woman in the red dress spoke softly. "Your brother is still alive only because he lacks great potential. But you are different. Your future is destined to be extraordinary. Your family will only ever look up to your shadow. Leaving them is the best choice for you." Yu frowned deeply, her expression dark. "Teacher, what meaning is there in becoming stronger if that's the path I must take?" The woman in the red dress was momentarily taken aback, letting out a soft sigh. A knowing smile played on her lips, as though she had already glimpsed Chen Yu's future. Meanwhile, in a modest 2-story rural house, Hu Ziyuan was glaring furiously at his son, Hu Yuan, who was sprawled on the sofa. "Why are you only telling me this now? That little brat hit you, and you just took it? How can you be so spineless?" He yanked up his son's shirt, revealing a glaring red mark on his chest, which only fueled his rage further. For years, their family had suppressed the Chen family, but now his son had not only lost to Chen Yan in a strength test but had also been beaten like this. Pathetic. Hu Ziyuan spat out before storming out of the yard. "Dad, where are you going?" Hu Yuan stood up in a panic. "Mind your own business. Didn't you arrange to meet Zhang Qingxi? Hurry up and go." Hu Ziyuan's voice faded into the distance. Hu Yuan stood in the living room, the memory of being sent flying by Chen Yan's punch flashing through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. But he quickly composed himself and prepared to leave. His father's orders to build a good relationship with Zhang Qingxi were of utmost importance. Over the past few days, he had come to realize the terrifying power of martial artists. No matter how hard ordinary people worked, they could never compare. If he could win over Zhang Qingxi, even a single word from her in the future might change the fate of their family. At 6 in the evening, a weary Chen Yu returned home carrying a bag of cold dishes. He set the food on the table as Chen Yan quietly took a seat, already considering when to bring out the red-haired Lingji. As for the Qingju snake meat promised by Luo Puxin, he decided not to mention it for now, in case the promise fell through. "Brother, bring the dishes," came his sister's call from the kitchen. On the table were stir-fried cabbage with cured meat, tofu with preserved eggs, and the cold beef dish. Chen Yu had bought a rare feast for the family, perhaps only seen once a month. Although Chen Yu had been in a car accident earlier that day, she had fortunately only suffered minor scrapes, a small blessing amidst the misfortune. "Where did you go? How did you end up hurt?" Chen Yuhu finally noticed the scratches on Chen Yan. I fell, Chen Yan replied simply. Chen Yuhu nodded and didn't press further. Brother, I have something to give you, Chen Yu suddenly said with a mysterious smile. Oh. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. I've got something to show everyone too. Chen Yuhu glanced at the mysterious siblings, his expression devoid of any warmth as he mechanically stuffed buns paired with tofu into his mouth. The brother and sister quickly walked into the living room, each carrying a school bag. Chen Yan, feeling surprised, noticed the joyful expression on his sister Chen Yu's face. She pulled out a bottle of blood vitality drink from her bag, identical to the one Wang Yang had given him earlier. Here, brother, Chen Yu said, her face full of anticipation as she handed him the drink. Chen Yan hesitated for a moment but eventually accepted the blood vitality drink, which cost 500 yuan per bottle. A question lingered in his mind. Where did his sister get so much money? Chen Yuhu, sitting nearby, fixed his gaze on the bottle, his expression growing darker. Xiaoyu, where did you get the money to buy a blood vitality drink? Dad, don't worry about it. Today is for my brother. Chen Yu's words were cut off before she could finish. I sent you to school, not to save money. Chen Yuhu sighed deeply. What good is a blood vitality drink? Spending 500 yuan on this, don't you think it's too wasteful? Feeling wronged, Chen Yu looked to her brother for support. Seeing his daughter on the verge of tears, Chen Yuhu softened his tone slightly. Xiaoyu, the county's first high school is forming a blood vitality impact class. Why haven't you told me about this for an entire month? He pulled out a worn floral cloth bag from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yu. Take this with you to school tomorrow. I'm not joining, Dad. Chen Yu refused to take the bag. Your teacher says you have excellent physical potential and might awaken your blood vitality as early as your 3rd year in high school. You must sign up for this class. Chen Yuhu's tone turned firm. Watching the tense standoff between father and daughter, Chen Yan stepped in to mediate. Dad, don't blame Xiaoyu. It's just one bottle of blood vitality drink. Just one bottle of blood vitality drink? A flash of anger crossed Chen Yuhu's eyes, but it quickly faded into a look of resignation. He understood all too well that their financial struggles stemmed from his own shortcomings. Xiaoyu, you should drink this bottle yourself. Teacher Wang Yang just rewarded me with one the other day, Chen Yan said gently. Normally, he would have returned the gift, but with the red-haired Lingji in his bag, this bottle of drink didn't seem like such a big deal. Thank you, Xiaoyu. He patted his sister on the head. Chen Yu broke into a smile and nodded enthusiastically. In Chen Y's subconscious world, the woman in the red dress silently observed everything. She noticed the difference in how Chen Yan and their father viewed the blood vitality drink. The father's anger was understandable, but as an older brother, Chen Yan, knowing how much his sister had sacrificed to save the money, still accepted it so easily. Let's eat, Chen Yuhu said as he reached for another bun. But his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something red peeking out of Chen Yan's school bag. His eyes widened in shock. It was a piece of red-haired Lingji. Red-haired Lingji. Chen Yu exclaimed in shock, the words escaping her mouth before she could stop them. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands, her large, round eyes fixed on the treasure in her brother's hands. Chen Yuhu abruptly stood up, his arm instinctively reaching out toward the red-haired Lingji, which was even larger than the one Li Ming had once found. But he quickly pulled his hand back. You went to Qing Mountain? He asked in a low voice, his eyes flickering with anger, relief, and a mix of other emotions. The living room fell into an uneasy silence. In Chen Yu's mind, the image of a woman in a red dress appeared, her brows furrowing briefly before relaxing, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Just as Chen Yan was about to explain what had happened earlier that day, a sudden commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Chen Yuhu, come out. Think you can get away after hitting someone? You think you can run? A loud voice shouted, accompanied by the thudding sound of an iron rod striking the wooden gate. The expressions of the 3 people in the living room changed instantly. Chen Yuhu immediately stood up and shot a glance at Chen Yan. Understanding the signal, Chen Yan quickly stuffed the red-haired Lingji into his backpack. When he returned to the living room, he saw their uncle, Hu Ziyuan, standing in the courtyard with 5 or 6 men, facing off against his father. You little punk, you dare hit my son. Hu Ziyuan snarled as soon as he spotted Chen Yan, his eyes flashing with malice, all pretense of civility gone. The men behind him, smoking cigarettes and holding wooden sticks, watched coldly. Chen Yu clung tightly to her father's arm, her voice trembling as she stammered, You uncle, what happened? Don't call me uncle. Hu Ziyuan snapped harshly. Your mother is dead. Our families have no ties anymore, got it? His words were met with mocking laughter from the men behind him. Chen Yan's face darkened, realizing that Hu Yuan had already tattled. Just as he was about to step forward, his father blocked his path. Chen Yuhu's expression was grim, and though he didn't ask for an explanation, it was clear his priority was ensuring his children's safety. The tension in the courtyard shifted abruptly. Standing near a three-wheeled vehicle outside the gate was a balding man in a town security uniform Liwusi, the same man who had visited earlier that morning to order Chen Yuhu to vacate the fried noodle shop. Though not a martial artist, his mere presence silenced the scene. Hu Ziyuan crossed his arms, a smug look on his face as though anticipating a spectacle. Chen Yuhu's expression grew even darker. He glanced back at his children before speaking in a low voice to Li Wuxi. I'll move out of the fried noodle shop tomorrow. Faced with the reality that the family noodle shop had been handed over to Zhanggu by the town mayor, Chen Yuhu was well aware of the situation. The officer surnamed Li had already visited twice, urging him to vacate as soon as possible. Now, Hu Ziyuan had brought people to stir up trouble, and the matter Chen Yuhu least wanted his children to know about was completely exposed the moment the officer arrived. Chen Yuhu took a deep breath, suppressing the anguish in his heart, while a faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. He looked directly at Officer Li beside him. 16-year-old Chen Yan's eyes were red, tears brimming as she struggled to hold them back. Even though she had recently received a rare opportunity, the only thought echoing in her mind at this moment was, the family shop is about to be gone. In Chen Yan's inner world, the woman in the red dress sensed her disciple's emotional turmoil. Her eyes softened with compassion as she silently contemplated how to encourage her pupil to rise from the ashes of shame. As Hu Ziyuan's group exchanged looks, clearly enjoying the drama, Officer Li suddenly spoke. His unexpected tone of courtesy stunned everyone present. Even Chen Yuhu froze for a moment. The shop matter isn't urgent. Move out whenever you can. Just make sure it's done by the week after next, the balding officer said with a cheerful smile. He scanned the crowd in the courtyard, quickly assessing the situation, and his gaze ultimately landed on Chen Yan. In stark contrast to his cold demeanor earlier that morning, he now looked at Chen Yan with a warm and genuine smile. Not bad, old Chen. You've got yourself one fine son. With that, Officer Li lifted a blood-soaked sack from his tricycle, the crimson liquid dripping steadily. This is snake meat, 10 pounds, sent by someone who asked me to deliver it to you. He handed the sack to the still dumbfounded Chen Yuhu, his own gaze lingering on the bag with barely concealed envy as he swallowed hard. Officer Li was well aware of the value of the snake meat, but since it was a task assigned by that particular individual, he wouldn't dare do more than catch a whiff of it, let alone touch it. Officer Li, this is... Chen Yuhu, like everyone else in the courtyard, was utterly perplexed. For the specifics, you'll need to ask your son. I don't know much myself, the balding officer replied with a smile. He walked over to Chen Yan, pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket, and said, this is something that person asked me to pass along to you. I didn't look at it, nor would I dare. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Chen Yan's eyes as he accepted the paper. Thank you, officer. Seeing Chen Yan's tactful response, Officer Li seemed quite satisfied. He then turned to Hu Ziyuan's group, who were still in a daze, and barked sharply, breaking into someone's home with sticks in hand. What do you think you're doing? Hu Ziyuan's face turned pale. A young man beside him was so startled by the outburst that he dropped his stick on the ground. Officer Li, Hu Ziyuan stammered, scrambling to explain. While he couldn't understand why the officer was suddenly so courteous to the Chen family, he was keenly aware that the situation had turned against him. Officer Li? The balding man frowned. You think you're on a first-name basis with me? All of you, to the station for statements. On any other day, the officer might have turned a blind eye to such a minor incident, especially given that had shared meals with Hu Ziyuan before. But today was different. Now that Chen Yan had a connection to that individual, he was no longer just an ordinary high school student. Hu Ziyuan swallowed hard, his gaze flitting between the crowd before finally landing on the young man standing behind Chen Yuhu. It was clear to everyone that Officer Li's sudden change in attitude toward the Chen family had everything to do with Chen Yan. What had this young man done? Hu Ziyuan wanted to ask, but ultimately left with the others, driven out of the courtyard by Officer Li. As they reached the gate, Officer Li turned back and remarked with a sigh, Old Chen, you've raised a fine son. Outside the courtyard, Hu Ziyuan and his group stood obediently behind the tricycle, their faces full of frustration and resignation. Meanwhile, the elderly man from the neighboring Li family, who had been eavesdropping on the commotion, now stood silently with his head lowered, his expression dark and unreadable. Officer Li glanced at the old man, hesitated as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. The matter of Li Xian and his son's deaths would be handled by other officers. It wasn't his place to intervene. You lot, keep up, Officer Li commanded as he started his tricycle. Hu Ziyuan and his group followed reluctantly, jogging behind the vehicle with pained expressions. Villagers peeked out from their homes, whispering and pointing as they watched the ridiculous procession. Li Ming and his son are dead? Why would you assume I'd really venture into the inner region of Qingshan? Chen Yuhu looked at his son and let out a heavy, complicated sigh. His heart weighed down with sorrow. Earlier that morning, he had indeed planned to head into the inner region of Qingshan, driven by desperation, as it seemed like the only hope left. However, Just as he was nearing the mountain, news of his daughter's car accident reached him. Thinking back now, he realized he had almost lost both of his children on the same day. Even with the 10,000 yuan worth of snake meat and a rare red hair lingji before him, Chen Yuhu couldn't feel any joy. He couldn't help but blame himself. If only he were as capable as Zhang Gu, how could his family have fallen into such dire straits? Chen Yu clung tightly to her brother's sleeve, as if afraid he might vanish at any moment. Her wide, watery eyes were filled with worry and admiration. Brother, you're amazing. Although Chen Yan spoke lightly of the events, Chen Yu was well aware of the danger he had faced. In Chen Ye's mind, the woman in the red dress crossed her arms, a flicker of surprise and reflection in her gaze. She admitted she had misjudged her disciple's older brother. Someone truly selfish would never risk venturing into the inner region of Qingshan for their father. What shocked her even more was that, without awakening his vital energy or reaching the pinnacle of the horizontal training stage, Chen Yin had managed to escape from a first-rank Qingju snake. Such snakes typically required either a horizontal training martial artist at the 2-pattern pinnacle or a vital energy martial artist at the early 5 viscera stage to handle. In such a remote village, this level of strength was truly remarkable. As the heavy atmosphere gradually lifted, Chen Yin began discussing the distribution of the Qingju snake meat and the red hair lingji. Looking at the snake meat in the living room and the lingji on the table, Chen Yuhu felt the tension in his chest finally ease. This red hair lingji is a key ingredient for medicinal baths, so we want to sell it, Chen Yuhu said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The elders always said Qingju snake meat strengthens bones and muscles. It's a favorite among horizontal training martial artists. I plan to sell half of it in the county to pay off our debts and buy some other medicinal bath ingredients. The rest will turn into jerky for you too. Chen Yin listened quietly. He had already learned about the martial arts system of this world from his teacher. Martial arts were divided into 2 main paths: the path of vital energy martial artists, like Zhang Qingxi, which began at the 5 viscera stage and progressed through the 100 meridian stage, the golden body stage, and finally the origin stage. Once the heart could circulate vital energy and project it outside the body, one officially embarked on this path. The head of the local martial office was an authentic 5 viscera vital energy martial artist. The other path was horizontal training martial arts, which focused on strengthening the physical body, either without cultivating vital energy at all or prioritizing raw strength, defense, and resilience. Top-tier horizontal training martial artists could destroy buildings with a single punch or survive a collision with a speeding train. Regarding the realms of horizontal martial arts cultivation, Chen Yan knew little, except that the first realm was called the 72 marks extreme tempering stage. This stage involves sensing the strength of one's physical body and forming 72 distinct body marks on the surface of the skin. Compared to the difficulty of ordinary people awakening their vitality, the path of horizontal martial arts cultivation is even more arduous. Although Chen Yan's physical strength had reached a considerable level, he had yet to form even a single mark, indicating that he still had a long way to go before reaching the first realm. However, after consuming the sacred fruit of technique, Chen Yan could clearly feel that his strength was now on par with students like Zhang Qingxi and Wang Yu. As night deepened and the clock struck 9, a relaxed atmosphere filled the Chen family courtyard. The unexpected gains brought a rare flush of color to Chen Yuhu's face. Just then, a piercing wail echoed from the neighboring Li household, a cry mourning the deaths of Li Xian and his son. The news spread quickly, and the courtyard was soon abuzz with noise. Chen Yuhu sat in the courtyard, smoking his pipe, his expression calm and composed. He pondered silently. If he had ventured into the inner perimeter of Qingshan today, would he have met the same fate as Li Xian and his son? Although Chen Yin had not mentioned what had transpired between him and the Li family, the image of their tragic deaths lingered in his mind as he listened to the cries of the Li family patriarch. It was a stark reminder of how fragile life could be in the face of overwhelming external forces. After a brief moment of reflection, Chen Yuhu rose and headed to the Li household to offer assistance. Despite the strained relationship between the two families, lending a hand during a funeral was more about maintaining appearances for the sake of others. Back in his room, Chen Yin unfolded the crumpled note given to him by Li Wuxi and carefully read through the information left by Luo Puxin. Luo Puxin had returned to Luoshan County and was preparing to organize the Jinwu class. He planned to select 143 students from the 3 high schools in Luoshan County and the surrounding 23 township high schools. This class would receive the best martial arts teachers and resources in the county, and the only ticket to join was by earning the Jinwu scholarship. Reading this, Chen Yin clenched his fists, his desire for the Jinwu scholarship growing stronger. The following content detailed the 4 types of vitality awakening. The first and most common type is external induction awakening, accounting for about 80 of vitality practitioners. It involves using vitality potions or spiritual medicines to stimulate the 5 internal organs and achieve awakening. Zhang Qingxi often boasted about this method, as it was the type he had undergone. The second type is true source awakening, achieved purely through continuously pushing one's limits. Practitioners of this type have vitality levels and potential far exceeding those of external induction awakening. The third is bloodline awakening, which relies on the extraordinary bloodline of powerful martial artists. For instance, the Qiyang Palace family is renowned for their formidable Qiyang bloodline. The final type, which Luo Puxin believed Chen Yan belonged to, is limit-breaking awakening. In the 18 states of the Xia Kingdom, each state has an ancient divine spirit that once fell. The remnants of their spiritual consciousness became known as the state spirits, revered as the divine beings of their respective states. In each era, the state spirit bestows a select few ranging from several to a dozen individuals with unique innate traits, granting them the potential for limit-breaking awakening. Among these individuals, only one can awaken. The concept of limit break awakening signifies continuously surpassing one's boundaries, reaching heights unattainable by others, and thereby earning a unique name and talent. However, Luo Puxin urged Chen Yan to give up. With a serious expression, he explained that what seemed to be a fair process of limit break awakening actually deepened the despair of the underprivileged. Although Chen Yan had broken his limits today, he still failed to awaken, and the reason lay in someone standing in his way. The wealthy families prepared their children for awakening from birth, something Chen Yan lacked. Chen Yan exhaled slowly, finally realizing that his talent in vital energy and blood was not extraordinary. Luo Puxin valued his aptitude for physical tempering and advised him not to waste his efforts on blood energy awakening. But if I give up, I'd be letting you down, Chen Yan murmured, his mind shifting to the sacred break realm, where a lush green sapling grew amidst endless darkness. The rootless tree continued to grow stubbornly, right before his eyes. Entering the courtyard, Chen Yan focused on his punching techniques. Within the sacred break realm, golden and orange lights began to converge slowly. After consuming the skill, sacred break fruit, his understanding of punching techniques and muscle memory became clearer, eliminating the need to observe statues. His previously calm body soon broke into a sweat, and surging power flowed into his right arm like a rushing river. His body, taut like twisted steel, suddenly snapped into motion as he threw a punch, producing a faint airburst sound. Chen Yan frowned as he withdrew his fist. Although golden light appeared in the sacred break realm during his punch, it quickly dimmed, far from the state he had reached during his battle with the Azure Serpent earlier that day. Despite repeated attempts, he couldn't replicate that moment, as if a solved math problem had suddenly become unsolvable. Eventually, when his body felt as if it were being gnawed by countless ants, he had no choice but to focus on the most basic punching movements. Meanwhile, in Chen Yu's room, she sat cross-legged on her bed, her hair flowing despite the absence of wind. A woman in a red dress was guiding her. Can you feel it? Let your consciousness flow through your body like the wind. Chen Yu had entered a deep state of cultivation. The woman in red nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. For your first attempt at sensing mental power, you've gone remarkably deep. You have both talent and diligence. This form of meditation appeared simple, but was as mentally exhausting as running a 400-meter sprint without oxygen. After 2 hours, the woman in red smiled and said, "You don't need to overdo it on your first try. 2 hours is already impressive. Take a good rest now." Huh. Chen Yu opened her eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. A hint of excitement flickered in her eyes. "Teacher, I think I've touched the concept of mental power. It's soft like water." The woman in the red dress narrowed her eyes slightly. "Touched it?" A faint smile appeared on her lips. "Not bad, but you're still a bit behind where I was at your age." "Then, teacher, I'll keep going," Chen Yu said eagerly. "No need. You've already worked hard enough. Tomorrow, meditate near a place with a pond. The effect will be better." Chen Yu nodded in agreement. "Okay, teacher. I'll go wash up." As she walked into the courtyard, Chen Yu suddenly froze. "Brother, why are you still up?" She saw Chen Yan sitting there, panting heavily. Under the moonlight, a large patch of sweat on the ground shimmered faintly. "It's still early to rest." Chen Yan glanced toward the cries and wails coming from the neighboring house, then looked up at the drifting clouds passing through the sparse stars and faint moonlight. In Chen Yu's mind, the woman in the red dress silently observed everything. She could tell that the brother was working even harder than the sister, but excessive training could backfire. However, she kept this thought to herself. Chen Yan's performance today surprised her, but someone as experienced as her wouldn't dwell on it. If not for Chen Yu, Chen Yan and his family would have been irrelevant to her. Just as Chen Yan was about to continue his training, Chen Yu lightly cleared her throat, her face a little shy. "Brother, I need to wash up." "Oh." Chen Yan returned to his room. It wasn't until 2:30 in the morning that Chen Yan, completely drained, finally stopped. The system displayed: Saint Breaking Realm, Level 2, 215 Saint Breaking Fruits, Strength 2, 5100, Blood 1, 3100, Skill 7, 5100. Compared to daytime training, The efficiency at night was noticeably lower, but it was still far better than the results of his previous aimless efforts. A single simple action filled Chen Yan with anticipation. Who was the figure represented by that bronze statue? What lay ahead? These questions swirled in his mind. After a cold shower, Chen Yan noticed Chen Yu's school bag in the living room. Quietly, he slipped a bottle of blood-replenishing tonic into it. With his saint-breaking physique and daily medicinal baths, the tonic was now unnecessary for him. It would be better saved for his sister, who lived at school. The next morning, the morning music from their neighbor Li Ming's house woke Chen Yan. The wailing that had gone on all night continued, with the village band still playing funeral tunes. Why did she leave so early today? Chen Yan asked while munching on a steamed bun. Your sister said her teacher assigned extra homework and she needed to start preparing early. Their father, Chen Yuhu, replied from the kitchen as he chopped meat. He would soon head to the county to sell half of the Qingju snake meat. Chen Yan felt a little disappointed had planned to share the medicinal bath with his sister. Returning to the living room, he finally noticed the blood-replenishing tonic on the table, alongside a small note. Happy birthday, brother. Chen Yan froze. Yesterday had been his birthday. His father had probably forgotten due to being busy, and Chen Yan himself had forgotten too. Only his sister had remembered, even saving up to buy a bottle of tonic for him. His father often told others he was 17, but it was only yesterday that Chen Yan had truly turned 17. He walked out into the courtyard, standing on the compacted dirt ground. The sky was a flawless blue, with white clouds drifting lazily. A locust tree full of white blossoms extended its branches into the courtyard, filling the air with a rich fragrance. From next door, the sound of a woman sobbing and the clinking of chains occasionally echoed. The quiet stillness of a summer morning lingered in the air as Chen Yan gazed up at the sky, determination shining in his eyes. 17. Huh? Around 5 in the afternoon, Chen Yuhu returned home riding a tricycle, with a brand new wooden bath barrel loaded on it. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Chen Yan sweating profusely while exercising. Frowning, he said, take care of your body. Everything should be done in moderation. Half of the snake meat sold for 50,000 yuan, Chen Yuhu remarked while urging Chen Yan to take a break. During dinner, a dish of snake meat was added to the table. Chen Yan had barely put a piece into his mouth when he suddenly stopped chewing. Does it taste bad? Chen Yuhu asked. No. Chen Yan shook his head, his gaze shifting inward toward the broken saint realm within him. A wave of green light surged forward but stopped 3 feet away from the broken saint tree. Though the snake meat contained energy beneficial to his physique, the Tier 2, broken saint tree was unable to absorb the green light, leaving him deeply frustrated. As Chen Yan continued eating, he pondered over the principles of the broken saint tree. Through exercise, he could grow stronger, while the tree converted the red light generated from his training into broken saint fruits, seemingly amplifying all the benefits he gained. After dinner, it was time for the medicinal bath. Although Luo Puxin had mentioned that medicinal baths were almost useless for those with extraordinary bones prior to their awakening since their unique constitution blocked external energy absorption, Chen Yan wasn't doing this for himself but for the broken saint tree. Just like when he drank vitality beverages, even if his own strength didn't grow, the blood-lettered broken saint fruit still developed. Chen Yuhu wrapped a quarter slice of red-haired lingji mushroom and other herbs in white cloth. When Chen Yan submerged himself into the steaming bath barrel, an intense, searing pain instantly overwhelmed him, tearing apart all coherent thoughts. What happened? Chen Yuhu asked with concern. It hurts. Chen Yan gritted his teeth, the pain like countless steel needles piercing through his body. He could distinctly feel his body rejecting the energy from the medicinal bath. Good, that's a good sign, Chen Yuhu said with a satisfied smile. I've seen others scream in pain too, and they ended up awakening their vitality. One of them even became the head of the Martial Defense Bureau. Chen Yan nodded, gripping the edge of the bath barrel tightly. Put your hands in too. Soak them completely, Chen Yuhu instructed, closely monitoring his son's condition. He recalled how Xian Gongxian had barely lasted a minute during his first medicinal bath, and how the elder had warned that the more times someone had to be pulled out, the worse the results would be. While he hoped his son could endure, he also reminded himself not to push too hard. After all, Xian Gongxian had spent his entire savings on 12 red-haired lingji mushrooms and soaked for a whole year before awakening his vitality. There was still a long road ahead. All right. Chen Yan plunged his hands into the water. His skin immediately turned red, and his veins bulged. The excruciating pain brought tears to his eyes, and all his focus involuntarily turned inward to the broken saint realm within him. Red. A surging red river rushed forth from the sourceless void, flooding into the roots of the sacred breaking tree. Immediately, faint red glimmers began to surface on the withered trunk, and vibrant, blood-red fruits of the sacred breaking tree started to grow. Sweat instantly beaded on Chen Yan's forehead as he stared unblinkingly at the changes in the tree. Watching the green leaves sprout seemed to be his only solace amidst the excruciating pain. The progress bar for the blood-red sacred breaking fruit on the interface leapt from 13 to 15, then 16, 17, and finally surged to 18. The sacred breaking realm interface displayed clearly. Level 2, 215 sacred breaking fruits. Strength, 40,100. Health, 15,100. Skills, 93,100. On the tender sapling, 3 fruits hung plump and full. Among them, the smallest red fruit was visibly growing at an astonishing speed. Xiaoyin, let me know if you can't hold on, Chen Yuhu called out with a furrowed brow. That's enough for today. You can continue the medicinal bath tomorrow. There's no need to rush. His voice carried a hint of concern. His son's unyielding perseverance, though admirable, might not be entirely beneficial. After all, this was his first medicinal bath, and he'd already endured for 5 minutes. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. Chen Yan forced a smile. Compared to the painstakingly slow growth of the sacred breaking fruit in the past, today's progress felt like a luxury. So, this is what it feels like to have resources? Time ticked by, and his father's voice gradually blurred. Chen Yan silently encouraged himself. I must endure. I need to see the sacred breaking fruit fully ripen in one go. I have to change everything I'm facing now. Unknowingly, he slipped into unconsciousness. When Chen Yan opened his eyes again, the sky was already light. He shook his groggy head and realized he'd passed out in the medicinal bath the previous night. Checking the interface, he saw the progress of the sacred breaking fruit had reached 34. Just one medicinal bath had yielded such remarkable results. Suddenly, he glanced at the clock on the wall and panicked was late. Today was the selection day for the Jinwu Scholarship. Grabbing 2 steamed buns, he dashed off to school. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw the head teacher, Xia Dong, standing at the podium. The college entrance exams are just a few months away, yet attendance in Class 3 is dropping day by day, Xia Dong remarked calmly, his gaze sweeping over the classroom before settling on Zhang Qingxi. This Jinwu Scholarship selection is crucial. I hope you won't underestimate it, slack off, or take it lightly. Put in the effort and approach this selection seriously. The entire class turned their attention to Zhang Qingxi. Each class had only one spot for the Jinwu Scholarship, and the only person in Class 3 capable of competing with Zhang Qingxi in the strength test was Chen Yan. However, their test results showed a significant gap, and Zhang Qingxi had recently awakened her blood energy. After a few days of adaptation, her strength had skyrocketed. While classmates looked at her with admiration, Zhang Qingxi remained indifferent, casually sitting in her seat, showing little interest in Xia Dong's words. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if he lost to Chen Yan. Xia Dong glanced at the disdain flashing in Zhang Qingxi's eyes and shook his head inwardly. His words were not just a warning for Zhang Qingxi to beware of Chen Yan. More importantly, they were meant to make this overly arrogant student realize that while winning the Jinwu Scholarship might seem like a certainty, once he entered the Jinwu class, which only accepted the county's top talents, he would inevitably fall to the bottom. Unfortunately, this student remained immersed in his own sense of superiority, unwilling to seriously consider any advice. At that moment, a clean-cut young man in a white t-shirt appeared at the classroom door. Xia Dong cast a glance at the somewhat familiar figure, waved him in, and sternly scolded, "You students aren't lacking in ability, just plain lazy." On such an important day as the Jinwu Scholarship selection, there are still people arriving late, even outright skipping. If you've already given up on your future, why bother showing up at school? Chen Yan had just taken his seat when Hu Yuan, sitting in the front row, turned around and glared at him fiercely. Unfazed, Chen Yan smiled calmly and said, "Keep staring, and I'll give you another beating." Hu Yuan froze for a moment, surprised that Chen Yan dared to speak to him like that. Remembering something, he sulkily turned back around. Suddenly, the voice of Principal Zhang Yu came over the loudspeaker. The Jinwu Scholarship selection is beginning. All senior students, gather on the field. With a wave of his hand, Xia Dong sent the Class 3 students rushing out. At the front of the field, on the platform, Principal Zhang Yu and the head of teaching stood solemnly, flanked by a middle-aged man in a patterned shirt and dark sunglasses. "Attention, everyone." Zhang Yu announced the selection rules through a loudspeaker. Each class would nominate one top student, and the 3 would compete in a King-of-Field style match. Other students who passed the punching power tests, even from Class 1, 4 from Class 2, and 2 from Class 3, would need to pass Director Xia Dong's evaluation before challenging their class's top student. The Class 3 students naturally turned their gaze toward Zhang Qingxi and Chen Yan. While some who had previously underestimated Chen Yan now looked at him with newfound respect, his presence still paled in comparison to Zhang Qingxi's brilliance. Zhang Qingxi glanced at Chen Yan out of the corner of his eye. This classmate, who rarely spoke more than a few words, stood at about 1.78 meters tall, wearing a faded, bargain bin t-shirt that stood out glaringly. He seemed no different from the other impoverished students who tried to curry favor with him. Zhang Qingxi quickly averted his gaze. The principal proceeded to announce the top students from each class. Class 1, Yu Jiwen. Class 2, Wang Yu. Class 3, Zhang Qingxi. Amid thunderous applause, the three walked to the front of the field, exuding an air of arrogance. The other students who had passed the punching power test followed Xiaodong to the training room. Inside the training room, a dozen teachers were already waiting by the windows. Class 3's homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, spotted Chen Yan and raised a fist in encouragement, smiling. Chen Yan returned the smile. Xiaodong stood in the center of the room, his voice steady. You might think this is unfair, but Yu Jiwen and the other two passed my test with ease. If you want to challenge them, you must first prove your own strength. Class 1. Who's going first? A male student from Class 2 stepped forward nervously, facing Xiaodong. Make your move, Xiaodong commanded. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the boy charged at him, aiming a straight punch at his face. However, in the next instant, Xiaodong's toe was already pressing against the boy's chin. He hadn't even gotten close. The fight was over in one clean, decisive move. The few students still waiting stood frozen in place, exchanging uneasy glances. The strength demonstrated by Director Xiaodong left them feeling powerless. It seemed impossible to pass such a test. Doubts began to creep into their minds. Could Zhang Qingxi and the others really pass the test? Did they stand a chance at all? At that moment, one of the observing teachers stepped forward to explain. Yu Jiwen and the other two top students already completed the test last Friday under our supervision. I can personally vouch for the fairness of the process. These words only deepened the students' despair. It became clear that there was an immense gap between them and Yu Jiwen's group. Next, Xiaodong said calmly, his gaze sweeping over Chen Yan and the others. Though his expression remained indifferent, he couldn't help but reflect inwardly. The reason he had chosen only Zhang Qingxi and two others for private training was because the rest simply didn't meet the standard. The testing continued. Not qualified. Next. You're better than the last one, but still not qualified. Not qualified. Standing off to the side, Chen Yan silently observed. Xiaodong's skill was indeed unfathomable. His techniques were endlessly varied. For students who had barely received systematic combat training, it was like facing an insurmountable force. The school's usual training sessions were, at best, basic fitness exercises. 3 students from Class 1 were the first to complete the test, but none of them passed. The Class 1 homeroom teacher sighed with a grim expression. Although 7 of their students had passed the punching power test, apart from Yu Jiwen, none could meet Xiaodong's standards. Director Xia, could you perhaps lower the standard a bit? Class 3 homeroom teacher Wang Yang suggested. Otherwise, this year's Zhenwu Award evaluation might be too one-sided. Xiaodong glanced at Wang Yang and chuckled lightly. I could go easy on them, but would it matter? The 3 homeroom teachers exchanged wry smiles and fell silent. Although Xiaodong did slightly relax the criteria, only one of the remaining Class 1 students barely managed to pass the test. However, it wasn't long before the school broadcast announced. Class 1's Yu Jiwen successfully defended her position. A faint smile appeared on Xiaodong's face. The student who had just scraped through was quickly eliminated by Yu Jiwen, proving that lowering the standard was meaningless. The gap between the top 3 students he had chosen and the others would only continue to widen. Next, Xiaodong called, turning his attention to the last student from Class 2. The boy, who had a simple and honest appearance, suddenly launched a punch at Xiaodong. Oh! Xiaodong countered with a kick, sending the boy stumbling back. Surprised, he asked, what was your punching power during the test? 171. The student, Gao Yuan, replied while scratching his head with a grin. I actually wanted to ask for your guidance before, but you didn't agree. Xiaodong waved him off and said directly, that punch just now had at least 250 in power. You must have been holding back during the initial test. Gao Yuan simply chuckled sheepishly, offering no explanation. This time, Xiaodong made another move, launching a series of attacks at Gao Yuan. Although Gao Yuan couldn't parry the strikes, his robust physique allowed him to stand his ground firmly without retreating. This brought a pleased smile to the previously stern face of the Class 2 homeroom teacher, who gave Gao Yuan a thumbs up. You've passed, Xiaodong announced. Thank you, teacher, Gao Yuan replied with a smile, jogging out of the training room. Although Gao Yuan was far from being a match for Xiaodong, as an evaluating instructor, Xiaodong only needed to determine whether the student was qualified to participate. Teacher Liu, your student Gao Yuan is impressive, said Wang Yang, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, standing by the window. However, his gaze landed on the last student, waiting for evaluation Chen Yan. Wang Yang sighed inwardly. Chen Yan was undeniably talented, but Zhang Qingxi had recently awakened her qi and blood and received personal guidance from Xiaodong. In just a few days, Zhang Qingxi's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had even defeated Wang Yu from Class 2 last Friday. After all, Wang Yu had yet to awaken his qi and blood, whereas Zhang Qingxi, bolstered by hers, was overwhelmingly powerful. Last one, from Class 3, Xiaodong finally turned his attention to the silent Chen Yan, gesturing lightly for him to step forward. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt, Chen Yan walked forward slowly. His frame was slender, but his attire was tidy, and his delicate features drew the attention of all the teachers present, even if his strength was unremarkable. Chen Yan from class 3, he was bedridden for an entire year last year. It's remarkable that he's come this far, one teacher remarked with admiration. Indeed, no teacher could dislike such a hard-working student. Wang Yang nodded in approval. Begin, Xiaodong said, looking at the young man before him and recalling how he had reprimanded him earlier that morning for being late. Director Xia, Chen Yan suddenly spoke, catching Xiaodong's attention with a raised brow. Chen Yan smiled faintly and pointed out the window. Do you know who that statue represents? Xiaodong frowned, about to respond, when a thunderous cheer erupted from the schoolyard. The teachers in the training room were all startled. Class 2's Wang Yu has lost his match. The principal's excited voice boomed over the loudspeaker. Gao Yuan, when did you awaken your qi and blood? Xiaodong's pupils contracted, his mouth falling open in disbelief as he prepared to rush out of the training room. Wang Yu, who had been under his tutelage for so long, had actually lost to the unassuming Gao Yuan. Even more shocking, Gao Yuan had awakened his qi and blood without reporting it to the school. Xiaodong's heart was in turmoil, was pained by his protégé's defeat and frustrated at missing the chance to nurture a future martial artist. Director Xia, Chen Yan still needs to be tested. Wang Yang quickly called out, stopping Xiaodong in his tracks. Reluctantly halting, Xiaodong impatiently turned to Chen Yan and said, You, hurry up and start. All he wanted now was to figure out how Wang Yu had been defeated and why Gao Yuan had concealed his qi and blood awakening. Bang bang bang. Chen Yan suddenly launched into an aggressive charge. Xiaodong scoffed inwardly, so reckless, exposing all his openings. How foolish. He casually lifted a leg to kick at Chen Yan, but in that instant, alarm bells went off in his mind. Something's not right, this speed is completely off. Just as Xiaodong's foot was about to strike Chen Yan's chest, the seemingly frail young man suddenly threw a powerful punch, landing it squarely on Xiaodong's foot. Boom. An unimaginable force traveled through Xiaodong's right leg, coursing through his entire body. With searing pain, Xiaodong was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground 4 or 5 meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ears ringing, Xiaodong lay flat on his back, staring at the ceiling, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened. Silence. Compared to the lively commotion on the playground outside, the training room was eerily quiet. The gazes of Wang Yang and the other teachers shifted back and forth between Xiaodong, who was lying on the ground, and Chen Yan, who stood upright. If it weren't for their distinctly different clothing, they might have doubted their own eyes logically. It should have been the student, Chen Yan, on the ground. Shock surged through everyone like a tidal wave. Wang Yang, the homeroom teacher of class 3, was the first to react. He strode quickly to Xiaodong's side, noticing the disbelief and defeat etched on the man's face. Then he turned to Chen Yan, opening his mouth but managing only a single "u" after a long pause. Instinctively, he gave the young man's shoulder a firm squeeze, his expression gradually breaking into a satisfied smile. Well done, Wang Yang exclaimed. I hope I lived up to your expectations, teacher, Chen Yan replied with a calm smile. Wang Yang burst into hearty laughter, but quickly composed himself when he noticed Xiaodong slowly getting up from the floor. Xiaodong sat there, his legs still numb, staring at Chen Yan with a mixture of emotions. The sheer strength displayed in that punch had left him shaken. It was far beyond what ordinary effort could achieve. This was the mark of a true prodigy, and yet he had never paid attention to this student before. Director Xia, has he passed? Wang Yang asked. Yes, he passed, Xiaodong muttered, lowering his head, his voice heavy with resignation. Great. Chen Yan, your next challenge is Zhang Qingxi, Wang Yang said, giving Chen Yan a firm pat on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement that surpassed even the young man's. Understood. Chen Yan nodded and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he stopped and called out, Director Xia. The young man in white turned his head slightly, sunlight casting a warm glow on his delicate features. His gaze met Xiaodong's bewildered eyes. Teacher Wang mentioned that the bronze statue was brought here by you. May I ask, who is depicted in that statue? Xiaodong's mouth opened slightly. In the brief moment their eyes met, a complex emotion flashed through his gaze. His lips quivered faintly, and a deep sense of guilt and inadequacy welled up within him. That is Lu Xuanyang, the chief commander of the Xinwu division in Qinzhou town. The statue is of Lord Lu. Then, Director Xia, do you know what action the statue is performing? Xiaodong pressed his lips together, his mind replaying the image of this young man, drenched in sweat, awkwardly mimicking the statue's pose that day. His heart thundered as he realized that Chen Yan had long been curious about the statue's origin. The punching technique is one of the external forms in the Xinwu division's renowned martial art, the 8 extreme techniques. I'm not entirely sure about the details, but only those who join the Xinwu division and pass their evaluations can learn the 8 extreme techniques. Thank you. Chen Yan nodded in gratitude, then stepped out of the training room, leaving the teachers behind in silence. 8 extreme techniques, external forms. Chen Yan muttered softly to himself as he walked across the grass. No wonder imitating that move had yielded such remarkable results. It turned out that the punching stance was extraordinary in itself. Meanwhile, the playground outside remained as lively as ever. Gao Yuan, who had just defeated Wang Yu, stood in place, grinning sheepishly and scratching his head as his classmates expressed their amazement. In stark contrast, Wang Yu sat slumped on the grass, the once celebrated figure now ignored by all. Every gaze and whisper was now directed at Gao Yuan. He's incredible. Awakening the blood energy really makes a difference. No wonder Wang Yu Lostha hasn't awakened his blood energy. I heard Wang Yu couldn't even beat Zhang Qingxi last Friday. The murmurs grew louder, and the students' eyes were filled with envy and awe toward the awakened. Although Gao Yuan had kept the fact that he had awakened his blood energy a secret, this power alone was enough for him to defeat Wang Yu today, without relying on Xia Dong's private training sessions. This victory firmly established his status at Qingshan High School. Even Zhang Qingxi and Yu Jiwen now looked at Gao Yuan with a newfound sense of acknowledgement. Awakening blood energy had elevated them to the same level. At that moment, a figure dressed in white appeared quietly, yet it went largely unnoticed. The principal, who was talking to a sunglasses-wearing man on the stage, suddenly spotted the newcomer and exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Yan, you passed the test too?" The entire field fell silent as all eyes turned toward Chen Yan. "Yes," Chen Yan replied simply. Zhang Qingxi frowned, scrutinizing Chen Yan with a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Hu Yuan from class 3 of the senior year stared at the white-clad figure, his gaze filled with malice, wariness, and complexity. He thought to himself that if not for Zhang Qingxi, Chen Yan would have been the best student in class 3, and now he had even passed Yadong's test. Suppressing his mixed emotions, Hu Yuan sneered to those around him. "Humph! Zhang will send him flying with just one punch." A burst of laughter echoed among class 3. Meanwhile, Chen Yan and Zhang Qingxi had taken their positions at opposite ends of the field. "Chen Yan, know your limits," Principal Zhang Yu advised. "Zhang Qingxi, the same goes for you." Chen Yan nodded in acknowledgement, but Zhang Qingxi responded with a cold laugh. Just then, an urgent voice called out from the other end of the field. "Zhang Qingxi, know your limits." Everyone turned toward the sound, only to see Xia Dong limping quickly toward them, his expression filled with anxiety. In that instant, not only Zhang Qingxi but also Gao Yuan and Yu Jiwen furrowed their brows, while every gaze zeroed in on the white-clad youth. The other person stood there quietly, composed and unruffled, as if they were the one being challenged, while Zhang Qingxi seemed more like the challenger. Suddenly, a shocking realization struck everyone like a thunderclap. He was Xia Dong limping? Xia Dong was the test instructor, and Chen Yan was the last student to be tested. This connection sent chills down everyone's spines, and all eyes instinctively turned to Chen Yan. On the stage, Principal Zhang Yu and the middle-aged man in sunglasses also fixed their gazes on him. "Begin." Principal Zhang Yu's command echoed. Zhang Qingxi, who had been nonchalant moments ago, now looked at Xia Dong and Chen Yan with a sharp, serious expression. His body lunged forward, faint red light flickering between his limbs, abandoning any trace of underestimation. He delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Chen Yan's face. Yet Zhang Qingxi's mind was filled with doubt. Why was Xia Dong so tense? Why did Chen Yan appear so calm? Clearly, he himself was the best among those who had awakened their blood energy, a martial artist standing above the rest. How could he possibly lose? Chen Yan wasn't even worth his notice. Bang! The punch collided with what felt like an iron wall. Chen Yan caught Zhang Qingxi's fist effortlessly with one hand. His arm bent slightly before straightening again. "So this is the power of awakened blood energy?" Chen Yan remarked softly, ignoring the shock in Zhang Qingxi's eyes. "Impressive indeed." With a swift tug, Chen Yan pulled Zhang Qingxi forward, making him stumble uncontrollably. In panic, Zhang Qingxi swung his left fist fiercely. Chen Yan released the right fist he had been holding, lowered his body slightly, and countered with a punch of his own. Bang! Bang! The two fists collided. Chen Yan took a few steps back, but Zhang Qingxi was sent flying like a broken kite, carving a long groove into the lawn as he landed. "Chen Yan." Zhang Qingxi spat out dirt-streaked saliva, his expression shifting from stunned to ferocious. Just as he was about to get up, a white blur descended from the sky like thunder. "Ah!" Zhang Qingxi's face turned pale, and he instinctively rolled to the side. Chen Yan's foot slammed heavily into the spot where he had been, leaving a deep crater in the lawn and sending dirt flying everywhere. How did he train? He hasn't even awakened his blood energy. Why has he been so unremarkable all this time, only to suddenly try to kill me now? Is it all just for the Marshalltown scholarship? Zhang Qingxi screamed in terror. "I surrender." The entire field fell silent. Gao Yuan's smile disappeared, Yu Jiwen frowned deeply, Hu Yuan was dumbstruck, and Xiaodong shook his head bitterly. Moments later, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. On the stage, the man in sunglasses stared intently at Chen Yan, enunciating each word, born with divine strength, a prodigy of physical mastery. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled shadows, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Chen Yan withdrew his right leg, feeling the cool wind brush against him. Surveying the myriad reactions around him, his gaze landed on Zhang Qingxi, who lay sprawled in his shadow, utterly defeated. Chen Yan's eyes remained calm. Just a Marshalltown scholarship? No, this was clearly a milestone on his path to greatness. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Chen Yan stood quietly. An unprecedented sense of relief washed over him, as if years of pent-up frustration had suddenly dissipated. The clamor of the outside world gradually faded away, leaving only an indescribable feeling of ease and comfort that filled his entire being. Scenes of defeating Xia Dong and Zhang Qingxi flashed through his mind. At that moment, a golden light flickered within the Breaking Saint realm. The system panel displayed, Breaking Saint Realm Level 2215, Breaking Saint Fruit Strength 40100, Blood 34100, Skill 100100. The Breaking Saint Fruit, which had not yet fully ripened, was now ready for use. Without hesitation, Chen Yan consumed the skill-breaking Saint Fruit. Instantly, a torrent of immense memories surged into his mind. Within these memories, he repeatedly sparred with Qingju Snake, Xiaodong, and Zhang Qingxi. Each punch became more refined, every move more precise. Thousands of simulated battles elevated his understanding of combat to a whole new level. Gradually, Chen Yan no longer simply repeated punching motions mechanically. Instead, he fully grasped the complete system of gathering momentum, focusing strength, and delivering strikes. He was acutely aware of how each muscle should exert force and how every breath should synchronize. This skill-breaking Saint Fruit had allowed him to comprehend the subsequent techniques of the extreme refinement 8 forms. Meanwhile, outside Qingshan High School, in a small stir-fry noodle shop, Chen Yuhu was covered in dust as he loaded tables and chairs onto a tricycle. Although the Mediterranean marshal officer had said there was no rush to relocate, the town mayor had already decided to allocate this land to Zhang Ge. As an ordinary staff member, the marshal officer had no power to overturn this decision. At that moment, Hu Ziyuan, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, walked up to the shop. Seeing the scene, his expression instantly darkened. 2 days ago, after leading people to barge into Chen Yan's home, he had been fined 500 yuan by a marshal officer surnamed Li and had to compensate each of his subordinates 300 yuan. This only deepened his grudge and jealousy toward Chen Yuhu. However, ever since learning that Chen Yuhu had gained connections with Marshal Officer Li, he dared not act recklessly anymore. Chen Yuhu merely cast a faint glance at Hu Ziyuan and ignored him. Since the conflict that day, the familial ties between the two households had been completely severed. Just then, a middle-aged man in a black suit with slicked-back hair walked by. Hu Ziyuan immediately put on a fawning smile and bent over to offer him a cigarette. "Brother Zhang, it's me, old Hu. My son, Hu Yuan, is in the same class as your son, Zhang Qingxi." This man in the suit was none other than Zhang Ge, who ran a martial arts school and hotel in the county and was also Zhang Qingxi's father. After his rise to prominence last year, Zhang Gu enrolling his son in Qingshan High School had left the townsfolk puzzled for quite some time. At this moment, Zhang Gu stood in front of the shop, raising his eyebrows slightly. He ignored Hu Ziyuan's offer of a cigarette, his eyes fixed on Chen Yuhu, who was busy moving items. Taking a pack of expensive cigarettes from his suit pocket, he lit one and slowly walked forward. "Zhang Ge." Chen Yuhu looked up at the well-dressed middle-aged man standing before him, feeling a wave of mixed emotions. The Zhang Gu he remembered from last year, rustic and unassuming, now seemed like a completely different person. Moving out of the shop? Zhang Gu exhaled a puff of smoke, asking with apparent interest. "Yes, moving today," Chen Yuhu replied curtly, continuing to load chairs onto the tricycle. "I know you're not happy about this," Zhang Gu said with a grin, "but building a mall here has been in my plans for half a year. The mayor was kind enough to approve the land for me." Chen Yuhu responded with nothing more than a cold chuckle, focusing on his task. "Chen Yuhu, you must think highly of yourself. Not even showing Zhang Gu some respect?" Hu Ziyuan sneered from the side, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Ji's indifference toward him. Chen Yuhu frowned, casting a cold glance at the two men before resuming his work. Behind his sunglasses, Zhang Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I heard your daughter was in a car accident too. The county's Xinwu Bureau is involved in the investigation. Any leads on the culprit?" The question made Chen Yuhu pause momentarily. A string of accidents involving his children on a small town like this, where private cars were a rarity, was indeed suspicious. "I also heard your son Chen Yan passed the strength test," Zhang Gu continued. "Seems like you've been raising him well." "Haha," Hu Ziyuan interjected. "My son, Hu Yuan, just barely missed the mark. His son was in such bad shape last year. I thought he wouldn't make it. Poor kid. Bang. A chair flew out from the shop, landing heavily near the two men. With a dark expression, Chen Yuhu walked out, silently placing the broken chair onto the tricycle. Zhang Ji's lips curled into a faint, cold smile as he turned to leave. Old friendships, it seemed, could not withstand the harsh realities of change. Hu Ziyuan followed closely behind. Zhang Gu asked nonchalantly, Hu Ziyuan, aren't you two related? How did it come to this? Who wants to be related to a broke loser? Hu Ziyuan scoffed. At least his son passed the strength tests, got some talent. Zhang Gu remarked meaningfully. Talent? My foot. Hu Ziyuan sneered. He's nothing compared to your son. Qingshan High School is such a dump. Even a polished turd would stand out there. Realizing too late that his words also insulted Zhang Ji's son, he quickly backtracked. But Zhang Gu, your son is different. He's awakened his vital, energized shines even in the county or the city. Truly impressive. Only then did Zhang Ji's expression soften slightly. Without another word, he continued walking forward. Passers-by glanced at Zhang Gu with smiles and envy in their eyes. Standing in the middle of the street, Zhang Gu let out a disdainful chuckle. Qingshan Town was nothing more than a backwater, much like Hu Ziyuan standing next to him, insignificant and lowly. At that moment, dong, dong, dong. 3 loud chimes of a bell echoed through the street, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. The results of the 23rd Qingshan High School Martial Arts Scholarship have been announced. The heavily accented voice of Principal Zhang Yu resonated from Qingshan High School. Zhang Gu lifted his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Hu Ziyuan looked at Zhang Gu with envy. He vividly remembered how, just last year, Zhang Gu was an unsophisticated, impoverished young man. Now, not only had Zhang Gu climbed to success, but his son had also awakened his blood energy. The martial arts scholarship was surely in Zhang Qingxi's hands, making Hu Ziyuan marvel at how Zhang Gu had become the ultimate winner in life. Inside a fried noodle shop, Chen Yuhu was moving stools. Although the shop had seen better days, his son had resolved the family's financial troubles. Now, his priority was to save enough money before his son took the college entrance exams. Having children like his was a blessing, and as a father, he needed to work hard to ensure his kids didn't have to worry about the family's burdens. Thinking about how Chen Yan had ventured into the inner areas of Qingshan, Chen Yuhu was proud, but a father's heart could never fully relax. Yu Jiwen, Gao Yuan. The principal's voice continued to echo, sparking gasps and chatter among the pedestrians. Chen Yan. Clatter. The sound of a bowl hitting the ground snapped Chen Yuhu out of his thoughts. He froze momentarily, then dashed out of the shop, staring in the direction of Qingshan High School. Those who recognized him on the street looked at him with astonishment and admiration. These 3 students have achieved outstanding results and successfully defended their positions. They are the top performers of this year at Qingshan High School. As a reward, each will receive 20,000 yuan in cash, along with the freedom to choose additional prizes. The principal's voice echoed across the sunset-drenched street. A smile unconsciously spread across Chen Yu's face. At the other end of the street, Zhang Gu and Hu Ziyuan stood frozen, simultaneously turning their heads to look at Chen Yuhu standing at the fried noodle shop's entrance. The 3 men exchanged a long, silent gaze. At the entrance to the training room, Xia Dong watched Chen Yan throwing punches inside, feeling a mix of surprise and regret. It was rare to see a student so composed and dedicated, and he lamented missing the chance to offer Chen Yan the best support at the right time. Shaking his head, Xia Dong left with a hint of melancholy. Inside the training room, Chen Yan was alone. This facility was originally reserved for top students, but today, Principal Zhang Yu had made an exception, allowing Chen Yan to use it. It was another reminder of the complexities of the adult world. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Yan's punches struck with force, the sound of wind accompanying each blow as sweat flew through the air. He wasn't here merely to use the training equipment, but to find a quiet place for himself. Ever since defeating Zhang Qingxi, many students had approached him, eager to build connections. Even Hu Yuan had come to apologize, his face flushed with embarrassment. But Chen Yan detested such behavior and looked down on it. All he wanted was to focus on his own path forward. Time passed, and Chen Yan was drenched in sweat. The floor of the training room was soaked, a testament to his relentless effort. A person's limits are often easily reached. In the training room, every move Chen Yan made pushed the boundaries of his physical endurance. The tearing sensation in his muscles became increasingly pronounced with each punch, and even the simple acts of standing and keeping his eyes open grew unusually difficult. He was not made of steel, and his body was now sending clear signals of protest. His speed was gradually slowing, but he persisted. Recalling the moment when he had sent the Qingju snake flying with a single punch, he summoned his strength and threw another powerful strike. Swish! As his fist sliced through the air, a faint crimson glow suddenly appeared. It was a sign of breaking through his limits, a precursor to awakening. However, though he had surpassed his limits multiple times, true awakening still seemed far out of reach. At that moment, a girl's voice abruptly broke the silence. What's been going on with you lately? Why are you constantly pushing your limits? I know you're exhausted. I'm exhausted too. Chen Yan warily scanned the empty training room. In the air before him, a faint red light began to coalesce, slowly forming the outline of a blurry figure. Stop training, the figure said, its voice tinged with a pleading tone. I've been preparing for awakening since I was a child. You'll never catch up to me. Maybe you're poor, just tell me your address. I'll send you money, lots of it. You can focus on body refinement instead. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Yan began to piece things together. The path to breaking limits and awakening was a competition among those with shared potential. His recent extreme strike had somehow established a connection with someone else. I'm not giving up, the girl's voice continued, now laced with resignation. But you're still so far behind me. I'm not lying. From the moment you started pushing your limits, my sister has been making me train day and night. Her voice carried a weariness that was impossible to miss. This whole breaking limits awakening thing is draining. And once I awaken, I'll have to compete for the 100 veins against even stronger people. Do you know Chen Min? The son of the Chen clan's undefeated legend, the guy who can shatter mountains in 3 steps. Once I awaken, I'll have to face monsters like him. Hey, say something. Aren't you scared? Aren't you feeling hopeless? Hey! Chen Yan remained silent throughout. This was beyond anything he had ever known, and he dared not speak recklessly, fearing that the girl might use his voice to pinpoint his location. Caution was essential, but the path to awakening was one that left no room for retreat. Luoshan County, Jinwu Division. In the center of the square stood a grand statue of a man holding a longbow, aiming toward the heavens. Behind the towering office building, in the top floor office, Luo Puxin, dressed in casual attire, pushed the door open and walked in. Well, what brings the busy man here? A middle-aged man in a suit and tie looked up from behind the desk, slightly surprised to see him. Oldine, have the slots for the Jinwu class been finalized? Luo Puxin got straight to the point. Yin Yanjun, the head of the Jinwu division in Luoshan County, sighed and handed a file on the desk to Luo Puxin. Shin Yiwei appointed you as the chief advisor for the Jinwu class, not me. Why are you asking me about the slots? Luo Puxin sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Hey, I'm just here to keep the Shu family in check. Guiding the Jinwu class is only a side task. Old Shin is currently locked in a fierce battle with Gong Hengwen over in Yumeng City. If anything goes wrong on your side, it'll be like cutting off one of his arms. Yin Yanjun nodded in agreement but pressed further. So why are you asking about the slots now? I've got my eye on a promising kid from Qingshan Town, Luo Puxin replied, flicking the ash off his cigarette. The foundation is a bit weak, but the character and mind are solid. The selection for Qingshan Town hasn't been finalized yet, Yin Yanjun explained. The 3 county high schools have been decided, but there are still 5 spots left among the 23 township high schools. Results should be out in a few days. He didn't seem particularly moved by Luo Puxin's mention of the promising kid, having seen countless talented young people over the years. Noticing Yin Yanjun's expression, Luo Puxin quickly clarified, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to pull strings for the kid. I get it. Yin Yanjun replied with a knowing smile. Get what? Luo Puxin sighed. Let me put it this way, if this kid doesn't make it into the Jinwu class, you'll what? Yin Yanjun asked playfully. He'll eat. Fair enough. Yin Yanjun gave him a thumbs up. What's the name? I'll jot it down. Chen Yan, Luo Puxin said, watching uneasily as Yin Yanjun wrote the name in his notebook. If Chen Yan really didn't make it, would he have to eat? No way. The kid should make it, right? As he flipped through the file, Luo Puxin suddenly stopped at a name. Shu Xianqing from the Shu family with such great potential. Why isn't he going to Yumeng City? Yin Yanjun sneered. The Shu family's already doing well in Yumeng City. Keeping him here in the county is just a move to dominate the younger generation. The Shu family's influence has grown too strong in recent years, Luo Puxin remarked as he closed the file. It seems like almost every family in the county, big or small, is connected to them in some way. Yin Yanjun quickly added, it's already enough. We just managed to remove that Shu family member from the position of deputy head of the county's Jinwu division. If we push further, there'll be pressure from above. Shiniwei can't help me right now. But Luo Puxin shook his head. Not enough. Not enough? Yeah. Luo Puxin frowned as he looked at the file in his hand, his expression grave. Over the past few months, there have been continuous cases of teenagers disappearing across nearby counties, totaling as many as 200 people. What's most suspicious is that Luoshan County has the fewest disappearances. He thought of Chen Yan's younger sister, Chen Yu, and her car accident, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Yin Yanjun narrowed his eyes, clearly sensing something unusual as well. What do you plan to do? Yin Yanjun asked. Luo Puxin slammed the file heavily onto the table. Start by cleaning up the enrollment slots for the Jinwu class. This file shows at least 20 people who shouldn't have received Jinwu scholarships, most of whom are connected to the Chu family. 20 young people's fair opportunities have been taken away just like that. They're treating the Jinwu Bureau as their private backyard. Yanjun rubbed his temples and sighed. I'm aware of the issues with the Jinwu class slots. But behind these backdoor deals are the influential families of Luoshan County. And don't forget, the Chu family has Gong Hingwen backing them. Behind me is the entire Jinwu Bureau, the entirety of Qinzhou, Luo Puxin said, a cigarette dangling from his lips, revealing a grin of white teeth. Worst case, they'll have old Shen arrange a transfer for me. The scene shifted to the principal's office at Qingshan High School. Chen Yan, Yu Jiwen, and Gao Yuan stood in front of the desk, while a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses Chu Fei Yuan, a second-level officer of the Zhenwu Bureau in Luoshan County sat on a sofa near the door. As a martial artist with a 5 Viscera realm blood energy cultivation, his presence added a heavy atmosphere to the room. Principal Zhang Yu handed 3 red envelopes to the students. First, there's a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Chen Yan accepted the envelope with a calm expression, though he was secretly pleased. In addition, there are 4 rewards to choose from. A 6th Zandyuan beginner blood energy elixir, a 5th Zandyuan beginner weapon, a 7th Zandyuan beginner body refinement martial arts breathing technique course, or the most popular 7th Zandyuan beginner blood energy cultivation technique course. Chu Fei Yuan lazily added. These are internal prices from the Shenwu Bureau. In reality, blood energy cultivation techniques and body refinement breathing techniques require advanced martial artists to nurture origin crystals, making them far more expensive in the market. Yu Jiwen was the first to decide. They'll take the foundational blood energy cultivation technique. They'll choose the blood energy cultivation technique too, Gao Yuan said with a laugh, scratching the back of his head. Principal Zhang Yu nodded slightly. For most students, choosing a blood energy cultivation method was indeed the most common choice. I want the basic horizontal refinement breathing technique, Chen Yan said calmly. The horizontal refinement breathing technique? A trace of approval flickered in Zhang Yu's eyes. It seemed Chen Yan had truly taken her previous advice to heart, choosing to abandon the blood energy path. But remember, after cultivating the horizontal refinement breathing technique, you must find a corresponding external refinement method to fully unleash the advantages of horizontal martial arts. Chu Fei Yuan, Yu Jiwen, and Gao Yuan all looked at him with surprise. The path of horizontal refinement was far more grueling than the path of blood energy. However, upon reflection, it made sense Chen Yan had previously defeated Zhang Qingxi purely with technique and strength. This choice seemed fitting. Perhaps he had realized his lack of talent in blood energy and decided to dedicate himself entirely to horizontal refinement. Chen Yan nodded to confirm his decision. Zhang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Since you've found your path, let's settle on this. Though it will be tough, having a goal is always better than wandering aimlessly. Chu Fei Yuan stood up from the sofa and retrieved 2 metal boxes from a nearby suitcase. The larger one was about the size of a baseball. This is the origin crystal for the Qi Gang body forging manual. He then picked up the smaller one. And this is the origin crystal for the blood energy cultivation technique. You have 3 days, with a total of 12 hours, to allocate your study time as you see fit. Chen Yan stared at the 2 metal boxes, his eyes glowing with anticipation. I want to start right now. I'll start now too, Gao Yuan said with a hearty smile. I'll come back tomorrow, Yu Jiwen said leisurely. Chu Fei Yuan nodded and looked at Zhang Yu. I'll make the arrangements, Zhang Yu said. In an empty classroom on the top floor of the teaching building, Zhang Yu handed the metal box to Chen Yan. The timer will start as soon as I leave. Remember, if you can't absorb it for now, stop and come back tomorrow. He drew all the curtains and turned on the lights. Got it. Absorb it well. Zhang Yu patted Chen Yan on the shoulder. Your homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, has always had high expectations for you. I didn't understand why before, but now I finally see it. In the empty classroom, Chen Yan sat at his desk, carefully opening the metallic box in his hands. In an instant, beams of crimson light shot out like blazing flames, piercing his eyes. A small, blood-red cube appeared before him, crystal clear and radiant, emitting a vivid and searing glow. As it touched his palm, a wave of warmth spread through his hand. The intense red light stung his eyes, and Chen Yan felt a sharp ache rise in his mind, making it hard to keep his eyes open. Within his sacred break realm, orange, gold, and green lights intertwined and flowed toward the sacred break tree. Among them, the golden light, representing skill energy, was the most intense, followed by the green light, symbolizing physical energy. Unfortunately, the sacred break realm had not yet leveled up and was unable to absorb physical energy, causing the green light to be blocked by an invisible barrier 3 feet away from the sacred break tree. Only the orange and golden energies were able to flow into the tree's roots. He checked the state of his sacred break realm. Level 2, 315 sacred break fruits, strength 44100, vitality 35100, Skill 15100. On the sacred break tree, 3 jewel-like fruits hung between the branches, each glowing in orange, red, and gold. Soon, the orange strength fruit began to swell and grow, while the outline of the skill fruit gradually became more defined. Suppressing the nervous pounding of his heart, Chen Yan focused on the origin crystal in his hand. Through the streaks of crimson light, he saw a peculiar figure, faceless and featureless, gradually becoming transparent, revealing the blood vessels, meridians, bones, and internal organs within. The figure began to breathe rhythmically, each breath causing the lungs to expand and contract, with the blood in the vessels surging at varying speeds and faint crimson light flickering through the meridians. This is the breathing technique. Chen Yan's thoughts raced. Controlling the body's instincts through breathing, regulating the flow of energy, and enhancing physical strength. This must be the scarlet forging body cannon. He started imitating the breathing pattern of the figure within the crystal. At first, he felt nothing, but soon a searing pain began to spread through his lungs and every fiber of his body. Was this pain a sign that he was on the right track, or had he strayed from the correct path? Despite his uncertainty, Chen Yan gritted his teeth and continued absorbing the essence of the crystal. If he gave up because of the pain, he would never grow stronger. Meanwhile, in the adjacent classroom, Gao Yuan stepped out with a puzzled expression, handing the metal box back to Principal Zhang Yu, who was seated in the hallway. 1 hour and 3 minutes, Zhang Yu remarked, glancing at the clock. Principal, to be precise, it was 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 43 seconds. Gao Yuan hurriedly corrected. I'll round it to an hour for you. After all, Xu Feiyun from the Martial Division isn't here. Zhang Yu said with a wink, placing the metal box into the case beside her. This box can only be opened once. After that, you'll have to wait for Xu Feiyun to open it himself. Thank you, Principal, Gao Yuan replied, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Didn't figure it out? Zhang Yu asked. Gao Yuan shook his head in defeat. It feels too difficult. I'm worried about wasting time, so I thought I'd try again tomorrow. All right, bring some good food with you tomorrow, Zhang Yu said in a low voice. Also, go find Yu Jiwen. Her grandfather used to be a martial artist. Although his vitality has faded, he has a wealth of experience. You can jot down any questions you don't understand and ask her for advice. A sly glint flashed in Gao Yuan's eyes as he bowed deeply to Zhang Yu. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell on the nearby classroom. He asked, Principal, is Chen Yan still inside? Zhang Yu nodded lightly. Gao Yuan frowned in thought for a moment, but didn't leave right away. Instead, he brought over a stool and sat quietly outside the classroom to wait. Although Qingshan Town had almost no horizontal body refining practitioners, Qingshan High School did have some books on the subject. Zhang Yu shared a similar thought regarding Chen Yan. Let him explore and comprehend on his own first, noting down areas of confusion, and then provide guidance through the books once he emerged. Why not inform him about the reference books in advance? The reason was simple. If told beforehand, Chen Yan might take the help for granted. But if he experienced the challenges of cultivation firsthand, and then received guidance from the books, he would undoubtedly feel grateful. While Xiaodong trained students secretly for selfish reasons, Zhang Yu's approach was more thoughtful and thorough. As for why Gao Yuan stayed, his reason was simpler. Had only lasted an hour himself before giving up, and now he was curious to see how long Chen Yan could endure. There was always a sense of competitiveness in young people. Time ticked by, and 2 hours passed. Inside the classroom, Chen Yan exhaled deeply. The pain in his body had become more intense, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. Skill 100,100. The progress on this skill, Saint Breaking Fruit, which had reset to 0 by noon, had once again reached completion. Directly comprehending the essence crystal had an extraordinary effect on improving his techniques. Within the saint-breaking realm, it felt as if another version of himself appeared, grabbing the golden fruit with one hand and swallowing it whole. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of insights about the Qi Gang Body Refining Manual flooded his mind, as if he had been studying it for 10 days. His previous understanding became much clearer. Chen Yan suddenly realized that he hadn't taken the wrong path. His breathing technique was indeed altering his tendons, bones, skin, and strength. Even more astonishing was the discovery that the breathing technique itself could optimize his physique. Even without external body refining, his body would naturally grow stronger. His tendons, bones, and skin would also become more powerful. This also explained why, during his comprehension of the Qi Gang Body Refining Manual, green light representing physique and orange light representing strength had appeared. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yan refocused on his cultivation. By the time it was 9 p.m., 5.5 hours had passed. Standing outside the classroom door, Zhang Yu frowned slightly. He raised his hand to knock, but then lowered it again. Gao Yuan, what is Chen Yan's family situation like? Zhang Yu asked, his tone tinged with curiosity. Not very well off. His family lives in the neighboring village in a mud house. I've seen it when passing by, Gao Yuan replied, his expression full of puzzlement. Zhang Yu nodded, his curiosity deepening. Typically, someone encountering the essence crystal for the first time would treasure it immensely and come out immediately to ask for guidance when faced with difficulties. Yet Chen Yan had been inside for 5 hours and still hadn't emerged. This was unusual, considering that horizontal refining breathing techniques were even harder to grasp than standard blood energy techniques. Inside the classroom, Chen Yan took out another skill, saint-breaking fruit infused with insights from the Qi Gang body refining manual, and placed it in his mouth. Nice! Chen Yan silently exclaimed, savoring the day's abundant gains. As night fell, the streets of Qingshan town remained lively. At the end of a row of self-built houses, a particularly luxurious three-story building stood out. Inside one of the rooms on the third floor, the aroma of food filled the air. Director Chu, when it comes to Zhejian mushrooms, no place does them better than Qingshan town, Zhang Gu said as he placed a piece of Zhejian mushroom coated in a glistening sauce into Chu Feiyuan's bowl. Chu Feiyuan smiled faintly. You've opened martial arts schools and restaurants in the county. Why send your son to study in this remote backwater? I'm sentimental, Zhang Gu replied with a cheerful grin. He then picked up a black plastic bag from beside his chair. Since you're fond of Zhejian mushrooms, I brought some extra from the kitchen for you to take home and enjoy. Chu Feiyuan frowned slightly. He thought to himself that Zhejian mushrooms were surely available in the county, but he still took the bag. Feeling its substantial weight, he opened it slightly, only to find it filled with town martial coinsan, amount roughly estimated to be close to 1,000,000. This about the town martial class? Chu Feiyuan placed the bag by his feet. Yes, Zhang Gu replied, his eyes narrowing in an ingratiating manner. Consider it done, Chu Feiyuan nodded in agreement, surprising Zhang Gu with how smoothly things were progressing. But, my son didn't win the town martial scholarship, Zhang Gu cautiously added. Chu Feiyuan picked up a piece of beast meat with his chopsticks and glanced at Zhang Gu. In Luoshan County, what's your surname again? Of course, it's Chu, Zhang Gu quickly responded, inwardly marveling at the Chu family's immense influence. Not only did they have deep roots in Luoshan County, but through Gong Hengwen's connections, they were also renowned across Yimeng City. And now, with the rise of Chu Xiansheng, their power was at its zenith. Chu Feiyuan squinted at Zhang Gu. I looked into you. Before last year, you were just an ordinary villager, yet you suddenly rose to prominence. Seeing Zhang Ge's nervous expression, he added with a smile, relax, I'm just curious about you. Among the 143 students in the town martial class, plenty have gotten in through connections. One more doesn't make a difference. Zhang Gu forced a smile and nodded before stepping out to retrieve another black plastic bag. More Zhejian mushrooms? Chu Feiyuan was momentarily taken aback. Since you like them so much, Zhang Gu said with a grin as he opened the bag. Chu Feiyuan's pupils contracted. Lowering his voice, he asked, are you trying to have your son apprentice under me? No. Zhang Gu leaned in and whispered, I just want to ask if you could tamper with the origin crystal of Chen Yan's horizontal refinement breathing technique. Chu Feiyuan narrowed his eyes. Not only do you want to swap your son's spot with Chen Yan's, but you also want to ruin him? Does this Chen Yan have any backing? Someone from the martial division? Chu Feiyuan asked. No. He's just a poor kid. Zhang Gu quickly explained. Then why? Chu Feiyuan frowned, clearly skeptical of Zhang Ge's motives. I'm someone who holds grudges, Zhang Gu said with a sly smile. His father used to bully me. Principal, I can't take it anymore. Chen Yan is truly insane. The night had deepened, and the clock's hands pointed to 10. Gao Yuan stood drowsily outside the classroom, his gaze piercing through the glass to observe Chen Yan inside. If it weren't for Chen Yan responding when the principal checked on him earlier, Gao Yuan would have thought the guy had already passed out in there. Principal Zhang Yu watched Gao Yuan's retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. Chen Yan seemed determined to use the entire 12 hours in one go. The books Zhang Yu had prepared were probably of no use now. Normally, the first experience with the horizontal breathing technique should be excruciatingly painful and hard to grasp. Yet Chen Yan's performance was puzzling. Could it be that he hadn't grasped the core of the origin crystal at all and was simply wasting time? Chen Yan, if you can't hold on, don't push yourself too hard. The 12 hours are fixed, Zhang Yu reminded him. No problem, principal, I can handle it, came Chen Yan's firm reply from inside the classroom. Just then, Wang Yang arrived carrying 4 portions of rice. After assessing the situation earlier, he had informed Chen Yuhu not to wait and had also bought some food. Wang Yang, you're just in time, Zhang Yu said with a smile as she took one of the meal boxes. The martial storage division is nowhere to be found. They were supposed to oversee the timing. Let's chat for a bit. Wang Yang shook his head and replied, they're martial artists more than that, not your average ones. The rules ordinary people follow mean nothing to them. Inside the classroom, Chen Yan removed his blood-soaked shirt. His entire body was drenched in a mixture of blood and sweat. Every twitch of his mouth brought a wave of searing pain. Who would have thought practicing a breathing technique could look like this? Following the guidance of the origin crystal's rhythm felt like every breath tugged at his flesh, bones, and even skin, which writhed and struggled as his pores fought to keep up. The pain was excruciating, but the exhilaration was even greater. He could feel himself getting stronger, his bones growing sturdier, his muscles tougher and more resilient. Despite the agony, exhaustion, and suffocating sensation, what did it matter? Compared to being humiliated over a mere 1,000 yuan, compared to helplessly watching as he and his sister were involved in a car accident, this suffering was insignificant. He refocused on comprehending the origin crystal of the Crimson Armor Body Forging Manual, while simultaneously monitoring the changes in the Breaking Saint realm. The Breaking Saint tree displayed, Level 2, 515, Breaking Saint fruits, Strength 9 5100, Vitality 36100, Skill 55100. The condensation of the skill Breaking Saint fruit had slowed down but had already surpassed halfway. What thrilled him the most was the imminent completion of the Strength Breaking Saint fruit. Once he consumed it, it would not only enhance his power but also alleviate most of his body's negative conditions. Once he recovered, Chen Yan could indeed endure longer. Time slipped quietly through the stillness of the night, until the early hours of the morning. Principal Zhang Yu stood outside the classroom, pressing her dry lips together as she glanced at the closed door, letting out a faint, bitter smile. This Chen Yan, such reckless behavior. Wang Yang set down the newspaper he was reading, his expression relaxed. Principal, why not take a rest? No way. Zhang Yu shook her head decisively. This is an order from a second-tier martial officer who dares to disobey? Suddenly, a loud woo sound came from inside the classroom. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Chen Yan, is he coming out? No, Principal, I want to continue. Chen Yan's voice came through the door. At that moment, he had just consumed a Li Zi Pasheng fruit, and the aches in his body had completely vanished, leaving him refreshed and full of energy. Feeling the powerful force surging within him, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The night grew deeper, and time crept to 3:30 a.m. Wang Yang, Zhang Yu called out. Do you need something, Principal? I'm going to get some rest. Keep an eye on things. Zhang Yu handed the keys to Wang Yang. Chen Yan went in at 4:30 in the afternoon. Make sure to call him out by 4:30 in the morning. With that, she picked up her bag and went into the adjacent classroom to rest. At 4:30 a.m., the coldest and darkest hour of the day arrived. Teacher, is it time yet? Chen Yan asked. Half an hour earlier, he had consumed a GZP Sheng fruit infused with breathing technique skills, reaching a new level of understanding in the Qi-Gang Body Refining Manual. Wang Yang stood up, listening to the snores coming from the next room. He lowered his voice. Can you still hold on? I can, Teacher Wang. Chen Yan. A flicker of something unusual passed through Wang Yang's eyes. Move to the door to continue your training. If I cough, hand me the origin crystal. He added in a hushed tone. You come from humble beginnings and are an honest person, but some opportunities must be seized. This might not sit well with you, but those in power don't care about fairness. If you want to rise against the odds, you have to treasure every opportunity. Chen Yan's mind churned with thoughts. It was indeed risky, but the potential benefits were undeniable. Wang Yang was genuinely trying to help him. Rejecting him might mean wasting his goodwill. Teacher, could you help me prepare a new set of clothes? Chen Yan asked softly. By the time the first light of dawn broke, awakening Qing Mountain Town, it was already 7:30 a.m. With a dry cough, Wang Yang quickly retrieved the origin crystal through the crack in the door and placed it in a box. At that moment, Zhang Yu rushed out of the adjacent classroom. It's 7:30. Is Chen Yan gone? He's gone. Wang Yang sat on a bench in the hallway, the box containing the origin crystal resting on the table beside him. Why didn't you wake me up? Zhang Yu asked, staring at the tightly closed classroom door across from her. Zhang Yu accepted the metal box with a hint of complaint, her tone laced with resignation. You're the leader, so I have to take the risk, Wang Yang said with a smile. It's partly my fault. A trace of regret flickered in Zhang Yu's eyes. She picked up the box, ready to leave, but paused to ask, by the way, how much time did Chen Yan use? Wang Yang gave Zhang Yu a subtle look and, after a moment of hesitation, replied, that kid used it all at once. All right, Zhang Yu nodded. After all, this task was given by a second-tier martial artist. We can't afford to be careless. With that, Zhang Yu headed to the office while Wang Yang made his way to Class 3. Around 8 p.m., Chen Yan, who had been hiding in the classroom, heard the door open. A set of clothes was pushed through the crack of the door. You can head home now. You have 3 days to rest, but you must return to school on the 4th day. Wang Yang's voice came from outside. The principal said that the winner of the town martial arts scholarship can attend the martial arts class in the county. I'll let you know in a few days. When Chen Yan changed into the clothes and stepped out of the classroom, Wang Yang was already gone, disappearing down the far end of the hallway. Feeling both grateful and conflicted, Chen Yan glanced at the empty corridor before avoiding his classmates and hurrying home. Whoosh! On the rural path, Chen Yan exhaled a puff of white mist and muttered to himself, have I already reached the entry level? After his insight from the origin crystal and his understanding of the breathing technique, he was certain had indeed entered the first stage. It had only taken him one day. The next morning, at around 10 a.m., Chu Feiyuan yawned as he walked into the principal's office. Yu Jiwen and Gao Yuan were already seated on the sofa. You're all here so early? Chu Feiyuan asked, a bit surprised. Yes, we've been waiting for you, Principal Zhang Yu said with a flattering smile. Chu Feiyuan glanced around and casually asked, isn't there one more person? At his words, Gao Yuan and Yu Jiwen exchanged strange looks. They had just heard upon arriving at the office that Chen Yan had used up the entire 12 hours of the origin crystal in one go. Gao Yuan was still in shock, while Yu Jiwen frowned and muttered, what a waste. Chen Yan, Zhang Yu explained with a smile, already finished all 12 hours last night? Used it all up? Chu Feiyuan froze for a moment. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly. That kid insisted on using it all at once for some reason. Chu Feiyuan walked to the window, frowning. Being able to endure 12 hours on the first attempt, even Chu Xianshang couldn't do that. How could that kid compare to Chu Xianshang? He's just stubborn. I tried to talk him out of it several times, Zhang Yu said with a laugh. Chu Feiyuan nodded and sighed lightly. How could such a remote place produce someone comparable to Chu Xianshang? If everyone were on par with Chu Xianshang, wouldn't that make his achievements meaningless? As for what Zhang Guo mentioned last night, it seemed unlikely to happen now. He couldn't outright take action against Chen Yan. Damaging someone's potential through the origin crystal without leaving a trace was one thing, but taking direct action would only create unnecessary enemies. Let Zhang Guo deal with his own frustration. If Zhang Guo hadn't insisted on bringing 2 women last night, Chu Feiyuan wouldn't have been delayed this long. As for the money, there was no way head return if Zhang Guo wasn't important enough to make Chu Feiyuan give back what was already in his hands. Back at home, Chen Yan stared at the data panel of the Peoshang realm, calculating silently in his mind. Originally, he only had 12 hours to comprehend the origin crystal, but thanks to Wang Yang's help, he gained an additional 3 hours. It was precisely this extra time that allowed him, after consuming 3 skill passion fruits, to acquire another half-grown skill passion fruit and a strength passion fruit, adding the one he earned yesterday after defeating Zhang Qingxi. This meant he had consumed 4 skill passion fruits in just 24 hours. The room was filled with a stifling heat, accompanied by the incessant chirping of cicadas outside. Chen Yan sat cross-legged, wearing only a pair of shorts. With each breath, his upper body muscles rose and fell rhythmically. His muscles alternated between bulging and contracting, while veins snaked across his skin like dragons, appearing and disappearing as his body seemed to undergo subtle expansions and contractions. Huff, ha, huff, ha. As Chen Yan's breathing grew heavier, the dust in the room began to rise slowly, swirling in the beams of light streaming through the window. Chen Yuhu, hearing the unusual breathing sounds, pushed open the door. Seeing the state his son was in, he quietly stepped back out, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Though he couldn't fully understand what was happening, he knew his son was growing stronger. Holding the 20,000 yuan prize Chen Yan had given him, he pondered for a moment before leaving the house. Inside the Poshang realm, 3 colors of light intertwined and flowed. The orange light representing strength was the faintest, the golden light representing skill was slightly stronger, while the green light representing constitution was the most abundant though, unfortunately, it couldn't yet be absorbed. Chen Yan sighed softly. It seemed that upgrading the Pishang tree was indeed the highest priority. While the energy from comprehending memories couldn't compare to the origin crystal, his growing understanding of the Qi Gang body forging manual was accelerating his strength improvement. In 3 days, school would start again. Chen Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he calculated how many more Pishang fruits he could harvest in the coming days. Just as he continued his training, his heightened senses picked up on something unusual. Someone was approaching his house. The faint sound of footsteps might have been barely audible to him yesterday, but now he could discern them with clarity. Chen Yan stepped into the courtyard and saw Hu Ziyuan tiptoeing across. In his hand was an exquisite gift box. The moment Hu Ziyuan spotted Chen Yan, he immediately put on a warm smile and called out loudly, "Xiao Yan, I'm here." Hu Ziyuan had initially intended to rush over and give Chen Yan a hug, but as soon as he got a good look at Chen Yan's current state, he froze in his tracks. Chen Yan's muscles were bulging, each one swollen and taut from practicing his breathing techniques, exuding an imposing aura. Hu Ziyuan involuntarily swallowed. A trace of fear flashing in his eyes, she vividly remembered that just a few days ago, Chen Yan hadn't looked like this. Now, he resembled a tiger ready to pounce. "Xiao Yan, I heard the Jinwu scholarship evaluation is coming up in a couple of days, so I brought you some supplements to try," Hu Ziyuan said with an awkward laugh, standing still and shaking the gift box in his hand slightly to reveal the label on the side. Jinhua Nourishing Essence, retail price 3,000 yuan. Chen Yan watched the scene unfold, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Hu Ziyuan's behavior was clearly an act pretending not to know that the Zhenwu scholarship recipients had already been selected, trying to make it seem like he was here purely to deliver a thoughtful gift. The Zhenwu scholarship recipients have already been chosen, Chen Yan said calmly. Really? Hu Ziyuan exclaimed with an exaggerated look of surprise. Then I am too late. But since I'm already here, he extended the gift box forward. Since you're here, you can leave now, Chen Yan interrupted bluntly. Hu Ziyuan froze in place, forcing a bitter smile. Xiaoyan, I admit that I may have been too harsh on you in the past, but let's not forget that when I was critically ill, I did borrow 1,000 yuan from your family. Of course, I remember, Chen Yan replied with a nod, turning to head back into the house. If Hu Yuan ever finds himself critically ill, they'll be sure to lend you money again. He suddenly turned back, his gaze sharp as a blade. They'll lend you 2,000. Hu Ziyuan's face turned ashen as he walked out of the courtyard. Behind him, the gate slammed shut with a heavy thud. Looking down at the expensive gift in his hands, he considered smashing it to the ground but couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead, he muttered bitterly, "What's he so smug about?" Before leaving. Back in his room, Chen Yan took a deep breath and murmured softly, "A drop of kindness must be repaid 100-fold." The kindness shown to him by Wang Yang and Luo Puxin was etched in his heart. He was determined to repay every person who had ever helped him. But Hu Ziyuan was not among them. This man had tried to trample on his and his father's dignity with a mere 1,000 yuan. In this world, anyone else might think his dignity was worth less than 1,000 yuan, but not Chen Yan. If even he didn't value his own dignity, then everything he fought for would be meaningless. Training. Chen Yan sat on his bed, his eyes resolute. 3 days was more than enough time to make himself stronger. Luoshan County, Zhangni Township. In a secluded courtyard, a shirtless young man was deeply engrossed in practicing martial arts. His feet were slightly apart, his stance as steady as a boulder. Suddenly, he leapt into the air with a swift motion, his arms extending and swinging as the wind from his punches whistled through the air. A soft chuckle echoed from the courtyard wall. Luo Puxin, dressed in casual attire, stood with his arms crossed, a look of approval in his eyes. Respected Luo. The young man immediately stopped his movements and bowed respectfully. Luo Puxin approached him and said, "Zhang Mont Song, although your foundation is weak and you've yet to awaken your vital energy, I see great potential in you from the progress you've made during this training period." As he spoke, he began meticulously correcting the young man's techniques. Zhang Monsong wiped the sweat from his forehead, while earnestly following the guidance. However, deep in his eyes, a fleeting trace of guilt and fear surfaced. This martial training program, meant to recruit all students who earned the scholarship, had secretly excluded over 20 names due to interference from the Chu family. If Luo Puxin were to report this, it might not severely harm the Chu family, but would certainly create trouble for Chu Lan, the assistant instructor of the program and the head of the resource department of Luoshan County's Martial Bureau. To the Chu family, Luo Puxin, the newly appointed lead instructor, was nothing more than a powerless figurehead. Little did they know that Luo Puxin's true purpose was to deal with them. On the day the training program officially begins, Bai Yue, the deputy minister of the military department from Yiming City's Martial Bureau, will be present, Luo Puxin said while continuing his guidance. That will be your chance. Challenge the program under the claim of unfairness, and the issue will inevitably escalate. While this will put you at odds with the Chu family, it will also gain you recognition from me and others within the Martial Bureau. Among the 20 individuals whose spots were revoked, your strength is the greatest, and you have the highest chance of awakening your vital energy. He gave Zhang Monsong a firm pat on the shoulder. You've got a few days left. Strive to awaken your vital energy. I can sense that you are very close. I will not let you down, respected Luo. Zhang Monsong solemnly bowed once more. Luo Puxin nodded in satisfaction. Good. With that, he turned and left. Once Luo Puxin was gone, Zhang Monsong collapsed onto the ground, his face contorted with pain. Just then, the courtyard gate creaked open, and a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in refined attire stepped inside. Respected Chu. Zhang Monsong quickly rose to his feet and bowed. Luo Puxin just left? Chu Lan asked sharply, his eyes piercing. Yes, he just left, Zhang Monsong replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. Chu Lan narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. Heh, you've done well. If it weren't for your timely reports, I might have actually fallen into Luo Puxin's trap. Regarding Luo Puxin's background, the Chu family had conducted a private investigation but only managed to uncover that he was a soldier from the front lines. Because of this, they initially did not view him with much suspicion. After Chu Lan altered the quota for the Zhenwu class, they even sent someone to deliver 3 million yuan, which Luo Puxin accepted without hesitation. However, accepting the money was merely a facade. Luo Puxin had been secretly planning something significant. If not for Zhang Monsong's timely disclosure, the Chu family might have been caught entirely off guard. Reflecting on this, Chu Lan looked at Zhang Montong with approval in his eyes. You've done well. Although you won't be entering the Jinwu class this time, my family will arrange for you to study at Yiming City's second high school. You won't be treated unfairly. Zhang Montong nodded slightly, the struggle in his eyes gradually replaced by resolve. His guilt toward Luo Puxin also dissipated. When he was first stripped of his spot in the Jinwu class, his heart was naturally filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. In Luoshan County, the Chu family was an unshakable powerhouse. Luo Puxin's arrival gave him hope, promising fairness. But when Luo Puxin asked him to challenge the Chu family publicly and humiliate them, Zhang Montong hesitated. Even if he could achieve so-called fairness, he couldn't afford the consequences of making enemies with the Chu family. As for Luo Puxin's claims of internal support from the Jinwu department, Zhang Montong had no way of verifying their authenticity. What he did know was that in this region, the Chu family was the de facto emperor. At the village entrance, Luo Puxin got into a black sedan. The driver, while turning the steering wheel, handed him a document. Instructor Luo, the Jinwu scholarship evaluations for all 23 townships have been completed. Qingshan town is done as well. Luo Puxin glanced at the document, his eyes flickering. Looks like I won't need to eat anymore. Eat what? The driver asked curiously. The minced meat noodles at the restaurant below the Jinwu department building are pretty good. Luo Puxin replied with a smile, but his expression quickly turned serious. Among the names listed for the 3 Jinwu class spots at Qingshan High School, Chen Yan's name was missing. Instructor Luo, when I picked you up earlier, I ran into Chu Lan, the minister of the Chu family. He wants to have dinner with you tonight. All right, then bring some good wine along, Luo Puxin said, gazing out the car window. His mind wandered to the first time he met Chen Yan. He had privately met with all the students whose spots had been replaced, and Zhang Montong was undoubtedly the most outstanding among them. The Jinwu scholarship evaluation at Zhang Mankang School had concluded 5 days prior, giving Luo Puxin ample time to train him in private. In just 5 days of intensive training, with Luo Puxin's expertise, doubling a high school student's strength was not difficult. Although Chen Yan had faced a similar situation, his abilities were indeed weaker than Zhang Mankang's, and it was already too late. One Zhang Montong was enough. Luo Puxin's goal was straightforward. On the first day of the Jinwu class, he wanted Zhang Montong to decisively defeat the person who had taken his spot in front of the Yunming City Jinwu Department's military division minister. The greater the disparity in strength, the more shocking it would be, and the easier it would be to incite public outrage. This would increase the likelihood of removing Chu Lan from the Luoshan County Jinwu Department. As for Chen Yan and the other students who had been replaced, they would naturally return to the Jinwu class. It was their rightful place to begin with. Sigh. At the end of the day, it's still a matter of resources, Luo Puxin said with a light sigh. In big cities, even ordinary high school students have awakened their qi and blood, and those pursuing the path of external martial arts have mostly condensed their first extreme tempering mark. But here, if the average student doesn't work hard, they have no chance of awakening qi and blood, let alone achieving the extreme tempering mark. 3 days later, the morning sunlight streamed through the window, painting the room in a warm orange hue. Chen Yan sat cross-legged on a bamboo mat, his upper body bare, sweat gliding down the defined contours of his muscles. At this moment, a pure black circular mark, about the length of a pinky finger, appeared in the center of his chest, radiating an ancient and powerful aura. This is the extreme tempering mark? Chen Yan's eyes lit up as he gazed at the mark on his chest, his heart surging with excitement. In the martial arts system, awakening qi and blood signifies becoming a qi and blood martial artist. The path of external martial arts, however, takes a different route, with the entry-level stage being the 72 marks extreme tempering realm, 12 marks each for skin, tendons, bones, and strength. The mark that had just appeared on Chen Yan's chest was his first extreme tempering mark from cultivating external martial arts, the strength mark. This phenomenon emerged after he consumed the Strength Breakthrough Sacred Fruit. As the techniques of the Qigong body forging manual circulated within him, Chen Yan's breathing gradually steadied, and the black mark on his chest slowly faded away. The Breakthrough Sacred Realm data panel displayed. Level 2, 1115. Sacred Fruits. Strength 3100, Blood 97100, Skill 83100. Over the past 3 days, Chen Yan had consumed 2 more Strength and 2 Skill Breakthrough Sacred Fruits, pushing the progress of the Breakthrough Sacred Tree to the halfway mark. Although the tree still couldn't absorb physical energy, with the continuous cultivation of the Qigong body forging manual and the nutrient-rich meals prepared by Chen Yuhu using Qingju snakes and various types of beast meat, Chen Yan's physique had noticeably improved. What he anticipated most now was the maturation of the blood breakthrough sacred fruit. Even though the effects of his daily medicinal baths were diminishing, the progress of the blood fruit had already reached 97. However, in terms of qi and blood refinement, his physique was still struggling to break through. He could only achieve a trace of qi and blood through extreme exertion, as even the essence of the medicinal baths was being absorbed by the breakthrough sacred tree. Dad, I'm off to school. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yan dashed off toward school. Today was the day he had agreed upon with Wang Yang, and Luo Puxin had mentioned that with the town martial arts bonus, there was a chance to join the county's town martial arts class. Chen Yuhu waved goodbye with a smile. The store had already been transferred to Zhanggu, so he had some free time these days. Thanks to the income Chen Yin brought in, he no longer had to consider working in the county. Seeing his son's talent in martial arts and the family's financial situation improving, he decided to focus on supporting his children through the college entrance exams. I may be mediocre myself, but at least I have two extraordinarily gifted children, Chen Yuhu thought to himself. The morning atmosphere at the high school was unusually charged. As Chen Yin stepped into the classroom, he immediately became the center of attention. His classmates' gazes were a mix of admiration and Wei's incredible feat of defeating a Qi and blood warrior with sheer physical strength had already become a celebrated tale in the small town. Chen Yin quietly walked to his seat and sat down. Some classmates approached him to strike up a conversation. Although a few still harbored traces of disdain, everyone was keenly aware that Chen Yin had risen to a new level. Hu Yuan lingered at the classroom door, hesitating as his eyes landed on Chen Yin. Lowering his head, he quickly walked to his seat. He recalled his father, Hu Ziyuan, repeatedly urging him that morning to personally hand over the gift in his bag to Chen Yin. However, the memory of being previously ignored by Chen Yin when he tried to apologize left him lacking the courage. He could only sit in regret. Shortly after, Zhang Qingxi entered the classroom. He appeared composed and took his seat without any sign of being affected by his loss to Chen Yin. Yet, the occasional glance he cast at Chen Yin carried a faint trace of mockery. At 8 o'clock sharp, the broadcast system suddenly came to life. Yu Jiwen from Class 1, Gao Yuan from Class 2, and Zhang Qingxi from Class 3, please report to the rear of the teacher's building immediately. The announcement caused a visible stir among the students. Zhang Qingxi stood up, walked to the podium, and smiled as he addressed the class. Classmates, it's been a pleasure spending this semester with you. I'm now heading to the county's martial training class. Farewell for now. Zhanggu, you're going to the county? Hu Yuan was the first to stand and ask. Yes, all those who have awakened their qi and blood will attend. Zhang Qingxi glanced at Chen Yan. We'll be in the same class as Chu Xiansheng. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of exclamations and envious murmurs. Chen Yan frowned deeply and abruptly stood up, leaving the classroom. He was determined to find the principal and demand an explanation. Luo Puxin and Wang Yang had both assured him that winning the martial arts scholarship would grant him entry to the martial training class, so why was he excluded? At the corner of the teaching building, Xu Feiyuan called out to Chen Yan. Heading to see the principal, aren't you? Seeing Chen Yan nod, Xu Feiyuan continued. This is the first time the county is organizing a martial training class, and your school was allocated 3 spots. I wanted to include you, but when the list was submitted to the county, they said you hadn't awakened your qi and blood. Xu Feiyuan patted Chen Yan on the shoulder, his tone laced with helplessness. It's the rule. There's nothing I can do about it. But I figured you must feel it's unfair, so I came to talk to you. Yesterday, I even argued with the county official for half a day. He shook his head slowly, as if troubled by his own powerlessness. Chen Yan's expression shifted slightly, just as he was about to speak. Xu Feiyuan continued, think about it. I, Xu Feiyuan, am at least part of the Chu family. You know the Chu family, right? Chen Yan nodded, fully aware of the Chu family's dominant position in Luoshan County, their influence immense. Ah, Xu Feiyuan let out a bitter laugh. Even that person knows I'm from the Chu family. You know how people respect power, but he doesn't care at all. Rules are rules, and without awakening your blood energy, no matter how strong you are, it doesn't matter. With that, he fixed his gaze on Chen Yan, his tone carrying a hint of threat. If you keep pushing, it'll make things difficult for the Chu family too. I understand. I can still learn at Qingshan Gao, Chen Yan replied softly, though a quiet dissatisfaction brewed within him. That's the spirit. A trace of satisfaction flickered in Xu Feiyuan's eyes. It doesn't matter where you go to learn. It's about the person. With that, he shook his head and descended the stairs, leaving Chen Yan standing alone. After Xu Feiyuan's departure, a faint anger flashed in Chen Yan's eyes as he glanced in the direction where Xu Feiyuan had left, a cold smile forming in his heart. If Xu Feiyuan had said these words to someone else, they might have believed him. But Chen Yan knew the truth, everything was a lie. Luo Puxin, the head instructor of the Xinwu class, had never set a rule that only those who awakened their blood energy could join. Xu Feiyuan had deceived him while subtly bringing up someone powerful, hinting that causing trouble would implicate the Chu family. Though his words lacked outright threats, every sentence exerted pressure. Time passed slowly as Chen Yan took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm within. Just then, the crisp sound of the school bell echoed across the field. A black car drove along the edge of the playground under the watchful eyes of Principal Zhang Yu and Director Xia Tong. Inside the car, Gao Yuan and Yu Jiwen peered out the window. Gao Yuan spotted Chen Yan and waved cheerfully. From the front passenger seat, Chu Fei Yuan followed his gaze. On the school building, Chen Yan stood smiling in response. Yu Jiwen glanced at Chen Yan, her lips tightening slightly before she averted her gaze. She found the situation somewhat laughable. Others might not know, but her grandfather, a martial artist with extensive connections, had long been aware of the Zhenwu class's selection criteria this year. Chen Yan had been stripped of his spot without even realizing it. Truly pitiful. But what did that have to do with her? The Zhenwu class was the greatest opportunity for their generation of students. Missing out meant that the gap between Chen Yan and her would only widen in the future. Chu Feiyuan slid his sunglasses down from his forehead to his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. He seemed pleased with Chen Yan's reaction. Looks like Chen Yan is still sensible, he thought to himself. After all, he was just a boy from the countryside with limited vision and ambition. Gao Yuan, meanwhile, curiously examined the car's interior, touching everything he could. Sitting beside him, Zhang Qingxi frowned slightly and muttered under her breath, "Country bumpkin." "Hey, it's my first time in a car," Gao Yuan said, scratching his head with an awkward smile. At that moment, Wang Yang appeared beside Chen Yan, his gaze also fixed on the departing black car. With a serious expression, he said, "Your spot has been replaced." "Yeah, it's fine, teacher," Chen Yan replied with a smile, though he could sense Wang Yang's concern. "You're not going to fight for it?" Wang Yang asked, his tone filled with care. Chen Yan didn't answer. He simply stood there, quietly gazing at the bronze statue on the playground, his mind filled with countless thoughts. How can you not fight for it? A deep voice rang out, and a sharp glint flashed in Wang Yang's eyes. "They bully you, and now you're going to bully yourself too?" Wang Yang locked eyes with Chen Yan. "Are you truly so weak and easy to push around?" Chen Yan hurriedly explained. "Teacher Wang, it's the Chu family we're talking about. I'm not asking you to go against the entire Chu family." Wang Yang's voice rose slightly. "It's just one spot. Why are you dragging in the whole family? By your logic, if you hit the son of the Jinwu division's chief, does that mean you're ready to take on the entire division, the whole Xia kingdom, and even the entire world?" Wang Yang gripped Chen Yan's arm tightly, his once smirky eyes now shining with the sharpness of a hawk. "If you don't fight for a moment, you'll miss out on a lifetime. Give up an inch, and you'll lose an entire horizon." In the Jinwu class, the teachers are all second-tier martial artists, whether in body refinement or qi and blood cultivation. "You can eat beast meat and exchange your performance for medicinal baths," Wang Yang said, emphasizing each word. "Qi and blood essence crystals, breathing technique essence crystals. If you excel, all of these will be yours. And you're willing to give all that up?" Chen Yan's mouth fell open, his eyes filled with surprise and a dawning realization. "You really want me, someone who can't even awaken their qi and blood, to remain your teacher?" Wang Yang said with a self-deprecating laugh. "I can't even beat you." Wang Yang's words echoed in Chen Yan's mind. After a brief moment of confusion, determination shone in his eyes. "I understand now. I can't back down." A smile finally appeared on Wang Yang's face. If Chen Yan had chosen to stay weak, he would have been deeply disappointed. "So, what do you plan to do?" "I'll challenge them," Chen Yan said in a low voice. "I'll prove to them that I, Chen Yan, am qualified to join the Jinwu class. I'll defeat Zhang Qingxi again." Wang Yang was momentarily stunned before realizing that this kid had likely planned this all along. He chuckled inwardly. "Clever boy, even tricked me. That won't work. Doing so will only make enemies," he quickly said, pulling Chen Yan back. "Then I'll go to the Jinwu division and demand fairness from the higher-ups," Chen Yan said, thinking of Luo Puxin. This was what he truly wanted to do. Challenging them outright was indeed reckless. No one would do such a thing. He couldn't let any opportunity to grow stronger slip away, especially one that rightfully belonged to him. "That won't work either," Wang Yang said, shaking his head. "The Chu family has deep roots in the Shenwu division. If you approach the wrong person, it could spell trouble." Chen Yan frowned at Wang Yang, only to see his teacher wink and smile. "Come on, if they can use backdoor connections, your teacher can take you through one too." Chen Yan never expected that the passionate and righteous teacher Wang from earlier would actually be planning to pull some strings for him. A complex wave of gratitude surged in his heart, though he couldn't shake off a faint sense of unease. Under Wang Yang's guidance, they arrived at the principal's office. Zhang Yu shot them a meaningful glance, but said nothing as she approved the leave request. As they stepped out of the office, they bumped into the head teacher, Xia Tong. Xia Tong's gaze lingered on Chen Yan for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but he ultimately held back. He simply watched Chen Yan's departing figure and gave a slight shake of his head. Back in his office, Xia Tong muttered to himself, "If only he had come to me earlier, his skills would be far stronger by now." With enough ability, no one could have taken the Jinwu class spot from him. His tone carried a mix of regret and resignation. Over the years, he had seen countless talented students, and while he lamented not recognizing Chen Yan's potential sooner, The loss of the Zhenwu class spot had gradually dulled his disappointment. Chen Yan first sent a message to Chen Yuhu, letting him know he wouldn't be coming home, and then boarded a bus to Luoshan County with Wang Yang. The bus was nearly empty. Sitting in the back row, Chen Yan softly thanked Wang Yang. Wang Yang chuckled. Are you wondering why I'm helping you? Seeing Chen Yan remain silent, he continued, there's no special reason. It might sound childish, but nowadays, even middle schoolers are talking about how cold and selfish the world is, claiming that self-interest is the only way to survive. But his voice trailed off, growing quieter. Some people, even in their 30s or 40s, still, he left the rest unsaid, as if realizing it sounded too idealistic. After a bumpy 3-hour ride, they finally arrived in the county. Luoshan County was more bustling than Qingshan Town, with wide streets dotted with puddles of accumulated water. Rows of 3- to 4-story shops, restaurants, and libraries lined the streets, exuding a quaint charm. They stopped in front of a school that was even more impressive than Qingshan High School, Luoshan County Second High School. After a brief exchange with the security guard, Wang Yang led Chen Yan down a tree-lined path toward the office building. At the top floor, outside the vice principal's office, Wang Yang took a deep breath and knocked gently. Come in. A slightly aged voice called out from within. Inside, an elderly man with white hair sat in an office chair. Upon seeing Wang Yang, he furrowed his brows slightly. Wang Yang. His gaze then shifted to Chen Yan. Wang Yang quickly introduced them. Principal Zhuang, this is my student Chen Yan. Chen Yan, this is Principal Zhuang Shihong of Second High. Hello, Principal Zhuang. Chen Yan greeted respectfully. Zhuang Shihong nodded, but looked at Wang Yang with a faintly stern expression. It's been a while since you came to the county, hasn't it? 2 years, Wang Yang replied with a smile. This is about the Zhenwu class, isn't it? Zhuang Shihong immediately saw through their purpose. Yes, Wang Yang admitted. Wang Yang walked into the office with a warm smile, gently placing a box of fresh fruit in the corner. He had just returned from purchasing supplies in the county. Principal Zhuang, the student who received the Zhenwu scholarship, is it? Someone from the Chu family? Zhuang Shihong squinted slightly and gave a faint in response. Heh. Zhuang Shihong let out a bitter laugh. You haven't come to the county in 2 years, and now that you're here, you bring me this problem? Chen Yan noticed a flicker of hesitation in Principal Zhuang's eyes. It was clear he wasn't eager to challenge the Chu family. Wang Yang chuckled softly. That's not what I meant. I heard you're also instructing the Zhenwu class, so I was wondering if we could add an observer spot for a teacher. Zhuang Shihong paused, his gaze shifting to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, step outside for a moment. Principal Zhuang and I have something to discuss, Wang Yang said, winking at him. Chen Yan nodded and exited the office. Standing in the hallway, he felt a twinge of unease. From their exchange, he could sense the tension between Zhuang Shihong and Wang Yang. Regardless of the outcome, though, he knew he would owe Wang Yang for this favor. Suddenly, muffled arguing reached his ears from inside the office. Since cultivating the red steel body technique, Chen Yan's hearing had become exceptionally sharp, could clearly make out their conversation. Chen Yan's about to take her college entrance exams, and instead of checking on her, you're here helping some outsider? Didn't you say you don't do favors? What's this then? I practically wore my mouth out back then, and you, Wang Yang, you're something else. I should have kicked you out back then and kept you away from bothering my daughter. Chen Yan suddenly understood this was a classic father-in-law and son-in-law spat. Moments later, Wang Yang emerged, his face slightly flushed, and motioned for Chen Yan to follow him. Zhuang Shihong, now visibly annoyed, looked at Chen Yan and said coldly, go to room 3 in the basement. There's someone named Zhang Tai there. Beat him, and you're in the Zhenwu class. Chen Yan, give it your all, Wang Yang said, patting him on the shoulder. Zhuang Shihong responded with a dismissive snort. Chen Yan nodded solemnly and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in basement room 3, the dim blue-black walls were adorned with carvings of figures throwing punches. At the center of the room stood a 2-meter-tall black stone tablet. A bald, shirtless boy, drenched in sweat, was practicing a stance. Just then, a tall boy in a blue t-shirt walked into the room. The bald boy immediately tensed and stood upright. Wu, brother Wu. Nothing better to do? Why not visit the school for a bit? Wu Chuhua said with a smile. I thought I'd stop by the tempering room to train, and lucky me, I ran into you. Care for a spar? Zhang Tai's face turned pale. He knew this martial fanatic couldn't resist picking fights with anyone he met. He doesn't stand a chance against him. The other guy is ranked in the top 5 of the entire school. One punch and he'll be down. No chance to fight back, Zhang Tai said as he backed toward another doorway. Wuga, I have something to do. My stomach hurts. I gotta go. Hey, don't go. Wu Chuhua called out anxiously. I haven't fought all afternoon. Tej, you're my brother. I'm feeling restless, come on. But Zhang Tai had already disappeared through the door. Great, another one ran off, Wu Chuhua muttered, standing with his hands behind his back as he scanned the empty classroom. His voice dropped to a murmur. The one stronger than me I can't beat. What a pity, what a pity. As he turned around, he noticed a tall, handsome young man standing at the doorway. The youth, dressed simply, was none other than Chen Yan. Hello, are you Zhang Tai? Chen Yan asked. Huh, why are you looking for Zhang Tai? Principal Zhuang asked me to find Zhang Tai for a fight. A glint flashed in Wu Chuhua's eyes, and a smirk appeared on his face. Then let's go. Seeing Chen Yan remain still, Wu Chuhua rolled up his sleeves. What are you waiting for? Didn't old Zhuang send you here to fight me? Only then did Chen Yan realize that the person before him was Zhang Tai. He stepped into the classroom, his attention drawn to the wall adorned with sculptures of martial artists in various poses. The statues were lifelike, focused, determined, and fierce. Suddenly, his inner realm of the broken sage surged with a brilliant golden light. Skill energy. So much skill energy. Chen Yan's heartbeat quickened as his eyes greedily scanned the surroundings. He realized the golden light emanating from the statues was as potent as comprehending the essence of a source crystal. What shocked him even more was the blank stone tablet at the front of the classroom. With just one glance, his broken sage realm surged from level 83 to 84. Are we fighting here? Chen Yan asked, shifting his gaze to Wu Chuhua. Right here. Even if you're a third-tier martial artist, you won't be able to break these statues or the stone tablet. Chen Yan took a deep breath, activating the crimson steel body technique. His entire being shifted into combat mode. You haven't fought much, have you? Wu Chuhua eyed Chen Yan's stance with a trace of disappointment. Using breathing techniques in battle will increase the activity of your muscles, bones, and skin, but you'll just get more and more exhausted. What then? Not much, Chen Yan replied earnestly. Wu Chuhua sighed lightly. His muscles bulged in an instant, and he launched a punch straight at Chen Yan. One punch and it's over. Bang. The impact sounded like two massive iron blocks colliding as Chen Yan firmly caught Wu Chuhua's fist. So, you're a body refiner too. You have power patterns as well. Wu Chuhua exclaimed with a delighted grin. Chen Yan seized Wu Chuhua's fist and slammed him to the ground repeatedly. But the more they fought, the more exhilarated Wu Chuhua became. Even as he was thrown to the floor, he showed no sign of yielding. Interesting, very interesting. Ha ha ha. Wu Chuhua's feet planted firmly on the ground, his body parallel to the floor. What's your name? Chen Yan. With a sharp upward kick, Chen Yan sent Wu Chuhua hurtling toward the corner of the room. But Wu Chuhua clung to the wall like a spider, veins bulging in his neck as he laughed maniacally. Chen Yan, you better give me your best shot. In the vice principal's office, Wang Yang looked nervously at Zhuang Shihong. Father-in-law, should we go down and take a look? Zhuang Shihong glanced at Wang Yang with a touch of sarcasm. Ha, if only you showed this much concern for Qian as well. Qian is doing great. I went to Yunming City to visit her last month. Wang Yang's eyes lit up with a hint of happiness as he mentioned his daughter. You. Zhuang Shihong sighed lightly. Now you've learned to be tactful, investing in students. But where was this effort in the earlier years? Wang Yang shook his head silently, not bothering to explain that his help for Chen Yan was not about investing. Zhuang Shihong continued. The Jinwu class has a total of 143 spots. The 23 township high schools share 69 of them, while the 3 county high schools get 74. Second high school has been allocated 25 spots, and this Zhang Tai is ranked 26th. His family even came to the school yesterday to make a scene. In the end, we could only let him have half a day of training in the Honglian room. He gave Wang Yang a meaningful look. If the student you're mentoring can't even beat Zhang Tai. He left the sentence unfinished, but Wang Yang understood clearly if Chen Yan couldn't defeat Zhang Tai, he would lose his chance to audit the class. Recalling the scene where Chen Yan had defeated Zhang Qingxi, Wang Yang thought to himself, he should be able to win. Zhuang Shihong lit a cigarette. Even if you're investing in someone, they need to be worth it. I'm giving him this chance because you said he defeated a student with awakened blood energy. By the way, tell me about Qian. You're really lucky to have such an outstanding daughter. I'm planning to have her sign a contract with the Gong family. With her talent, she could get a refinement opportunity this year. No way. Wang Yang immediately objected. At that moment, inside the Honglian room, Chen Yan's body was thrown heavily toward the door, almost colliding with Zhang Tai, who had just arrived. What the? Zhang Tai was about to speak when Wu Chuhua barked sharply. Close the door, shut up. Watch carefully, learn well, and if you say one word, I'll knock you flying. Chen Yan pushed himself off the ground with one hand, his body springing 2 meters into the air as he threw a punch straight at Wu Chuhua. Their fists collided, and Chen Yan was sent staggering backward. Zhang Tai, stunned, silently shut the door and sat down on the floor. This opportunity to train in the Honglian room was hard to come by, and he hadn't expected to witness such an intense showdown right after entering. He couldn't help but feel secretly thrilled. Totally worth it. Wu Chuhua glanced at Zhang Tai, then took off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. On his chest were two distinct patterns, one resembling a coiled dragon, similar to Chen Yan's, and the other resembling tiger stripes, though faint and barely noticeable unless closely observed. See this? Wu Chuhua grinned. I've not only refined my strength pattern, but also condensed 3/10 of my skin pattern. No matter how hard you hit, I really don't feel a thing. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Chuhua's punches struck like a raging storm, each blow carrying a sharp and fierce gust of wind. His technique seamlessly blended raw power with agility, landing punch after punch precisely on Chen Yan's defensive stance. Chen Yan, your moves are useless. Your physique is no match for mine. Do you think just one punch can beat me? Wu Chuhua growled, his eyes gleaming with excitement as his attacks became even more ferocious. Forced to retreat, Chen Yan's gaze ignited with a fiery fighting spirit. He glanced around, and the shadowy sculptures on the walls seemed to come alive in his eyes, glowing with golden light. These martial arts sculptures appeared like an immense treasure trove of knowledge, their golden essence surging into the sacred break tree. Sacred break realm, level 2, progress 1115. Sacred break fruits, strength 3100, vitality 97100, skill 96100. The nearly saturated skill sacred break fruit was rapidly advancing. Come on! Chen Yan roared, his voice echoing through the training chamber. Wu Chuhua momentarily paused, surprised by Chen Yan's reaction, then burst into laughter. Haha, good. Finally, someone who enjoys getting beaten up. I like you already. However, as he noticed Chen Yan standing still, scanning the surroundings, his expression turned into a frown. Chen Yan, raising his fist, he launched a powerful straight punch directly at him. Fight me properly. At the doorway, Zhang Tai watched anxiously, his heart racing. But in the next moment, Chen Yan suddenly counterattacked with an explosive force. His fists collided, generating a visible shockwave. The abrupt surge in Chen Yan's strength left Wu Chuhua momentarily stunned. Chen Yan quickly retreated, a sharp pain shooting through his feet. He activated the Crimson Steel Body technique, exhaling a faint red-tinged mist that was barely perceptible. This was the transformation brought on by consuming the matured skill sacred break fruit moments earlier. A flood of martial knowledge surged into his mind, particularly insights regarding the Crimson Steel Body technique and the wall-mounted sculptures. Gazing at the sculptures, Chen Yan's eyes gleamed with greed. The golden radiance within the sacred break realm grew even brighter as the sacred break fruits accelerated in growth. Letting out a primal roar, he charged at Wu Chuhua once more. You! Wu Chuhua, though startled by Chen Yan's change in aura, soon grinned with excitement and rushed forward to meet him heated. At the front of the training chamber, a faint glow began to appear on the blank stone monument. Half an hour passed, and Zhang Tai, standing in the corner, was utterly dumbfounded. Although Wu Chuhua's strength was clearly superior, Chen Yan's sheer determination was astonishing. He seemed to disregard all pain and exhaustion, his fighting spirit burning as fiercely as ever. Aren't you tired? Wu Chuhua exclaimed in shock. His chest had just taken a solid punch from Chen Yan. While it didn't hurt much, he was thoroughly shaken. From the start of the fight, Chen Yan had been maintaining his breathing technique, something that would push an ordinary person to their limit in just a few minutes. Chen Yan was indeed at his limit, his entire body emitting white mist from the intense heat, but he continued to push himself. His bloodshot eyes were filled with a savage glare, and he charged at Wu Chuhua like a berserk beast. Using the momentum of his body, he swung a ferocious whip punch. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared between Chen Yan's fists. Wu Chuhua, about to kick, froze for a moment upon seeing this anomaly and took the punch heated. The force sent him flying into the wall. Just as he was about to get up, Chen Yan's leg came whistling down at him. Ah! Wu Chuhua let out a roar, dodging with the agility of a leopard. He shouted urgently, Dude! You failed your awakening! He was utterly puzzled. The red glow of blood energy that had flashed between Chen Yan's fists was clearly a sign of nearing a breakthrough, but it had vanished in an instant, an obvious sign of failure. Yet, Chen Yan seemed completely unfazed by this. Boom! Another ferocious whip kick struck. Chen Yan was already at his breaking point, his entire body tense with bulging veins. Sweat evaporated into white mist from his high body temperature, yet his eyes grew colder and sharper. The system panel displayed. Saint Breaking Realm, Level 2. Progress, 1315. Power, 54,100. Blood, 98,100. Skill, 0-100. Under the golden glow, another skill fruit of Saint Breaking matured and was harvested. I said, keep going. Chen Yan roared furiously. He had just consumed a Saint Breaking fruit infused with the martial skill energy of the wall sculpture. Though his physique and strength were inferior to his opponents, he was growing stronger and he possessed an extraordinary willpower. Boom! This kick landed heavily on Wu Chuhua's waist, producing a resounding crack like chains hitting the ground. What the hell? Zhang Tai, standing at the door, was dumbfounded, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. People always called Wu Chuhua a battle maniac, but in his eyes, Chen Yan was the real madman, utterly reckless. Wu Chuhua's eyes were filled with fear. Who wouldn't be terrified of such a relentless opponent? Time ticked by, second by second. I lost. I lost. Wu Chuhua finally collapsed to the ground, shouting in a daze, I actually lost. Chen Yan halted his attacks, standing still. A faint red glow of blood energy flickered around his fists before a wave of excruciating pain washed over him. His entire body felt as though his muscles were being torn apart, and his heart pounded like never before. He dared not sit down, knowing that relaxing now would stop the rhythmic contractions of his muscles, leading to disastrous consequences. Zhang Tai walked in with 2 bottles of water, stunned by the scene. Man, you're incredible, he said, full of genuine admiration. We won. A faint smile appeared on Chen Yan's lips. He hadn't let Wang Yang down. The system showed his saint-breaking progress had reached 1415. Today's gains were significant. Although the absorption of the sculpture's skill energy had slowed toward the end, it had been more than enough. As Chen Yan prepared to leave, Wu Chuhua, still lying on the ground, shouted, Chen Yan, I'll keep coming back to fight you. He struggled to accept defeat in his strongest field but couldn't deny that Chen Yan was fiercer and more determined than him. You're incredible, Chen Yan, Wu Chuhua said with a laugh, covering his eyes. You're strong too, Chen Yan replied. Zhang Tai handed over a bottle of water, his eyes filled with awe. To him, someone who could defeat Wu Chuhua with sheer madness was far more fearsome than someone with just brute strength. At that moment, the wordless stone tablet in front of the horizontal training room lit up with a red glow, which shot into Chen Yan's body. He turned sharply, and a torrent of profound knowledge about the crimson steel body forging manual flooded into his mind. It was like an epiphany. Simultaneously, a golden lake appeared within his saint-breaking realm. Chen Yan felt as if he had been struck by a sudden epiphany from the stone tablet. Leaning over the sink, he supported himself with both hands and splashed cold water on his face. The pale-faced young man in the mirror looked exhausted, his body faintly aching all over. Clearly, pushing himself to the limit twice in a row had taken a heavy toll on him. A flood of knowledge about the Qigong body forging manual surged into his mind, leaving him slightly dizzy. The golden light flickering within the saint-breaking realm carried the essence of countless body forging techniques. While these insights would take time to fully digest, half a day should suffice. By then, his understanding of the Qigong body forging manual would rise to an entirely new level. With excitement bubbling inside him, Chen Yan made his way to the office, only to hear a heated argument from outside the door. It's my business if I want to pull strings. If you won't take care of your daughter, I will. But she can't go to the Gong family, absolutely not. And why not? You've worked your whole life, can't you afford one cleansing for Chen? No way. Get out. After all these years, you're still like this. I'm so disappointed in you. Just as Chen Yan hesitated about whether to enter, Wang Yang angrily flung the door open and immediately noticed Chen Yan standing there, his body covered in bruises. Chen Yan, finished fighting? Did you win? Wang Yang forced a smile as he asked. I won, Chen Yan replied calmly. Good. Wang Yang laughed heartily and turned to Zhuang Shihong. Principal Zhuang, he won. Zhuang Shihong's face remained stern, his anger clearly not yet dissipated. Zhang Tai, ranked 26th in second high, can't even make it into the Jinwu class. You fought him for so long and only barely won in this state? Principal Zhuang, we had an agreement. Wang Yang interrupted anxiously. You listen to what you tell me, but do you ever listen to what I say? Zhuang Shihong shot back sharply. Wang Yang trembled with anger, his grip on Chen Yan's hand shaking. After a brief silence, Chen Yan lowered his head and said softly, Mr. Wang, let it go. In the end, Wang Yang left with Chen Yan. Alone in the office, Zhuang Shihong was still fuming when a middle-aged female teacher with glasses entered to inform him that the Jinwu division needed the original Qigong body forging manual stone tablet for the oath-taking ceremony that evening. Zhuang Shihong waved dismissively. Let them take it. Just make sure it doesn't get scratched or damaged. The original tablet wouldn't get damaged even if it fell from 100 meters high, the teacher said with a laugh as she walked out. Left alone in the office, Zhuang Shihong couldn't help but recall the time he had recommended a better job to Wang Yang, only for him to quit after just one day. Initially, Zhuang Shihong had admired him despite his mediocre talent in martial arts. Wang Yang was diligent and dependable in every other aspect. But over time, he came to see the stubborn, unyielding side of this man. Zhuang Shihong took a deep drag from his cigarette and shook his head slowly, silently wondering if he had been too harsh. Considering that someone who had only been practicing the breathing technique for a few days managed to barely defeat Zhang Tai, that was actually not bad. 2 years ago, he had a falling out with Wang Yang and hadn't spoken to him since. Now that Wang Yang had come to see him today, he should have been colder and then softened a little afterward. However, Wang Yang seemed to genuinely have the teacher's best interests at heart, which was commendable. Zhuang Shihong sighed inwardly, realizing there was no need to let his anger toward Wang Yang affect his decisions. Besides, Chen Yan had every right to join the Xinwu class. Someone else had taken his spot through connections. Once this matter is resolved, I'll call him back. After all, I haven't given the auditing opportunity to anyone else. Zhuang Shihong reflected that Chen Yan wasn't at fault here after all. He had indeed defeated Zhang Tai. Now, he felt a tinge of regret about his earlier attitude and silently blamed Wang Yang. Time passed slowly, and at 6 in the evening, a knock came at the office door. Zhuang Shihong said indifferently, "Come in." Zhang Tai entered with a sullen expression, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. "Another teacher kicked me out of the horizontal training room." Zhuang Shihong was slightly taken aback but responded calmly, "The Xinwu class oath-taking ceremony requires the origin monument, and you've been using it long enough." Zhang Tai wasn't among the top 10 students in his grade and didn't have unrestricted access to the horizontal training room. "No, I calculated it. Someone else took over for about an hour, so I've only used it for 5 hours today," Zhang Tai argued. Zhuang Shihong frowned. "You brat. I told you at the beginning of the semester that sparring in the horizontal training room is just as beneficial as training there alone." Zhang Tai paused, confused. "I didn't spar with anyone. You didn't fight?" Zhuang Zihang's expression changed slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. Chen Yan must have some nerve. Injuring himself deliberately and then lying about defeating Zhang Tai, what a cunning move. A hint of anger flickered in Zhuang Zihang's eyes as he contemplated the situation. Zhang Tai continued, "I was training just fine when Wu Chuhua showed up. Then another person came in after a while, and they sparred in the room for half the day. I didn't dare move, afraid I'd get hurt, let alone train." Zhuang Shihong was stunned, his mind reeling. "Really? Principal, I wouldn't lie to you," Zhang Tai quickly explained. "The horizontal training room has surveillance cameras." This Zhuang Zihang's jaw dropped as a suspicion formed in his mind. "Where's Wu Chuhua?" Wu Chuhua left. He was completely beaten by that guy. "It's the first time I've seen someone tougher than Wu Chuhua," Zhang Tai said, a trace of excitement in his eyes. "What? There's been a mix-up." Chen Yan wasn't sparring with Zhang Tai. He was fighting Wu Chuhua? Zhuang Zihang's heart skipped a beat. He swallowed hard and asked urgently, "What was the person sparring with Wu Chuhua wearing?" "A white t-shirt." Wu Chuhua said his name was Chen Yan. "Pretty impressive. He even condensed force patterns and went toe-to-toe with Wu Chuhua," Zhang Tai replied, giving a thumbs up, clearly impressed by Chen Yan's performance. Zhuang Shihong was dumbfounded. He stood up, then slumped back into his chair, his mind replaying one sentence over and over. Chen Yan had been bedridden for a year and only started practicing the breathing technique a few days ago. Just thinking about it sent a jolt of electricity from his feet to his brain, making his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Force patterns, force patterns, force patterns. He had just recovered, had only been practicing for a few days, and he had already condensed force patterns? And he could fight Wu Chuhua to a standstill? A genius. This was a true genius. Rushing to his desk, Zhuang Shihong picked up the office phone, only to realize that Wang Yang didn't have a mobile phone. "I have to go after him. Even if I have to visit his house in person, I must bring Chen Yan back." Zhuang Shihong's eyes were resolute. "Wang Yang, you are my good son-in-law." With that, he strode out of the office. "Principal Zhuang, I don't have the time," Zhang Tai called out from behind, but Zhuang Shihong's figure had already disappeared into the hallway. "Zhang Tai, come find me tomorrow." Zhuang Shihong's voice echoed from downstairs. The bus slowly made its way toward Qingshan Town. There were only 3 buses per day from Luoshan County to Qingshan Town. After having dinner in the county, Chen Yan and Wang Yang caught the last bus at 6 o'clock. They had initially planned to stay overnight in town, but upon learning that lodging would cost 200 yuan, they decided to head straight home. Chen Yan planned to look for Luopuxin the next day. The bus had only a few passengers. Chen Yan and Wang Yang sat in the back row. Wang Yang looked visibly guilty. "This time, it's the teacher's fault," he said, his tone heavy. He felt deeply conflicted. Chen Yan had proven himself through sheer effort, but Wang Yang had failed, bringing both hope and disappointment. He felt ashamed to face him. "Teacher, if I were strong enough to completely overpower Zhang Tai, none of this would have happened," Chen Yan said calmly. He understood that everything boiled down to one thing: wasn't strong enough yet. While he had made progress, it wasn't nearly enough. He could sense how much Wang Yang had humbled himself to approach Zhuang Shihong for help. Wang Yang glanced at the wounds on Chen Yan's body. Though they were just surface injuries, it was no small feat that Chen Yan had persisted until the end. "It's okay. You'll face many more battles in the future. I'm very proud of you this time. Despite all these injuries, you didn't give up. That shows how hard you've worked. A hard-fought victory isn't something to regret." Chen Yan nodded in agreement, but deep down, he had his own realizations. His opponent was undeniably strong. Although Zhang Tai hadn't fully developed his skin patterns, even 3/10 of its potential had made his physique superior. This reminded Chen Yan that he needed to intensify his physical training. Meanwhile, within the Breaking Saint realm, the vast golden light was being continuously absorbed by the Breaking Saint tree. A brand new golden fruit was rapidly taking shape. The realm's display read, Level 2, 1415, Breaking Saint Fruits, Strength 88100, Blood 99100, Skill 97100. The golden light from the lake was still being consumed, and a new skill, Breaking Saint Fruit, was about to mature, signaling that the realm was on the verge of leveling up. Wang Yang suddenly frowned. Skin patterns? Principal Zhuang told me Zhang Tai was cultivating the qi and blood path, and had only just awakened his qi and blood abilities. No, Chen Yan shook his head and clarified. Zhang Tai follows the toughening path. He has a solid force pattern and a faint skin pattern as well. Force lines and 3 layers of skin lines? Wang Yang muttered to himself, his expression growing darker. He clenched his fists tightly and cursed under his breath. Zhuang Shihong, you've gone too far. Even the top 5 students from second high might not reach this level. It was clear that Zhuang Shihong had deliberately set up obstacles, unwilling to give Chen Yan a chance to attend as an observer. This realization fueled Wang Yang's anger, but soon, a trace of doubt crept into his mind. He turned to Chen Yan, his voice trembling slightly with suppressed emotion. Chen Yan, tell me the truth. In your match against Zhang Tai, did you win or lose? I won, Chen Yan replied calmly. Although it was because he ran out of stamina, even if the fight had continued, I wouldn't have been afraid of him. You. Wang Yang was at a loss for words, as if someone had gripped his throat. Zhang Tai has already refined force lines and 3 layers of skin lines. How on earth did you beat him? Expressionless, Chen Yan said, because I've also refined force lines. Despite his confident words, he didn't feel at ease. Even with force lines, he had only managed to tie with the 26th ranked student at second high. The gap between the top students at Jin High and those at County High was immense. Even Yu Jiwen, the top student at Qingshan High, was no match for Zhang Tai. Chen Yan knew that his goal wasn't just to surpass Yu Jiwen, Gao Yuan, or Zhang Qingxi. Even with the help of the sacred breaking tree, he would have to contend with the entire world. If the 26th ranked student at County High was already this formidable, the strength of the others was unimaginable. The distance between him and his ultimate goal was still vast. He needed to keep pushing his limits. Show me your force lines. Wang Yang demanded sharply, his eyes fixed on Chen Yan. You think I'll just show you because you ask? Chen Yan hesitated for a moment, but eventually rolled up his sleeve and activated the Qi Gang body refining technique. The muscles on his chest tensed, and a jet black pattern resembling a coiled dragon emerged clearly. Wang Yang stood frozen in place, as if rooted to the ground. After a long pause, he suddenly erupted in fury, his roar echoing through the train carriage. Zhuang Shihong, you've gone too far. The few passengers around them cast curious and puzzled glances, but Wang Yang paid them no mind anymore. Chen Yan realized he wasn't as weak as he had thought. On the way back, while listening to Wang Yang's analysis, he gradually pieced together the whole story. Zhang Tai was ranked among the top 5 at second high, and it seemed that Zhuang Shihong had deliberately arranged for a top 10 student to block him from gaining the auditing qualification. This realization lifted a weight off Chen Yan's chest. At least he hadn't let teacher Wang Yang's expectations down. Meanwhile, within the Peishang realm, the golden light from the sudden epiphany continued to nourish the Peishang tree. Under the abundant glow, a golden fruit labeled with the character for skill had fully ripened. Chen Yan's data panel updated accordingly. Peishang realm, level 3, 075. Peishang fruits, strength 88100, vitality 99100, skill 100100, constitution 0100. Noticing the new entry for constitution on the panel, a flicker of joy flashed in Chen Yan's eyes. His phantom form instantly appeared within the Peishang realm, quickly plucking the fruit and consuming it. Reclining in his seat, Chen Yan's eyes glimmered with an unusual light. It was as if the Peishang tree had become an extension of himself. As his body absorbed the ancient knowledge from the stone tablet, the tree simultaneously absorbed the energy of skills. The Peishang fruit allowed him to instantly assimilate these profound techniques. The moment he consumed the skill fruit, the intricate knowledge of the crimson steel body forging technique surged into his mind like a tidal wave, as if it had always been part of his lifetime learning. His lips trembled slightly with excitement, and the doubts that had plagued him in the past were resolved in an instant. As he began practicing the crimson steel body forging technique, Chen Yan discovered that his control over his body had reached an unprecedented level. His skin, bones, and muscles all seemed to breathe rhythmically under the guidance of his consciousness. He finally understood that Wu Chua's comment about easily tiring was simply due to a lack of deep comprehension of the technique. With the breathing method in motion, Chen Yan's senses became extraordinarily sharp. He could feel the flow of air within the train compartment and even hear the heartbeat of Wang Yang sitting beside him. This heightened perception convinced him that if he had mastered this state earlier, the outcome against Wu Chuhua, who had refined 3 layers of skin patterns, might have been very different. Back in the Piyushang realm, the remaining golden light continued to nourish the Piyushang tree. In the distant darkness, as Chen Yan's breathing technique improved, green light representing constitution and orange light representing strength quietly emerged. This time, the Piyushang tree allowed the green light to approach. A previously barren branch suddenly sprang to life, glowing with fresh greenery. Such is the wonder of the breathing technique. Simply breathing is the best form of training. Sitting beside Chen Yan, Wang Yang furrowed his brows in deep thought, completely oblivious to the changes in Chen Yan. Since there's an issue with Principal Zhuang, I'll go to the County Jinwu division tomorrow to ask about it. Chen Yan broke the silence. Wang Yang turned to look at this student who had never lost his fighting spirit, a faint, gratified smile appearing on his lips. Good, we must not give up. Although he said this, Wang Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As someone older and more experienced, he was well aware of the situation at the Jinwu division. The Chu family's influence there was deeply entrenched and intricate. A casual word from some people could become an insurmountable obstacle for others. The only thing that comforted him was that this student of his was undoubtedly a genius, able to master force patterns and push over 1,000 kilograms with ease, a feat far beyond the reach of ordinary people. The bus suddenly jolted violently as a black sedan roared past, nearly grazing its side. Damn it! Why are they driving so fast? The driver cursed. Inside the sedan, 2 men sat in the driver and passenger seats. Step on it. The oath-taking ceremony is about to start, urged the man in the passenger seat. Got it. Too bad Chen Yan isn't coming. Coach Luo wanted us to bring him to the county, the driver replied. Luo Puxin has called all the students from rural high schools who lost their spots, just to make a big statement at the Jinwu class oath-taking ceremony. Missing one person shouldn't matter. He can go tomorrow. Coach Luo made it clear this time. Whoever deserves to be in the Jinwu class will be there. Chen Yan gazed out the window, watching the verdant cornfields sway gently in the breeze under the setting sun. By 9 p.m., the last rays of the sunset, like a veil of crimson silk, draped over the warm streets of Qing Mountain Town. Chen Yan and Wang Yang stopped in front of a 2-story house. You'll stay at my place tonight. I've already spoken to your father this morning, so don't worry, Wang Yang insisted, determined to have Chen Yan stay over and take the earliest bus to the county the next day. As they entered the living room, Chen Yan glanced around. Wang Yang's home was simply furnished but exuded a sense of calm. A certificate on the wall immediately caught his eye. Best student of Yunming City First High School Wang Xinqian. Wang Xinqian, Mr. Wang's daughter? She's studying at Yunming City and is even the top student there. Chen Yan thought to himself in amazement. Outside, the sun had set, and the countryside fields were gradually enveloped in twilight. The silver moon broke through the clouds, casting a cold, serene glow. Chen Yan brought up his data panel. Breaking Saint Realm, Level 3075. Breaking Saint Fruit, Strength, 100100. Blood, 99,100. Skill, 14,100. Physique, 35,100. Through constant practice of the breathing technique, his body had grown stronger, and a strength fruit had finally ripened. After consuming it, Chen Yan stretched his body, feeling a surge of immense power coursing through him. All his fatigue vanished in an instant. At that moment, Wang Yang walked into the living room carrying a large bowl of stir-fried tomatoes with eggs and another bowl of cold noodles. Chen Yan stared in surprise at the unexpectedly generous portions. Wang Yang had firmly refused to let him into the kitchen earlier, and now he realized why. Sit down, Chen Yan. Since you're focusing on physical training now, your appetite must be huge. Eat more. Chen Yan smiled and nodded, no longer refusing. He served himself a bowl of noodles and topped it with steaming hot tomato and egg sauce. Then, he helped himself to another bowl and began to eat heartily, yet with an air of grace. Take your time. It's all yours. You must be tired from training today. Wang Yang trailed off as he noticed Chen Yan's eating posture. Despite his speed, there was a calm and composed manner to it that left Wang Yang quietly impressed. The 2 bowls of noodles were quickly emptied. Chen Yan patted his stomach contentedly and sincerely praised. Delicious. Good, huh? The teacher's cooking skills aren't too bad, right? Ha ha ha. Wang Yang laughed heartily, clearly pleased by the compliment. Just then, a crisp knock on the door interrupted them. Chen Yan got up to answer it and found a well-dressed man in a suit standing outside. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, the man's indifferent gaze swept over Chen Yan. His attire made it clear he was not a local. What are you doing here? Wang Yang stood up, his tone suddenly turning serious. Manager Gong sent me to find you, the suited man said as he casually stepped into the room, his demeanor laced with disdain. Wang Yang's expression darkened instantly. He strode over to Chen Yan and handed him 10 yuan. Chen Yan, go buy a pack of cigarettes for your teacher. Chen Yan nodded silently and left, but his keen hearing allowed him to catch every word of the conversation inside. Wang Yang, this is the divorce application from your wife. Sign it. Heh, I asked her to sign before, and she refused, Wang Yang retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Manager Gong's wife died in a car accident recently. Your wife and Manager Gong are getting married next Monday. Make sure you attend. Standing in the hallway, Chen Yan narrowed his eyes. He hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but his heightened senses made it impossible not to. There's another document here. It's for the custody agreement of your daughter after the divorce. Sign it. From now on, your daughter will have nothing to do with you. Absolutely not. Wang Yang's roar shook the room. The suited man sneered. Wang Yang, don't push your luck. Even if this goes to arbitration, you'll lose. The deputy minister of the legal department is a member of the Gong family. Your daughter is nothing more than lowly in their eyes. You should be grateful Manager Gong is willing to take her in. Qian is my daughter. That wretched woman doesn't deserve to be her mother, and Gong Qing doesn't deserve to be her father. Wang Yang's voice trembled with rage. Wang Yang, do you still not understand your situation? I'll give you 30 seconds to sign. For every second you delay, I'll cut off one of your fingers. You're this ruthless? 29 seconds, the man said coldly, glancing at his watch as if Wang Yang's shock meant nothing. Wang Yang collapsed into a chair, trembling in despair. 15 seconds, 14, 13. The man smirked. Forget it. I don't have time to waste with you. Suddenly, he grabbed Wang Yang's wrist and slammed it onto the table. A dagger gleamed as it slipped from his sleeve. At that critical moment, the sound of shattering glass filled the room. A brick flew in and struck the suited man square in the chest, sending him to the floor with a grunt. Looking up, he saw Chen Yan standing outside the window, his face filled with fury. Chen Yan spat out each word with chilling precision. Scum! Ha ha! The man lying on the ground let out labored breaths, his mouth wide open as he struggled for air. Do you even know who I am? The man clutched his chest, forcing himself to stand, his eyes glaring viciously at Chen Yan, who stood by the window. Chen Yan, run! Wang Yang finally realized that Chen Yan had saved him and shouted urgently. No one can save him. Wang Yang, you scum! The man in the suit roared angrily, raising his hand to slap Wang Yang across the face. Bang! Another brick flew through the air, striking the man's chest with precision. Ah! He cried out in pain. You've got some nerve. So much nerve. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chen Yan was already standing before him. Do I seem bold to you? Chen Yan asked coldly. You. The man gritted his teeth, his gaze dark and sinister. Bang! Chen Yan kicked him hard in the waist, pinning him down with his knee against the man's chest. Smack! A loud slap left the man's face stunned and frozen. Do I seem bold to you? I'm asking you. Chen Yan's voice grew even colder. You dare? Though the man was trained in martial arts, years of neglect had rendered him powerless against Chen Yan's overwhelming strength. Smack! 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 Chen Yan delivered a series of slaps, his voice steady. The only thing I know is that you're weak. Wang Yang quickly grabbed Chen Yan's arm. Chen Yan, leave. He'll handle this. But Chen Yan ignored him, continuing to rain blows on the man, who was still cursing, until he eventually passed out. Teacher, you can't handle this, Chen Yan said darkly. In his eyes, we're not even human. Wang Yang closed his eyes, his voice trembling. But you shouldn't have gotten involved. All I lost was a finger, just one finger. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Secretary Yi, what's going on? Another man in a suit, the driver, entered, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. Without hesitation, he turned and ran off. Moments later, Xian Gongxian, the head of the Qing Mountain Town Marshal Office, arrived with a group of officers in tow. They stood frozen in shock as they surveyed the scene inside. Meanwhile, the sports field at Luoshan County No. 1 High School was brightly lit. The 143 students of the town's martial training class stood in neat formation, with 3 senior principals and figures like Chu Feiyuan standing to the side. At the very front, 4 individuals stood tall. Yin Yanjun, the director of Luoshan County Town Martial Office, Luo Puxin, the chief instructor of the martial class, and deputy instructor Chu Lan. Yet all of them instinctively stood behind the central figure among them. Standing at the very center was a man with white hair, yet his appearance suggested he was only in his 30s or 40s. He wore the black uniform of the Shenwu Division, exuding an aura of authority and reverence. This was none other than Bai Yue, the minister of the military department of Yumeng City's Shenwu Division. Behind Bai Yue and his group stood 3 stone monuments covered with white cloth. These were the origin monuments transported from 3 local high schools. In the Jinwu class, students stood in orderly rows. At the very front was a handsome young man in a black t-shirt, Chu Xiansheng, the son of the Chu family. He was the strongest student in Luoshan County this year, and was rumored to rank among the top 30 geniuses in all of Yunmeng City. At the back of the line stood Zhang Qingxi and Gao Yuan, craning their necks to get a better look at him. Other outstanding students from the 3 high schools and 23 towns in Luoshan County also occasionally stole glances at Chu Xiansheng. Only by getting into the Jinwu class can you be in the same class as a genius like him, Zhang Qingxi muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with pride. Not far away, voices of discussion could be heard. Wu Chuhua, what's wrong with you? Your energy feels so unstable. It's nothing. I heard you got beaten today? Who said that? Zhang Tai? How dare he talk behind my back? Zhang Qingxi noticed the speaker was Wu Chuhua, one of the top 5 geniuses from the second high school. He wanted to strike up a conversation, but Wu Chuhua shot him a cold glare. What are you looking at? Get lost. Though Zhang Qingxi was irritated, he held back, mindful of Wu Chuhua's strength. At that moment, a furious shout broke the calm of the sports field. Unfair. A figure rushed onto the field. The allocation of Jinwu class spots is unfair. I, Zhang Montsong, demand justice. All 143 students turned their attention to the unexpected intruder. Bai Yue frowned and looked toward Luo Puxin behind him. What's going on? Luo Puxin's expression darkened as he stepped forward. Your name is Zhang Montsong? Yes. Zhang Montsong replied, nervous but resolute. I am the recipient of the Jiangni Township Jinwu Scholarship. I should have been admitted to the Jinwu class, but my spot was taken by someone else. As these words fell, the crowd erupted into chaos. Many students in the Jinwu class froze, particularly Zhang Qingxi, whose forehead immediately broke out in sweat because he was the one who had taken someone else's spot. Replaced? Luo Puxin exclaimed in shock, then turned to Chu Lan, who had been standing silently beside Bai Yue. Deputy Instructor Chu, you were the one who decided the spots, weren't you? Bai Yue also turned to Chu Lan with a frosty expression. Chu Lan, Luo Puxin just came back from the front lines and is new here. The higher-up specifically entrusted you with managing the admissions for the Jinwu class, and yet you dared to alter the quotas without authorization? Bai Yue's voice echoed through the hall. Chu Lan stepped forward calmly and bowed respectfully to Bai Yue. Yes, but I have valid reasons for doing so. Luo Puxin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chu Lan. This unusual composure made him sense something was amiss according to his plan. After today's events, Chu Lan should have no place left in the Jinwu department. Valid reasons? Bai Yue's voice was cold, his authority naturally apparent. You defied orders from your superiors and call that valid? Yes, Chu Lan replied steadily. Minister Bai, Director Yin, the original purpose of establishing the Jinwu class was to gather the most talented students in the county to excel in the college entrance exams and bring honor to Luoshan County. However, the selection process for the Jinwu scholarships is often unfair. Yin Yanjun, who had remained silent until now, sighed and said, victory in martial arts is determined by skill, which is already quite fair. You shouldn't tamper with the rules set by the higher-ups. The more you change them, the harder it is to explain. You say it's for fairness, but others will just assume you accepted bribes. Every word struck like a needle, directly targeting Chu Lan. Among the Jinwu class students, Chu Feiyuan's face turned ashen, and cold sweat formed on his forehead. He could clearly see that the higher-ups were using the issue of the Jinwu class quotas as an excuse to punish Chu Lan. What confused him even more was that Luo Puxin, who had taken their money, was now targeting Chu Lan. This was clearly a trap. Realizing that he had also altered a few quotas himself, Chu Feiyuan was overcome with panic. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingxi was trembling among the students. Even though it wasn't Chen Yan who exposed the matter, the revelation of this incident still filled him with dread. When Gao Yuan asked him, what's wrong with you? He angrily snapped at him to shut up, only to realize that he had already become the center of attention. Chu Lan, however, remained composed. It was wrong of me to alter the quotas without permission, but if it means allowing true talent to enter the Jinwu class, I am willing to bear the blame. He pointed to Zhang Montsong. Zhang Montsong, have you awakened your qi and blood? No. Can you pursue the path of body refinement? No. Zhang Montsong stammered nervously. But I did defeat Si Yuan Gao, who had awakened his qi and blood. Si Yuan Gao lost to you because his qi and blood were disrupted beforehand, not because you're stronger than him, Chu Lan sighed. According to the rules, you qualify for the Jinwu class, but Si Yuan Gao is the more suitable candidate. This exchange sparked discussions among the students. Bai Yue frowned, while Luo Puxin sensed something unusual. Chu Lan shouldn't be this well informed about the students. He seemed far too prepared. I want to challenge Si Yuan Gao again, Zhang Montsong shouted, his face flushed with anger. Then fight him again, Chu Lan replied softly. Ridiculous. Bai Yue clearly did not want to give Chu Lan a chance to defend himself. I think they should fight again, Luo Puxin interjected, secretly smirking to himself. This played perfectly into his plans. He had secretly observed Zhang Montsong's training and was well aware of his strength. In his opinion, this match would undoubtedly end in Zhang Montsong's overwhelming victory, completely proving how absurd Chu Lan's decision was. Bai Yue frowned as he looked at Luo Puxin and Chu Lan, letting out a soft sigh. Then let's fight again. Among the students of the Zhenwu class, Siyuan Gao, with his tall and slender figure, stepped forward slowly, calmly fixing his gaze on Zhang Mandong. Zhang Qingxi, standing in the crowd, stared intently at Siyuan Gao's back, his emotions churning. He could already foresee the moment when he, the seat stealer, would be expelled from the Zhenwu division. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he dared not look directly at the impending battle. Even the usually honest and simple-minded Gao Yuan had a different expression now, his eyes filled with mockery and pity for Zhang Qingxi. The moment the battle began, the scene shocked everyone. Wow, the audience erupted into a commotion. Zhang Montsong was no match for Siyuan Gao at all. Nearby, Yu Jiwen Zhang Qingxi's companion frowned and murmured, Hearing this, Zhang Qingxi looked up just in time to see Zhang Montsong being sent flying by a punch from Siyuan Gao, landing heavily on the grass. I lost. Zhang Montsong admitted his defeat, trembling. Time seemed to freeze. Bai Yue's face darkened as he looked at Luo Puxin. Minister Bai, after investigation, 21 student slots were altered by Chu Lan without authorization. Bai Yue began to speak but stopped, turning instead to glare coldly at Chu Lan. I will report this matter when I return. Yes. Chu Lan saluted, his expression remaining calm. However, though I erred, I have no regrets. Luo Puxin's face turned livid as he glared furiously at Zhang Montsong, who was still on the ground. Clearly, Zhang Montsong's performance had fallen far short of expectations, filled with panic and mistakes throughout the match. Minister Bai, about those students who were deprived of their Zhenwu class slots. This matter will be addressed later. Bai Yue interrupted Luo Puxin, shaking his head slightly. The oath-taking ceremony continued. Within the Zhenwu class, the replacements quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Qingxi couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Siyuan Gao had won so effortlessly. Beside him, Gao Yuan let out a knowing chuckle. Bai Yue and Yin Yanjun delivered their speeches one after another. Chu Lan unveiled the white cloth covering the 3 origin monuments, drawing gasps of amazement from the students. Just as Bai Yue was introducing the Qigong body forging manual, he suddenly noticed something unusual about one of the origin monuments. Stepping closer for a better look, he turned to Luo Puxin. Investigate who interacted with this monument today. A flash of shock crossed his eyes. The origin monument has been infused with origin energy in such a short time. Who could possess such talent? The oath-taking ceremony concluded hastily, with Bai Yue's urgency evident in his demeanor. The head of the Yuming City Zhenwu division quickly departed with Luo Puxin and his group, leaving behind Zhang Qingxi and the other students who had relied on connections to join the Zhenwu class. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Jiyi's son, what are you afraid of? Chu Feiyuan approached Zhang Qingxi with a confident smile. Trust in the Chu family's influence. If the Zhenwu class wants someone in, they'll get in. Yeah. Zhang Qingxi nodded repeatedly. Reflecting on his earlier worry, he had almost thought his spot would be taken by Chen Yan, that mocking guy. But now, a smug smile spread across his face. In his opinion, someone like Chen Yan, a poor kid, couldn't make much of a ripple. With his own awakened vitality and his family's financial support, it wouldn't take long before Chen Yan could only look up to him. As the other students followed Chu Xinqing out, Zhang Qingxi respectfully bowed to Chu Feiyuan and then quickly caught up. Meanwhile, Bai Yue and Luo Puxin walked side by side, with Yin Yanjun, Chu Lan, and the principal of the second high school trailing at a slight distance behind them. The origin stone has lost a significant amount of its essence, Bai Yue said in a low voice. Luo Puxin was startled. Lost its essence? That's right, just today, Bai Yue replied seriously, looking at Luo Puxin. The origin stone doesn't lose essence without reason. It only happens when it detects that someone has successfully mastered the basics of the Qigong body refining technique and issues a reward. With such a large amount of essence lost, we must figure out which student managed this. This revelation caused Luo Puxin to fall into deep thought, before his eyes lit up with realization. Bai Yue continued, the origin stone can precisely track the time it takes for a practitioner to go from initiation to mastery. The generous reward this time indicates that the person broke the record for the shortest mastery time. Moreover, the origin stone in Luoshan County was originally transferred from Yuming City's first high school. This information struck Luo Puxin like a bolt of lightning, and he immediately grasped the significance of the matter. Today, they might have witnessed the emergence of a genius who set a city-wide record. With this realization, his pace quickened, though to an observer, he seemed to be merely walking. leaving only a blur behind him. Bai Yue shook his head with a smile, but also picked up his pace. Soon, they arrived at the second high school's monitoring room. Bai Yue, Luo Puxin, Yin Yanjun, and Chu Lan gathered around an old computer, while the second high school principal stood nervously at the door. Today's discovery, no matter who it concerns, must remain confidential, Bai Yue said solemnly, looking at everyone present. They all nodded in agreement. Though Chu Lan's gaze flickered, he understood the consequences of crossing Bai Yue. The computer screen flickered with static before settling on an image of the body refining room. A boy in a white t-shirt stood at the entrance, talking with Wu Chuhua. Luo Puxin's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to see Chen Yan here. Earlier today, he had specifically sent people to look for Chen Yan, but they hadn't been able to locate him. Met him before? Bai Yue asked. Yes, Chen Yan is from my hometown. Luo Puxin replied with a smile. He's Chen Yan? Yin Yanjun raised an eyebrow, recalling the bet he had made with Luo Puxin because of him. A flicker of pride flashed in Luo Puxin's eyes. That's right. Unfortunately, although he earned the Jinwu scholarship through his own abilities, someone else from his class replaced him. Xu Lan squinted, feeling a sense of foreboding, but forced himself to stay composed. The one who replaced him is Zhang Qingxi. Like Chun Gao and Zhang Monsong, Zhang Qingxi awakened his vitality while Chen Yan did not. Zhang Qingxi losing to him is understandable for similar reasons. Chen Yan's talent is average, which is why Bai Yue raised his hand to interrupt Xu Lan. Xu Lan immediately fell silent. He was relieved that Zhang Monsong's tip-off had prompted him to investigate all the students. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid any attention to this rural newcomer, Chen Yan. Suddenly, Xu Lan's expression changed. He's fighting Wu Chuhua. Wu Chuhua? He's ranked in the top 5 of number 2 high school. Luo Puxin exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the screen. On it, the slender young man was battling Wu Chuan surprisingly. He had the upper hand, tossing his opponent around like a sandbag. Bai Yue narrowed his eyes, replaying the video repeatedly. Old Bai. Minister Bai, what are you? Shut up. Bai Yue snapped, pointing at the screen. Didn't you notice? As soon as Chen Yan started the fight, he activated the Qi Gang body tempering technique. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Although the surveillance footage had no sound and was not very clear, in the frame Bai Yue had paused. A faint white mist could indeed be seen coming from Chen Yan's mouth. Xu Lan was about to argue that this breathing technique couldn't be sustained for long without proper mastery, but the words caught in his throat. His eyes widened in shock. When did he learn the Qi Gang body tempering technique? After Monday. Today's only Friday. Luo Puxin said urgently. Stop talking nonsense. It's true. Qingshan High School only awarded the Zhenwu scholarship on Monday, and it was after that he saw the source crystal, Yin Yanjun said, his voice steady, though his eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. Bai Yue continued playing the footage. Xu Lan's face turned pale as he tried to defend himself. He's still a beginner. He's not the one who triggered the source monument's reaction. Strength patterns. Luo Puxin exclaimed. He's already cultivated strength patterns. The monitoring room fell silent until the footage showed Chen Yan consuming his first skill breakthrough fruit. When Chen Yan exhaled white mist tinged with red, Luo Puxin cried out, he made a breakthrough during the fight. He's mastered the breathing technique. It's him. Bai Yue confirmed. The screen froze, and Xu Lan's face turned ashen as he staggered slightly. Bai Yue turned to him, his gaze sharp. A talent like this, and he couldn't even get into your county Jinwu class? Is your Luoshan County Jinwu class as rigorous as the Jinwu refinement itself? You've got some nerve. Luo Puxin, Yin Yanjun, go find him. Xu Lan, you stay here. In the solitary iron cell located in the underground level of the county-level Jinwu office, Chen Yan stood before the iron bars, his expression cold and unyielding. Unlike when he and Wang Yang were initially placed in the holding room together, he had now been transferred to a cell specifically designated for detaining prisoners. This facility was used to hold individuals serving sentences ranging from 1 week to a year. Those with longer sentences would be transferred to larger prisons. In the corridor, a young officer glanced at Chen Yan, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. The city just called. You've gotten yourself into serious trouble today. He was going to cut off Teacher Wang's fingers, Chen Yan replied calmly. The young officer fell silent for a moment, his gaze growing more sympathetic. The boss behind that man's actions has the surname Gong. Around here, sometimes even the rules of the Jinwu office don't hold sway, let alone in a place like this. Chen Yan's heart sank. What do you think will happen to me? The officer locked eyes with Chen Yan and spoke in a low voice. Even though that man works for a company merely run by an outer branch of the Gong family, the Gong family's influence is immense. With your current status, you're likely looking at least a year in here. I have a power mark. I'm already a martial artist. Chen Yan removed his shirt, revealing the jet black, coiling pattern on his chest. The young officer gasped in shock. A prodigy in the art of body refinement. Before he could finish, an enraged shout echoed through the corridor. A man wrapped in bandages like a mummy was striding toward them alongside Director Exine Gongxian. You brat, you've got a death wish. Ill grant it, the bandaged man roared, his bloodshot eyes glaring out from the gaps in the wrappings. Secretary Yi, calm down. He's just a kid who doesn't know any better, Director Exine Gongxian said indifferently, casting a cold glance at Chen Yan. Calm down? Are you blind? Look at what he did to me. Secretary Yi turned and shouted furiously at Exine Gongxian, his rage boiling over. You didn't see this? Are you blind? Exine Gongxian's anger simmered beneath the surface. How dare a mere lackey of the Gong family act so brazenly? Suddenly, a red glow erupted around him, and a wave of energy filled the corridor. Secretary Yi, who had been about to continue his tirade, froze at the sight, his expression shifting dramatically. Only then did he recall that the man before him was the director of the Jinwu office. Chen Yan, you've caused a huge mess this time. No one can help you now. Serve your time properly. How long you're in here will depend on your behavior. Exine Gongxian's voice boomed with the resonance of his blood energy, both a reprimand for Chen Yan and a warning to Secretary, yet his was his territory, after all. How long will I be held? Chen Yan asked coldly. He still needed to attend the Jinwu class. If he was delayed too long, everything would fall apart. You think you're getting out? Secretary Yi sneered, his expression twisted into a strange smile. Ha ha ha. If this weren't the Jinwu office, if we were in Yunming City, do you think you'd still be alive right now? His voice was as cold and venomous as a snake's, dripping with menace. A student from some backwater town had dared to beat him into such a state. How could he face anyone tomorrow? What could he possibly say? This thought flashed through Chen Yan's mind. In the past, a blow like this would have been enough to utterly crush him. Chen Yan's gaze swept over Secretary Yi before settling on Exine Gongxian. The indifference in Exine's eyes sent a chill through his heart. Slowly, he sat down on the metal seat inside the cell, allowing the darkness to engulf him. I understand, he said calmly, as if he had already resigned himself to his fate. Memories of the past year flooded his mind. The car accident, his sister's recent misfortune, the unsolved cases investigated by the Jinwu Bureau, and the noodle shop that had been handed over to Zhang Qingxi's father. All of it had Exine Gongxian's fingerprints on it. He no longer expected fairness from the man. You little brat. You Secretary Yi was about to explode in anger, but Exine Gongxian cut him off. Chen Yan, since you've made mistakes, reflect on them properly, Exine said, his eyes narrowing and his voice booming like thunder. If you make another misstep, I will end you. Secretary Ye's pupils contracted. He realized Exine was using Chen Yan to issue a warning to him as well. I understand, Chen Yan replied respectfully from within the darkness. I will cultivate diligently and strive to reach unity as soon as possible, so as not to waste the director's tireless efforts. The group was momentarily stunned. Unity? That was a stage reached only after achieving the pinnacle of 72 refined patterns in horizontal training. What was this kid talking about? Exine Gongxian squinted, clearly interpreting it as a veiled threat. After the others left, the cell plunged into complete darkness. Chen Yan sat motionless, surrounded by the cold, oppressive stone walls. The air was thick with the stench of decay and the weight of solitude. His consciousness shifted to the Breaking Saint realm, where he discovered that the strength and skill Breaking Saint fruits had ripened. The golden light still shimmered, and though the energy imparted by the epiphany had waned, it was enough to regenerate another skill Breaking Saint fruit. Without hesitation, Chen Yan consumed the 2 Breaking Saint fruits, letting the surging power and memories flood through him. Rising to his feet, his expression remained calm. Anger would serve no purpose. He could not afford to be ruled by his emotions. As the Jinwu team grew more distant from him, Chen Yan suddenly burst into laughter. The clear, ringing sound echoed in the darkness. He understood now there was no one to help him. Luo Puxin was merely an acquaintance. His father was powerless. Teacher Wang Yang was too far removed, and his sister was too young. Breaking Saint Tree, can you help me? He whispered in his mind. The blood Breaking Saint fruit was nearing maturity, his only hope to break through his limits and awaken. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Chen Yan delved deeper into his comprehension of the Qi Gang body refining manual. His muscles began to subtly contract and release, his tendons and bones warming as heat spread through them. At last, a faint red mist escaped his mouth. Boom! A faint burst of energy echoed from the space between Chen Yan's fists. With this empty strike, a visible ripple of pale red energy spread outward from his clenched hands. The sound of relentless punches reverberated throughout the iron cell. Each strike was crisp and precise, not deafening, yet distinctly audible. The subtle shockwaves stirred the surrounding air. Chen Yan moved like an unyielding machine, his punches growing faster and more forceful with each strike. Even in a state of utter exhaustion, he refused to stop. The air within the iron cell churned and twisted under the force of his blows. Gradually, a dense red mist began to envelop his body. Sweat drenched his clothes, while his muscles tensed and pulsed with intensity. A searing energy surged through his internal organs, an unstoppable force coursing through his being. The energy of the breaking Saint fruit had been fully absorbed, and with every punch and breath, the intricate martial knowledge in his mind became increasingly clear. Sweat poured from his body, evaporating almost instantly, as the surrounding air grew more chaotic. Amid his extreme fatigue, a sudden burst of red light flared between his fists, coalescing into the hazy silhouette of a young woman. "What's wrong with you these past few days? You've been acting like a maniac. It's terrifying," the girl remarked, her tone laced with frustration as she vented about being pushed into relentless training by her sister, Gong Fanling. Chen Yan ignored her and instead focused on his data panel. Breaking Saint Realm, Level 3. 375. Breaking Saint Fruits. Strength, 15,100. Blood, 100,100. Skill, 9,100. Body, 42,100. Noticing that the blood-breaking Saint Fruit had matured, Chen Yan consumed it without hesitation. In an instant, an energy as fiery as molten lava surged through his entire body. The burning essence of blood energy raged within him, igniting his internal power. "You're about to awaken," the girl in the red glow exclaimed in shock. However, just as the blood energy approached its peak, the fiery sensation began to retreat. The intense heat within his organs rapidly dissipated. "It's useless," the girl remarked, her voice tinged with disappointment. "We're limited by the breaking boundary awakening. Only by surpassing those limits can we truly awaken. No matter how rare or potent the spiritual artifact, it won't work." She paused before adding, "Though, you must be wealthy. Your blood energy is exceptionally pure." "Shut up," Chen Yan snapped, his voice low and sharp, as he watched the crimson glow of his blood energy fade from his body. Desperately, he tried to hold onto the vanishing power, but his efforts were in vain. In the end, only a faint ember of firelight remained in his right fist. "So, even you can't help me," Chen Yin murmured with a bitter smile. The girl opened her mouth to console him, but before she could speak, Chen Yin suddenly threw a punch. "Can you help me?" he demanded. The faint ember within his fist flickered. Ignoring the searing pain that tore through his body, Chen Yin continued to strike. Each punch carried unyielding determination, as if steel clashing against steel, as if a raging dragon roared. In the darkness, the scattered sparks grew brighter and more intense, like the cries of countless souls fighting to survive. "Can you help me?" Chen Yin repeated, his voice trembling with pain and resolve. In front of the town defense office, a heated argument was unfolding. A young officer stood firmly at the door, refusing to let anyone through, leaving Chen Yuhu and Wang Yang, who had rushed over in a hurry, unable to enter. Chen Yuhu's voice was already hoarse, yet he continued to argue vigorously. After learning the news at home, he hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath before rushing here, only to be blocked from seeing his son. Wang Yang stood to the side, his face dark and his hands clenching and unclenching repeatedly, consumed by overwhelming guilt. "Old Chun, I'll find someone tomorrow," Wang Yang said in a low, resolute voice. "I won't let Chen Yin stay in that cell any longer." He had already made up his mind no matter what it took. Even if he had to kneel before Zhuang Shihong or disregard the divorce papers he'd already signed, he would do whatever it took for Chen Yin. Chen Yuhu glanced at Wang Yang, hesitating to speak, but in the end, he only nodded. "Chen Yin was trying to save me. It's all my fault," Wang Yang said with a bitter smile. "Rubbish." Chen Yuhu's voice was deep and firm. "My son saving you was the right thing to do. The ones at fault are not him, not you, but this damn town defense office that looks down on people." At that moment, a cold voice cut in. Secretary Yi, his head wrapped in bandages, approached, a faint red glow of overflowing energy emanating from him. He snarled, "A brat like him deserves to die. And you old fool, dare claim he did nothing wrong? Stop flaunting that useless energy of yours. You couldn't even beat my son. What right do you have to show it off?" Chen Yuhu retorted without backing down. Just as Secretary Yi was about to lose his temper, Xian Gongxian appeared at the right moment, his tone icy. "Chen Yuhu, causing trouble at the town defense office? Do you want to join your son in a cell?" Chen Yuhu's expression shifted. He knew that if he were detained now, he would be unable to help Chen Yan. Forcing himself to suppress his anger, he said, "I'm not causing trouble. I'm just saying my son is still a high school student. Secretary Yi, as a martial artist, how could he have been injured like this? There must be some misunderstanding." Xian Gongxian stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze filled with disdain. "And who are you to determine whether or not there's a misunderstanding? Are you questioning my competence? While he might tread carefully around Wang Yang, he had no such reservations about this countryside man, who usually lowered his head in his presence. Secretary Yi sneered from the side. Director Xian. It seems this town isn't easy to manage after all. Even Chu Lan praises your governance. Old Chen, let's go back for now. Wang Yang urged softly, knowing that angering Xian Gongxian now would only make things worse. But Chen Yuhu stood straight, meeting Xian Gongxian's gaze heated. Director Xian, even the town defense office must act justly. My son might have hit someone, but that doesn't justify throwing him straight into a cell. Chen Yan learned about the Jinwu squad from Wang Yang, a matter that concerned his future. He had to leave the Jinwu office as soon as possible. Xian Gongxian's expression turned ice cold, a flash of anger glinting in his eyes. Are you teaching me how to manage the Jinwu office? Before his words fully landed, a crimson glow erupted from Xian Gongxian, and the oppressive energy unique to martial artists instantly enveloped Chen Yuhu. Director Xian, this is just a trivial matter. Wang Yang exclaimed, his face pale with shock. Chen Yuhu felt as though he were being sucked into an invisible vortex, his breathing becoming labored. Yet he forced himself to speak. I'm not teaching you, but at the very least, you should follow the rules. Memories surged through his mind. His children's car accident left unchecked, his family's property forcibly seized, his son imprisoned for fighting. All of this was thanks to Xian Gongxian. Xian Gongxian's gaze grew even colder. This country bumpkin dared to defy him under the weight of his aura. This was an affront to the dignity of a martial artist. Beside him, Secretary Yi smirked mockingly, her eyes flitting between Wang Yang and Chen Yuhu with disdain. The force of Xian Gongxian's energy pulsed, distorting the very light around them. Xian Gongxian. Wang Yang was about to intervene when a calm, steady voice interrupted. A dark glow, as deep as the night, appeared out of nowhere, coiling around Xian Gongxian. The crimson pressure he emitted vanished instantly, melting away like snow under the sun. Who dares to use force in the Jinwu office? Xian Gongxian barked, his sharp voice cutting through the air as he scanned his surroundings. It's me. An imposing elderly man appeared before them as if out of thin air. It turned out that Zhuang Shihong had been searching for Chen Yan and had learned the details of the situation from one of the Jinwu office's martial officers. Principal Zhuang. Wang Yang called out in surprise and delight. Call me Dad, Zhuang Shihong said, his tone a mix of reproach and regret as he glanced at Wang Yang. Why didn't you tell me about her and you earlier? He finally understood why Wang Yang had refused the Gong family's contract and the truth behind the separation 2 years ago. The realization that his daughter had become someone's mistress filled him with both anger and disappointment. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yang introduced him to Chen Yuhu. This is Zhuang Shihong, the principal of County No. 2 High School. Chen Yuhu felt a wave of relief and quickly bowed. Principal Zhuang. Deputy, Xian Gongxian interjected icily. Zhuang Shihong gave him a meaningful look. Even as a deputy, I'm in the mid to late 5 viscera realm. And you are? Xian Gongxian's face darkened further. Zhuang Shihong turned his gaze to Secretary Yi, who was smiling and greeting him. Shut up. Zhuang Shihong suddenly roared. Secretary Yi was startled by the sudden outburst of anger. Though displeased, he dared not respond. This man was, after all, the father-in-law of his future boss. Go back and tell Zhuang Yan that I no longer have a daughter like her. She's a disgrace. Zhuang Shihong continued to shout angrily. Secretary Ye's pupils contracted, and he dared not utter another word. Nearby, Xian Gongxian's expression changed drastically as he suddenly remembered that Zhuang Shihong's daughter had married Gongqing and was now part of the Gong family. Principal Zhuang, what brings you here? Xian Gongxian asked. I'm here to get someone released, Zhuang Shihong said coldly. Chen Yan is my student. He's supposed to start at the Zhenwu class tomorrow. If you keep him locked up, who am I supposed to teach? Standing behind him, Wang Yang's expression shifted slightly since, when had Chen Yan become Principal Zhuang's student? But as far as I know, Chen Yan isn't on the Jinwu class roster, Xian Gongxian said in surprise, sensing that the situation was becoming more complicated. You must not be aware, Zhuang Shihong said, narrowing his eyes at Xian Gongxian. As a teacher of the Jinwu class, I am allowed to bring one auditing student. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuhu and Wang Yang's eyes lit up. An auditing student? Xian Gongxian frowned. But he attacked someone. He glanced at Secretary Yi. That's right, that little punk hit me, Secretary Yi interjected, though his tone was no longer as forceful as before. Bang! A flash of light struck Secretary Yi, slamming him against the wall. And what are you, exactly? Didn't you deserve it? Zhuang Shihong shouted angrily. If it weren't for Chen Yan, Wang Yang would have lost a finger. Secretary Yi screamed in pain. His face contorted as the agony of his broken ribs overwhelmed him. You old fool. My boss has had 4 wives in 3 years, but I'm the only secretary who's stuck around. Do you really think you're something special? Zhuang Shihong, you've gone too far. This is the Jinwu office. Xian Gongxian barked sternly. Zhuang Shihong was about to respond when he suddenly frowned and looked up at the ceiling. Xian Gongxian fell silent as well. Glancing around above their heads, voices grew progressively clearer. Yin Yanjun, you've done well. Is this how you manage Luoshan County? This has nothing to do with me. Xian Gongxian wasn't appointed by me. Yin Yanjun, you're still shirking responsibility. Luo Puxin, listen to me. You've disappointed me. It was Chutsong. Chutsong made the call. Boom. A fierce wind howled in through the windows, causing papers, pins, and ashtrays in the office to shake violently. Everyone rushed to the windows, only to see two beams of red and white light tearing through the tranquility of the mountains, blindingly bright. The doors in the hallway banged against their frames in the gusts, and the entire floor's lights flickered erratically. Suddenly, two figures materialized in front of Xian Gongxian. It was Luo Puxin and Yin Yanjun. Chief Yin. Xian Gongxian trembled, his entire body shaking as he faced the senior officer several ranks above him. His voice quivered uncontrollably. The rank of the town's Jinwu office director was indeed one level lower than that of a deputy minister in the county's Jinwu department. At this moment, faced with Luo Puxin, whose imposing presence rivaled even Director General Yin Yanjun, Xian Gongxian's confidence was already faltering. The rebuke Luo Puxin had directed at Yin Yanjun outside just moments ago still echoed in his ears, and Yin Yanjun, despite being the Director General, had silently endured it. Director Luo, Director General Yin, what brings you here? Zhuang Shihong asked in surprise. Wang Yang and Chen Yuhu stood silently to the side, wisely keeping quiet in the presence of individuals far above their rank. Yin Yanjun, his expression grim, replied, Deputy Minister Bai Yue of the city's Zhenwu military department sent us here. He cast a cold glance at Xian Gongxian. We're here to retrieve Chen Yan. With a clatter, the sound of a lighter dropping echoed in the office. Xian Gongxian's body weakened, forcing him to lean against the wall for support. This news hit him like a bolt from the blue. Deputy Minister Bai Yue of the city's Zhenwu department had actually sent the county's Jinwu Director General to retrieve a young man he had locked in an iron cell. To retrieve Chen Yan? Zhuang Shihong's face was filled with shock. Wang Yang and Chen Yuhu looked equally stunned. Chen Yuhu asked tremblingly, What did my son do? Luo Puxin glanced at the old classmate he hadn't recognized and smiled. Chen Yan is doing very well. Your son is a genuine prodigy in horizontal refinement. This statement left everyone present utterly astonished. Xian Gongxian and Secretary Yi were frozen, unable to utter a word. How much of a prodigy? Zhuang Shihong pressed further. Yin Yanjun stopped him with a smile. Zhuang Shihong, stop asking. You'll find out in due time. With that, his gaze shifted to Xian Gongxian. Haha. It seems there was a misunderstanding. Xian Gongxian forced a smile that looked worse than crying. To be honest, your honors, Chen Yan killed someone today. So I? Boom. Luo Puxin slammed his palm onto Xian Gongxian's shoulder, the immense force causing him to collapse to his knees instantly. Do you think I wouldn't know if it was a misunderstanding? Luo Puxin roared angrily. You've gotten so used to playing emperor here that even we have to kneel before you. Is that it? With that, he delivered a swift kick to Xian Gongxian's thigh. Xian Gongxian cried out in pain. Yin Yanjun declared coldly, You're done as the director. I'll report this to the city, and the county will investigate you thoroughly. If you can keep your position after this, then I won't keep mine. These words drained all color from Xian Gongxian's face. Secretary Yi, standing nearby, saw Luo Puxin's gaze sweep toward him and hurried to explain. My boss is from the Gong family. Gong Hengguin? Luo Puxin narrowed his eyes. Before Secretary Yi could clarify that his boss was merely a minor branch of the family, far removed from Gong Hengguin himself, Luo Puxin's foot struck his thigh with a loud snap. The sound of bone breaking was unmistakable. Filthy dogs of Gong Hengguin, I enjoy beating them the most. Luo Puxin shouted fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Within the shadowed prison, the explosive sounds of fists cutting through the air echoed like a torrential downpour. Chen Yan, like a caged beast, threw his punches wildly, each strike carrying his full strength, as though trying to tear apart the endless darkness. A crimson flame of blood and energy ignited from his right arm, spreading with each punch to his shoulder, neck, and surging toward his head. He had to keep punching. If he stopped, the flame would extinguish. Where the blood burned, his skin writhed like popping beans, and his flesh seared in the intense heat. Sweat evaporated into white mist the moment it emerged, and with every punch, his blood energy grew fiercer, expanding the scorched area of his torn flesh. Are you insane? Pushing your limits like this will kill you. Humans have their boundaries, a girl's voice called out from the glowing red haze in front of him, a mix of shock and hesitation in her tone. The stronger Chen Yan's blood energy grew, the more her senses blurred, but she was certain he had broken past his limits multiple times tonight. While surpassing limits was a hallmark of awakening, shattering too many at once would undoubtedly lead to fatal consequences. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Yan's strength, like water from a collapsing dam, was gradually depleting. Every ounce of power felt as though it was being forcibly extracted from his very cells. The skin and flesh on his right arm had already split open, and his punches slowed with exhaustion. The flames of blood that had once spread to his neck now began to flicker and die. Just stop. Take it slow. Even though we're rivals, there's no need for you to throw your life away, the girl urged again. Inside a celestial palace, intricate bonsai trees harmonized with the elegant curves of flying eaves and ornate brackets. Streams of water trickled gently around artificial mountains. Standing on the mossy stone tiles was Gong Fanning, a girl of about 10 years old. She watched the blurred, crimson figure relentlessly punching, and she shrank back instinctively. She thought to herself, someone who can consume such pure blood energy essence must come from immense wealth. Why would they go to such lengths? As the crimson figure's movements began to slow, she let out a sigh of relief only to freeze in shock the next moment. He's speeding up again? Doesn't he feel pain? Her face was filled with unconcealed astonishment. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, two figures strolled leisurely. The cloudstone walls, carved with lifelike cranes and dragons, reflected their silhouettes. A white-haired elder glanced at the middle-aged man in blue beside him and spoke in a low tone. The old commander will undoubtedly head to the front lines this year. Hengwen, you need to act quickly. The man, Gong Hengwen, narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. Shen Yiwei is pushing hard on their side too. The governor of Luoshan County, Chu Tsong, has already been dismissed. His voice trailed off, but he bit down heavily on the name, Shen Yiwei, emphasizing each syllable with weight. The old man furrowed his brows slightly, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. This man harbors deep hatred for aristocratic families. He and his followers despise the Gong family to the core. But you don't need to worry. I've already made arrangements in Luoshan County. Gong Hengwen was startled by these words and looked at the old man in surprise. The Chu family? The old man didn't answer. He simply smiled faintly and pushed open the door to a courtyard. Fanning is about to break through and awaken soon. She's your niece, so you must guide her well, the old man said as he walked. Gong Hengwen nodded in agreement and followed him into the courtyard. Fanning, caught you slacking off as soon as I came in, the old man said in a doting tone, his gaze landing on a young girl sitting blankly on the ground. Fanning looked up at the two of them, her eyes brimming with tears. Her voice carried a clear tone of grievance. Grandfather, uncle, I am going to fail. Both the old man and Gong Hengwen froze for a moment. They couldn't see the red glow in front of the girl, an anomaly visible only to her. Realizing the situation, the old man immediately urged her, then hurry up and train. Keep up with him. Gong Fanning wiped away her tears and stood up resolutely. No matter what, my foundation is much better than his, far better. She began performing a strange set of movements, her sweat quickly soaking through her clothes. Gong Hengwen frowned as he analyzed. The body isn't supposed to absorb external elements before breaking through and awakening. But based on what Fanning said, that boy instantly absorbed a spiritual artifact, causing a surge in his energy and blood flow. Although it dissipated quickly, it's highly unusual. The old man's eyes flickered. A spiritual artifact that could influence a breakthrough awakening? No, but it's at least of the earth vein level, possibly even a morning star grade treasure, Gong Hengwen said gravely. To obtain such a treasure, one must either be the descendant of a high-ranking official in the Jinwu division or the 5 clans, the old man exclaimed, then frowned in confusion. But if his status is so high, why is his foundation so much weaker than Fanyin's? The old man turned to his granddaughter, his voice resolute. Even if it's the 5 clans, we will fight for it. Fanning, keep pushing forward. This is your opportunity. Use it to awaken in one decisive move and make him your stepping stone. Meanwhile, in the underground prison of a remote Jinwu station. What the hell? Luo Puxin stared in shock, his eyes wide as he gazed at the flickering glow of energy and blood within the iron cell. Chen Yan was still throwing punches relentlessly, his upper body engulfed in the fiery surge of energy. The scorching waves rolled through the cell. A breakthrough awakening. Luo Puxin was so stunned he could barely speak. He had once advised Chen Yan to give up on this path, as the chances of success were slim. But now, despite the excruciating pain, Chen Yan persisted, like a lone sprout of green in the desert, growing tenaciously against the harsh winds. Luo Puxin knew there was nothing he could do to help a breakthrough awakening depended entirely on the individual. Crazy, he's completely insane, he muttered through clenched teeth, turning to slip out toward the cell door. With a loud bang, Luo Puxin slammed the iron door of the prison shut. The sudden action startled Zhuang Shihong, Chen Yuhu, and Wang Yang. who were just about to enter. They froze in place, momentarily at a loss. Behind Yin Yanjun, Xian Gongxian was even more frightened. His legs went weak, his face turned pale, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. Trembling, he asked, "Director Luo, what are you doing?" Zhuang Shihong frowned, anxiety welling up inside him. He had come here specifically to meet Chen Yan, intending to take this extraordinarily gifted young man as his disciple on the spot. If someone else got to him first, it would be a regret beyond measure. Luo Puxin's eyes flickered, but his tone was firm as he said, "Chen Yan is currently condensing a pattern. He cannot be disturbed." Condensing a pattern? Zhuang Shihong raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Didn't he just condense a power pattern recently? Is he really that gifted? Yin Yanjun's face was filled with shock. Standing nearby, Chen Yuhu, on the other hand, looked immensely proud. Smiling, he turned to Wang Yang and said, "Lord Yin, my son really is a genius. Isn't that right, old Wang?" Wang Yang pursed his lips, his eyes still carrying traces of astonishment. He shot Chen Yuhu a silent look, saying nothing. Luo Puxin let out a cold snort. "Do you even understand what it means to condense patterns? Unbelievable? If you want unbelievable, what I just witnessed takes the cake." He calculated silently in his mind Chen Yan's breakthrough awakening must not be revealed to outsiders. While it was an enormous benefit for Chen Yan, if the prestigious families found out, it would spell trouble. Moreover, if Chen Yan succeeded, the commotion would undoubtedly be significant. How could they possibly cover it up? Another one? Xian Gongxian murmured from the back, his face turning even paler. Regret and self-recrimination surged within him. Chen Yan is this talented? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you're a genius, why didn't you tell me earlier? At that moment, Luo Puxin strode toward him. With a resounding smack, a heavy slap landed on Xian Gongxian's shoulder, making him shudder in pain as if his shoulder would shatter. Luo Puxin glared at him fiercely and said, "Chen Yan is condensing a pattern. Since I have time tonight, I'll check your work records." What? Xian Gongxian's eyes widened in despair. As a nobody, he couldn't comprehend why he kept ending up in the crosshairs. At this moment, he felt as though he might suffocate under the crushing pressure that had suddenly descended upon him. "I don't know your name, but I won't give up. My foundation is far better than yours, much, much better." In the courtyard, Gong Fanyin was enveloped in a radiant aura of fiery blood energy. Every punch she threw carried unwavering determination. The extreme training she endured since childhood had forged her willpower far beyond that of ordinary people, and now, she was pushing herself to her limits. An elderly man stood nearby, watching his granddaughter with a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Gong Hengwen nodded in approval and remarked, "If Fanling also possessed a limit-breaking constitution, she would have long since awakened beyond her limits." He spoke with genuine admiration, knowing that among the youth of Yunmeng City, Fanling was already closing the gap with the top contender. The old man gave a slight nod and shifted his focus back to Gong Fanny. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter. "It's close she will break through her limits today." Though a trace of worry lingered in his heart, aware that Fanling's rival was using an exceptionally advanced limit-breaking technique, took comfort in the fact that the rival's foundational skills were significantly weaker. At the center of the courtyard, Gong Fannin's expression grew increasingly strained. The fiery blood energy had spread from her head down to her waist. This martial art technique, purchased by her father at a steep price, was so formidable that even a single move was nearly impossible for ordinary people to execute. "Grandfather, uncle," she called out with difficulty, her voice trembling with sobs, yet she continued to strike with resolve. Gong Hengwen responded in a deep voice, "The Gong family needs a limit-breaking prodigy. On the path of martial arts, only by breaking limits can we secure a true future." The elder nodded with high hopes and sighed. "Where does the path of martial arts come from? It is forged by those who repeatedly break through their limits and explore the rules. That rival may hail from the 5 clans and have abundant resources, but in the face of limits, all are equal." Meanwhile, in a dark, confined cage elsewhere, Chen Yan was enduring the torment of his own limits. His entire body exuded a mist of red and white, his consciousness fading as he failed to notice Luo Puxin's arrival or sense the terrifying four-colored glow emanating from the limitless Saint Realm. At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind: 1,000 yuan. It was the debt owed to Hu Ziyuan's family. In this life-and-death struggle to break his limits, he fixated on such a trivial sum, as if the entire process of surpassing his limits had been cheapened by this obsession. The excruciating pain coursed through his body, yet it felt strangely distant. He laughed amidst the agony. "For 1,000 yuan, I will break my limits." A fleeting thought crossed his mind: his sister would return home tomorrow, and he could buy more meat for her. His state of mind burned with the intensity of the sun, only to plunge into the icy abyss moments later. One instant, it felt like spring's renewal. The next, It was as if life withered into dead branches. His body oscillated between searing flames and frigid ice, until his thoughts completely dissolved into chaos. Even the last trace of that 1,000 yuan vanished into nothingness. Why? As the faint red glow was about to fade completely, Gong Fanin's voice broke through, trembling with a mix of sobs, awe, and disbelief. Her tone was filled with incredulity. How can someone achieve this? Chen Yan's life force burned to its very last ember, his fiery aura dimming and shifting into colorless white flames, gradually becoming transparent. The air grew cold, but he seemed oblivious, slowly throwing a punch with deliberate, steady motion. I lost. Grandpa, uncle, I lost. In the courtyard, Gong Fanin's body went limp, tears streaming uncontrollably as she looked helplessly at the elder and Gong Hengwen. Keep going, the elder commanded sharply, though his tone soon softened with tenderness. Don't give up, my child. You're so close, just a little more. Gong Hengwen was about to speak, but Gong Fanin sobbed bitterly, her voice filled with despair. It's over. He's broken through the limit, completely shattered it. In one go, he's going to be bestowed with a gift by Zhoming. Before she could finish, she collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. The elder and Gong Hengwen were speechless, with the latter shaking his head in resignation. A flicker of disappointment, unwillingness, and anger crossed the elder's face. He looked as though he wanted to scold her, but his heart softened, and he finally said gently, "That man comes from a prominent family. His limit-breaking techniques are extraordinary. You're not lacking. Even if you can't awaken through breaking the limit, with your unique constitution, your bloodline awakening will surely surpass your sister's." Gong Fanin's shoulders trembled, her sobs quiet yet piercing, like a spring's soft murmur. He was just punching, just the simplest punches, and he awakened through breaking the limit. He's a monster. A reckless, terrifying monster. A chilling silence filled the eyes of the elder and Gong Hengwen. Meanwhile, strange phenomena began to manifest in various regions. Far above a frigid lake, a young man sat cross-legged on the water's surface, surrounded by towering ice pillars and shimmering blue light. His eyes suddenly snapped open, emitting a clear radiance that rippled outward, startling the dragon within the depths of the lake. Another one has emerged. Another treasure of heaven and earth. Atop the peaks of 10,000 ice mountains, shrouded in mist, a woman in a white dress stood like a lotus in the snow. Her crimson lips parted slightly, silver eyes gazing toward the east. The sound of snow avalanching echoed for miles below her. Another one has appeared. Zhoming, what kind of existence are you? In an opulent hall, a shirtless young man suddenly bolted upright, startling the beauty beside him, who let out a playful complaint. Interesting. One more won't hurt. At least it can divert some attention. That lunatic has been investigating me. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Frost spread from his body, instantly freezing the woman beside him into an ice sculpture. Seems like I overreacted, he muttered with a trace of regret. Back in Qingshan Town's Martial Bureau, Zhuang Shihong lamented the sudden drop in temperature and grumbled to Luo Puxin about why the principal had tasked them with investigating Xian Gongxian's background. In Yanjun was about to agree when Luo Puxin abruptly cut him off. Chen Yuhu and Wang Yang exchanged uncertain glances, while Xian Gongxian and the one-legged secretary Yi stood silently like lackeys. Suddenly, Luo Puxin grabbed Xian Gongxian and hurled him onto the street, shouting furiously, "Everyone, come out! In Yanjun, Zhuang Shihong, and all the other martial officers, step out now. Tonight, I want everyone to see the true, despicable face of Xian Gongxian." The streets, illuminated by bright lanterns, soon filled with curious onlookers. The members of the Martial Bureau filed out one by one. Their expressions varied. Xian Gongxian's face turned ashen, his despair absolute. It was over for him. Pain. Excruciating pain. Chen Yan's body felt as if it were being torn apart, his muscles aching intensely from extreme exertion, and his internal organs seemed on the verge of bursting. As his consciousness began to blur, he remembered that his qi and blood had been ignited. Yet now his body wavered between burning heat and chilling cold. Then, at a certain moment, his vision cleared. He found himself lying on the ground, surrounded by flickering lights. Gritting his teeth, he turned his head to the side and saw 8 vertical beams of light piercing the sky like cracks in space. He sat up, only to discover that the spot where his back had touched the ground was covered by a thick layer of ice. Chen Yan's eyes trembled as he scanned his surroundings. A thin layer of frost coated the walls around him. He placed his hand over his heart and felt a chilling cold. Yet within that cold surged an indescribable power. This energy was as innate as instinct, so vivid and palpable. With a single thought, the power flowed from his heart, and his body was suddenly engulfed in a wave of icy chill. A radiant, clear ice glow manifested in his hand. Qi and blood now imbued with the essence of ice. He had succeeded. Chen Yan's eyes widened, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Despite the lingering pain in his body, he paid it no mind. His consciousness instinctively entered the Pushang realm, his heart brimming with joy. Pushang realm, level 3, 475 Pushang fruits. Strength, 356100, blood, 178100, skill, 252100, body, 585100. At that moment, he noticed a fragile little tree in the desolate, boundless void. Hanging from its branches were over a dozen translucent fruits, as lustrous as gemstones. They shimmered in shades of orange, red, gold, and green, like stars twinkling in the darkness. So many. Too many. It was the first time Chen Yan had seen a single branch bear so many fruits. Perhaps it was because he had always consumed each pusheng fruit as soon as it appeared, never allowing them to accumulate. Or perhaps the pusheng tree itself had undergone subtle changes due to his recent transformations. From a distance, the tree even seemed to have grown sturdier. Determined to awaken his potential, Chen Yan had resolved to push beyond his limits. Even though it was just repeatedly throwing punches, he had activated his breathing technique, and every strike he delivered carried the weight and precision of a bronze statue. Who would have thought that this awakening would yield such incredible rewards? He couldn't wait any longer and devoured the fruits. The moment a strength pusheng fruit entered his body, an immense power coursed through him, instantly washing away his soreness and fatigue. He continued eating. This awakening had yielded the most body pusheng fruits, a result closely tied to his use of the Qi Gang body forging manual during his relentless punching. After consuming them all, Chen Yan sat motionless for a long time as his body emitted cracking sounds, his muscles and bones seemingly undergoing a profound transformation. His mind surged with the energy of the Qi Gang body forging manual and martial techniques for striking. SSS, SSS. As a blood pusheng fruit entered his system, tiny ice crystals began to dance around him, and the Qi and blood energy within his heart grew denser. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh echoed through the prison as Chen Yan covered his eyes with one hand, laughing uncontrollably. Can this cage truly contain me? It felt as though the mountain pressing down on his shoulders had been swept away by a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. He had grown stronger again. Chen Yan felt a deep sense of joy. He had now reached the saint-breaking realm, possessing a level 3 saint-breaking fruit, with a value displayed as 1575. His attributes had also seen significant improvements: strength 56100, vitality 78100, skill 52100, and constitution 85100. After consuming all the fruits, Chen Yan lowered his head to examine his chest and discovered some surprising changes. Beside the main vein-like pattern resembling a coiled dragon, 4 new patterns had emerged. One of them was still a strength vein, half condensed and particularly striking. The other 3 patterns took the forms of a tiger, clouds, and water, corresponding to the attributes of skin, tendons, and bones. Each pattern was simple yet distinct. The formation of these patterns was not solely due to the saint-breaking tree, but also a result of Chen Yan's continuous practice of the red fiery body forging technique in recent days. In fact, even before today, he had already noticed a significant enhancement in his physical strength. At this moment, his 5 senses became sharper. He vaguely heard the angry scolding of Xian Gongxian from the outside, but he decided to ignore it for now. Standing up, he noticed that his body was still unconsciously emitting a chill, but he believed he would soon adapt and control it. Turning his gaze to the glowing pillars beside him, which had been present since he awoke, Chen Yan felt his heartbeat quicken. These pillars seemed to have existed for eternity, waiting for his arrival. When he reached out to touch one of the beams of clear light, a bone-chilling coldness instantly seeped into his fingertips. I bestow upon you the name of Blood Qi. A grand voice resounded in his mind. Inja. Chen Yan's pupils contracted as he recognized the voice. It was Zhou Ming's, the deity of the continent who had created the path of limit-breaking awakening. The clear light coiled around his fingers and wrist like a serpent, penetrating his skin and flowing through his flesh toward his heart. The coldness intensified, and a thin layer of frost rapidly formed over his body. Within the saint-breaking realm, a surge of pure black energy erupted, flowing toward the saint-breaking tree, only to be blocked 3 feet away by an invisible barrier. A system notification appeared. Elemental energy detected. The saint-breaking tree cannot absorb it. Upgrade the saint-breaking tree to level 5. As Chen Yan marveled at this unprecedented elemental energy, his vision became shrouded in icy light, gradually blurring. Soon after, he heard unfamiliar voices in conversation. A clear and sincere male voice spoke first. Another newcomer? Where are you from? A voice, indistinguishable as male or female, warned, don't speak so casually. If Qin Min finds out, he will surely send someone to investigate. The clear male voice continued, even if Qin Min finds out, it might not be a bad thing. Even if Inja's talent is taken from him, his blood chi quality far surpasses ordinary people. Besides, he awakened a full 2 months later than us, far too late. The ambiguous voice questioned further. Then why don't you just tell me your location? I'll come to find you. The clear male voice replied nonchalantly. Oh, I worry you don't just want Yinsu might want my life too. At that moment, a detached voice interjected. Interesting. The disappearance of the fourth Yinsui, are you also certain that I took it? The other two fell silent. The detached voice continued. Why bother with pretense? When I reach the 100 veins stage, everything will come to an end. This speaker must be Chen Yan thought. That name was not unfamiliar to him. Before him lay a pale expanse of light, within which 3 faint silhouettes could be seen, while the rest remained blurry and indistinct. Chen Yan said nothing, focusing intently on absorbing the elemental energy from the surrounding 8 pillars of light. As the process deepened, he felt an increasing chill coursing through his blood and energy. This guy is absorbing awakening essence. How much do you think he can take in? A clear male voice broke the silence. No one responded. Hey, don't you care? Expecting too little of others is foolish. A voice, ambiguous in gender, replied. I hope he can absorb it all, came an indifferent voice, carrying an air of superiority. Absorb it all? That's impossible. After breaking through the limit, the body is pushed to its extreme. Breathing alone becomes difficult. Even using rare medicinal treasures wouldn't help, as the Zhou would directly extract their essence. I remember, Chun Min, you managed to absorb 7 pillars back then? Me? You all know I only managed 5, someone replied. Chen Yan quietly listened to the exchange, a sense of surprise stirring within him. After consuming the strength word saint-breaking fruit, the exhaustion and muscle-tearing pain he had felt earlier had indeed vanished. If the Zhou will truly interfered with the effects of consuming rare medicinal treasures after awakening, why had he remained unharmed? Perhaps the power of the saint-breaking tree surpassed that of the Zhou will. The truth behind the disappearance of the first blood word saint-breaking fruit emerged in his mindit wasn't that the saint-breaking tree was inferior to Zhou, but rather that he himself, at the time, was like an empty cup incapable of holding anything, no matter how extraordinary the fruit might have been. He continued to focus on absorption, the cold currents surging into his arms. As radiant light swirled around him, it created a mottled glow on his body, while crimson light began to flood the saint-breaking realm. At the same time, the villages surrounding Qingshan town were abuzz with excitement. Have you heard? Lordine himself from the town's marshal office has come to personally judge Director Xian. Really? That's huge news. Let's go check it out if everyone's heading there. Finally, that scoundrel Xian Gongxian is getting what he deserves. Exactly. He took 2 acres of my family's land and gave it to Li Ming's family. My father died on Qingshan Mountain. He would have been so relieved to see this happen. The news spread rapidly to nearby villages, and soon the streets were teeming with people under the cover of night. Amid the crowd, Hu Ziyuan and his son were jostling for space, catching only fragments of the trial's proceedings. Xian Gongxian, you took a bribe of 2,000 to lease Li Shan's land to Wang Feng. Tell us how much in total? A bribe of 10,000 to lease the town's shopfront to Zhang Gu. In Yanjun's cold gaze bore into Xian Gongxian as he interrogated him, the enormity of the issue making even him feel the weight of the situation. Xian Gongxian looked around in despair, finding only cold, unfeeling faces from the villagers who once treated him with respect. In the crowd, Hu Ziyuan frowned in thought. Well, some good luck at last. Chen Yu might finally get his shopfront back. He had heard it clearly just now. Chief Director explicitly pointed out that Xian Gongxian had taken bribes, which was why those storefronts were allocated to Zhang Ge. Since the matter was now out in the open, it was only natural for Chen Yu's storefront to be returned to its rightful owner. It's just a shabby storefront, isn't it? Hu Yuan muttered under his breath, his tone laced with obvious discontent. Yet, a strange unease stirred within him. Chen Yan's illness had been cured, the family's storefront was being returned, and now they had received the Jinwu bonus. It seemed like Chen was going to surpass him in every way. However, on second thought, didn't he have a good relationship with Zhang Qingxi? Before leaving, Zhang had specifically told him to visit him in the county. With this in mind, a careless, indifferent expression returned to Hu Yuan's face. Hey old Hu! A voice suddenly called out from ahead. A bald man turned around, his eyes gleaming with envy as he looked at Hu Ziyuan. Your family's luck has really turned around? Hu Ziyuan was momentarily stunned, but the bald man continued with a cheerful smile. Your brother-in-law is incredible. Standing there with the officials from the Zhenwu division, your Hu family is about to rise to prominence. Brother-in-law? Hu Ziyuan frowned, quickly realizing the man was referring to Chen Yuhu. His expression immediately darkened. Beside him, Hu Yuan looked equally shocked. Move aside. Hu Ziyuan pushed his way toward the front of the crowd, ignoring the disgruntled murmurs of the neighbors around him. Soon, he got a clear view of the scene ahead. Chen Yuhu and Wang Yang were standing next to Luo Puxin, while Zhuang Shihong was animatedly chatting with Chen Yuhu, a wide smile on his face. Old Hu's family is really on the rise now. The crowd around them began to murmur excitedly. Look at that white-haired man, he's the vice principal of the county's #2 high school and an even stronger martial artist than Xian Gongxian. And look at how respectfully he treats Hu's brother-in-law. TSK, TSK. Their voices were filled with envy. Yet, amidst the admiring gazes of the onlookers, Hu Ziyuan and Hu Yuan appeared as though they had suffered a great loss, their faces pale. Up ahead, Yin Yanjun was still delivering a passionate speech, harshly condemning Xian Gongxian's actions. Initially silent and intimidated, the crowd had gradually found their voice, their calls for justice against Xian growing louder and more fervent. Standing there, Luo Puxin could vividly feel the shifting atmosphere within the Jinwu division, and the sense of astonishment in his heart grew stronger with each passing moment. Meanwhile, across the street, under the shade of a roadside tree, a man named Zhang Gu watched the scene unfold, his expression dark and brooding. I heard there's an ice spy about to transform into a dragon near the Laoshi area. It's said to freeze an expanse of 800 miles, with 1,000,000 ice lotuses descending from the sky. During its transformation, it might condense a supreme ice attribute treasure of the Qingqiong level. You two are probably planning to head there, aren't you? Don't be fooled by its mere earth vein level. For us, it's a treasure beyond treasures. Coincidentally, Chun Min is there. He'll definitely go. What about you, brother? Within the misty light, a clear male voice echoed, full of sincerity. Chun Min is in Laoshi. If I go, wouldn't that be walking into my own doom? A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, responded. Ha, you say you won't go, but I don't believe you. The clear voice spoke again. Chun Min, your Luoqin clan must already be preparing over there, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the man named Chun Min didn't respond. Chun Min, shut up. Far away, at the center of a frozen pool, the young man named Chen Min stood in front of another patch of misty light. Though his vision was unclear, his gaze locked onto the faint silhouette within the mist. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, interesting, very interesting. This person has already absorbed 4 of them. A monster has appeared. The clear male voice rang out again, tinged with surprise. This isn't normal. Could his body have undergone some kind of modification? The androgynous voice was equally astonished. Unbelievable. After awakening, the exhaustion alone is nearly lethal, and absorbing awakening essences at this stage is practically courting death. No matter how resilient someone is, this level of endurance is unheard of. Didn't you say only fools underestimate others? Chun Min chuckled, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. And what are you doing now? His laughter was hearty, his tone brimming with confidence and pride. Even as he acknowledged Chen Yan's abilities, there wasn't a trace of urgency in his demeanor. No matter how much Chen Yan absorbed, he believed it wouldn't surpass him. But when Chen Yan absorbed the 7th one, Chun Min's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, now he's on par with me. The clear male voice spoke again, still playful but now heavier and more perplexed as he focused on Chen Yan's blurred figure. In his mind, he questioned, is he going to absorb them all? All 8? This person must have a secret. Perhaps he's even more tenacious than we are. No one spoke further. All of them were limit breakers, and the hardest truth for them to accept was being outdone in perseverance by someone else. Until, at some moment, Chun Yan absorbed all 8. At that instant, with a faint hum, Chun Yan's expression shifted as he sensed a strange movement. The breaking saint tree seemed to undergo a subtle change. He couldn't discern the specifics, but the change undeniably affected him. Chen Yan pondered, his brows slightly furrowed as he tried to comprehend the unfamiliar transformation. At that moment, Chun Min flashed a meaningful smile, and the surrounding air grew colder. The breathing of the other 2 noticeably quickened. As the misty light in front of him gradually dissipated, Chen Yan finally spoke. There was a hint of displeasure in his heart. Cultivating and absorbing elemental energy was supposed to be a private matter, yet it had become the subject of scrutiny. He silently noted to himself that he must find a way in the future to prevent others from sensing his cultivation process. Exhaling a breath of white mist, Chen Yan carefully felt the changes within his body. If the cold he experienced during his initial awakening was like icy water, then now it felt like unyielding, ancient ice. After absorbing such an immense amount of elemental energy, he felt as if he had become a frozen lake, capable of freezing everything around him. Without needing to summon his blood energy or engage in physical combat, the sheer intensity of the cold alone was enough to severely injure, or even kill, his enemies. He quietly felt relieved that Zhang Qingxi had not undergone a limit break awakening. Otherwise, he might have been subdued before even getting close. This was the true terror of a limit break awakening. What surprised Chen Yan even more was that he seemed to have developed a new Shan awareness of elemental energy. Previously, he could only feel the cold that he generated, but now he could clearly perceive the free-floating elemental energy in the air. He extended his hand, sensing the faint white mist slowly gathering. Though this energy was insignificant compared to the light column he had just absorbed, Chen Yan had no intention of wasting it. He contemplated the idea of using ice blocks for regular cultivation in the future. As time passed, the icy chill in the air gradually dissipated, and droplets of water began to form on the walls of the dungeon. Chen Yan maintained a calm expression, continuing to observe the changes within his body. His consciousness entered the inner realm of the sacred breaking stage, his hand gently brushing against the tree trunk until he felt a faint trace of awareness from the sacred breaking tree. The entity known as Injia was indeed peculiar. Though Chen Yan couldn't pinpoint the exact issue, it was clear that it had been altered by the sacred breaking tree, becoming something that truly belonged to him. Meanwhile, outside the Zhenwu office, Luo Puxin's brow suddenly twitched. He had been carefully monitoring the changes in the air and noticed that the temperature seemed to have risen slightly. He couldn't help but wonder if Chen Yan had failed. "I'm going to the restroom," Luo Puxin said, intending to check on the dungeon. "I'll go too." Zhuang Shihong immediately chimed in. He had no interest in the trial of Xian Gongxian and only wanted to see Chen Yan, but Luo Puxin had been blocking him at every turn. He even suspected that Luo Puxin might be trying to steal his student. "No, you can't," Luo Puxin said, frowning at Zhuang Shihong. "Coach Luo, you can't possibly be controlling someone's biological needs, can you?" Zhuang Shihong replied, his tone laced with irritation. Luo Puxin pursed his lips. "I know you want to check on Chen Yan, but his situation is extremely unusual right now. He's not forming a single new pattern. He's forming 3. If you go, you'll disturb him." After speaking, he fell silent, as if realizing how absurd his words sounded. He added, "Even though they're just shallow patterns, he still can't be interrupted." Yin Yanjun, who was busy organizing evidence of Xian Gongxian's crimes, remained silent. Zhuang Shihong, however, sneered at Luo Puxin. "Do you even hear yourself? A child who's just learned the breathing technique has barely formed one strength pattern, and now you're saying he's forming 3 new ones? Do you think we're fools? Can you show some respect for others?" Luo Puxin's tone carried a hint of helplessness. "I'm serious." He knew he wasn't good at lying, but he absolutely couldn't let anyone go in. "Principal Zhuang, my son is a genius." Chen Yuhu stood nearby, his face beaming with pride. "What's so unbelievable about 3 markings? Chen Yan is my son. My son forming 3 markings is totally normal." Zhuang Shihong looked at Chen Yuhu and sighed lightly. "I know your son is a genius, but do you even understand what horizontal refining markings are?" He had a vague sense that Luo Puxin might be hiding something, so he said, "Why don't you go first? I'll wait and use the restroom later." "Okay," Luo Puxin replied simply, turning and stepping inside. The onlookers around began whispering among themselves. Wasn't that esteemed figure just talking about Chen Yan, Chen Yuhu's son? Chen Yuhu's right. His son really is a genius. He even won the Zhenwu Award worth 20,000. In the crowd, a man with a ruddy nose sidled up to Hu Ziyuan. "Old Hu, looks like your Hu family is about to rise to the top. Don't forget to take care of me in the future, huh?" Hu Ziyuan's face darkened as he roared, "Get lost." His gaze flicked toward Chen Yuhu, filled with a complex mix of anger, regret, and helplessness. "What did you say?" The ruddy-nosed man flared up but, glancing at Chen Yuhu, merely let out a cold laugh. "Ha, now that you're doing well, you don't even recognize your own folks anymore. What kind of person are you?" Someone nearby chimed in, "Old Wang, you might not know this, but Hu Ziyuan and Chen Yuhu had a falling out long ago. He even brought people to cause trouble at Chen's house. You think he'd help out? Keep dreaming." This sparked a wave of laughter from the crowd, and the ruddy-nosed man suddenly realized. Mocking, he said, "Oh, that's how it is. Chen Yuhu's such an honest guy, and you still bullied him? You're just a scumbag." "Hu Ziyuan," enraged bellowed. "What did you say? You bastard? You." He lunged forward, ready to fight. Hu Yuan tried to intervene, but someone pulled him aside, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Chen Yuhu, standing in front of the Zhenwu office, cast a cold glance at the commotion but paid it no mind. At this moment, his heart was filled with nothing but pride for his son. His son had finally made it. In the dimly lit dungeon, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air. The cold, iron bars of the prison stood tall and unyielding, while melting droplets of water reflected faint glimmers of light under the silver moon. "Lord Luo, you're here," Chen Yan said, looking up at the approaching figure, his tone tinged with a hint of surprise. Luo Puxin studied Chen Yan carefully, noticing that the latter showed no signs of exhaustion, which left him momentarily stunned. "Chen Yan, have you awakened?" "I have," Chen Yan replied succinctly. I see. Luo Puxin shifted slightly, letting the shadows obscure his expression as he spoke calmly. Not bad. Not bad at all. Beneath his composed exterior, Luo Puxin's heart was racing wildly. A stream of exclamations echoed in his mind. He really broke through and awakened. Just like that, with a punch? If old Shin finds out, he'll probably treat him like a treasure. Excitement surged within Luo Puxin as he realized he had just witnessed the emergence of a prodigious talent. To him, Chen Yan far surpassed the Chu family. This was a rare kind of genius with an unyielding spirit, someone who had shattered limits. In Chen Yan, Luo Puxin even saw faint traces of the legendary Sunyang god general from years past. Unaware of Luo Puxin's thoughts, Chen Yan silently pondered the man's unusually subdued reaction to his awakening. This Lord Luo clearly isn't a local officer from the Xinwu division. He must have a significant background. Chen Yan, Luo Puxin finally spoke after a moment of deliberation, his tone solemn. Would you be willing to accept the Tianjiao cultivation funds from the Xinwu division's military guard? I would. Chen Yan answered without hesitation. Huh. Luo Puxin was taken aback. Are you sure you don't want to think it over? This is just a transitional step. You'll eventually have to join the military guard. You're an exceptional talent. You'd be welcomed anywhere. I'll join. Chen Yan reaffirmed with resolute determination. To him, joining the military guard meant security not just for himself, but for his entire family. The military guard's resources for nurturing talents far surpassed those of the Xinwu division, and having Shun Yi, a renowned protector, as its head was an added reassurance. Chen Yan's decisiveness left Luo Puxin momentarily at a loss for words. Do you know what I was thinking about when I broke through and awakened? Chen Yan suddenly asked. What was it? 1,000 yuan, Chen Yan said, watching the shock spread across Luo Puxin's face. He continued, at that moment of awakening, all I could think about was that 1,000 yuan. That small amount of money almost crushed my family. And at our most desperate time, someone saved me and even delivered 10,000 yuan worth of Qingju snake meat. Luo Puxin fell silent for a long time. Coming from Qingshan town himself, he understood all too well what 1,000 yuan meant to the people there. So that was the reason. So it had been because of him. A single person managed to achieve a breakthrough awakening that could crush the vast majority of people, all because of a mere $1,000. Such a small amount led to such a monumental result, causing Luo Puxin's gaze toward Chen Yan to shift profoundly, with a genuine sense of admiration rising in his heart. I didn't help the wrong person, and you certainly didn't choose wrong. Luo Puxin said with a satisfied smile, his eyes gleaming with approval. He suddenly changed the subject. Want me to take care of the Chu family's strongest, Chu Tsong, for you? Chen Yan was taken aback but didn't respond before Luo Puxin continued. If I get the chance, I'll kill him for you. Geniuses shouldn't be bullied. Both the Chu family and the Gong family have gone too far. Chen Yan remained silent. To him, since they were enemies, it was his responsibility to crush them step by step. He was someone who bore grudges, remembering every slight clearly. Luo Puxin studied Chen Yan, a fleeting sense of forgetting something crossing his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Right now, Chen Yan's awakening was the most critical matter. Afterward, Luo Puxin gave a few more instructions. The voices of criticism outside the town marshal office gradually subsided, and Xian Gongxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The onlookers began to disperse, though Hu Ziyuan was struck by a brick thrown by someone and had to be taken to a clinic by his son, Hu Yuan, who was crying. In the dungeon, Chen Yuhu gazed at his son sitting in the shadows and sighed. Xiao Yin, you've been wronged. He felt deeply ashamed of his own powerlessness. It's fine, Chen Yin said with a smile, turning to Wang Yang. Teacher Wang, it's all over now. Wang Yang nodded heavily, pride spreading across his face. His student was not only a genius, but had also drawn the attention of high-ranking figures in the town marshal division. At this moment, Xian Gongxian stood silently at the back of the crowd, not daring to make the slightest move. He was about to be sent to the city for investigation. Secretary Yi, gravely injured, had been taken to the clinic as well. His employer, who had ties to the Gong family, had already called, and his job was as good as gone. Looking at the young man sitting calmly in the iron cell, the arrogance in Xian Gongxian's eyes had vanished, replaced by deep fear. Who could have imagined that a youth from a small village could wield such power? Chen Yin, come out already. Zhuang Shihang urged but saw Chen Yin remain still, a look of hesitation flickering in his eyes. It's over, Chen Yin, Luo Puxin said. Chen Yin shook his head, glancing awkwardly at Xian Gongxian. I can't come out. Director Xian said I had to behave while in the town marshal office. If I don't, he'll take my life, he said softly, and I still want to live. As soon as he finished speaking, the color drained from Xian Gongxian's face, which had only just regained some blood. The crowd erupted in anger, and a fiery glow flared up around Yin Yanjun as he glared at Xian Gongxian. Chief, Xian Gongxian began to plead. With a loud boom, The flames struck Xian Gongxian, slamming him into the wall and knocking him unconscious. The crowd was still fuming, but Luo Puxin looked at Chen Yan with an unusual expression, thinking to himself, this kid can act. Good. If he can act, he'll live longer. Chen Yan stepped out and once again learned about the developments from the crowd, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He bowed to those present and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Principal Zhuang, Lord Luo, and Lord Yin, saying, thank you. Luo Puxin thought to himself that Chen Yan's reaction was remarkably natural. As night fell, the skyscrapers of Yunming City stood tall like giants rooted to the ground, shrouded in mist that draped the city like a delicate veil, giving it an ethereal and mysterious aura. The steel structures reflected a cold, sharp light under the night sky, crisscrossing to form an extraordinary scene, as though it were a city floating in the clouds of a dream. On the outskirts of Yunming City, a tall figure of a woman flew close to the steel framework high above, moving with incredible speed as her long hair flowed like water. She exclaimed excitedly, Master, I did it! Chun Yu's face lit up with joy, her eyes shimmering with golden array patterns. The woman in the red dress smiled in response, as expected of my disciple. For your first attempt at crafting a flight array, you've already managed to apply mental power to yourself. However, you'll need to prepare 20,000 to purchase some basic array materials. With a soft thud, Chen Yu landed on the ground, her expression shifting slightly. Though her low-altitude flight array worked, it could only sustain her for a maximum of 5 minutes. The woman in the red dress suggested, asking your family for it would be the best option. Chen Yu paused in thought before resolutely replying, I'll earn it myself. My brother needs startup funds too. The young girl clenched her fists, silently vowing that she would not touch Chen Yan's money and would instead work hard to help her brother rise. She was determined not to let her family endure the hardships of the past again. The woman in the red dress fell silent for a moment, her heart heavy. Earlier that morning, Chen Yu had gone to the top school to inquire whether her brother had been admitted to the Xinwu class. Upon hearing the news, her disappointment was apparent. To the woman in the red dress, failing to make it into even a county-organized elite class should have made Chen Yu realize her brother's limitations. She sighed inwardly. Was Chen Yan hardworking? Yes, but for those at the bottom, hard work often leads to deeper despair. Losing the chance to enter the Xinwu class meant Chen Yan had missed a pivotal opportunity in life, making his future path increasingly challenging. You could borrow the 20,000 first. With your talent, you can earn it back through array techniques in no time and repay your brother, the woman suggested. Chen Yu's eyes dimmed before she asked, Teacher, do you know how I can help my brother get into the Xinwu class? The woman in the red dress remained silent, understanding that Chen Yu's concern for her brother ran far too deep. In Luoshan County, Wang Yang and Chen Yuhu went to town to buy cooked food. It was a good day. Meanwhile, in Yanjun was still organizing the Xinwu office. Officials from the county's Xinwu division were about to arrive to conduct a thorough investigation of Qingshan Town's Xinwu office. Everyone in Qingshan Town knew that a major change was on the horizon. At Wang Yang's home, Zhuang Shihong, Luo Puxin, and Chen Yan sat together. Finally, Zhuang Shihong couldn't hold back and asked, Chen Yan, have you ever considered taking on a mentor? He had been suppressing this thought for a long time. Chen Yan was slightly surprised, only then realizing that his opponent in the earlier battle was not Zhang Tai but Wu Chuhua. Luo Puxin cleared his throat, breaking the silence. He thought to himself that Chen Yan was already receiving training from the Junhua Guard, and at this point, Zhuang Shihong's offer seemed somewhat out of place. Chen Yan stood up and gave Zhuang Shihong a slight bow. Thank you for your kindness, Principal Zhuang, but I… Before he could finish, Zhuang Shihong interrupted him. Don't refuse just yet. Although I'm only a vice principal, I've never taken on a disciple before. His expression became serious, a trace of guilt flashing in his eyes. In the past 2 years, I've let down Wang Yang. Now, I want to make amends through you. You have talent, and you need resources. Rare herbs, external training techniques, I can provide them for you. Over the years, I've also saved up some funds. Zhuang Zihang's tone was earnest. This isn't just a simple teacher-student relationship. You'll be my first and last student. Chen Yan opened his mouth to respond, but Luo Puxin, standing to the side, looked surprised. Seeing this, Luo Puxin lit a cigarette and said slowly, Zhuang Shihong, I understand you want to take on a disciple, but you're a qi and blood martial artist, while Chen Yan is a genius in horizontal training. I'm afraid you're not equipped to teach him. I can teach horizontal training too, Zhuang Shihong retorted, but Luo Puxin immediately interrupted again. But Chen Yan's talent in horizontal training is extraordinary. You'll likely run out of things to teach him after just a few days. Zhuang Shihong fell silent, unaware that Chen Yan had already mastered the breathing technique. Meanwhile, Luo Puxin was deliberating on when to reveal this information. Chen Yan, Zhuang Shihong said, as if grasping at his last hope, Coach Luo mentioned earlier that you condensed 3 trails in the dungeon. Is that true? Hearing this, Luo Puxin's heart tightened. That lie was originally meant to cover up Chen Yan's breakthrough awakening, but now it seemed to have become a liability. Chen Yan glanced at the visibly unsettled Luo Puxin. After a brief moment of thought, he replied, I only condensed shallow trails, not fully formed patterns. Of course, you start with shallow trails. A genius who directly condenses fully formed patterns would be one in a million, even in Yumeng City, Zhuang Shihong remarked with a smile. Come, let me take a look. Just as Luo Puxin was about to intervene, Chen Yan had already removed his shirt. A faint red mist escaped from his mouth, and moments later, 5 trails appeared on his chest, 1 fully condensed strength trail, and 4 shallow trails representing skin, tendon, bone, and strength. Among them, 1 strength trail had reached 50% condensation. Luo Puxin froze in place, utterly stunned by what he saw. Zhuang Shihong stood up and leaned closer. I forgot my reading glasses. At 2 in the morning, Luo Puxin and Chen Yan stepped out of Wang Yang's house. As a newly awakened martial artist who had just broken through his limits, Chen Yan's most pressing need was a qi and blood cultivation technique that could nurture ice elemental energy. For this purpose, Luo Puxin needed to take him to the Jinwu division in Yumeng City. This was part of the military martial arts department's training program. To outsiders, they merely said they were going to register for the Jinwu class. Following behind them with a complex expression was Zhuang Shihong. Although Chen Yan's talent in the art of body refinement made him feel inferior, it did not stop him from continuing to guide Chen Yan in the future. As the group was about to disperse, a figure suddenly staggered out from the shadows of the wall. It was Secretary Yi. I'm sorry. Secretary Yi choked out, his voice filled with grief. He bowed deeply to Chen Yan. I'm sorry, I was a despicable person. I looked down on you. I deserve to die. Having lost his backer, Secretary Yi trembled all over, resembling a stray dog drenched in rain. The arrogance once present in his eyes had completely vanished. He shakily extended his right hand toward Chen Yan in an attempt to reconcile. Without his job or support, he had nothing left and now desperately sought Chen Yan's forgiveness. The strength Chen Yan displayed far exceeded his imagination, filling him with fear. Luo Puxin and the others watched coldly, but Chen Yan stepped forward and shook Secretary Ye's hand. Secretary Yi was overcome with gratitude. Thank you, Chen Yan, for forgiving me. A blood-curdling scream tore through the night. With a crisp crack, Secretary Ye's index finger snapped. Chen Yan's grip tightened further, and a series of crack, crack, crack sounds followed as more bones fractured. Secretary Yi collapsed to the ground, clutching his mangled right hand, writhing and screaming in agony. The excruciating pain in his fingers made him wail like an animal being slaughtered. The group was stunned by Chen Yan's ruthless decisiveness. This is what you owe Teacher Wang, Chen Yan said coldly. What he owed Wang Yang had been repaid. But what he owed Chen Yan was far from settled. Chen Yan knew all too well that Secretary Ye's apology was not born of genuine remorse but out of fear. Fear of the fact that Chen Yan was no longer someone who could be easily crushed. If he hadn't broken into the Saint Realm, if he hadn't awakened beyond his limits, what would have become of him, his father, and his younger sister? This despicable man had nearly destroyed his entire family. Though the others could only see Chen Yan's back, they could not see the icy glint in his eyes or the murderous intent surging within him. In his heart, the seed of vengeance had already been planted. On the rural path, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the vast wilderness echoed with faint, distant sounds. Luo Puxin and Chen Yan walked side by side as the night breeze gently caressed them. Luo Puxin exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze flickering as he recalled the earlier scene where Chen Yan had broken Secretary Ye's finger. That decisiveness had truly caught him off guard. He was the one who tried to break my teacher's fingers first, Chen Yan said calmly. You did the right thing, Luo Puxin replied with a faint smile. What I mean is, if you're going to make enemies, you should do it thoroughly. While this man isn't a significant threat, he has rubbed shoulders with some influential figures. Small troubles can accumulate, and over time, they could become major risks. Chen Yan was momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped Luo Puxin's implication, was being told to leave no loose ends. Understood. I'll leave this matter to you. Get it done within a week, Luo Puxin instructed. Think of it as a test. Remember to keep it discreet and leave no traces. Pass this test, and there will be rewards for you. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Yan's eyes. He had already planned to be ruthless, but he hadn't expected there to be benefits involved. You've already awakened beyond your limits and entered the Wuzong stage, Luo Puxin said, flicking his hand, instantly reducing the cigarette but to ashes. From here on, every step you take will surpass ordinary people. Breaking through your limits is an extraordinary opportunity. As long as you keep it hidden, the risks won't be too great. Such a skill. Chen Yan marveled inwardly. Please, Brother Luo, explain more about this limit-breaking awakening. Luo Puxin's expression turned serious. After breaking your limits and awakening, Zhoming grants you a unique talent. While this talent belongs to you, other awakened individuals who have also broken their limits will receive the same talent. Zhou Ming is a deity, devoid of human emotions, he said, his gaze deep and solemn. This makes it a selection process. If another awakened individual with the same talent kills you, they can claim your talent for themselves. A cold glint appeared in Chen Yan's eyes. Fortunately, he had always kept his awakening a secret. Of course, this is highly unlikely to happen unless someone is foolish enough to expose themselves, Luo Puxin continued. However, even without direct confrontation, they still have a chance to seize the essence of your talent. Once someone reaches the By My stage, they can open a special channel to bypass spatial limitations and absorb your talent's essence. Naturally, if you're stronger, you can do the same to them. Chen Yan fell into deep thought. This revealed an inherent danger in Yin Zite could either be absorbed by others or allow him to absorb theirs. It was in a way fair. He was well aware that some practitioners turned martial artists into elixirs for cultivation. Martial arts had always been a path of relentless competition. Limit-breaking awakening simply made the enemies more identifiable. To other awakened individuals, Chen Yan himself was akin to a valuable elixir. But the key lay in the Pirsheng tree. When he absorbed Yinjia, the tree underwent a transformation that made Yinjia truly his. This meant that Yinjia would never leave him. This was Chen Yan's greatest secret, one he could never afford to reveal. Chen Yan fell into deep thought. He was acutely aware that he couldn't let temporary relief from the threat of losing Yinjia lead to arrogance or complacency. On the contrary, he had to remain vigilant at all times, mentally prepared for the fact that his Yinjia could be coveted by others at any moment. The uniqueness of his limit-breaking awakening would inevitably be exposed, so he had to deceive even himself if necessary. What can I do to ensure the safety of Yinjia? Chen Yan asked urgently. Luo Puxin's lips curved into a faint smile. Kill them. That's the most straightforward way, but as I've said, it's nearly impossible. What you need to focus on now is enhancing the power of your innate ability as quickly as possible. You mean I need to keep absorbing ice element energy? Chen Yan's eyes gleamed with determination. Please, Brother Luo, guide me. There's no need to be so formal. Now that you're with the Jinwu division, we're comrades and part of a superior-subordinate relationship, Luo Puxin replied seriously. Let me give you 3 pieces of advice. First, tonight, head to the city's Jinwu division to acquire an ice element blood energy cultivation technique. Practicing it can directly enhance your elemental energy. Second, seek treasures that can boost ice element energy. Both Qingshan and the Jinwu division have such resources. Third, you must learn to fully control your ability. Whether you're using blood energy or not, you should be able to wield it effortlessly. Chen Yan carefully committed these points to memory, while secretly weighing them in his mind. His Yinjia was indeed powerful, though he had yet to fully unleash its potential. Others coveted his Yinjia, but how could he not harbor similar desires for theirs? Especially Chen Min, who, judging by his prominent background, must have invested significant resources in cultivating his Yinjia. This thought ignited a fierce yearning within Chen Yan. Luo Puxin observed Chen Yan, his mind racing. This young man had a steely resolve and an extraordinary talent for body refinement, but his relentless pursuit of a single innate ability seemed unnecessary. The path of limit-breaking awakening was fraught with peril and had an extremely low success rate. Rather than persisting, it might be wiser to abandon the path of blood energy and focus solely on body refinement. Just as he was about to offer this advice, Luo Puxin caught sight of the blazing determination in Chen Yan's eyes. Luo Puxin was taken aback. This kid wasn't just unafraid, was exceptionally driven, even greedy. A young man from a rural village, yet with such audacious ambition. All right, Luo Puxin declared, clamping a firm hand on Chen Yan's shoulder. You've got guts, kid. Let me show you just how vast this world really is. Brother Luo, what are you planning to do? Chen Yan barely had time to react. Heading to Yunmeng City. Don't you think walking would take too long? Luo Puxin grinned, exerting sudden force with his hand. Boom. A tremendous surge of energy erupted within Chen Yan, propelling him forward like a launched projectile. His body soared into the sky, the wind howling past his ears as fields and villages below blurred into streaks of motion. Just as his body began to descend, Luo Puxin appeared beside him and flung him forward again. Stunned, Chen Yan could hardly process what was happening. He realized that Luo Puxin's strength far exceeded the typical level of someone at the 70 Twapadern extreme tempering stage. In the blink of an eye, they had already left Luoshan County behind. On a mountain path, Chen Yu walked briskly. Suddenly, the woman in the red dress from her spiritual consciousness softly warned, "Be careful, there's a powerful presence." Chen Yu reacted immediately, her figure flickering as she darted into the roadside bushes, looking up toward the night sky. Under the bright full moon, 2 small black shadows streaked across the sky, disappearing in an instant. So strong. Chen Yu couldn't help but gape. The woman in the red dress chuckled lightly. Not too strong. but in this place they're quite formidable. Her tone shifted slightly, becoming contemplative. But that other figure, why does it feel so familiar to me? Meanwhile, Chen Yan stood before a towering skyscraper that pierced the clouds like a sharp blade. His legs still trembled slightly from his previous experience. The building exuded a sharp, imposing aura, as though it had been carved by countless blades and swords, radiating solemnity and grandeur. Luo Puxin patted him on the shoulder and led him inside the skyscraper. I'll pick an ice element chi and blood cultivation technique for you, then take you to the blood sensing chamber to train. Although I have a pass, you haven't registered your file with the Jinwu division yet, so technically, you're not allowed to enter the chamber. If anyone asks, just say you're from the Gong family. Chen Yan nodded in agreement, though he felt uneasy about the arrangement. The so-called blood sensing chamber, as Luo Puxin had explained before, had walls made of inscriptions imbued with qi and blood. Martial artists could absorb energy from these inscriptions upon entering. It was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for Chen Yan. At 4 a.m., the Jinwu division was eerily quiet. After passing through several checkpoints, Chen Yan waited in the corridor outside the blood sensing chamber, while Luo Puxin went to the technique room to select a suitable cultivation method for him. Before long, Luo Puxin returned with a metal box, his expression complicated. This chaos abyss art. It must be fate. An old senior from the Jinwu division once practiced this technique, but unfortunately, he sighed and shook his head, then used his pass to open the door to the blood sensing chamber. Go in. You only have 5 hours. Once you're done, we'll head back. The chamber was filled with a thick red mist. Chen Yan groped around for a while but couldn't feel the walls, so he simply sat cross-legged on the ground. Instantly, a surge of red light erupted within his sacred breaking realm, like rivers rushing forth. The qi and blood energy was so dense that it opened every pore of his body, allowing him to absorb the surrounding energy madly. Opening the metal box, he found a source crystal emitting a frosty brilliance. Within his sacred breaking realm, golden and black light emerged, but the black light representing elemental energy was blocked 3 feet away from the sacred breaking tree. Chen Yan focused all his attention on visualizing the figure within the source crystal, a powerful being capable of conjuring glaciers and radiating an overwhelming chill with a wave of his hand. Profound techniques gradually took shape in his mind as the technique and blood fruits on the sacred breaking tree grew rapidly. In just 5 minutes, the first sacred breaking fruit ripened. After 30 minutes, the second, blood, sacred breaking fruit matured. At the 40-minute mark, the first, technique, sacred breaking fruit, containing the chaos abyss art was fully formed, further accelerating Chen Yan's visualization process. At 1 hour, 2 hours, and then 2 hours and 20 minutes, 3 more sacred breaking fruits ripened consecutively. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. As Chen Yan continued to absorb both skill energy and vital energy, the cold radiance emanating from him grew increasingly dazzling. The vital energy around his heart became more concentrated, and his heartbeat thundered like a mighty drum. The entity known as Inja coursed through his heart like a greedy serpent, consuming all the surrounding vital energy and pulling it into his body. Before long, a vortex of crimson mist formed above Chen Yan's head, spiraling downward and pouring into his body. A cold fog surrounded him, radiating a calm and restrained brilliance. Chen Yan began to activate the Dun Yuan technique, his heart functioning like a precise machine. Rich vital energy flowed from every part of his body into his heart, where it was transformed by the Dun Yuan technique into frigid energy and fused with Yin Jia. He could distinctly feel the power of Yin Jia growing stronger, a rate of absorption far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. At that moment, a heavy door creaked open from deep within the scented blood chamber. 2 figures emerged from the intermediate area of the chamber, a middle-aged man in a Jinwu division uniform, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and a young woman with delicate features. You haven't entered the 100-vein stage yet. The energy in the intermediate scented blood chamber is too intense and may block your meridians. Training in the beginner chamber is more suitable for you, the man said. The young woman nodded in agreement, though a trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. Teacher Shan, I think it's just that I'm not used to it yet. If I train gradually, I can handle the intermediate chamber. You lost to Chu Shenxian, so it's normal to feel dissatisfied. But the path to strength requires looking at the bigger picture. Steady progress is key, the man replied with a faint smile. Hearing this, a cold glint flickered in the young woman's eyes, but she still nodded and said, next time, you'll defeat him in front of the Gong family. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly. In recent years, the influence of noble families had surged like a dragon rising. Even a minor family like the Gong clan had grown into a formidable force capable of rivaling the Jinwu division. The younger generation was filled with prodigies, and even an outsider like Chu Shenxian was exceptionally talented. This posed significant challenges to the Jinwu division, Qinzhou, and the entire Xia nation. The pair continued walking forward until the man's gaze sharpened. Through the crimson mist of vital energy, he noticed Chen Yan, who was deep in training. Someone's still training this late. It seems we're not the only diligent ones, he remarked. The young woman also noticed Chen Yan and, somewhat surprised, said, that's quite a fast absorption rate and with an ice attribute too. Not bad. The middle-aged man recognized the Dun Yuan technique in Chen Yan's hands and nodded approvingly. Although he's only just entered the 5 viscera stage and his vital energy isn't particularly strong, his ability to absorb energy this quickly in the beginner chamber is impressive. You should take note and learn from him. The young woman froze momentarily at his words, then nodded. She recalled that when she had first entered the 5 viscera stage, her absorption rate hadn't been this fast, despite having the deputy chief of the Zhenwu division as her master. This person must be another prodigy. Clenching her fists, she quickened her pace toward the area where her teacher had indicated the vital energy was most concentrated. Watching his disciple's determined figure, the middle-aged man smiled and shook his head in quiet satisfaction. As Chen Yan passed by, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowing deeply. A mid-tier practitioner with an ice element of ordinary grade? That was rather uncommon. Kid, which school are you from? The man asked in a low, somber voice. Chen Yan looked up, his vision clouded by a thick, crimson mist. He could barely make out a tall, slender figure. The oppressive aura emanating from the man sent a chill down his spine. Recalling Luo Puxin's earlier instructions, Chen Yan steadied himself and replied, I'm with the Gong family. As soon as the words left his mouth, a piercing, bone-chilling cold erupted from the man's body, making one's heart race. Did you register when you came here? The man asked again, his expression dark and foreboding. Chen Yan remained silent. The man narrowed his eyes, the coldness in the air intensifying, but he said nothing further. Turning on his heel, he left the room. Outside the door, the man's eyes glinted coldly. The Gong family has been leeching off my Zhenwu division for far too long. He glanced back at the door of the blood-sent chamber and sneered. I thought it might be some prodigy, but it's just another parasite draining the nation's resources. The Gong family was indeed known for producing prodigies, but those so-called geniuses were merely the result of immense wealth being poured into their cultivation. While ordinary practitioners might spend 100 gold coins a day, the Gong family's members would lavish 10,000. These vast sums of money came from none other than the hard-earned wealth of the common people. As Shen Yiwei simmered with indignation, a hearty laugh rang out. Old Shun. Luo Puxin descended the stairs, grinning. I thought you'd gone home to rest. You workaholic. Seeing his old friend, Shun Yiwei's expression softened slightly. He clasped Luo Puxin's arm firmly. Noticing Shun's troubled demeanor, Luo asked, What's wrong? Who's gotten under your skin? Forget it. Just the usual, Shen Yiwei replied evasively, mindful of the many eyes and ears within the Zhenwu division. Luo Puxin chuckled. Come on, let's head to your office and have a drink. I've got some good news to share. Shen Yiwei nodded in agreement, grateful for the companionship of his old comrade. Meanwhile, inside the blood-sent chamber, Chen Yan exhaled in relief. The Gong family's name had indeed worked its charm, but his reprieve was short-lived. You're with the Gong family? A cold, hostile female voice suddenly pierced the air. Yes, Chen Yan replied curtly. Who's your father? The woman pressed. Chen Yan remained silent, prompting her to let out a chilling laugh. Gong Yuhu? Very well. Chen Yan frowned but chose to ignore her. Time was of the essence, and he needed to focus on absorbing qi and blood while contemplating the Dun Yuan art. With the assistance of 2 sacred fruit of skill breakthrough, his understanding of both the Dun Yuan art and the path of qi and blood martial arts had advanced significantly. The cultivation of qi and blood martial arts began with the 5 viscera stage, where one nurtured the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys to store qi and blood, transforming the body into a furnace and the qi and blood into flowing mercury. The next stage was the 100 meridians stage, where qi coursed through all meridians, imbuing the body with spiritual brilliance. Unlike other paths, qi and blood martial arts did not strengthen the physical body itself but instead utilized qi and blood as energy. The unparalleled defense of qi and blood practitioners stemmed from the protective presence of qi and blood within every particle of their being. When delivering a punch, the surge of qi and blood naturally unleashed tremendous power. Chen Yan calculated in his mind. The Dun Yuan Ju technique was enough to allow him to cultivate to the peak of the 100 veins realm, at which point a single punch could freeze an entire lake. Such a feat was undoubtedly awe-inspiring. However, the physical constitution of a pure qi and blood warrior was relatively fragile, which underscored the importance of external body refinement. Although many chose to specialize in one discipline due to limitations in talent or time, abandoning external refinement, he decided to pursue dual cultivation. Sitting beneath the sacred rupture tree, Chen Yan simultaneously activated Dun Yuan Ju and Ning Zhe. As the 2 techniques continued to strengthen, his efficiency in absorbing qi and blood energy also improved. Streams of icy energy swirled around him like vortices, and his whole being resembled a massive ice magnet greedily drawing in the surrounding energy. After 2.5 hours, the fifth blood-marked sacred rupture fruit ripened. Chen Yan stood up and began searching for a more suitable location. He noticed that the qi and blood energy in his current spot was insufficient. By observing the distribution of red glows within the sacred rupture domain, he quickly pinpointed an area with denser energy. As soon as he sat down, streams of red mist suddenly appeared around him, indicating that someone else was vying for this energy-rich spot. Chen Yan frowned. To avoid causing trouble for Luo Pu, he moved to another location. However, no matter where he went, those streams of red mist followed him persistently. Not far away, a woman watched coldly. Since the person before her was clearly a member of the Gong family who had snuck in, she decided not to hold back. She began to release her own qi and blood energy, attempting to envelop the energy around Chen Yan. This was a technique only mastered by warriors at the peak of the Five Organs realm. Yet, just as she was feeling triumphant, a bone-chilling wave of cold suddenly surged from Chen Yan's body. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized that the qi and blood energy she had released was being absorbed by him. This completely defied her understanding. How could a warrior directly absorb someone else's qi and blood energy? Chen Yan, on the other hand, was equally astonished. He discovered that this pure qi and blood energy, far superior to the red mist, was being absorbed by Ningxia and then refined by Dun Yuanju. This led him to wonder. Was it the unique nature of Ningxia, or was the woman intentionally aiding him? It seemed as though everything was unfolding according to her calculations. Chen Yan's heart skipped a beat as he realized that this surge of energy and vitality was deliberately given to him by the other party. A question arose in his mind: could this person also be from the Gong family, aiding him because they knew his identity? This thought made him instinctively fall silent, not daring to say more. Within the Broken Saint realm, waves of crimson light surged together, all of it absorbed by the Broken Saint tree. At this rate, after a few more absorptions, the sixth blood rune Broken Saint fruit would soon ripen. This realization filled Chen Yan with quiet delight. At that moment, another surge of energy and vitality floated toward him. Chen Yan's eyes lit up slightly, and he felt a deep gratitude toward this woman who had never met him yet chose to assist him. Without hesitation, he activated Yinjia and absorbed this energy, which was even purer and more powerful than before. The new Broken Saint fruit swelled a little further in size. In the distance, shrouded by the crimson mist, the woman widened her eyes. She could clearly feel her vitality disappearing once again, first frozen, then vanishing as if devoured by someone. But this was clearly unnatural. Ordinary warriors couldn't directly absorb another's vitality unless they possessed some extraordinarily unique technique. And someone who had only just entered the Five Viscera realm shouldn't logically have such an ability. She tried to convince herself that this must be the work of the opponent's ice element abilities, freezing her vitality until it dissipated. Yet, such mastery over ice elements at the Five Viscera realm, to this degree, must have been cultivated with an abundance of rare resources from the Gong family. The thought made her understand even more why her master loathed the Gong family so deeply. The chills spread around her, and the woman could clearly feel the sharp, provocative current of cold air. She immediately activated her cultivation technique, channeling more of her vitality toward Chen Yan with determination, intent on winning this contest. Chen Yan, using the power of Yinjia, absorbed the energy once more. He was somewhat surprised by the other's generosity but dared not voice his thanks, fearing it might reveal something. He focused on his cultivation, relishing the joy of the imminent ripening of the third skill rune Broken Saint fruit and the sixth blood rune Broken Saint fruit. Meanwhile, the woman was fuming, but the icy current surrounding her gradually dissipated. With a cold snort, she stopped interfering with Chen Yan and instead began absorbing the crimson mist around them, intending to drain the energy in the area and cut off his source. Just then, the third skill rune Broken Saint fruit finally ripened. Chen Yan's eyes gleamed brightly as he consumed it, immediately feeling his understanding of the Chaos Abyss art deepen significantly. Coupled with the effects of Yinjia, his speed in absorbing energy and vitality became even faster. In the office, Shen Yiwei's eyes sparkled with interest as he pondered this newly discovered talent. Gently setting down his wine glass, his gaze was filled with admiration. A breakthrough awakening, combined with exceptional aptitude and body refinement. This shows that not only is this person resolute, but they also have great potential in the path of physical cultivation. Who would have thought a small place like Qingshan Town could produce such talent? Lao Luo, you've truly found a gem. Although fatigue was still evident on his face, the worry that once clouded Shen Yiwei's expression had completely vanished. To think that the Shu family excluded such a genius from the town's martial division. The Shu family must have some nerve. Luo Puxin nodded in agreement. That kid is indeed impressive, smart, determined, and loyal. Lao Shan, I plan to allocate the military's elite training funds for him. Do it. Chen Yiwei, sporting dark circles under his eyes, laughed heartily. If we don't give it to someone like him, then who else deserves it? As he spoke, he stood up and looked around, as though searching for something. Lao Shen, what are you looking for? A gift. Luo Puxin, your judgment is sharp. From what you've told me about his experiences and performance, I think he deserves something, too. This was the first piece of uplifting news Shen Yiwei had received in a while. From a storage cabinet behind his desk, Shen Yiwei retrieved a source crystal, uncharged with any energy. Luo Puxin asked with a smile, Lao Shen, what are you planning to give him? He's studying the Qi Gang body forging manual, so I'm thinking of giving him an external refinement technique Qi Heart Fist. Luo Puxin was taken aback. That's your signature technique. Are you sure about this? Shen Yiwei sat back down and lit a cigarette. I'm sure. Some people barely escape the exploitation of aristocratic families, only to become oppressors themselves. I don't want to be like that. If a genius comes my way, I'm willing to give them what they need. Luo Puxin looked at his old comrade's gaunt figure, aware of the struggles Shen Yiwei had endured over the years. Just as Luo was about to suggest retrieving the source crystal another day, Shen Yiwei waved him off. Let's do it tonight. A breakthrough awakening is indeed a great opportunity, but survival comes first. Body refinement may be grueling, but it's the best for staying alive. If this kid can achieve a breakthrough awakening, it proves he has extraordinary willpower and is suited for body refinement. You know, the path of breaking limits requires not just determination but also luck and talent. Who knows how Zhou Ming's physique spreads its traits? That old predecessor of the martial division in town had the will but lacked the talent, ended up exhausting himself to death after awakening. You're planning to imbue it tonight? You're crazy. You'll be completely drained for days after transferring Qi Heart Fist. Are you really not going to rest? As Shen Yiwei infused a faint red glow into the source crystal, he let out a bitter laugh. To be honest, I haven't had a proper sleep in over half a year. By the way, has Chen Yan joined the martial division yet? Not yet, Luo Puxin replied. I brought him here today. He's currently practicing in the blood scent chamber. Shen Yiwei paused for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed. So it's that kid, huh? You've met him? Luo Puxin asked. Yeah, Shen Yiwei replied with a faint smile, turning back to focus on casting the origin crystals. Suddenly, he let out a startled cry. What's wrong? Luo Puxin asked, concern evident on his face. Shen Yiwei's brows knitted tightly as he recalled Chen Yan's astonishing absorption speed earlier. He awakened just today? Excluding the enhancement from his innate origin, such absorption speed clearly indicated a deep understanding of cultivation techniques. Yeah, just a few hours ago tonight, Luo Puxin confirmed with a nod. What? Shen Yiwei stood up abruptly, his eyes flickering with thought. That's not normal. Should we cast some Qi and blood combat techniques for him? He sat back down, shaking his head. Forget it, let's just focus on casting. Breaking through the 100 meridians barrier is already hard enough. 5 hours later, an invisible repelling force suddenly emanated from Chen Yan's body, pushing him out of the blood scent chamber. In the distance, a woman stood up abruptly, her face icy cold. She was in disbelief earlier, when she competed with Chen Yan for Qi and blood. Not only did he match her evenly, but his absorption speed eventually surpassed hers. Even when she tried to interfere with her Qi and blood, he neutralized it effortlessly. Thank you. A cheerful voice rang out from the doorway. The woman froze in place, unable to believe her ears. This young man from the Gong family, who had just entered the 5 Viscera realm, not only bested her in Qi and blood absorption but was now thanking her? Chen Yan walked out of the blood scent chamber, holding 4 technique fruits and 9 blood fruits in his hands. Stretching his neck, he felt the surge of power coursing through him. He was genuinely grateful for the woman's help. It was through their competition that he had grown stronger. Luo Puxin greeted him with a smile. You're out. Your records have been registered, and your martial merit token will be ready tomorrow. What's a martial merit token? Chen Yan asked curiously as he handed the origin crystals to Luo Puxin. Later, Luo Puxin took Chen Yan to the cultivation technique room. Though Chen Yan couldn't enter, he received a backpack filled with origin crystals, a gift from Shen Yiwei, the deputy chief of the Jinwu division. Shen Yiwei was unable to meet him in person due to a meeting. Before parting, Luo Puxin carefully explained the cultivation standards and martial merit point system of the military martial guard. Points could be earned by slaying ancient beasts, completing missions, or achieving training goals within a set time frame. For example, if Chen Yan managed to condense another force mark within a week, he'd receive a reward. This system served as a key motivator to push prodigies to grow stronger. At 11 a.m., Chen Yu stepped into Qingshan town. I told you to ask for 20,000, but you refused and instead bought your brother some Qi and blood drinks. A woman in a red dress sighed in the consciousness world. Teacher, don't worry. You'll earn enough money soon. Chen Yu promised softly. The woman in the red dress was exasperated. I'm not telling you to make money. I'm telling you to focus on your cultivation. Don't let your family drag you down. You're just starting out. Even 1,000 yuan is worth something. Chen Yu remained silent. As she passed by her family's storefront and saw the shop's tightly shut door, her fists unconsciously clenched. Voices of gossip suddenly rose from the roadside. Isn't that Chen Yan's younger sister? She's really pretty. She looks so much like her brother. Honestly, her brother is even better looking. Both of them are good looking. Chen Yu paused slightly, noticing the gazes directed at her. She felt puzzled by the unusual attention today. Xiao Yu, an old man selling vegetables by the roadside, suddenly called out to her. He swiftly wrapped up the best vegetables from his stall and handed them over. Take these home. Uncle couldn't sell them all today. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment before accepting the vegetables and thanking him. This is so strange, she muttered under her breath. It's not strange, came a voice from her consciousness. The woman in the red dress explained. This week's monthly exam results came out. You ranked first in the entire grade. The news has spread. I told you to hold back your scores a little. I already held back a lot. How was I supposed to know they'd do so poorly? Chen Yu pursed her red lips. As she passed by the barbecue shop, the owner enthusiastically approached her. Xiao Yu, I just roasted a pork knuckle. Take it home with you. Swallowing hard, Chen Yu eyed the expensive pork knuckle in the bag but quickly declined. Thank you, but no. She hurriedly walked away after speaking. In her consciousness, the woman in the red dress chuckled and remarked, this is the benefit of being strong. As long as you work hard, won't all your family's troubles be solved with a wave of your hand? She was subtly correcting Chen Yu's mindset, to become strong, and to do so quickly. Her brother and father were ultimately too limited in their capabilities. Just outside the town, Chen Yu spotted Hu Ziyuan fawning over a man with a bandaged arm. The man turned his head away as soon as he saw Chen Yu. A realization dawned on her. Could being first in the school carry this much weight? She smiled to herself, thinking, Big brother must have heard about me ranking first by now. Brother Zhang, you're influential. My son's future depends on you introducing him to Xiaodong, Hu Ziyuan said to Zhang Gu. But Zhang Ji's eyes remained fixed on Chen Yu's departing figure. Just as Hu Ziyuan was about to speak again, Zhang Gu shoved away the hand clutching his sleeve in disgust. Get lost. Who do you think you are, touching my clothes? Meanwhile, in the town's martial bureau. What? Lu Linqian stood up abruptly, her face pale as she sank back into her chair, looking as though she'd lost her soul. What's wrong, Xiaoqian? Shen Yiwei asked in surprise. Lu Linqian's face was filled with confusion, with only one thought echoing in her mind. Did the other party awaken just yesterday? Teacher, am I useless? She asked, her voice trembling and on the verge of tears as she looked at Shen Yiwei. When Chen Yu arrived back at her house, she froze in place. A long line of people had formed in front of her door. Those neighbors who usually ignored her now greeted her with wide smiles. In her consciousness, the woman in the red dress was equally stunned, her mouth slightly agape. The ripple effect of my disciple ranking first in a monthly exam is a bit too much, isn't it? Seeing the constant stream of people at their doorstep, Chen Yu and the woman in the red dress stood frozen in shock. The scene was truly overwhelming. The villagers waiting in line noticed Chen Yu and greeted her with enthusiastic smiles, ready to strike up a conversation. Startled by the commotion, Chen Yu quickly lowered her head and dashed into the courtyard. Fortunately, her father, Chen Yuhu, who was standing by the door, pulled her into the house just in time. This situation far exceeded the impact of simply achieving first place in an exam, leaving Chen Yu filled with confusion. Just as she was about to question her father, she noticed Chen Yan walking out of a room with an elderly man. As Luo Puxin's new apprentice, Chen Yan had naturally already returned home. In Chen Yu's mind, the woman in the red dress had originally paid little attention to Chen Yan. Yet, at this very moment, her expression suddenly changed. She keenly observed that Chen Yan seemed taller, more handsome, physically stronger, and even exuded a distinct vitality she could sense. Thank you for your kind intentions, Teacher Xiaodong, but I don't need these for now, Chen Yan said calmly, his face adorned with a faint smile as he looked at Xiaodong. Xiaodong paused for a moment, glanced at the gifts in his hands, and his expression turned into one of regret and complexity. Shaking his head silently, he left. Wang Yang is really lucky, he muttered to himself. Chen Yan, personally recognized by the county's martial division chief as a prodigy and destined to soar like a true dragoni, can't believe I never saw it. How blind I've been. Chen Yan's smile remained, but it carried a chilling undertone. Only when he turned to Chen Yu did his expression soften. You're back just in time. Dinner is ready, he said as he walked over and gently patted his sister's head. Chen Yu squinted her eyes like a contented kitten before dodging his hand. Watching Xiaodong's figure disappear into the distance and hearing the noise outside the courtyard, she excitedly asked, Brother, have you become a martial artist? Yes, a body refinement martial artist, Chen Yan confirmed with a nod. Only a few people knew about his awakened vitality. Luo Puxin, Shen Yiwei, and Shen Yiwei's female student, whom he later learned about. Luo Puxin had already helped him conceal his vitality for now, so there was no need to make it public. Suddenly, a small figure threw itself into Chen Yan's arms. With a proud expression, Chen Yu exclaimed, "I knew it. My brother is the best. Body refinement martial artists are way better than vitality martial artists. The other day, Zhou Jai even made fun of me." "Who's Zhou Jai?" Chen Yan asked. "She's in my class. She said her brother got into the town martial class." Chen Yu pouted. Chen Yan chuckled softly, fully understanding his 15-year-old sister's temperament. Meanwhile, in Chen Yu's mind, the woman in the red dress frowned slightly. She could sense both vitality and concealed energy in Chen Yan, but she couldn't comprehend why he chose not to reveal it. Most people enjoyed showing off, especially someone with dual talents in body refinement and vitality. At the dinner table, Chen Yu wore a stern expression. After hearing about Chen Yan's encounter the previous night, she appeared visibly angry. "What's that Secretary Ye's name?" "You don't need to worry about it," Chen Yan replied with a smile, though a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Secretary Yi will make his move in the next few days. He's called Yi Yong, just a dog." Chen Yu who snorted coldly, recalling the events of the previous day. Chen Yu nodded, lowering her head. In her mind, she began conversing with the woman in the red dress. "Teacher, I..." She hesitated, unable to finish her sentence. Chen Yu clenched her fists, a mix of fear and anger surging within her as she thought of the person who had almost destroyed her family. If it hadn't been for her brother's resilience, she couldn't imagine what their lives would have become. Despite her young age, a cold determination had already taken root in her heart. She had to avenge her brother. This matter could not be left unresolved. The woman in the red dress looked at her and parted her crimson lips. "You," she said with a faint smile. "It's time. We'll set off in a few days. I'll handle things for you, but you need to experience this yourself." "Thank you, teacher," Chen Yu replied firmly. There were some things she knew she had to face on her own. The dining table was laden with a variety of delicious dishes. Their family's financial situation had improved slightly in recent days, and dishes they couldn't afford before were now within reach, especially because Chen Yu had returned home. Chen Yan noticed something unusual in his sister's expression and asked, "What's on your mind?" Lowering her head, Chen Yu hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "Brother, I need some money." "What do you need money for?" Chen Yu who raised his voice, making Chen Yu's heart sink. She wrestled with her thoughts for a long time before deciding to speak up. To seek revenge, to grow stronger, and to ensure her brother's suffering would never be repeated, she needed power. "How much?" Chen Yan asked casually as he sipped his soup. In his eyes, his sister, who always ranked first in her studies, was extraordinarily talented, and investing in a prodigy like her seemed only natural. Relieved by his direct question, Chen Yu replied, 20,000. 20,000? Chen Yu who exclaimed, practically jumping out of his seat. For their family, that was no small amount. In the subconscious world, the woman in the red dress fell silent too. Once a figure who had dominated the world, she now found herself feeling uneasy over a mere 20,000. How laughable. Why so much? Chen Yan was also surprised. At 15, he had thought twice about spending even a single yuan for a blood vitality potion. "I'm close to awakening." Chen Yu quickly made up an excuse. Chen Yan's furrowed brow relaxed, and he turned to their father. "Dad, give her 30,000. I don't have much to spend on my end, and I've already secured a reliable income source for the future." To him, this amount was manageable. With the support of the Military Defense Corps, his future was already on a solid path. The matter was settled just like that. Although Chen Yu who wanted to press further, he was ultimately convinced by Chen Yan. "Don't worry. My path to becoming a warrior is tough, but I won't let you take a road as difficult as mine," Chen Yan said calmly to his sister. "Brother," Chen Yu responded softly, her eyes glistening with tears. Guilt welled up in her heart, knowing that her brother's investment in her would slow down his own progress. She silently vowed to earn enough money as quickly as possible to repay him. This time, the woman in the red dress said nothing. After dinner, Chen Yan told Chen Yu, "Not bad. Xiao Yu, they'll prepare some blood vitality elixirs while I'm at the top academy. Come find me in a while." "Brother, you're already in the martial defense class. How will you prepare blood vitality elixirs?" Chen Yu asked curiously. "I have my ways," Chen Yan replied before heading back to his room. In her own room, Chen Yu was still reflecting on her brother's words. Smiling, she said to the woman in the red dress, "Teacher, my brother is amazing, isn't he?" The woman lightly pressed her red lips together. "With me here, your progress will be swift. If your brother plans to prepare elixirs for you, had better hurry. Otherwise, you might not need them by the time they're ready." "Well, my brother only just joined the Jinwu division," Chen Yu said softly, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. "I signed up for the Tianbang boxing tournament. Maybe I can earn money faster than him, and then I can help him in return." In the room, Chen Yan was focused on examining the state of the sacred breaking tree. Sacred breaking realm, level 3, 2875. Sacred breaking fruits. Strength, 78100. Vitality, 6100. Skill, 12100. Constitution, 93100. The slender tree, though seemingly fragile, exuded an extraordinary vitality, standing solitary within the hazy space. Its branches bore 4 fruits of varying sizes, each one round, plump, and radiating a dazzling light. Suddenly, Chen Yan's gaze froze. On a branch he had never noticed before, a small silver fruit, no larger than a green bean, was growing. The discovery startled him. His data panel clearly only displayed 4 types of fruits, and he had never acquired any silver energy. Where did this 5th fruit come from? After pondering for a long time, Chen Yan suppressed his doubts. The fruit couldn't be harvested until it matured, so thinking about it now would be futile. He shifted his focus and took out an iron box from his backpack. It contained a body-hardening boxing technique that the deputy chief of the Jinwu division had specially prepared for him. The gesture of importance left Chen Yan with mixed feelings. Along his journey, he had encountered both disdain and genuine support. Those who look down on me, I will dismiss them. Those who value me, I will honor them. Chen Yan resolved silently. From the iron box, he retrieved a crimson origin crystal. Inside the crystal, red light swirled, faintly revealing a human silhouette. Soon, the voice of the man he had met in the blood-scent chamber echoed, recounting the origins of the Scarlet Heart Fist. This boxing technique was derived from the Scarlet Steel Profound Strike Fist, which the man had created at the age of 25 in a life-or-death situation. It had once helped him slay his first ancient divine beast. The scene within the origin crystal shifted, showing the man standing before a mountain, assuming a boxing stance. Golden light surged within Chen Yan's sacred breaking realm as he observed. The man slowly gathered power in his right fist, a fiery red vortex swirling violently between his knuckles, growing increasingly intense. With a thunderous shout, the man unleashed a punch. The vortex reversed and erupted with the force of an avalanche. The 50-meter high hill collapsed with a deafening roar, and the scarlet gale howled past, snapping every tree in its path. Chen Yan withdrew his gaze, his entire being so shaken by the scene before him that he stumbled backward, landing heavily on the bed. His eyes widened, his breathing quickened, and his mind struggled to process the overwhelming shock. This is the power of a punch that can shatter mountains. What kind of level has this warrior reached? His heart pounded fiercely. Suddenly, Chen Yan shot up from the bed, his eyes fixed intently on the origin crystal. Ignoring the stabbing pain in his head, he began visualizing with an insatiable hunger. This was the first time in his life he had witnessed the world of the strong so vividly. If he could attain such power, who would dare to oppress him? Within the saint-breaking realm, golden light surged endlessly. Chen Yan consumed a saint-breaking fruit engraved with the character skill, instantly absorbing the essence of the Crimson Heart Fist technique. A surge of boldness filled his chest, and he immediately got off the bed to test it out. Boom! He threw a punch, the force of it tearing through the air with a fierce gust. "Brother, are you practicing your punches?" A voice called from the next room. It was his sister. Chen Yan's eyes flickered as he realized he had made too much noise. He opened the door and quickly stepped out. "Brother, where are you going?" Chen Yu asked. "I have something to do. Go back to sleep." Chen Yan replied without looking back as he left the courtyard. Chen Yu pouted and muttered, "But it's the middle of the night." In the neighboring room, Chen Yu stepped out, a complicated expression on his face. "Your brother is always like Tishi hardly ever rests. Even warriors get tired," he sighed softly. "I just hope you two can live peaceful and happy lives. It's not about being a warrior. It's about how hard my brother pushes himself," Chen Yu said, inspired by her brother's dedication. She continued her training for another 2 hours before finally resting, despite her master's advice that going to bed early was more beneficial for cultivation. The next day, in the Cloud Palace of Qinzhou, Shu Lan is such a fool. Gong Hengguan, a deputy chief of the town martial division, roared angrily in an ornate room. "The Grand Chief places great importance on this town martial class. It's the key to my competition with Shan Yi. That idiot dared to disrupt the master's plans just to solidify his own network. Let me take over Shu Lan's position," Gong Tuo, seated on the sofa, suggested. Gong Hengguan considered for a moment. "That seems to be our only option. The Grand Chief values the younger generation, and we cannot afford to lose control of Luoshan County. It's our weak point. He'll issue contract from the Gong family to 5 outstanding prodigies," Gong Tuo said. "Good," Gong Hengguan nodded. "I heard Shu Lan was removed because of a body refinement genius named Chen Yan. Include him in the contracts." Gong Tuo hesitated for a moment. "This Chen Yan may have talent, but his foundation is weak. Besides, signing him would be a direct slap in the face to the Shu family." Gong Hengguan remained silent, and Gong Tuo quickly understood this was precisely the intention. Chen Yan and the contract were merely tools to send a message. The Shu family needed to be reminded that they were nothing more than obedient dogs to the Gong family, and they had better stay in line. In the living room of the Chu family, several people sat on leather sofas with grim expressions. A middle-aged man clenched his fist and muttered angrily, "It's all Chen Yan's fault. Otherwise Brother Lon wouldn't have been brought down. Why blame Chen Yan? If anyone's to blame, it's Chu Feiyuan, that good-for-nothing who only knows how to indulge himself." Another person immediately retorted. In the corner, Chu Feiyuan's face darkened. He opened his mouth as if to argue, but ultimately held back. Enough. An elderly man with one eye sitting in the center of the sofa interrupted in a cold tone, silencing the room. "There's no one to blame for this. Gong Hengguan wants to be the chief. Sacrifices were inevitable. Our Chu family made a sacrifice this time, but not only will Gong Hengguan fail to appreciate it, he'll likely hold us to account." The old man's gaze turned sharp. "Things have already come to this point. All we can do now is focus on our own matters." The room fell into silence. Suddenly, Chu Feiyun gritted his teeth and said, "I'll deal with that boy. If it weren't for Chen Yan, things wouldn't have turned out this way." "Deal with him? Nonsense." The elderly man barked harshly. "I've been talking all this time, and you still don't see the bigger picture. Fool." Chu Feiyuan froze, his body stiffening as he lowered his head dejectedly. The old man let out a cold snort. "That Chen Yin Bai Yuyue and Yin Yanjun both call him an unparalleled talent in physical cultivation. But do you truly know what kind of genius he is?" Everyone was taken aback. Chu Feiyuan frowned and asked, "What do you mean? We really don't know what makes Chen Yin so extraordinary. All we heard was that he was discovered through surveillance at the second high school. Now that Chu Lan has been taken away, we haven't even had a chance to ask. Could it be," someone suggested cautiously, "that this is all part of a scheme? That Chen Yin is just a tool Luo Puxin used to bring down Chu Lan? A scheme, an obvious one at that." Chu Feiyuan sneered. "Luo Puxin comes out of nowhere, with unclear origins, yet he took money from our Chu family. Then came the town martial class oath-taking ceremony, where Zhang Monsong came to cause trouble. And finally, Chen Yin. Chu Lan dodged the first trap but couldn't escape the second. Such meticulous planning, our Chu family has been thoroughly played. Luo Puxin is clearly one of Shin Yiwei's people. Everyone can see that now." The elderly man spoke again, his tone heavy. "So, the focus isn't on a boy from the countryside. The real issue is Luo Puxin and Shin Yiwei. In a few days, go to the town martial class and recruit some gifted individuals into our Chu family. As for Chen Yin, whether he's a genius or not, offer him a contract. Let everyone know our Chu family bears no grudges." Displeasure flashed in Chu Feiyuan's eyes, but he dared not disobey. Over the past few days, he'd endured relentless criticism because of this poor boy from the countryside, and now he had to pretend to let it all go. The elderly man continued, "The future of the Chu family lies with Xianxian and Xiansheng. We must start preparing followers for them now. These rural kids have never seen the world. If our Chu family offers them contracts, shouldn't they be grateful?" Chu Tsang hesitated. "What if the people we sign overlap with the Gong family? They might not take it well." The old man chuckled. "If there's overlap, let the Gong family have them. The Gong family has high standards and only cares about the best talents. In this county-level town martial class, aside from our Xianxing, who else qualifies as top tier?" At the first martial high school, in front of a row of villas, Wu Chuhua sneered as she watched Zhang Qingxi move her belongings. "Zhang Qingxi, you useless nobodido, you really think you deserve to live in the experimental zone?" Zhang Qingxi stood at the dormitory door, his face dark with anger. Facing Wu Chuhua's unprovoked insults, he struggled to suppress his fury. "Did I do something to you?" Zhang Qingxi asked in a low voice. "No, but what if I just feel like picking on you?" Wu Chuhua sneered, raising his voice. "Idiot, loser, a piece of trash who bought his way into the Xinwu class. And you think you can take Chen Yan's place? Do you even deserve it?" His voice echoed down the hallway, drawing the attention of nearby students. Wu Chuhua squinted in satisfaction, relieved that no one knew he had once been defeated by Chen Yan. Defeating Chen Yan was his personal goal for improvement, and now, seeing someone like Zhang Qingxi occupy that position filled him with rage. Zhang Qingxi's expression darkened further as he quickly stepped into his room, with Wu Chuhua's taunts still ringing behind him. He took a deep breath. Ever since the incident of replacing Chen Yan had come to light, the ridicule had been relentless, especially from Wu Chuhua. "I have money. My family has money," Zhang Qingxi silently reminded himself. With financial backing, he believed he could surpass Chen Yan someday, maybe even reach Wu Chuhua's level by the time he graduated from the Xinwu class. But the thought of enduring Wu Chuhua's incessant insults in the meantime was nearly unbearable. Meanwhile, on a Sunday evening in Luoshan County, Chen Yan and Chen Yu bid farewell to their father, who was preparing to reopen his fried noodle shop, and boarded the bus to their destination. Chen Yan checked the data panel of the Peisheng realm. Peisheng realm, level 3, 3275. Peisheng fruit, strength 65100, Blood 19100, Skill 5, 3100, Body 5100. After a night of practicing the Qixin fist with focused meditation and consuming another skill Pi Sheng fruit, his strength had improved further. Among the 4 faint patterns on his chest, the new strength pattern was now 80 solidified, while the other 3 had each reached 30. The 2 strength patterns gave him a pushing force of 2,000 kilograms, far beyond that of an ordinary person. The Qixin fist, created by Shen Yiwei, was indeed profound. Even with the aid of 2 skill Pi Sheng fruits, Chen Yan had yet to fully grasp its intricacies. However, he could now throw a punch that generated a noticeable vortex of air. After a simple dinner, the siblings headed straight to number 1 high school. Carrying their belongings, they walked along the campus avenue lined with flowers and fountains. With only the Jinwu class in session, the campus felt particularly quiet. Suddenly, Chen Yu let out a soft hum and raised her chin. Following her gaze, Chen Yan spotted a pair of students with similar features watching them. The girl among them was pursing her lips at Chen Yu. "That's Zhou Jiai," Chen Yu said with a hint of pride in her tone. "She's always bragging about her brother being in the Jinwu class." "Well, our family's not doing too badly either." Chen Yan exhaled a long breath, understanding his sister's youthful competitiveness. Looking again, the girl named Zhou Jiai was walking alongside a boy. That boy clearly knew Chen Yan and seemed to have been waiting there specifically. However, at that moment, the appearance of another figure made the boy stop in his tracks. "Chen Yan," a voice called out from a distance. Gao Yuan approached quickly, enthusiastically taking the quilt from Chen Yu's hands. "Thank you," Chen Yu said softly. "No problem." Gao Yuan flashed a bright smile but, almost unconsciously, cast a warning glance at the boy who had been approaching. The boy froze for a moment, then gave a meaningful smile and slowed his pace. "Just a few days ago, I mentioned your situation to Coach Luo," Gao Yuan said with an honest grin. "Coach Luo is really fair. All the students who were replaced are now allowed to join the Xinwu class." He was unaware of what had happened in Qingshan town, as news spread more slowly within the relatively isolated Xinwu class. Chen Yan looked at Gao Yuan seriously. "Thank you." Luo Puxin had already informed him that last Friday morning, Gao Yuan had specifically approached Luo to report how Zhang Qingxi had taken Chen Yan's spot. "It's nothing. Zhang Qingxi called me a bumpkin," Gao Yuan said, scratching his head, still looking as straightforward as ever. "Over there," Gao Yuan pointed to a dormitory building. 4-person rooms, free meals. 4 to a room? Chen Yan frowned. This didn't match what Luo Puxin had mentioned about single rooms. Besides, he needed a stable environment to solidify his Qianzhi cultivation, and training in a shared room might end up freezing his roommates. Gao Yuan nodded and explained. "The rooms in the Xinwu class are all carved out by the students themselves. Even Yu Jiwen could only manage to create a single room in the parallel zone. Rooms have distinctions?" "Of course." Gao Yuan began to elaborate. "The top 5 students in the Xinwu class are in the priority zone of standalone villas with a daily meal cost of 5,000. 6th to 20th are in the experimental zone detached courtyards with meals costing 2,000 a day. 21st to 60th are in the parallel zone single dorm rooms with a 1,000 daily meal cost." He sighed. "And then there's the ordinary zone, where I live 4-person rooms with meals costing 500 a day." Chun Yu's mouth fell open in surprise. "You can eat that much in one day?" "Yep, it's all premium beast meat and dishes made with rare herbs," Gao Yuan said with a sheepish grin, then turned back to Chen Yan. "But you'll definitely get a single room." "Why?" "Because all the rooms in the ordinary zone are full. You're the last one to join, so they'll have to create a new room just for you." Gao Yuan winked meaningfully, clearly hinting at wanting to room with Chen Yan. Chen Yan caught on to his implication and asked, "Where's the experimental zone?" "Over there." "Why?" Gao Yuan pointed in a direction. Chen Yan started calculating. Since Wu Chuhua was among the top 5 at number 2 high school, he figured he should be able to make it into the top 20. Thinking of Wu Chuhua made him angry. Since the Jinwu class's accommodations depended entirely on strength, Chen Yan decided to stop holding back and directly claim Wu Chua's villa. At that moment, the boy who had been walking with Zhou Jiai overheard their conversation. Forgetting any pretense, he hurried over. "Chen Yan, I checked the accommodation list. I knew you'd be coming, so I've been waiting for you. Can we discuss something?" Zhou Lu asked with a smile on his face. Behind him, his younger sister, Zhou Jiai, stared intently at Chen Yu, her eyes filled with defiance. The 2 girls locked gazes, neither willing to look away first. "Zhou Lu, are you trying to take over Chen Yan's dorm?" Gao Yuan's deep voice broke the silence, his tone carrying a clear warning. "I'm not." Zhou Lu immediately denied, then turned to Chen Yan. "Chen Yan, I know your family isn't well off. I'll offer 10,000 to buy your room." Chen Yan frowned and shook his head. "Not for sale," he replied, walking straight ahead without hesitation. Gao Yuan remained silent. 10,000 was indeed a lot of money. If Chen Yan decided to sell, it wasn't something Gao Yuan could interfere with. "How about 11,000? Zhou Lu quickly raised his offer, unwilling to stay in a four-person dorm. He needed a quiet space for his training. Zhou Jiai crossed her arms and muttered under her breath, 11,000 is already high enough, while sticking her tongue out at Chen Yu, who returned the gesture with a dramatic eye roll. Chen Yan quickened his pace, once again making it clear that he wouldn't sell. Gao Yuan and Zhou Lu followed closely behind, each lost in their own thoughts, waiting for Chen Yan's final decision. 12,000. 12,000. Zhou Lu continued to raise the stakes. Brother, do me a favor. My talent isn't bad, and being friends with me could be 14,000. Zhou Lu interrupted himself, increasing the offer yet again. Chen Yan, I know you're holding out for a higher price, but there's a limit to everything. Chen Yan finally showed signs of irritation. I already said no. I have nothing to sell. Do you understand? His voice was icy cold. Zhou Lu was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression hardening. Coach Luo said that anything in the Zhenwu class can be contested. In that case, I challenge you. The stakes will be your room. Zhou Jia tugged nervously at her brother's sleeve, but quickly lifted her chin in feigned arrogance when she glanced at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, however, looked slightly uneasy, and Gao Yuan seemed ready to intervene. All right, Chen Yan agreed, catching everyone off guard. But wait a moment. I have another fight to settle first. Gao Yuan, this is the experimental zone, right? He pointed to a row of standalone houses ahead. It was only then that the group realized they had unknowingly arrived at the experimental zone. Chen Yan walked straight to one of the houses and pressed the doorbell. Who's looking for me? A cold voice called out from inside. The door opened, revealing Wu Chuhua, who froze in surprise upon seeing Chen Yan. Chen Yan, you're here. Wu Chuhua's tone carried a hint of unease. This guy, crazier than him, had been haunting his dreams lately. Zhang Tai, long time no see, Chen Yan said with a warm smile. Huh. Wu Chuhua was momentarily confused before awkwardly asking, what do you want from me? I want to stay in your room, Chen Yan stated bluntly. Gao Yuan and Zhou Lu stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Zhou Jiai, though initially confused, quickly grasped the situation and was equally stunned. This was the experimental zone, and Wu Chuhua was one of the top 20 elites in the Zhenwu class. Is this guy crazy? In Chen Yu's mindscape, the woman in the red dress fixed her gaze on Chen Yan again, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Chen Yan, Wu Chuhua is really crazy, Gao Yuan quickly reminded from the side. Zhou Lu hurriedly pulled his sister back, fully aware of Wu Chuhua's wild and unpredictable nature. In his mind, Wu Chuhua would erupt into maniacal laughter any moment and ruthlessly teach Chen Yan a lesson. However, unexpectedly, Wu Chuhua simply took a deep breath, his eyes locking on Chen Yan with a heavy gaze. Are you sure? Last time, we didn't go all out. Though he'd only learned of Chen Yan's arrival earlier that afternoon and had been eager for a rematch, the timing now was far from ideal. His strength hadn't improved significantly. Faced with Wu Chuhua's doubts, Chen Yan remained silent, his determination to challenge unwavering. Wu Chuhua took another deep breath, not angered, as the rules allowed this. For him, facing Chen Yan Heden was also an opportunity. The surroundings fell into dead silence. Suddenly, Wu Chuhua erupted with a powerful aura. As his breathing technique activated, the muscles in his arms bulged instantly. With a ferocious straight punch, he lunged at Chen Yan. He had learned from last time when Chen Yan had worn him down. This time, he intended to crush his opponent in an instant. You think you're the only one who can fight, Chen Yan? Bang! Chen Yan met his punch with a single palm, and the collision resounded with a deafening boom. Wu Chuhua's pupils constricted. Before he could react, Chen Yan pulled him closer, his right knee charged with the force of nearly 2 energy patterns, striking like lightning into Wu Chuhua's abdomen. Bang! Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, Wu Chuhua's entire body was sent flying 4 or 5 meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhou Lu clamped a hand over his sister's mouth while his own jaw dropped, swallowing hard in disbelief. Wu Chuhua curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach, trembling all over, his face flushed crimson. The sheer force was beyond anything he had imagined. Only now did he realize that Chen Yan had been toying with him all along. One single strike, and he was utterly defeated. You, damn it. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He wanted to laugh but couldn't. Bang! Chen Yan delivered another kick, sending Wu Chuhua flying several meters. His gaze icy, Chen Yan warned, say one more word, I dare you. Wu Chuhua lay sprawled on the stone steps of the courtyard, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was an expression. Just an expression. You misunderstood. Why are you hitting me? His eyes burned with fury as he cursed Zhang Qingxi inwardly. For someone like Chen Yan to be replaced by Zhang Qingxi, it was an absolute joke. He resolved to take Zhang Qingxi's house. As night deepened, the courtyard fell into silence. When Chen Yan turned around, Gao Yuan stood frozen in place. He instinctively reached to scratch the back of his head but quickly dropped his hand, hiding it behind his back, terrified that Chen Yan might think he was preparing to attack. Chun Yu stared at Chen Yan with her bright, wide eyes, curiosity and delight sparkling in them. Brother, you're amazing. Chun Yan gave a faint smile and turned his gaze to Zhou Lu. Your turn. Zhou Lu's face turned ashen as he shook his head desperately. In his arms, Zhou Jiai was already on the verge of tears. Bro, it's a misunderstanding, really? Zhou Lu stood to the side, looking at Chen Yan with fear in his eyes, forcing a stiff smile. His younger sister's eyes were already brimming with tears as she stared at Chen Yan as if he were a terrifying demon. Chun Yu first showed a look of surprise, then lifted her chin, her gaze sweeping over Zhou Jiai. The smirk on her lips grew even wider. After all, Wu Chuhua, one of the top 5 students at second high, was currently writhing on the ground in pain from a single knee strike. Hey! Wu Chuhua gasped for air, shouting at the Zhou siblings, who were attempting to slip away. Wuga! Zhou Lu stammered awkwardly, thinking to himself, it wasn't me who hit you, it was Chen Yan. What does this have to do with me? Wu Chuhua gritted his teeth, his face flushed red, yet he still managed to issue a menacing warning. Don't you dare spread rumors. Don't tell anyone I went down in one move. Got it, bro. Zhou Lu quickly grabbed his sister and fled the scene. Watching the retreating figures, Chen Yan chuckled and turned to Wu Chuhua. Zhang Tai, you've gotten weaker. Wu Chuhua lay on the ground, the sharp pain gradually subsiding. Still, he didn't dare meet Chen Yan's gaze directly, and his lips even twitched involuntarily. Once he recovered a bit, he silently packed up his belongings. Before leaving, he couldn't resist asking, Chen Yan, that last time we fought, were you just toying with me? Or were you already this strong back then? Without waiting for an answer, Wu Chuhua shook his head and walked away. If Chen Yan truly had improved at such a terrifying pace, then he could only accept his fate. As Wu Chuhua glanced around the courtyard he once occupied, his gaze eventually settled on another nearby compound. Hey, you in there, get out here, he growled. The door creaked open, and a disheveled young man, Zhang Qingxi, stepped out. Upon seeing Wu Chuhua with his luggage, his face filled with shock. Wu Chuhua, did someone kick you out? Then, as if realizing something, he nervously added, you can't challenge me. I bought this place. If you want to fight, go look for Li Xiaowu. Shut the hell up. Wu Chuhua sneered coldly. If you want to live in a place, you fight for it. That's the rule of the Zhenwu class. You've got someone backing you? Well, my brother's got my back. With that, he tossed his luggage onto the ground. Smack! Wu Chuhua grabbed Zhang Qingxi by the neck and dragged him to the training field. The surrounding students, who had been exercising, stopped to stare in astonishment. This is all your fault. Wu Chuhua roared as he beat Zhang Qingxi mercilessly. If it weren't for you, would Chen Yan have gone to find Zhuang Shihong? You pathetic loser, you dared to steal Chen Yan's spot? He delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhang Qingxi flying, and shouted furiously, the Zhenwu class is for getting stronger, not for sucking up to people or flaunting wealth. You're useless, and no amount of money will change that. Leaving the battered and humiliated Zhang Qingxi behind, Wu Chuhua stormed off. Zhang Qingxi, now the focus of disdainful stares from the other students, felt utterly hopeless was nothing more than a punching bag. In the distance, Yu Jiwen and a group of girls jogging on the track had also stopped, their expressions filled with shock as they watched the scene unfold. This is Zhenwu class, survival of the fittest. Yu Jiwen watched as Wu Chuhua was defeated, a flicker of urgency flashing in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly and turned to the girl beside her, speaking with determination. I'm not going back to sleep tonight. I'm going to train on the field all night. The surrounding students were still in shock, whispering among themselves, wondering who could have pushed Wu Chuhua to such a state. In a spacious living room, Chen Yan listened to Gao Yuan's explanation, his expression showing surprise. Each family has to pay 500,000 yuan for a student to take someone else's spot? Yes, Gao Yuan replied, holding a cup of water and smiling sheepishly. That's the rule set by instructor Luo. Someone like Zhang Qingxi can stay in Zhenwu class, but her family had to pay 500,000. She also spent 300,000 to buy a small courtyard in the experimental zone from Li Xiaowu, a student from our martial arts school. Chen Yan nodded thoughtfully. After Chen Yu returned to school, he had specifically invited Gao Yuan over to learn about the rules of Zhenwu class. He hadn't expected a county-level Zhenwu class to operate at such a scale. No wonder the daily meal expenses for outstanding students were thousands of yuan. Clearly, Luo Puxin had secured significant funding from the wealthy families in the county. Just the 20 students who entered through connections had already contributed tens of millions in funding. Here, everything is based on points, Gao Yuan continued explaining. For example, defeating Wu Chuhua and obtaining a house in the experimental zone earns you 50 points, enough to exchange for 50 hours of visualization training with the foundational crystal of the horizontal breathing technique. Points can also be used to trade for teacher guidance, rare medicinal herbs, beast meat, and other resources. Spending an hour in the Qingshan Reserve earns 2 points. It's dangerous, but you can call for help. However, if you exceed 10 requests for assistance, you'll be eliminated. Gao Yuan enthusiastically recounted his experiences from the previous day. I'm planning to go to the blood scent chamber tomorrow. Do you know what blood scent training is? As Gao Yuan prepared to leave, Chen Yan suddenly spoke. Gao Yuan, take me with you to the blood scent chamber tomorrow. Huh? Gao Yuan froze for a moment. But haven't you already failed your awakening? This was something Wu Chuhua had witnessed, and it would likely spread quickly. Seeing the trace of struggle hidden beneath Chen Yan's somber expression, Gao Yuan sighed. The chances of succeeding after a failed awakening are slim. But he understood Chen Yan's unwillingness to give up, but all he could offer was a sympathetic look. Chen Yan quickly snapped out of it, shaking his head and silently mocking his own naivety. Sympathy? One casual punch from someone like that, and he'd be flat on the ground. After Gao Yuan left, Chen Yan began to carefully explore the small 2-story building. As expected, on the first floor, he discovered a training room. The walls were constructed from specially crafted bluestone, providing excellent soundproofing. Stepping into the training room, Chen Yan took a deep breath and exhaled a red mist from his mouth. He lowered his posture, his right fist slowly building power. His gaze turned sharp and cold, exuding an unstoppable aura. The Qi Gang body forge technique began to operate, and his muscles, bones, and skin surged with energy like roaring rivers. A faint counterclockwise vortex of air formed around his fist. With a sudden roar, Chen Yan punched forward. The vortex abruptly reversed and exploded outward, sending violent shockwaves reverberating throughout the training room. Still not enough, Chen Yan muttered to himself. Compared to Shen Yiwei, the gap was still vast. He continued practicing his punches, oblivious to the fact that if Shen Yiwei could hear his thoughts, he would undoubtedly find them laughable. The difference in their abilities was simply too great. The next morning, the cafeteria staff delivered breakfast and were visibly surprised to see the new occupant. A meal of beast meat, worth over 800 credits, caused Chen Yan's energy levels to skyrocket. By then, Gao Yuan was already waiting in the courtyard, ready to take him to the blood scent room. Chen Yan, you look exhausted. Didn't sleep last night? Gao Yuan asked in surprise. Chen Yan didn't respond. Had spent the night cultivating, managing to grow only one skill word, sacred breaking fruit, while the strength word, sacred breaking fruit, still hadn't formed, leaving him utterly drained. But in his heart, he thought, fatigue with purpose and direction is far better than aimless idleness. As the morning sun rose, he smiled. The sunlight spilled across the earth like golden silk, and the sun, day after day, rose in the east and set in the west, burning itself as it pursued its fixed course. Wasn't that a form of happiness too? On the way, they ran into Yu Jiwen. She had just finished her run, her body glistening with sweat. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Chen Yan, now that you're in the Jinwu class, make sure to train diligently. You too. Chen Yan replied with a nod. The simplicity of his response caught Yu Jiwen off guard. Yu Jiwen is the top prodigy of Qingshan High, yet here, she's just above average, Gao Yuan said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Yu Jiwen frowned, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately walked away. Who was that? Her companion asked. That's Chen Yan, the one Zhang Qingxi replaced, she replied. Chen Yan? A prodigy? The girl exclaimed. Don't you know? He just arrived yesterday and already defeated Wu Chuhua, took his room, and apparently beat him so badly the guy was calling him dad. Yu Jiwen was stunned by this revelation and quickly turned to look back, but Chen Yan and Gao Yuan had already disappeared around the corner. At the entrance of the blood scent room, Gao Yuan said, Chen Yan, for defeating Wu Chuhua, you've earned 50 points. In front of the blood scent chamber, Chu Feiyuan's voice was cold as he looked at Chen Yan. The points table for the Zhenwu squad already showed the 50-point bonus Chen Yan had earned by defeating Wu Chuhua. This fact forced Chu Feiyuan to re-evaluate the young man before him. Chen Yan had indeed demonstrated astonishing talent, making the contract that the Chu family originally intended to waste suddenly much more valuable. The coldness in Chu Feiyuan's eyes gradually faded as he spoke. Chen Yan, about what happened earlier, there might have been some misunderstandings, you know? It's fine, Mr. Chu. It's partly my fault too. I don't want to cause trouble for the Chu family, it's just… Chen Yan responded with a simple, honest smile, though a chill surged through his heart. This man deserves to die. Chu Feiyuan was momentarily stunned, but inwardly pleased this child was sensible. He was not mistaken in his judgment. By the way, you're a horizontal training prodigy. Why are you going to the blood scent chamber? Teacher, Chen Yan said he still wants to give awakening another try. Gao Yuan, standing nearby, explained. Chu Feiyuan nodded. Trying again after failing an awakening will only come at a higher cost. Seeing the determination in Chen Yan's eyes, he decided not to press further. Very well, go ahead. In Chu Fiyuan's view, letting Chen Yan waste his points was also acceptable. When Chen Yan reached a dead end, presenting him with the Chu family contract along with additional benefits would surely earn his gratitude and loyalty. Alright then, go on in. Stay as long as you like. But when your points run out, someone will call you out. After Chen Yan and Gao Yuan entered, Chu Feiyuan turned to a teacher beside him. Check which booth Chen Yan is in and guide some impure blood energy to his area. The Chu family steward was taken aback. Impure blood energy?
Yes.
Chu Feiyuan gave a sly smile. Chen Yan must be prideful at heart. If we hand him the contract directly, he might take it for granted. Give him some challenges first, then offer the contract. This country boy will probably be so grateful head kneel to thank us. Although the steward recalled how he himself had been deceived by the Chu family in the past, he could only suppress his frustration and adjust the equipment. However, Chu Feiyuan had miscalculated. Chen Yan had not only already awakened his blood energy but had also acquired the Qijia ability. While impure blood energy was toxic to other students, it held unique benefits for someone who had broken through the limits of awakening. As Chen Yan stepped into the blood scent chamber, he noticed it was quite different from the layout of the Zhenwu division. The space was only the size of a small restaurant and was not filled with pervasive red mist. Instead, it was divided into over 50 individual booths. The walls, made of green stone, were engraved with intricate patterns, faint yellow light glowing within the formation's energy that could only be absorbed after upgrading the holy breaking tree. Passing by a few booths, Chen Yan spotted a familiar face. Zhang Qingxi stared intently at Chen Yan, his eyes dark and heavy with conflicting emotions. The man before him had not only taken a spot that should have been his, but also defeated Wu Chuhua. The thought of having to pay his way into the Zhenwu class filled him with frustration and resentment. Chen Yan, I'll pay 300,000 for your room, Zhang Qingxi said as Chen Yan was about to walk past him. When Chen Yan ignored him completely, Zhang Qingxi abruptly stood up, raising his voice sharply. Chen Yan, you'd better not refuse the respect I'm giving you. Standing next to Chen Yan, Gao Yuan squinted and smiled faintly, while Chen Yan suddenly turned around and threw a swift punch straight at Zhang Qingxi's face. Bang! Zhang Qingxi's vision went black as he stumbled backward, intense pain radiating from his nose. The punch was so fast that he couldn't even see it coming. Chen Yan, Zhang Qingxi growled, clutching his bleeding nose as he struggled to his feet. But when his eyes met Chen Yan's cold, piercing gaze, a flicker of fear crept into his heart. Idiot, who are you yelling at? Have some shame, someone mocked from a nearby private room. It was another student who had also lost his spot. You're just a useless rich kid. What good are you? Exactly, total waste of space. Wu Chuhua was spot on. Do you really think you're capable? It's just because you have a rich dad. Get lost and stop polluting the air. Amid the jeers and insults erupting around him, Zhang Qingxi fled the blood chamber in disgrace. In the hallway, he ran into Chu Feiyuan, with a tone of grievance said, Teacher Chu, Chen Yan attacked me. Chu Feiyuan nodded calmly. Then challenge him. That's the rule here. Although he was secretly scheming against Chen Yan, his ultimate goal was to secure a deal with him. Zhang Qingxi hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice. Teacher Chu, I want Chen Yan's room. I'll have my dad pay you 500,000. At those words, Chu Feiyuan's expression turned icy. If you want his room, fight for it yourself. That's the rule of the Zhenwu class. What do you think giving me money will accomplish? The memory of Chu Lan being dismissed for embezzlement flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but think Zhang Qingxi was courting disaster. The nearby teachers and students cast disdainful glances in Zhang Qingxi's direction. His face turned ashen, and he couldn't utter another word. Embarrassed and overwhelmed, he turned and fled in a panic. Chen Yan chose a seat towards the back and settled in, his thoughts gradually calming. He clearly understood that Qijia essentially represented his own blood and energy attributes, and what Luo Puxin meant by learning not to use Qijia was actually about mastering control over these attributes. At this moment, he hadn't achieved that level of control, especially when performing the Dunyuan Ju. The cold energy it generated was particularly difficult to suppress. Even during his practice the previous night, the chill would unconsciously seep out. Despite this, he still chose to come to the blood scent room. Following Luo Puxin's advice, he needed to show a strong desire for awakening. Only when he could truly control Qijia would his real awakening take place. This was a matter of survival. Apart from Chan Min, any other limit break awakeners would face endless danger if their position was exposed. Chen Yan's task in the blood scent room was straightforward: to slowly activate Dun Yuan Ju and Qijia, gradually increasing the intensity until he could fully master the cold energy. However, what Luo Puxin didn't know was that Chen Yan wasn't wasting the efficiency of absorbing blood energy as it might seem. A faint smile played on Chen Yan's lips before his awakening. All the blood energy he gained daily from medicinal baths was being perfectly absorbed by his broken saint realm. The blood energy from the blood character Saint Fruit seemed to integrate seamlessly with his body, pure and natural. At that moment, a male student sitting towards the front stood up. Hey, you're Chen Yan, right? Wu Chua's brother. A faint smile lingered on his face. You hit him pretty hard yesterday. These words immediately drew the attention of other students in the blood scent room, who all turned to look at Chen Yan. Some chuckled quietly, while others had a glimmer of sympathy in their eyes. Wu Chuki, the dormitory assignments are based on combat strength. That's the rule of the Shenwu class. Gao Yuan stood up nervously to interject. The man named Wu Chuki kept his gaze fixed on Chen Yan. I rank 7th in this Shenwu class. His smile carried a trace of danger. However, when he noticed Chen Yan returning his gaze with a calm smile, seemingly ready to respond, his expression subtly shifted. After a brief pause, Wu Chuki withdrew his cold demeanor. Well done. My brother did deserve a beating. Feel free to hit him a few more times in the future. I might even thank you for it. As for him pretending to be Zhang Tai, I apologize on his behalf. Chen Yan's smile faded as he looked at Wu Chuki, slightly surprised. I heard you're good at physical cultivation and that you failed blood energy awakening before but refused to give up on it. Wu Chuki's tone turned serious. But be careful with the blood scent room. It's tough for someone who hasn't awakened. With that, he returned to his seat as though nothing had happened. The surrounding students now learned about Chen Yan's past failure at awakening. Their reactions varied. Some admired his determination, some expressed understanding, while others thought he was chasing an impossible dream. Suddenly, the blue stone walls around them began to emit a red glow, and thick red mist spread throughout the room. All the students focused their attention on absorbing it. Chen Yan also felt the red glow manifesting within his broken saint realm. The first stage of the blood energy path, the 5 viscera realm, involved storing and refining blood energy within the 5 viscera. This process had varying levels of mastery. For instance, the top-ranked student in the Jinwu class, Chu Xiansheng, had already reached the stage of refining 4.5 viscera, with a refinement rate exceeding 70%. When the opponent's 5 internal organs reached their peak, the blood energy accumulation could potentially hit a level of 75%. In this region, such an achievement is exceedingly rare. Within the sacred breaking realm, waves of crimson light surged as a blood-marked sacred breaking fruit gradually ripened before Chen Yan. Suddenly, a strange sensation arose deep within his heart. The chilling power of Inju emerged, bringing with it a bone-piercing cold. Chen Yan frowned as he stared into the dense red mist before him. Unusual black radiance flickered faintly within the sacred breaking realm, signaling the presence of elemental energy. Could there really be other elements mixed into this blood energy? Chen Yan grew alert. Activating Inja, he distinctly sensed the presence of multiple elemental energies within the red mist. Fiery heat, verdant wood-like vitality, and icy coldness. Even more suspiciously, this anomaly seemed confined solely to the area around him, starkly contrasting with his past experiences in the martial division of the town. Following Luo Pu's new guidance, Chen Yan cautiously activated the Chaos Abyss technique, carefully absorbing the blood energy while closely monitoring the dissipation of cold energy within his body. However, as the mixed elemental blood energy entered his system, his meridians began to clog. Had he not absorbed it with extreme restraint, the consequences could have been disastrous. These elemental energies are nothing short of toxins to the body. Chen Yan scanned his surroundings, confirming that the strange crimson mist lingered only around him. It was clear that someone was targeting him in secret. Without his mastery of the Chaos Abyss technique and his understanding of the body's meridian pathways, recklessly absorbing this energy would have led to blocked meridians, rendering the path to awakening a distant dream. Chu Feiyuan. The thought of the blood-scent chamber's overseer ignited a surge of intense, killing intent within Chen Yan, making it difficult for him to calm down. Shifting his focus, he turned his attention to the green wall engraved with formation patterns. As he approached, an overwhelming heat forced him to retreat immediately. The wall's temperature continued to rise, to the point where even Ninja could not affect it. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Yan's eyes as he adjusted his strategy. Instead of operating the Chaos Abyss technique, he cautiously released Inja, allowing it to gradually seep into the green wall. As Inja extended further, it began to absorb the ice element energy and blood energy mingled within. This was a skill Chen Yan had mastered back in the martial division of the town. Inja acted like a magnet specifically attuned to ice elements and blood energy, naturally repelling other elemental energies. At that moment, Chen Yan consumed a bloodmark sacred breaking fruit, feeling the surge of blood energy filling his heart. Inja continued to absorb the sparse ice elements and blood energy within the green wall. Evaluating the state of his heart, he noted that his blood energy accumulation had reached about 20%. Though the ice elements in the wall were limited, it was still a respectable progress. The sacred breaking realm displayed his current status: level 3, 3375 bloodmark sacred breaking fruits, power 9 5100, blood 100100, skills 13100, constitution 43100. For Chen Yan, This could be considered finding a clear path to continuously enhance Inja. He cautiously operated Inja, the chilling energy slithering like a snake through the green walls, delving deeper along the pipes. As he progressed, the surrounding temperature rose steadily, leaving him somewhat surprised. Had been concerned that the coldness of Inja might leak out, but the intense heat within the pipes completely suppressed that possibility. As he ventured further, Inja finally reached a sealed chamber. Inside was a massive blood pool, where the blood and flesh of various ancient beasts boiled at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. The scalding energy of the blood continuously rose from the pool, transported through the pipes to the blood-sent chamber. Chen Yan's eyes lit up. It turned out the red mist originated from here. Even though Inja was on the verge of melting under the intense heat, Chen Yan gritted his teeth and pressed on. Since Xu Feiyuan had schemed against him so thoroughly, he saw no reason to hold back. Absorb, he muttered under his breath. With his command, Inja erupted with blinding cold light within the blood pool, greedily absorbing the energy of the blood. Chen Yan could distinctly feel the energy in his heart rapidly increasing, surging upward like water being poured into a vessel. One after another, blood-saint fruits matured within him. 2, 3, 4, 5. He refrained from activating the Dun Yuan technique, relying solely on his heart to contain this blood energy. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. His body began to emit warning signs, and patches of frost crystals appeared on his skin. Just as he was reaching his limit, he forcibly absorbed an 11th fruit. At that moment, the container holding the beast meat suddenly began to tremble violently. Startled, Chen Yan immediately withdrew Inja. Xu Feiyuan hurriedly rushed to the blood energy chamber, questioning the teacher operating in the rear. The teacher awkwardly explained that it might have been due to an excess of impure blood energy. Xu Feiyuan frowned and ordered adjustments to be made. Chen Yan dared not continue absorbing any further. Carefully, he retracted the cold energy from the ice crystals around him. His entire body felt swollen, and his legs wobbled. Fortunately, the blood energy restriction placed by Luo Puxin provided him some relief from his concerns. By now, the blood energy in his heart had reached nearly 50% capacity, leaving him uncertain if he had overdone it. With his face flushed red, Chen Yan staggered out of the blood-sent chamber. Wu Chuqi approached him with a look of astonishment. Chen Yan, you lasted a full 5 hours. For someone who hasn't awakened yet to endure so long in the blood-sent chamber, it's unbelievable. Noticing Chen Yan's pale complexion, he couldn't help but exclaim, you really pushed yourself to the limit. Xu Feiyuan, noticing his condition, feigned concern and asked, Chen Yan, are you alright? Chen Yan simply shook his head silently, his face still burning red. Xu Feiyuan looked at Chen Yan with concern and continued to persuade him, perhaps it's the fault of the blood-sensing chamber. My family has a far better blood-sensing chamber, but you would need to sign a contract with us to use it. The ones who sign with the Chu family are all true geniuses. Why don't you consider it? As he spoke, he closely observed the changes in Chen Yan's expression. Chen Yan felt an unbearable pain in his chest. Shaking his head slowly, he said, Mr. Chu, I'm really not feeling well. I need to go back and rest. He felt as if his heart might burst at any moment. Xu Feiyuan wanted to say more, but seeing Chen Yan's agonized appearance, he had no choice but to stop. As Chen Yan left, his eyes were filled with a murderous intent. It was only at that moment that he realized why there had been such a surge of elemental energy on his side. It was all part of Xu Feiyuan's plan to manipulate him into signing a contract. First, he set him up to fall, then extended a helping hand, hoping Chen Yan would feel indebted and foolishly become his pawn. Damn it! Chen Yan roared inwardly. If I hadn't awakened in time and blindly absorbed all that energy, I might have been ruined forever, losing any chance of awakening. Wu Chuqi watched with a complex expression. Chen Yan was truly determined. Someone like him almost had his spot stolen by a worthless person like Zhang Qingxi. As he watched Chen Yan's retreating figure, he called out, be careful of Li Xiaowu. Chen Yan did not respond and walked away quickly. Xu Feiyuan frowned as he watched Chen Yan leave. He had only intended to make Chen Yan realize the limitations of the school's blood-sensing chamber, but things had escalated beyond his expectations. In the room where beast meat was stored, Xu Feiyuan scolded the teacher sharply, why did you release so much impure blood energy? You almost ruined that kid. The teacher looked innocent and replied, you were the one who told me to. Then he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Brother Chu, it seems like we need to replace the blood food. This batch of energy feels insufficient. Impossible. Xu Feiyuan exclaimed in shock. The students in the Jinwu class are all prodigies. It's normal for them to absorb energy quickly, the teacher explained with an awkward smile. Xu Feiyuan's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Damn that Luo Puxin. By now, Chen Yan had rushed into a training room, his heart throbbing painfully. It's all Xu Feiyuan's fault. I will kill him, he roared. Suddenly, An icy gust of wind burst from his mouth, carrying countless shards of bone-chilling ice crystals. It struck the walls around him like the breath of an ice dragon. After feeling slightly relieved, Chen Yan immediately sat cross-legged and began practicing the Dun Yuan technique, working to suppress the rampaging energy within his body. After a long while, his expression eased, and the energy in his heart began to transform into Yinjia, gradually compressing. His gaze turned icy as he attributed all his suffering to Chu Feiwen. At this moment, Luo Puxin was hesitating at the entrance of a small courtyard. He had just received a call from Shen Yiwei. After careful consideration, he decided to suggest that Chen Yan give up the path of blood energy. Rather than chasing the 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming a peerless awakened genius, it would be better to preserve his position as a true physical cultivation prodigy. After all, Chen Yan's talent in physical cultivation was already extraordinary, while his blood energy talent was far less promising. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Puxin stepped into the room and heightened his senses as he approached the training room. Suddenly, a wave of cold washed over him, stopping him in his tracks. As he grasped the door handle, he felt a bone-chilling frost. "Chen Yan, it's me," Luo Puxin called out. The door opened immediately, and a sharp, icy wind hit him in the face, leaving him momentarily stunned. When he finally saw the training room, now transformed into a frozen cavern, his heart pounded violently. "Brother Luo, you're here," Chen Yan said with a smile. Luo Puxin stood frozen in place, staring at the ice-covered training room before him. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out, "What the hell is this?" Feeling the chill that seemed to seep in from all directions, Luo Puxin shuddered. As someone knowledgeable in the art of qi and blood, a question arose in his mind. Chen Yan awakened just a few days ago, right? He turned his back to Chen Yan, his tone calm and composed. "You already knew that, didn't you?" Chen Yan replied, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. Luo Puxin cleared his throat and said seriously, "I understand your focus on the path of qi and blood, but you need to realize that awakening and surpassing limits is merely a selection method used by Zhouming. Zhouming, as the remnant consciousness of an ancient god, views all living beings as mere numbers. It values only the strong." He turned around, his gaze heavy with seriousness. "So, you cannot neglect horizontal refinement for the sake of qi and blood. The path of horizontal refinement explores the limits of the human body. It is the foundation of your strength and survival. Ancient gods." Chen Yan murmured the term softly. Luo Puxin briefly explained, "Ancient gods are immensely powerful beings that have existed since time immemorial. While there are no living ancient gods in Xia country now, they still exist beyond our borders. You mustn't see them as friends at most. They can be partners, but they could just as easily become enemies." He hesitated to delve deeper into the topic but emphasized, "You must take horizontal refinement more seriously." Chen Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded. "I understand. While practicing the red heart fist these past few days, I've indeed encountered some difficulties." "That's to be expected," Luo Puxin said with a faint smile. "You haven't even mastered the Red Gang Profound Strike Fist, and you're jumping straight to the Red Heart Fist. It's bound to be challenging. What's your heart's forging level now?" "Around 35. I just converted qi and blood into yin-abiding energy earlier, which improved the quality but inevitably lowered the forging level slightly." Luo Puxin froze for a moment. "At this rate, are you planning to reach the 100 Meridian stage in just a month? Impressive, but don't forget the importance of horizontal refinement." Chen Yan nodded in agreement and then said, "Regarding the Red Heart Fist, I have some questions I'd like to ask you, Brother Luo." "Show me your practice first," Luo Puxin replied. He had come today for a surprise inspection, intending to put some pressure on Chen Yan and reinforce the importance of horizontal refinement. While innate talent can be supplemented, what truly matters is making Chen Yan stronger. Chen Yan focused his energy, his body slightly bent, as a faint red aura swirled around his fists. Luo Puxin tilted his head, observing his movements intently. Boom! The first punch exploded outward, and the spiraling energy burst in reverse, creating turbulent waves throughout the training room. The surroundings fell into silence. Chen Yan glanced at Luo Puxin, who was staring at him with an expressionless face. A chill crept into Chen Yan's heart. Could it be that all his efforts over the past few days were still not enough? Boom! 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 Chen Yan threw several punches in succession, but Luo Puxin remained silent, his gaze fixed on him. He seemed lost in thought, as if recalling his own early days of martial practice. Luo Puxin recalled the time when he had only begun learning the Qixin Fist after mastering the integration of the 72 patterns. The memory left him deeply astonished. Yet here was Chen Yan, already on the verge of mastering the basics of the Qixin Fist without even touching the foundational Qigong Xuanji Fist. "Wait!" Luo Puxin abruptly stood up and called out to Chen Yan, who was in the middle of practicing. With a complicated expression, he said, "We should start with the basics, the Qigong Xuanji Fist." It's the foundation of the Qixin fist. Seeing the confusion in Chen Yan's eyes, Luo Puxin explained, the Qigong Xuanji fist is an external martial art that complements the Qigong body forging manual, while the Qixin fist is an advanced technique derived from it. What you're doing now is like skipping elementary mathematics and jumping straight into advanced calculus. He paused for a moment before adding, even if you're exceptionally gifted, building a solid foundation is crucial. After all, you can't always rely on advanced techniques to win, can you? But as he finished speaking, even Luo Puxin seemed uncertain. By the time Luo Puxin left late that night, his emotions were even more complicated than when he arrived. He was not only puzzled by Chen Yan, but also began to question himself why had it been so difficult for him to learn the Qigong Xuanji fist back then? As he gazed at the silent night sky, his heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Suddenly, he noticed two suspicious figures on the street. Stop! What are you two up to? Luo Puxin shouted angrily. The two Zhang Qingxi and a burly young man hastily bowed and fled in panic. Meanwhile, Chen Yan was sprinting swiftly through the countryside. The system displayed his stats: Saint-Breaking Realm, Level 3, 5,075 Saint-Breaking Fruits consumed, Strength 44100, Vitality 2, 5100, Skill 4100, Constitution 87100. After consuming a Strength Saint-Breaking Fruit, Chen Yan felt a surge of energy, and his exhaustion vanished. Upon taking a Skill Saint-Breaking Fruit, his understanding of the Qixin fist deepened significantly, and he finally mastered its basics. As for the Qigong Xuanji fist that Luo Puxin had taught, he quickly grasped its essence as well. By this point, the second strength pattern on his chest had solidified by 90%. Although he hadn't slept for days, the Saint-Breaking Tree's assistance kept him from feeling any discomfort. The ever-present pressure brought by Inja spurred him to accelerate his progress. He took out the black martial merit token that Luo Puxin had given him and lightly touched a specific spot. Several lines of task information appeared. Kill Yi Yong. Reward 50 martial merit points. Participate in the Tianbang Fist Tournament and earn bronze certification. Reward 50 martial merit points. Solidify a second substantive pattern within 1 week. Reward 50 martial merit points. Reach 50 heart forging progress within 1 month. Reward 50 martial merit points. Kill a first order ancient beast. Reward 10 martial merit points per beast. This martial merit token was not just a task list. It symbolized that Chen Yan was now a candidate for the Junhua Guard. Chen Yan clicked on the task list, and the mission to eliminate Secretary Yi immediately turned orange, marked as confirmed. This choice meant that as long as he successfully killed Yi Yong, he would earn martial merit points, a crucial resource provided by the Jinwu division, which could be exchanged for valuable items such as cultivation techniques, combat skills, weapons, and rare elixirs. If it weren't for joining the candidates, where else would I get such rewards? A faint smile appeared on Chen Yan's lips as his pace suddenly quickened. His figure swept across the ground like a streak of lightning, kicking up a trail of dust. The faint red mist exhaled from his mouth shimmered with interwoven hues of gold, orange, and green. Luo Puxin was writhe had indeed been neglecting body refinement. This thought spurred Chen Yan to accelerate even further. From the center of Yunmeng City to Luoshan County was about 100 kilometers, and with his current speed combined with the support of his breathing technique, he could cover the distance in roughly 2 hours. At around 1 a.m., Yunmeng City glittered brightly under the night sky. Chen Yan tapped on his martial merit token again, and the task interface immediately switched to a detailed map, marked with surveillance locations and routes to avoid detection. Following the map, he maneuvered through streets and alleys, finally leaping into a refined courtyard. This was a wealthy district, where rows of luxurious villas loomed faintly in the night. Chen Yan couldn't help but marvel land was incredibly expensive in Yunmeng City, and these villas were worth a fortune, a stark contrast to the dilapidated Qingshan town. Activating his breathing technique, he could clearly hear the conversation inside. That bastard Chen Yan, that bastard Luo Puxin, I won't let them off. Calm down, will you? Lord Gong said to lay low in Luoshi for a few days. Once Shen Yiwei falls, well, deal with them. Exactly, he's just some kid from a backwater town. Taking care of him will be a piece of cake by then. I was even thinking of paying someone to kill him. Forget it. You're always so reckless. Chen Yan recognized the voices as Secretary Yes and a woman's. Secretary Yi stood by the window, smoking as he sneered, plotting revenge against the one who had broken his finger. Chen Yan frowned. Hadn't expected someone else to be present at this hour. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to retreat for now. 5 kilometers away, atop a tall building, 2 figures observed the scene. Looks like he gave up. Chen Yan's too soft-hearted, said a woman in black, her lithe figure blending almost seamlessly with the night. This is the so-called body refinement prodigy that Deputy Chief Shin mentioned? The man sounded unimpressed. Taking on a mission in the middle of the night, and now we have to monitor and evaluate him. They were logistics personnel from the military defense unit, responsible for data collection and mission evaluations. Wait, He doesn't seem to be leaving, the woman suddenly said. Hmm. The man squinted and saw Chen Yan walking into a convenience store to buy a bottle of cold mineral water. Can't complete the mission. So he goes to buy water, huh? The man chuckled, already thinking about heading back to play cards. All right, let's rate him after he leaves, the woman sighed. 0 points, not even the basic reward. The two of them stared speechlessly at Chen Yan's departing figure. Just as they assumed he was merely buying a bottle of water and leaving, they saw him head straight into a residential building near Yi Yang's villa. The woman furrowed her brows slightly, her figure flickering as she leaped effortlessly to the rooftop of another building hundreds of meters away. Adjusting her angle, she continued to observe. At this moment, Chen Yan was standing by the window of a corridor in the residential building, carefully extracting ice cubes from the bottle. He rubbed them between his fingers until a small ice sphere, the size of a pea, was pinched between his fingertips. The man soon arrived as well, watching the scene unfold with a puzzled expression. Is he really planning to kill Yi Yong with an ice cube? The woman asked in disbelief. She noticed that the window where Chen Yan stood aligned perfectly on a diagonal line with the window of Yi Yong's villa. Ridiculous. Isn't he just a horizontal practitioner? The man sneered. Even if he had that level of precision, there's no way he'd have the strength to pull it off. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yan had already assumed a stance. His right hand raised, his body bent slightly sideways, preparing to throw. A faint yet potent energy emanated from his fingertips, enveloping the small ice sphere. Inside the villa, Secretary Yi was puffing on a cigarette, his anger still evident. And Gong Qing, another coward. Damn it, if it were me. Crack. A sharp sound interrupted him mid-sentence. Before he could react, another crack echoed. Secretary Ye's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, blood seeping from the back of his head. Old Yi, the woman on the bed cried out in alarm, rushing to him. Another sharp crack sounded as a vase behind her shattered. She turned around in terror, only to be struck squarely on the forehead by another ice sphere. She collapsed instantly. On the rooftop, the two observers were utterly stunned. Handle the aftermath, the woman ordered swiftly. They hurried into the villa. The man carried the two bodies away, while the woman meticulously inspected the scene. When she approached the window to measure the distance, she suddenly noticed someone stepping out of the shadows on the floor above where Chen Yan had been. It was a refined-looking young man who met her gaze silently. It was Chen Yan. The woman froze in place, awkwardly waving her hand. Chen Yan gave a faint nod before disappearing into the darkness. Time passed and a tall, shadowy figure approached gracefully. Strange, there's really no one here. Could Tianbang have given us false information? Chen Yu frowned, the golden array disc shimmering in her eyes. The air smells of blood. Someone was just killed here. A woman in a red dress spoke from within the conscious realm. Who could it be? Does Yi Yong have enemies? Chen Yu was startled. The bodies were handled very professionally. Let's go. Be cautious of a possible ambush, the red-dressed woman warned. Teacher, could it have been my brother? Chen Yu speculated. My dear disciple, must you bring up your brother every 3 sentences? The red-dressed woman sighed in exasperation. Chen Yan is still in Luoshan County. How could he have executed such a professional kill? 50 martial merit points in the back. A faint smile appeared on Chen Yan's lips as he gently caressed the martial merit token in his hand. As his fingers brushed across the surface, the text on the token shifted, revealing a list of items for exchange. The superior grade class, a foundational body tempering breathing technique, the Crimson Steel Body Manual, required 1 point per hour for visualization with source crystals. The superior grade class B foundational blood energy technique, the 9 Suns Art, cost 0.7 points, while the martial grade class A body tempering breathing technique, the Solar Dragon technique, demanded a hefty 100 points. With another swipe to the right, the list switched to the weapons page. Chen Yan's gaze lingered between 2 items. The first was the martial grade class A blood energy combat technique, 100 Spear Shadow Stab, priced at 100 points. This technique was highly compatible with his Inja blood energy and was exactly what he needed. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford it just yet. The second item was even more tempting, a Class C Earth Vein level body refinement opportunity, priced at an astronomical 1,000 points. According to Luo Puxin, a single refinement could grant Chen Yan 2 new patterns, a rare and invaluable chance to enhance his martial grade physique. In this world, treasures were categorized into 6 levels: mortal grade, superior grade, martial grade, earth vein level, celestial level, and morningstar level, with each level further divided into Class A, B, C, and D. The red fur Lingji Chen Yan had used before was merely a Class B mortal grade herb. This earth vein level body refinement opportunity, combined with his sacred break tree, could undoubtedly lead to a dramatic surge in his strength. Pocketing the martial merit token, Chen Yan made up his mind. Earn more martial merit points and grow stronger. Under the moonlight that flowed like water, Chen Yan's figure sped through the wilderness, his movements swift and agile. The leaves above cast dappled silver shadows on the ground. The crimson steel body manual circulated continuously within him, and faintly red-tinged white mist escaped from his lips as he exhaled. He checked his sacred break realm status, level 3, 5075. As for the sacred break fruit, strength 88100, blood 26100, skill 32100, body 100100. On his chest, a solid strength pattern of 1.9 units had already formed, while the other tendon, bone, and skin patterns were about 40 complete. According to Luo Puxin, the sequence in which individuals condensed these patterns varied. For instance, Wu Chuhua first formed skin patterns before strength patterns. However, due to the aid of the sacred break tree, Chen Yan had developed his strength patterns first, followed by the other shallow patterns of tendon, bone, and skin. This indicated an imbalance in his physique. His strength far exceeded his defense. He urgently needed to focus on training his tendons, bones, and skin to achieve greater balance. As for the division of realms, the body tempering path consisted of the 72 patterns extreme tempering stage, the unity stage, and the source stage. The blood energy path was divided into the 5 organ stage, the 100 meridian stage, the golden body stage, and the source stage. Although the highest stage in both paths shared the same name, the source stage of body tempering was entirely different from that of blood energy. Regardless of the path, reaching the source stage meant becoming a peerless powerhouse capable of dominating an entire continent. The term primordial origin, also known as martial grandmaster, is exceedingly rare even in the entire Qinzhou, and there is none in Yumeng City. Chen Yan recalled Luo Puxin's words. Reaching 32 patterns in horizontal refinement allows one to rival a blood chi practitioner who has just entered the 100 meridians realm, while attaining 72 patterns makes one comparable to the peak of that realm. A horizontal refinement level capable of surpassing 2 stages of blood chi practitioners is indeed remarkable. It is said that some have exceeded the 72 pattern limit during the extreme forging stage, though many are forced to choose integration before reaching that level. Ultimately, it all depends on individual constitution. By the time the eastern sky began to brighten, Chen Yan had quietly returned to first high school. When the cafeteria staff pushed the breakfast cart into the courtyard, they were greeted by the sight of a handsome, shirtless young man, drenched in sweat, practicing his moves in the morning light. The sound of rushing fists filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yan's movements were as fluid as a swimming dragon, his punches a perfect blend of strength and flexibility, exuding immense power. So hardworking, the young cafeteria girl murmured, blushing, as she placed a carefully prepared beast meat meal in the living room. Chen Yan washed his face at the faucet, thanked her, and began his meal. Within the Breaking Saint realm, consuming a single strength Breaking Saint fruit solidified his second strength pattern entirely. Buzz, his martial merit badge, suddenly vibrated lightly. Upon checking, Chen Yan noticed that the original task of condensing a new pattern within a week had disappeared, evidently sensing his breakthrough. A new task appeared: condense 3 substantial patterns within a week, with a reward of 200 martial merit points. Meanwhile, the task of killing Yi Yong had also been completed. To Chen Yan's surprise, the initial reward of 50 points had been increased to 200 points. At this moment, his total martial merit points had reached 250, though it was still a long way from the 1,200 points needed to visualize 100 Spears Dark Sting for 12 hours. Feeling the flow of strength coursing through his body, Chen Yan took a deep breath, his veins faintly visible. The fatigue and drowsiness gradually dissipated. This courtyard belongs to Chen Yan, right? He's so handsome and diligent, the young cafeteria girl murmured again, her cheeks flushed. Don't get your hopes up, the middle-aged man accompanying her said quietly. Those who live here are all martial geniuses with high status. They wouldn't even glance at ordinary people like us. The girl froze, her blush fading as she was reminded of the gap in their statuses. At that moment, Yu Jiwen hesitated as she approached the courtyard. Chen Yan, could you come out for a moment? She glanced toward the shade of a distant tree, where a round-faced girl stood with hands clasped, watching expectantly. Chen Yan stepped out. Yu Jiwen carefully observed the striking young man with an extraordinary demeanor before taking out a pink letter. This is for you. Sorry, I'm not considering such things right now, Chen Yan said, standing still without accepting it. It's not from me, it's from. Regardless of who it's from, I'm not considering it, Chen Yan replied with a gentle smile. Yu Jiwen quietly watched as Chen Yan turned and walked away before she could say anything. She stood still for a moment, then awkwardly returned to the girl waiting under the shade of the tree and gently shook her head. Ah. The girl murmured in disappointment. Yu Jiwen remained silent. Chen Yan didn't even ask who it was before rejecting outright, which meant that even if she herself had extended the invitation, she would have been turned down as well. This realization left her with a mix of emotions, and she couldn't help but recall the words of Teacher Xiaodong. Perhaps Teacher Xiaodong was regretting it now. An hour later, Gao Yuan appeared at the courtyard gate. Chen Yan, are you heading to the breeding zone? he asked with a tone of admiration. I heard you endured 5 hours in the blood-sent chamber yesterday to awaken. For those who haven't awakened, being in that place is like an ordinary person stepping into an 80-degree sauna. Lasting even a minute is impressive. I'm going, Chen Yan replied, stepping out of his room. He had just finished training with the Chaos Abyss technique and had gained some insights into concealing his qi. He needed to head to the breeding zone to engage in real combat with the Shu family's ancient beasts, as he and Gao Yuan had previously agreed. Shortly after the two left, Zhang Qingxi and Li Xiaowu arrived at the courtyard. Chen Yan isn't here, Zhang Qingxi said irritably. No problem. Since the curator paid us, he'll handle this, Li Xiaowu said with a grin, patting Zhang Qingxi on the shoulder. At the entrance of the breeding zone, Vice Principal Zhuang Shihong was briefing the students on safety precautions. He handed a walkie-talkie to Chen Yan. You'll earn 2 points for every hour you spend in the breeding zone. If you encounter danger, call for help, but be aware that asking for help 10 times will result in elimination from the Jinwu class. He then handed over 2 cloth bags. Each ancient beast has a fake right eye. After you defeat one, collect the fake eye. Each has its own point value. As long as you take it, the points are yours. Gao Yuan scratched his head and politely declined the bag. Teacher, I can't fight ancient beasts. I'm just here to stay and earn time points. Zhuang Shihong nodded in understanding, then turned to Chen Yan with a reminder. Fight if you can, but don't push yourself too hard. Got it, Chen Yan replied, his gaze shifting to the iron-fenced inner area of the Green Mountain ahead. This so-called breeding zone was actually the inner part of the Green Mountain, where the ancient beasts had been carefully selected, all of them below the 5 Viscera realm, with their strength increasing the deeper you went. At that moment, other students from the Jinwu class also began to arrive. Wu Chuqi and Wu Chuhua approached from the front. We meet again, Chen Yan, Wu Chuqi greeted with a smile. While Wu Chuhua kept her head down and walked straight in. Wu Chuqi is really strong. I heard he killed 10 ancient beasts just yesterday, Gao Yuan remarked in awe. The prodigies from the county sure live up to their reputation. Just then, another group of students arrived. The boy leading them spoke up. Chun Yin from Qingshan Town, Imli Qingyuan from Zhangni Township. Want to go up the mountain together? Seeing no response from Chen Yin, he continued. We students from the rural areas have weaker foundations, so we need to support each other. The county high school students look down on us, so we have to stick together. Chen Yin quickly realized that the students from the 3 high schools in Luoshan County were indeed indifferent to him. The factions had already formed. He noticed that Yu Jiwen was also in Li Qingyuan's team, and when she saw him, she lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. Li Qingyuan, ranked 10th among the strongest, enjoyed the privilege of having a private courtyard, just like Chen Yan. Gao Yuan stood nearby, smiling as he greeted Li Qingyuan. It was clear the two were already acquainted. No, thank you. Chen Yan declined the invitation outright. He had come to the breeding zone at Luo Puxin's suggestion to personally face and battle ancient beasts. Staying safely behind the team would defeat the purpose. Li Qingyuan didn't seem offended by Chen Yan's refusal. Instead, he smiled and said, I understand. You're a genius, and you want to challenge the ancient beasts on your own. I thought the same way at first, but real combat is extremely dangerous. Right now, the priority is to accumulate points, and then we can focus on getting stronger. Gao Yuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. We'll give it a try first. If it gets too difficult, we'll join your team. Chun Yin responded courteously, acknowledging Li Qingyuan's goodwill. All right, you're welcome anytime, Li Qingyuan said warmly. Let's get stronger together. Chun Yin glanced at the hesitant Gao Yuan and took the initiative to say, Gao Yuan, you should go ahead and team up with them. Gao Yuan, seeing no other option, nodded in agreement. After Chun Yin left, someone in the team grumbled. Does he think he's so great? He only beat Wu Chuhua, who's ranked 20th. Qingyuan is ranked 10th. Li Qingyuan turned to respond. I don't agree with that. Who doesn't think they're strong? It's human nature. If Chen Yan wants to try on his own, that's his right. Failure is also his choice, and it has nothing to do with us. These words only deepened the team members' admiration for Li Qingyuan. It was he who had built the faction that united these students, who had once been looked down upon, into a cohesive group. Within the team, Yu Jiwen quietly said to the round-faced girl beside her, you should consider going after Li Qingyuan. He's steady, and his strength surpasses Chen Yan's. The round-faced girl, still sulking over being rejected by Chen Yan, muttered. But Chen Yan is really good-looking. Yu Jiwen fell silent for a moment, thinking to herself, he is good-looking. How did I not notice before? Chen Yan walked through the forest, feeling a newfound and inexplicable confidence compared to the last time he entered the Green Mountains. He yearned for an encounter with ancient beasts, eager to face the Qingju snake again and test his current strength. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Under the shade of a towering ancient tree, 2 young men silently observed Chen Yan's figure as he moved forward without hesitation. They didn't call out to stop him. Activating his breathing technique, Chen Yan instantly felt the flow of energy coursing through his body, sharpening his senses to an extraordinary degree. He chose to move toward the upper left and quickly vanished into the dense forest. He went that way. We barely made it out alive. Should we warn him? One of the young men hesitated, breaking the silence. Warn him? Why bother? If he wants to throw his life away, that's none of our business. The other replied with a cold smirk, arms crossed. If he gets eliminated, that just means one less person competing for housing in the experimental zone. Just then, an eerie scraping sound filled the air. A massive snake with shimmering green scales slithered fluidly across the ground, its scales making a chilling hiss as they scraped against the earth. At that moment, Chen Yan stood atop an ancient tree near the snake, gripping a branch with one hand and gazing down at the Qingju snake below. A faint smile curved his lips as he let go of the branch without hesitation. As he descended, a blood-red vortex of energy erupted from his fist. The Qingju snake sensed the danger, but it was already too late. Chen Yan's fist struck its head with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the forest. A surge of crimson energy reversed in his fist, causing the snake's head to cave in instantly, brain matter spilling out. The massive body of the snake recoiled violently from the impact. Standing atop the fallen snake, Chen Yan retrieved a steel false eye marked with the number 7 and allowed a victorious smile to spread across his face. The outcome of this battle left Chen Yan deeply satisfied. The power of that single punch surpassed the results of 10 punches during regular training. Moreover, using techniques he had honed during practice in actual combat brought him an unprecedented sense of focus. I can't rely solely on the Crimson Heart Fist, Chen Yan muttered to himself. I need to train my basic techniques in real battles to strengthen my overall abilities. Resolving to find another ancient beast, he decided to use the Crimson Steel Mystic Strike for his next fight. Meanwhile, the two young men who had been watching from afar now wore uneasy expressions. As they debated Chen Yan's fate, Li Qingyuan, Gao Yuan, and Yu Jiwen arrived on the scene. Did you see Chen Yan? Li Qingyuan asked, fixing a sharp gaze on the two. No, we didn't, they stammered, shaking their heads hurriedly. Li Qingyuan narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Let me warn you, Chen Yan is one of us. If you harm him, you'll be making an enemy out of me. Hearing this, the two young men could only nod repeatedly, fear evident in their expressions. In their minds, Li Qingyuan was not someone they could afford to cross. Chen Yan, you're here. Zhang Qingxi finally found Chen Yan under a large tree. When he saw Chen Yan stumbling out of the woods, covered in blood, he instinctively stood up. This was the first time he had ever seen Chen Yan in such a disheveled state, and it sent a chill down his spine. Every movement Chen Yan made betrayed an overwhelming exhaustion. Looking at the bloodstains on Chen Yan's body, Zhang Qingxi's heart began to race. Could it be that Chen Yan had really risked his life, narrowly escaping the pursuit of ancient beasts, just for a few points? That was sheer madness. Chen Yan, sell me your house, Zhang Qingxi demanded, stepping in front of him with a firm tone. I don't want to repeat myself. Li Xiaowu is my senior brother, you should know who he is. Chen Yan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly countered. Why don't you go find Wu Chuhua? He's the one who took your house. Before Zhang Qingxi could respond, Chen Yan's lips curved into a cold smile. Because in your mind, I'm easier to bully, right? Just like how you took my spot in the Jinwu class. Zhang Qingxi fell silent. It was true. Wu Chuhua had an older brother, Wu Chuqi, who ranked 7th in the Jinwu class. Everyone else living in the experimental zone was either a genius or had significant backing. Only Chen Yan. Then fight me, Chen Yan suddenly said. Zhang Qingxi narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of confidence rising as he looked at the visibly exhausted Chen Yan. Are you sure? Not, Zhang Qingxi was just about to refuse when Chen Yan struck. A swift and powerful kick, faster than lightning, left only a blurred shadow in Zhang Qingxi's eyes. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed as Zhang Qingxi's left leg bent unnaturally. Ah! His piercing screams reverberated through the forest. Clutching his broken leg, Zhang Qingxi rolled on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He hadn't even finished his sentence before Chen Yan's kick shattered his leg. Looks like you're not ready, Chen Yan said calmly. Come challenge me again when you've recovered. If you win, the house is yours. As he left, Chen Yan looked up at the clear sky, his thoughts churning. If they weren't in the restricted zone, he would have ended this man who nearly destroyed his future. But he worried about potential retaliation or trouble from Zhang Qingxi's family. Remembering Luo Puxin's words, Chen Yan clenched his fists. He didn't want to be a bad person, but being good had only ever brought him suffering, leaving him as someone others trampled on without hesitation. If that was the case, it was better to be ruthless. After all, not everyone was as reasonable as Wu Chuqi or Gao Yuan. Some fools only learned through violence. First and foremost, he had to become stronger. As Chen Yan moved forward, he remained highly alert. He encountered several ancient beasts of varying forms and strengths, the strongest among them displaying the number 15 in its left eye. Though he wasn't sure how many points he could earn by defeating such a beast, these battles deepened his understanding of the breathing technique, external refinement methods, and Qixin fist, significantly improving his combat efficiency. In the sacred break zone, another fruit of strength ripened. Apart from the power fruit he consumed, Chen Yan had also taken 2 skill fruits and 2 body fruits earlier that day. At this moment, his saint-breaking realm had reached level 3, with 5,775 saint-breaking points, power at 0-100, blood at 36100, skill at 37100, and body at 21100. At the center of his chest, 2 solidified power marks glimmered faintly, while the 3 other marks representing tendons, bones, and skin were about 80 solidified. As his understanding of the breathing technique deepened, the speed at which he refined these marks accelerated. By evening, Chen Yan discovered an ancient beast in the forest. It had dark green fur and resembled a lynx, with the number 20 marked above its left eye. Chen Yan exhaled a puff of red and white mist, locking eyes with the creature. Despite its small size, its score was higher than that of the green viper, making him cautious. The green cat perched on a tree trunk, its glowing eyes staring at him challengingly, its body slightly tensed as if provoking him. Roar! A tiger-like growl echoed across the forest as the green cat transformed into a shadowy blur, lunging at Chen Yan. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly steadied himself, channeling the force of his fist as he leapt to meet the attack. With a ripping sound, the cat's claws grazed his arm, tearing through his clothing and drawing blood. Its speed astonished him. Turning back, he saw the green cat glaring at him provocatively. Chen Yan grinned, excitement surging through him. "Come on," he shouted. The air filled with the sound of feral roars as Chen Yan swung his fists, dodging and countering with relentless strikes. Blood streaked his body as fresh wounds appeared, pain radiating from every corner. The green cat glared at him fiercely, panting heavily. Chen Yan's grin widened, as if he had grasped something profound, only for it to slip away the next moment. He wanted to keep fighting. Despite the torment, he knew that without pain, no one would dare to challenge him. Murderous intent swirled in his eyes. Chen Yan had thought that entering the martial academy would put an end to all this, but reality proved otherwise. Xu Feiyuan, in his bid to force Chen Yan to sign a contract with the Xu family, cared nothing for his body or talent. Zhang Qingxi, who had already stolen his rightful spot, had the audacity to demand his housing. And this so-called limit break awakening, was it truly so dangerous? He despised it all, hated it to his core. He wanted to grow stronger, to slaughter those who deserved it, and to make others bow beneath his feet. "Come on!" Chen Yan roared, his voice drowning out the green cat's growls, freezing even this wild beast accustomed to life and death struggles. "Today, either I kill you, or you kill me." He spat out a mouthful of blood, his smile bright and unrestrained. "I'm an easy kill, and hold back." Heavy breaths escaped him, red mist swirling from his mouth. Chen Yan's skin tightened, his muscles bulged, and his blood surged to its peak as his heart pounded wildly. He charged forward. Boom! A fiery punch erupted. Crimson steel manifested. The crimson steel profound fist, mastered. At that moment, without relying on any saint-breaking fruit, he had broken through entirely on his own. His speed and power reached their apex, and before the green cat could react, it was sent flying by the force of his punch. Stunned, the cat realized this was the first time it had been overpowered by the boy. What had changed? Chen Yan pressed onward, laughing maniacally, his demeanor wild and unrestrained. Under the rhythm of the breathing technique, the 3 faint marks for tendons, bones, and skin visibly solidified further. His fervor grew, as though he could barely restrain himself from tearing himself apart. Lunging forward like a feral beast, Chen Yan charged, the wind roaring around him. Fallen branches and leaves were swept up in the chaotic gusts, dust swirling in his wake. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment, a brilliant white light flickered within the saint-breaking realm. A prompt appeared, detected absorption of true intent energy. Saint-breaking tree unable to absorb. Upgrade to level 6 required. The saint-breaking tree couldn't process it due to its insufficient level. However, the white light was generated by Chen Yan himself, as he had produced a trace of true intent energy. Through relentless combat and skirting the edge of danger, the saint-breaking tree glowed intensely. The orange light of power, the golden light of skill, and the green light of body intertwined in a dazzling display. All the fruits except for the blood saint-breaking fruit rapidly matured. Meanwhile, on an inconspicuous branch, a tiny silver fruit slowly began to grow. "Wu Chuqi, you did well today, taking down a 20-point ancient beast," Zhuang Shihong said with a smile as he counted the fake eyes in Wu Chuqi's pouch. Wu Chuqi wiped the blood off his face and sighed softly. "To be honest, I still couldn't show my true potential. I haven't even mastered the basics of blood energy techniques, so my combat power is really lacking. Zhuang Shihong nodded in agreement. That's true. The purpose of sparring is to enhance your skills and strength. Even if you've reached the peak of the 5 Viscera realm, without mastering at least one blood energy technique, it's hard to fully utilize your abilities. Wu Chuqi turned to his younger brother beside him. Chu Hua, the same goes for you. Losing to Chen Yan wasn't just because your extreme tempering realm skills were inferior to his. The bigger issue is the gap in technique. Wu Chuhua remained silent. In his mind, Chen Yan was a lunatic, and he didn't want to compare himself to someone like that. But then again, hadn't he been a bit of a madman himself in the past? In the distance, outside the gate of the rearing area, a young man with a fierce expression stood alone. He was Li Xiaowu, ranked 8th in the town martial class. Not far from him, Li Qingyuan and a few others appeared to be in opposition to him. What's going on here? Wu Chuqi asked as he approached. Li Qingyuan gave a bitter smile and explained. Chen Yan broke Zhang Qingxi's leg, and Li Xiaowu is waiting here for him to come out. Chen Yan hasn't come out yet? Wu Chuqi asked, surprised. He's been in there for quite a while. Li Qingyuan shook his head. Yeah, we're staying here to make sure Li Xiaowu doesn't attack Chen Yan when he comes out. Wu Chuqi turned to Zhuang Shihong. Principal Zhuang, isn't private fighting prohibited in the town martial class? Zhuang Shihong responded calmly, unless both parties agree to it. As a student of Wangyang, he naturally had to look out for Chen Yan. It was Chen Yan who broke Zhang Qingxi's leg first. Li Xiaowu suddenly growled, his eyes flashing with rage. Even so, you'll have to wait until Chen Yan comes out to address it, Zhuang Shihong warned sternly. Wu Chuhua sneered and chimed in, Li Xiaowu, Zhang Qingxi stole Chen Yan's spot. He's nothing but trash. If you stick with trash, be careful you don't become trash yourself. Li Xiao's eyes burned with killing intent as he glared at Wu Chuhua. Wu Chuqi tried to diffuse the tension. Calm down. My brother has a blunt way of speaking. Zhang Qingxi isn't trash, and neither are you. Though his words seemed conciliatory, they carried a subtle sting of sarcasm. Li Xiaowu clenched his fists, but forced himself to hold back. Seeing that the situation wasn't improving, Wu Chuqi decided to leave. The town martial class had only just begun, and tensions were already running high. He had no desire to get caught up in the drama. His goal was to grow stronger, and these disputes were nothing but a waste of time. Brother, what do you think will happen to Chen Yan? Wu Chuhua asked. Nothing much, Wu Chuqi replied calmly. His matters don't concern us. With Su Xiansheng supporting him, what can Li Xiaowu do? We've said what needed to be said, but there's no need to get involved. It's all just a waste of time. As time passed and night fell, the waiting students gradually dispersed, murmuring among themselves about why Chen Yan hadn't shown up all day, not even for meals. Some speculated whether something unexpected had happened to him. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Li Xiaowu's expression grew increasingly dark. He had clearly lost his patience, and a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. To him, there were now only two options. Either Chen Yan kneels before him and admits his mistake, or he accepts the challenge and lets Li break one of his legs as an explanation to Zhang Ge. But so far, half the day had passed in meaningless waiting. Standing to the side, Zhuang Shihong's expression also grew tense. From 8 a.m. to now, 11 p.m., a full 15 hours had gone by, and there was still no news from Chen Yan. Just then, a group of people approached from a distance, led by Luo Puxin, the principal of First High School, and Chu Feiyuan. How did the students perform in the reserve zone today? A male voice inquired. Zhuang Shihong immediately reported. Second-ranked Lu Zong killed an ancient beast worth 37 points. Third-ranked Xue Qingren and fourth-ranked Tan Shi did not show up, while fifth-ranked Lu Chong killed an ancient beast worth 31 points. As he spoke, he handed two detailed reports to Luo Puxin and the principal. Luo Puxin cast a glance at Li Xiaowu, his brows slightly furrowed. He was already aware of the incident where Chen Yan broke Zhang Qingxi's leg, but he chose not to intervene. In his view, having more rivals would only be beneficial for Chen Yan. With the talent Chen Yan had displayed in body refinement, he was fully capable of competing for the top 3 positions or even first place by the end of the Zhenwu class. Speaking of first place, Luo Puxin narrowed his eyes, thinking of Chu Xiansheng. This heir of the Chu family had never joined the Zhenwu class, clearly benefiting from better resources within his family. The principal of First High School smiled with satisfaction and turned to Chu Feiyuan, asking, Teacher Chu, who is your family planning to sign? And what about the Zhenwu division? Chu Feiyuan simply smiled without answering. In truth, the Chu family had already made their choice, but the immediate priority was to secure Chen Yan. Chen Yan has been inside for 14 hours now, Chu Feiyuan suddenly remarked with a frown. Zhuang Shihong, visibly anxious, added, the walkie-talkie shows he's been moving the whole time. Should I go in and check? No need, Luo Puxin replied calmly. Entering the reserve zone is each student's choice. Whether they proceed cautiously or push their limits, their life and death are determined by their own decisions. His words made the students present nod in agreement, their hearts growing more cautious. After Luo Puxin left, the principal of second high school approached Chu Feiyuan and discreetly reminded him. The family head said you should have signed Chen Yan yesterday. Don't let the Xinwu division get ahead of us now. Also, the tricks you pulled in the blood scent room were too obvious. If Chen Yan awakens in the future, he'll surely figure it out. Chu Feiyuan nodded in acknowledgement. That was indeed my oversight. But that kid has already failed to awaken once the chances of success a second time are slim. Meanwhile, in the reserve zone, a thunderous roar erupted. It was the third Green Panther Chen Yan had slain. Chen Yan removed the fake eye marked with 21 from the green cat and collapsed heavily to the ground. He panted deeply, his entire body weighed down by exhaustion, leaving him almost immobile. The system panel displayed his current status. Saint Breakthrough Realm, Level 3. Saint Breakthrough Fruits, Strength 6075, Power 78100, Blood 38100, Skill 21100, Physique 5100. The 2 Physique Saint Breakthrough Fruits and 1 Skill Saint Breakthrough Fruit he had just consumed were the spoils of his relentless hunting of ancient beasts. At this moment, 5 tangible patterns on his chest had fully solidified 2 strength patterns, and 1 each for muscles, bones, and skin. The cultivation task on his martial achievement plaque was marked as complete, earning him an additional 200 martial credits, bringing his total to 450 points. Although his breathing technique hadn't yet reached a breakthrough, his red steel profound strike fist had advanced to the heartfelt realm, and the red steel body forging manual had terrifyingly reached the marvelous level. A warrior's proficiency in techniques is ranked from lowest to highest as entry, heartfelt, marvelous, micro, and divine. The micro level signifies 100 mastery, while the divine level represents a state beyond perfection. It was precisely this marvelous level breathing technique that gave Chen Yan exceptional endurance in battle. I heard you broke Zhang Qingxi's leg? Luo Puxin appeared beside Chen Yan at some point, handing him a bag of food. Eat up. Food is crucial. Brother Luo, I can't hold back anymore, Chen Yan said in a low tone as he accepted the food. Luo Puxin was about to respond when his eyes caught the bag where Chen Yan had placed the fake eye. His gaze then shifted to the corpse of the green cat nearby. Whoa, your red heart fist reached the heartfelt level? No. Chen Yan shook his head. Oh. Luo Puxin nodded, but soon his expression turned to surprise. Then how did you kill this green cat? To pull that off, you'd at least rank 6th in the town martial class. The red steel body forging manual reached marvelous, Chen Yan replied with a smile. Luo Puxin fell silent. Looking at the young man before him, he realized 2 frightening truths. This kid had extraordinary talent, and he was well aware of it. Brother Luo, I think the town martial division is strong. At least they won't let the noble families push us around, Chen Yan continued. After a long silence, Luo Puxin finally spoke. I know what you're trying to say. If you want to do it, then do it. Can I kill someone? Chen Yan asked, looking directly at Luo Puxin. The air seemed to freeze. Luo Puxin felt as though he was seeing Chen Yan for the first time. He had known Chen Yan could disguise himself and that he worked incredibly hard, but he never imagined such intense murderous intent lay hidden within him. Was it the result of today's excessive killing, stirring up his aggression? Or had Chen Yan recognized his own worth and decided he could no longer endure the bullying, choosing instead to fight back against this cruel world? Kill. Go ahead and kill. Luo Puxin stood up. If it's during a fight, he'll handle the aftermath. Don't worry about retaliation. With me around, no one will dare come after you or your family. He paused. Even if it's the Qin family of Laoshi, even if it's Chen Min with his limit break awakening, you don't need to be afraid. If they dare to touch you, they'll take you and well run. Chen Yan smiled. The desire to kill was a good sign. Luo Puxin's smile grew even brighter as he said in a relaxed tone, if you don't want to kill, I might just force you to. If it's something you can handle, I won't interfere. If you can't, I'll help you take care of it. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching Luo Puxin's departing figure, Chen Yan couldn't quite understand the change in him, but he knew Chen Yan's true nature all too well. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Yan did not descend the mountain. Meanwhile, Li Xiaowu, who had been blocking the gate of the breeding area, also gave up waiting by the 3rd day. The other students, including Gao Yuan, began to speculate. Some wondered if Chen Yan had met with misfortune, while others believed he was hiding to avoid Li Xiaowu. On the 4th morning, the golden sunlight bathed the entire 1st Martial Academy. Gao Yuan once again went to Chen Yan's courtyard, and to his surprise, he found Chen Yan practicing martial arts in the yard. Seeing Gao Yuan, Chen Yan waved warmly and said, "You're just in time. I saved some breakfast for you. Come and join me." Gao Yuan hesitated for a moment, knowing that a single meal from Chen Yan was no small gesture. Noticing his hesitation, Chen Yan added, "Don't be shy. Come on over." He had clearly taken note of Gao Yuan's concern over the past few days. Scratching his head awkwardly, Gao Yuan stepped closer, but he caught a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood. It wasn't exactly a smell, it was more of an unsettling aura. Taking a closer look at Chen Yan, he noticed that while Chen Yan was dressed in fresh clothes and behaved with composure, there was an underlying trace of violence and killing intent that flickered beneath the surface. Whoa! Gao Yuan felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He couldn't help but think that Chen Yan had either just killed someone or slaughtered a large number of ancient beasts in the breeding area. After finishing breakfast, the two were about to leave the courtyard to exchange points for artificial eyes when a furious shout rang out. Chen Yan, get on your knees. Li Xiaowu had arrived, accompanied by Zhang Qingxi, who leaned on a crutch. His face was twisted with rage, and the surrounding students quickly stopped to watch. Chen Yan turned to face Li Xiaowu, his expression still calm and warm. You want me to kneel? Then come and kill me. The sheer audacity of the challenge caught Li Xiaowu off guard. Chen Yan's demeanor was so composed, almost as if he had been waiting for this confrontation. There was something in that smile that sent a twinge of unease through Li Xiaowu, prompting him to glance at Zhang Qingxi. No killing is allowed in the martial discipline class, Li Xiaowu said, suppressing the unease rising within him. Then just cripple me. I'm quite easy to cripple, Chen Yan replied, his smile growing even gentler. The crowd of students erupted in whispers. Li Xiaowu stood frozen in place, staring at Chen Yan for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Before long, news of the upcoming duel between Chen Yan and Li Xiaowu spread throughout the martial discipline class. The two stood facing each other on the training field, surrounded by a sea of students eager to witness a battle between two of the top contenders. Just then, someone called out to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, I suggest you think this through. Li Qingyuan frowned as he spoke, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Chen Yan's direct challenge caught him off guard. Could it be that Chen Yan's strength had made a breakthrough during this period? Still, Li Xiaowu's strength was not to be underestimated. Chen Yan gave Li Qingyuan a gentle smile and simply said, "Thank you." To him, there weren't many people willing to help, and he cherished every bit of kindness he received. Brotherly, since Chen Yan is being so disrespectful, why bother with him? One of the trainees nearby said with clear dissatisfaction. Li Qingyuan shook his head, his expression calm. It's not about disrespect. If my presence hinders him, then I'm not truly helping him. He's already being quite polite. Despite his words, doubts lingered in his heart because Li Xiaowu's strength was indeed formidable. Soon, teacher Chu Feiyuan arrived, holding the contract Chen Yan needed to sign. He looked at Chen Yan, his tone carrying a warning. Chen Yan, think this through carefully. It was evident he was concerned about the potential consequences if Chen Yan got injured, which could complicate the contract. I've thought it through, Chen Yan replied firmly, nodding with determination. Chu Feiyuan frowned slightly before briefly explaining the competition rules. Then, he glanced at Luo Puxin and the president of Yigao, only to find that they seemed entirely unconcerned about Chen Yan's safety. Across from him, Li Xiaowu's expression grew increasingly serious. He could sense an unusual aura emanating from Chen Yan. Beneath his calm exterior, it felt as though a volcano was waiting to erupt, brimming with unimaginable ferocity. Among the crowd, Zhang Qingxi stared intently at Chen Yan, her anger boiling over. Begin. With Chu Feiyuan's command, the match officially started. Li Xiaowu assumed a combat stance and began channeling his inner energy through his blood techniques. Chen Yan, I will give it my all, he said gravely, deciding to approach the fight earnestly. However, before he could react, a deafening roar erupted. Chen Yan unleashed an astonishing force, causing the ground beneath the grass to quake and churn. Like a beast unleashed from its cage, he charged at Li Xiaowu with incredible speed. Li Xiaowu's pupils contracted as he hastily gathered his energy to counter. At the moment their fists collided, the sound of bones cracking filled the air, and Li Xiaowu's hand was instantly injured. Chen Yan, Chu Feiyuan exclaimed in shock, unable to believe the terrifying power Chen Yan had displayed. What followed was a scene that struck fear into everyone present. Chen Yan seemed to have fully unleashed himself, each strike carrying overwhelming destructive force. Li Xiaowu's cries of pain echoed as the sound of bones breaking came from his shoulders, arms, and legs in succession. When he tried to beg for mercy, Chen Yan had already pinned him to the ground, raining punches down on his head. Weren't you the one who wanted me to kneel? Chen Yan said with a smile on his face, though his eyes burned with fury. His fists fell relentlessly. Li Xiaowu's forehead caved in, blood streaming from his orifices, while Chen Yan's hands were stained red with blood. The scene stunned everyone. The girls were so frightened that some fainted, while the other trainees stood frozen in silence, terrified of becoming the next target. Zhang Qingxi's legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, staring in disbelief. That was Li Xiaowu. Known for his exceptional strength, how could he have ended up like this? A moment of silence engulfed the scene, the surroundings completely still. On the field, waves of dirt surged and scattered. Li Xiaowu's head was deeply buried in the mud, blood mixing with dirt as it splattered everywhere. Enough! Chu Li shouted in a low voice, grabbing Chen Yan's wrist just as he raised it to strike again. But when their eyes met, the cold ruthlessness and violent intensity in Chen Yan's gaze sent a shiver down Chu Li's spine. You're going to kill him. Chu Li's heart pounded wildly, his voice trembling. Yet, in an instant, the ferocity in Chen Yan's eyes dissipated, like a storm clearing into calm skies. He slowly stood up, looking down at the motionless Li Xiaowu with a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Looks like you won't be taking my house today. Once you're healed, we'll fight again. These words caused Zhang Qingxi and the crowd to turn pale as a sheet. Chen Yan had said the exact same thing to him before. Meeting Chen Yan's gaze now, Zhang Qingxi felt an icy chill wash over him, cold sweat dripping down his back. Was this still the gentle Chen Yan he thought he knew? All for a house. He had nearly beaten Li Xiaowu to death. Zhang Qingxi couldn't help but think of the martial training class spot he had stolen from Chen Yan, and a suffocating fear gripped his chest. The atmosphere was utterly silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed muted. The seemingly kind and handsome boy next door now resembled a wild beast baring its fangs. Gao Yuan stood with his mouth agape, Yu Jiwen and the others frozen in place, while Li Qingyuan murmured to himself, savage. Absolutely savage, he thought to himself. If they wanted Chen Yan to join their group, they might actually be punching above their weight. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. Chu Li shouted, breaking the stillness as the scene erupted into chaos. Standing at the forefront, Chu Feiyuan's face twitched uncontrollably. The person he had always regarded as a simple, slightly clever underdog now revealed such a ruthless and violent side. Thinking about how he had secretly sold Chen Yan's martial training class spot to Zhang Gu, Chu Feiyuan chuckled inwardly. Why should I be afraid of him? I'm a second-rank martial artist, a practitioner of the Qi and Blood realm, and a member of the Chu family. Yet, as the memory of Chen Yan's terrifying display of power replayed in his mind, that confidence began to waver. With a single punch, energy patterns surged, and Chen Yan confirmed that his opponent indeed possessed the immense power of 3 energy patterns. Such rapid progress undoubtedly proved that the other party was a true prodigy in body refinement. After Li Xiaowu was taken away, his fate remained uncertain. As the morning light bathed Chen Yan, it outlined his figure into a serene silhouette. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a hint of coolness, yet it couldn't calm his racing heart. All eyes in the crowd were fixed on him, and even Chu Feiyuan momentarily revealed a trace of apprehension. A clear and confident smile tugged at the corner of Chen Yan's lips. A unique sensation surged within him. So this is what it feels like to inspire fear. Come on, try to bully me, try to suppress me. Chen Yan murmured to himself. You've all seen it. I'm just a madman. If I don't act like one, I won't survive. I've never been this ruthless to anyone before, but you've pushed me too far. You deserve it. If I can kill, I will. Under the increasingly scorching sunlight, Chen Yan stood alone amidst the crowd, suddenly sensing a transformation within his body. Within the breaking saint realm, golden and white lights intertwined, representing the manifestation of skill energy and true intent energy. In an instant, a mental barrier shattered within him. The Crimson Heart Fist had finally reached the stage of mastery. Days of relentless combat had propelled the technique, which had been hovering on the brink of insight, directly into the realm of mastery. From initiation to insight, mastery, refinement, and divinity, one must first achieve insight before reaching mastery. At this moment, the words left by Shin Yiwei in the origin crystal crystallized in Chen Yan's mind. Crimson Heart outward, Crimson Heart inward. Director Luo, how should we resolve this matter? Principal Zhang Yuanli of the First Martial Academy asked, his tone filled with complexity and astonishment. As the chief instructor, Luo Puxin now needed to determine the nature of Chen Yan's actions. Luo Puxin turned to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, why did you break Zhang Qingxi's leg in the reserve area? Because Zhang Qingxi wanted my house and challenged me for it. Chen Yan replied calmly. I didn't. Zhang Qingxi shrieked in an attempt to refute, but upon meeting Chen Yan's gaze, he immediately lowered his head. Chu Feiyuan chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. Competition is what the martial training class is all about. It's perfectly normal. Everyone knows Zhang Qingxi wanted Chen Yan's house, so why bother lying? He glanced at Luo Puxin and continued. You and Li Xiaowu coveted Chen Yan's house. It's no secret. When you couldn't get it yourselves, you tried to buy it. When Chen Yan refused to sell, you had Li Xiaowu try to intimidate him. So, who's really at fault here? Zhang Qingxi's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down like rain. The surrounding students looked at him with disdain, whispering among themselves, bullying the weak and flaunting wealth. Now he's hit a wall. Serves him right. Chu Feiyuan concluded, in the martial training class, we value fair competition. Having money doesn't mean you'll surpass Chen Yan in the future. You've seen it. Chen Yan is exceptionally gifted and progressing rapidly. These words left Zhang Qingxi even more terrified, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. He was utterly defeated. Zhu Feiyuan's words truly left everyone uneasy. Zhu Feiyuan's expression turned serious, his tone calm as he said, "Of course, this matter still requires Director Luo's decision." As his words fell, the room descended into silence. Luo Puxin's face darkened as he squinted at Zhu Feiyuan. "You've said everything already. What do you expect me to add?" Suspicion stirred in his heart. Was Zhu Feiyuan trying to win Chen Yan over? The Zhu family? Did the Zhu family even deserve such a move? Zhu Feiyuan paused briefly but simply nodded without saying more. He turned to Chen Yan, his eyes filled with a faint smile, as if silently conveying, "See, I'm the only one here helping you. No matter how powerful Luo Puxin is, does he care about you? Without me, you'd likely have been dismissed today." He walked over to Chen Yan's side and calmly handed him the contract in his hand. "Chen Yan, you're immensely talented. I know the road you've traveled hasn't been easy. This is a contract from the Zhu family. Take your time and review it." As soon as he said this, everyone present turned their gaze toward Chen Yan, their eyes filled with envy. Being recognized by the Zhu family meant that Chen Yan's future was destined to be bright. Li Qingyuan glanced at the contract in Chen Yan's hands, his expression shifting dramatically. He shook his head and turned to leave. A fellow trainee called after him, "Brother Li, aren't you going to take a look?" "No need." Li Qingyuan's face was heavy, and he forced a bitter smile. Ridiculous. His emotions were a tangled mess. The Zhu family's contract was undeniably tempting, but the Zhu family was the very reason so many spots in the Zhenwu class had been taken away. The Zhu family had led the charge in looking down on students from rural areas, favoring those from wealthier families and county high schools. Chen Yan began reading the contract line by line. A monthly allowance of 500,000 yuan, that's 6 million a year. A collective gasp erupted across the field. Zhu Feiyuan stood with his hands behind his back, clearly satisfied, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "You'll also have 24-hour access to the Zhu family's blood scent room each month. Since you're training in physical cultivation, we'll provide you with specialized support in that area. Once you sign, you'll immediately receive a Grade C physical cultivation martial art." Another wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. The trainees around him were filled with envy, whispering among themselves. Someone nudged Chen Yan, saying softly, "Chen Yan, you might not even know what martial art grades mean yet." Zhu Feiyuan smiled as he continued to explain. "Below the martial rank is the superior rank, and below that is the common rank. The Crimson Steel Body Refinement Manual you all practice is at the superior rank, but the martial rank completely surpasses it." His voice carried an unmistakable sense of superiority, clearly enjoying the feeling of looking down on others. Chen Yan stood there, holding the Chu family contract in his hand. "Join the Chu family guard and serve for 10 years, he read aloud, his voice clear but devoid of emotion. "Join my Chu family guard, and if you perform well, you could be promoted to captain. Eventually, you may even serve directly under Chu Xiansheng. The benefits are endless." Chu Feiyuan's smile grew even brighter. The surrounding trainees were silent at first, but soon exclamations erupted. Chu Xiansheng was the true dragon of the Chu family. A rare opportunity like this was undeniably tempting. However, when Chu Feiyuan locked eyes with Chen Yan, his smile suddenly froze. In those eyes, there was no trace of excitement, only piercing coldness and undisguised mockery. "Mr. Chu, are you taking me for a fool?" Chen Yan asked coldly. The contract in his hand trembled, making a sharp rustling sound. 6 million for 10 years of servitude to the Chu family? Do you think I'm an idiot? Chu Feiyuan's face darkened. "You're refusing to sign? Please, Mr. Chu, save such a wonderful opportunity for someone else." Chen Yan replied with a faint smile before turning on his heel and walking away. The crowd erupted. Some students began whispering, "Isn't rejecting the Chu family contract a bit arrogant?" "Arrogant?" Wu Chuhua sneered. "Would you work for someone for 10 years for 6 million? Besides, Chen Yan defeatedly Xiaowu in such a short timido, you really think he's mediocre?" In the distance, Li Qingyuan was rallying the students. "Come on, let's head to the nurturing zone to hunt ancient beasts." Yu Jiwen, Gao Yuan, and others quickly followed. Yu Jiwen glanced absently in the direction where Chen Yan had disappeared. Once, she had been the top student at Qingshan High School, looking down on everyone else. But now, in just a few days, Chen Yan's figure had become something she could barely hope to catch up to. "Are you still chasing after Chen Yan?" she asked the round-faced girl beside her. "Of course," the girl replied, her cheeks flushing. "He was so cool just now." Then, with a sigh, she added, "But he's out of reach, Yu Jiwen. We're too far behind him." Yu Jiwen remained silent for a moment before finally forcing a bitter smile. Inside the cultivation chamber, a crimson gale of energy swirled around Chen Yan's fists, roaring with a deafening intensity. His gaze turned icy as he suddenly unleashed a punch. The red energy reversed instantly, surging toward the stone wall, sending sharp, metallic screeches echoing through the chamber like blades slicing through iron. I intend to kill him, Chen Yan muttered as he withdrew his fist, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. The sheer force of this punch could easily shatter a classroom, a testament to the mastery he had achieved with his advanced skill in the Crimson Heart Fist technique. His scarred upper body was bare, with several wounds yet to heal, leaving raw flesh exposed. On his chest, distinct markings could be seen. 3 semi-force imprints, 2 skin imprints, 2 bone imprints, and 2 tendon imprints, trophies of his relentless slaughter in the cultivation zone over the past few days. Chen Yan retrieved a kitchen knife he had taken earlier. First, he lightly grazed it across his skin, leaving no trace. His expression shifted as he applied 20% of his strength, striking his arm, which resulted in only a faint mark. When he increased to 50% strength, his arm bore merely a shallow white line, while the knife's edge bent under the strain. This proved that his physical body had reached a new level of resilience. Checking his current state. Saint-Breaking Realm, Level 3, 7275. Saint-Breaking Core, Strength 24100, Blood 76100, Skill 32100, Body 23100. Feeling the chilling turbulence of the dormant energy swirling around his heart, Chen Yan calculated inwardly. Although he hadn't entered the bloodthirst chamber in recent days, his nightly practice of the Chaos Abyss technique had refined his control over the dormant energy. His heart's cultivation progress had reached 55. While not exceptionally high, the quality of his dormant energy far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, equating to roughly 80 of their cultivation progress. Extending his hand, a wisp of red and white energy flickered at his fingertips. The once entirely white energy was now interwoven with red, and Chen Yan could isolate much of its external force, greatly suppressing the chilling aura it emitted. He pulled out his task plate and carefully reviewed the mission list. Bronze certification in the Tianbang Fist Tournament, 50 merit points. Eliminate the bandit leader Wang Lu, 200 merit points. Condense 3 tangible imprints within a week, 200 merit points 27. Achieve 75 heart cultivation progress within a month, 500 merit points 230. Defeat a Tier 1 ancient beast, 10 merit points. Chen Yan decided to take on the Tianbang Fist Tournament mission. According to Luo Puxin, this tournament had significant backing, and outstanding performers could even earn Azure Sky-level martial techniques. So far, he had accumulated 450 merit points from his previous body tempering missions. Chen Yan looked at the martial merit token in his hand, satisfied as he counted the patterns on it. Refining 3 patterns each week earned him 200 martial merit points. He had already successfully refined 8, earning an additional 50 points in the vitality category. However, a new challenge lay ahead, achieving a heart forging rate of 75. This requirement was extremely demanding. Even the prodigy Chu Xiansheng only managed around 70, while ordinary students could barely reach 4,050 before they had to move on to other organs. To this, Chen Yan merely smiled faintly. As for the task of hunting ancient beasts, although he had already killed quite a few in the nurturing zone, none of them were recorded on his martial merit token. Luo Puxin explained that the ancient beasts in the nurturing zone had lost their true ancient essence, the kind of primal mystery and ferocity that originated from antiquity. True ancient beasts possessed unique ancient essence in their flesh and blood, unlike these domesticated descendants. Currently, Chen Yan had accumulated 700 martial merit points, enough to support 7 hours of visualization for the 100 spear shadow thrust technique. While he was contemplating in the training room, a commotion from outside caught his attention. Opening the door, he saw Luo Puxin lounging on the sofa, leisurely smoking a cigarette. You've earned a total of 1,215 points over the past few days. Not bad, Luo Puxin said with a satisfied smile. The military martial guard is looking for talented and fearless individuals like you. This isn't like the Chu family or the Gong family, where talent is cultivated through contracts alone. The resources we invest in training are far greater. Brother Luo, I want to train in the extreme refinement 8 techniques, Chen Yan said as he poured Luo Puxin a cup of tea, expressing his intention. This was the external refinement technique displayed by the bronze statue at Qingshan High School. Even a single move from it had greatly benefited Chen Yan. Despite his significant progress in strength, he couldn't deny the immense value of this technique. More importantly, it was classified as an A-grade external refinement method and was available within the Zhenwu class. Luo Puxin paused for a moment. This wasn't the first time Chen Yan had brought up the extreme refinement 8 techniques. There is someone in the Zhenwu class practicing it, but only one, Luo Puxin said as he lit another cigarette and explained slowly. It was created by Lu Xuanyang, the chief of Qinzhou. He was born unable to cultivate vitality, a condition known as severed meridians. Yet, through sheer determination, he used steel needles to forcibly open his meridians. This technique was specifically designed for people like him who can't cultivate vitality. Chen Yan, you can cultivate vitality. For you, Practicing this would be at least 3 times harder. Though, I won't deny the benefits are significant, Luo Puxin said earnestly, looking at Chen Yan. The very name Extreme Refinement 8 Techniques was enough to intimidate most people. I'd like to give it a try, Chen Yan replied with a smile. He had gained some insights into the red heart fist today, and felt that this technique was somehow connected to the first punch he learned when he started external refinement training. It was an elusive feeling, like a fleeting truth, reminiscent of the white light he had seen within the broken saint tree. Luo Puxin said no more. With Chen Yan's talent, his advice might not even be necessary. By the afternoon, they arrived at the blood scent chamber. Chen Yan encountered Chu Feiyuan once again. The latter stood grimly at the entrance of the blood scent room, his gaze icy as he stared at him. Chen Yan entered the blood scent room with a calm expression. He now had 1,200 points, which, with a consumption rate of 10 points per hour, was sufficient for over 100 hours of cultivation. Add more to his dose. Chu Feiyuan turned to the teacher beside him and growled in a low voice, his face darkening further. The teacher hesitated slightly. If we keep increasing the dose, his meridians might get blocked, and he'd lose the chance to awaken his blood energy entirely. I said do it. Chu Feiyuan's voice was chillingly sharp. The teacher nodded reluctantly and turned to adjust the controls for the blood scent room. Chen Yan, Wu Chuqi, seated at the monitoring station, spoke with a smile. You have exceptional talent in external training. Coming to the blood scent room to try awakening seems like a bit of a waste of time. I still want to give it a try, Chen Yan replied, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. I understand. Best of luck. Wu Chuqi offered an encouraging look, but then fell silent, recalling Li Xiaowu, who had been beaten badly by Chen Yan and was seated just a few spots away. Inside the blood scent room, the other trainees turned their gaze toward Chen Yan. Some looked at him with admiration, others sighed quietly, while a few silently measured themselves against him. Chen Yan chose an inconspicuous seat in the back row and sat down. A faint hissing sound filled the air as red mist began to seep from the rune-engraved walls, marking the start of the blood scenting process. Chen Yan felt the dense energy of blood around him. Within his broken saint realm, the red light representing blood energy intertwined with the dark light representing elemental energy. The chaotic elemental energy in this red mist has increased significantly compared to before. Chu Feiyuan really holds a grudge, Chen Yan thought to himself. But I should thank him for this. He suppressed his icy aura, allowing the Inja energy to infiltrate the green walls, travel through the pipes carrying the red mist, and reach the storage tank where ancient beast meat was kept. The blood and flesh of the ancient beasts in the tank were incredibly fresh, clearly having just been replaced. Within his broken saint realm, the red light surged, and the bloodward saint fruits matured rapidly. Without hesitation, Chen Yan consumed them. This time, the blood energy resonated deeply with him, unlike the previous experience, which had been excruciating due to Inja's overly forceful injection of energy into his heart. Meanwhile, Inja greedily absorbed the ice elemental energy and blood energy from the storage tank. Chen Yan focused intently on the changes within his heart as the accumulation of blood energy steadily climbed. 55, 56, 57, 58, 63. After consuming 3 bloodward saint fruits, his broken saint realm advanced smoothly, reaching level 4 with 500 saint fruits required for the next stage. His attributes also adjusted accordingly. Strength 26100, Blood 0100, Skill 35100, Physique 29100, Formation 0100. 5 hours passed quietly. At that moment, in the Chu family residence, a white-haired elder furiously berated Chu Feiyuan. Chu Feiyuan, you idiot. Fool. Do you think someone like Chen Yan, who can defeat Li Xiaowu so swiftly, is an ordinary person? Presenting him with such a contractive course, he'd see it as an insult. Idiot. Fool. How could the Chu family produce such trash like you? Chu Feiyuan, who had initially intended to complain to his family, now stood pale and speechless, unable to utter a single word. The head of the Chu family was furious, roaring at Chu Feiyuan. Such a genius. Though his physical cultivation can't compare to Xian Shang and Xian Xian, he's far stronger than most. Get out of my sight. How dare you present such a low-level contract? Chu Feiyuan left in disgrace, his heart filled with frustration and anger. At that moment, he finally realized his mistake. He had underestimated Chen Yan. Holding the newly drafted contract, he didn't return to First Martial High until 7 in the evening. As soon as he arrived at the blood scenting room, he was met with the grim expression of the blood scenting teacher, who hesitated before saying, Brother Chu, the blood feed is running out again. What? Chu Feiyuan was stunned for a moment, then barked angrily. How is that possible? We just replenished the blood feed, and now you're saying it's not enough? Are you playing games with me? His face turned red with fury. He thought to himself, a pool of blood feed costs a fortune. How could it run out so quickly? He strode to the vital energy room to check the progress bar, and his face instantly turned pale. It was true, the blood feed was nearly depleted. Just as he was puzzling over this, a sudden roar erupted from outside the vital energy room. Following the sound, Chu Feiyuan saw a group of people gathered around a young man radiating a crimson glow. Fourth uncle, I've reached the four-organ stage. The young man, named Chu Bizhua, exclaimed excitedly to Chu Feiyuan. 4 organs? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Chu Feiyuan burst into laughter alongside him. Brimming with confidence, Chu Bizhua declared, I'm ranked 6th in the Jinwu class this time. But now that I've advanced to the four-organ stage, I'm confident I can break into the top 5. No wonder the blood feed was consumed so quickly, Chu Feiyuan realized. What's your current cultivation percentage? 65%. Chu Bizhua's answer drew gasps of amazement from the surrounding crowd. At that moment, a tall, handsome young man with a flushed face hurriedly left the scene. It was Chen Yan. Inwardly, he thought, this is bad. Today, using the Qijia technique relentlessly, his heart's cultivation percentage had skyrocketed to an alarming 100. While he could lower the percentage later by practicing the Dun Yuan art, his current state was extremely precarious. Chen Yan, wait, Chu Feiyuan called out, and his heart skipped a beat when he noticed Chen Yan's complexion, realizing he had absorbed too much impure blood. The surrounding crowd turned their heads, assuming Chu Feiyuan was about to cause trouble for Chen Yan. Chen Yan, the contract from this morning was indeed my fault, Chu Feiyuan said apologetically, handing over the new contract. Take a look at this one. The crowd was stunned. Chu Feiyuan was actually admitting his mistake. Chen Yan quickened his pace, ignoring Chu Feiyuan. Chen Yan, Chu Feiyuan called again. Chen Yan frowned and replied, can't you see I'm not feeling well right now? Nearby, Chu Bizhua suddenly sneered. You failed your awakening. Yet you insist on pushing forward. Your own problem, why blame the Chu family? Chen Yan's eyes narrowed, while Chu Feiyuan sharply reprimanded, Bizhua, be quiet. Chu Bizhua froze, stunned that he was being scolded right after breaking through to the four-organ stage. Chen Yan, here's the contract. Take it with you, Chu Feiyuan said, handing it over again. A glimmer of disdain and coldness flashed in Chen Yan's eyes as he said, Chu Feiyuan, don't you understand? The reason I won't sign the contract isn't the terms, it's you. Chu Feiyuan's expression darkened. Chen Yan, you're far too arrogant. If you won't sign with the Chu family, do you really think the Gong family will take you? The Gong family only signs prodigies like Chu Xiansheng. Do you think you're that exceptional? Damn it. Chu Feiyuan glared at Chen Yan's departing figure, his face as dark as iron. Chen Yan's refusal had caught him off guard and was even harder for him to accept. By dusk, the setting sun bathed the entire street in its crimson glow. Chen Yan walked briskly along the road leading to First Martial High. Outwardly calm, his heart palpitated with a chilling unease. Chu Feiyuan had not only revoked his spot in the martial guard class, but had twice assigned him to the mixed blood division when he was vulnerable. If he hadn't awakened, if he had remained weak, what kind of fate would he have faced? Suddenly, a piercing cry broke his train of thought. Following the sound, he saw Zhou Lu, a classmate he had met during his first days in the martial guard class, weeping bitterly alongside an elderly couple. The murmurs of onlookers reached his ears. Zhou Lu's younger sister, Zhou Jiayi, had gone missing, and the martial guard division had found her severed hand on the street. The once quarreling sibling now vanished without a trace. Chen Yan's eyes narrowed as he recalled hearing about the missing persons cases in Luoshan County. He hadn't expected such horrors to strike so close to home. Back in the training room, Chen Yan retrieved his martial merit token and stared at one of the listed tasks in silence. Zhou Jiayi's case brought to mind his own young sister. A chill escaped his lips, crashing against the stone walls of the room. Without hesitation, he activated the Chaos Abyss technique and began cultivating. The saturated energy of blood and qi in his heart gradually transformed into the purer power of desolation hibernation. His 100 energy saturation rate began to decrease. Night fell in the Chu family's grand living room. That Chen Yan is too arrogant. All we did was reassign his place in the martial guard class, and he holds such a grudge. The room buzzed with voices, each expressing their dissatisfaction with Chen Yan. Enough. A white-haired elder finally spoke. He's just a prodigy from the countryside. He'll eventually realize what opportunities he's lost. Though his tone was calm, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. Yet, he quickly shifted the conversation to matters of greater importance. Xiansheng is already en route to challenge the 26th ranked genius on the Heavenly Talents list. If he wins, it will be a great triumph. Xianxian is already ranked 7th. If Xiansheng secures the 26th spot, our Chu family will truly soar like a dragon, Chu Tsang remarked with a laugh. The world ultimately belongs to the young. By the way, Gong Tuo is coming tomorrow, the elder added, turning to Chu Feiyuan. He'll likely bring the Gong family contract. Make sure to properly introduce him to the talented individuals we've been eyeing. Chu Feiyuan nodded solemnly. At 5 o'clock the next morning, before the sky had brightened, Chen Yan stepped out of his room and headed toward the tempering chamber. After a night of cultivation, his heart's energy saturation had already dropped to 78. In the 5 viscera stage, the first realm of qi and blood cultivation, most people struggled to achieve even 60. Chen Yan realized that his capacity for energy accumulation still had room for improvement. As long as he reached the limit of accumulation, he could unlock the next internal organ. He arrived at the body refinement room and looked around. The space was divided into a breathing techniques zone and an external martial arts zone, each requiring points to access for study. He walked all the way to the last room in the external martial arts zone, where the words Extreme Refinement 8 forms were boldly inscribed on the door. From the ordinary level to the superior level and finally to the martial level, the Extreme Refinement 8 forms was the highest grade external martial art in the martial class. Logically, a county-level martial class shouldn't possess such an advanced technique, but its reputation in the field of external body refinement was immense. Difficult to learn, requiring relentless practice and exhausting effort. This was the true nature of training in the Extreme Refinement 8 forms. The principal of the school suddenly appeared in the external martial arts zone. He was slightly surprised to see Chen Yan waiting at the door. "Here so early? I thought you were going to keep wasting your talent in body refinement," he remarked as he approached. "Everyone knows you have exceptional talent in body refinement, yet you've been spending your time in the blood awakening room these past few days. Isn't that just a waste of time?" Chen Yan greeted him politely without saying much. The cost of studying the Extreme Refinement 8 forms was steep. Just visualizing the origin monument for 1 hour required 50 points. The difficulty level was also astonishingly high. So far, only Lu Chong had practiced it in the entire martial class. The principal opened the door and started the timer. In his opinion, since Chen Yan had failed to awaken his blood energy, he should abandon the blood energy path and focus entirely on body refinement. Continuing to attempt awakening in the blood awakening room was completely futile. Inside the room, the stone walls were densely engraved with human figures in various postures. At the center stood a wordless stone monument. On the far wall were the carved words, "Among the myriad paths of the universe, only body refinement reigns supreme." Chen Yan carefully observed the movements on the wall. Suddenly, golden light surged in his sacred breakthrough realm. Following the instructions, he lifted one leg and swung his right arm, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened at the moment he performed the movement. The energy and blood within his body surged violently. More precisely, his body was rejecting the blood energy. As he continued the movement, sweat poured down like rain, and his bones creaked audibly. Luo Pu's words were correct: awakening blood energy first, and then training in the Extreme Refinement 8 forms indeed made the process exponentially harder. With a single punch, a crimson glow appeared around his fist, leaving Chen Yan feeling even more exhausted. It was only then that he realized the punching technique he had learned before was merely one form of the Extreme Refinement 8 forms. Starting from the initial stance, the difficulty far exceeded his expectations. What shocked him even more was the transformation within the sacred breakthrough realm. Orange, golden, and green light surged with unprecedented intensity, flooding toward the sacred breakthrough tree like a vast ocean. The 3 fruits of strength, technique, and body were growing at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the blood energy in his heart churned, and his entire body seemed to be divided into 2 opposing extremes, locked in a state of intense confrontation. With a thud, Chen Yan collapsed to the ground. The Extreme Refinement 8 forms is like this: it's always tough in the beginning. "You've already done very well." The principal's comforting voice came from outside the door. Chen Yan shook his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. He understood now. The Extreme Refinement 8 forms inherently rejected blood energy. No, it was more accurate to say that its creator, the legendary Lu Xuanyang, commander of Qinzhou, had designed it with disdain for the blood energy path from the very start. Although the training was exceptionally difficult, the results were extraordinary. After just a few movements, the strength fruit in his sacred breakthrough realm was nearly ripe. A short, unremarkable young man with a flat nose walked into the horizontal training room, looking down at Chen Yan with a condescending expression. This young man was Lu Chong, ranked 5th in the Zhenwu class, rumored to have already condensed 30 patterns. "I heard you have great talent in horizontal training. Why can't you even complete the first form?" Lu Chong asked with a mocking tone. Chen Yan merely glanced at him indifferently before continuing to focus on his training. Standing just outside the classroom, the principal of First High School chuckled and interjected, "Lu Chong, when you first practiced the Extreme Refinement 8 forms, you weren't even as good as Chen Yan." "Principal Lin, you're being unfair. When I first practiced the Extreme Refinement 8 forms, I was only a second-year student," Lu Chong replied with a grin. His eyes gleamed with amusement as they landed on Chen Yan. "And I was still much better than him. This is the so-called Chen Yan with exceptional talent in horizontal training? People say he's extraordinary, but it seems like it's all just hype. Chen Yan suddenly exhaled a faint red mist, then stood up and resumed throwing punches. This scene left Lu Chong momentarily stunned. This was clearly the heart-level mastery of the Scarlet Tempering Body technique, possibly even approaching the subtle realm. Lu Chong's expression grew serious, and he silently moved to stand beside Chen Yan, starting to punch as well. Outside the classroom, Principal Lin hesitated to speak. He was well aware of Chen Yan's profound mastery of the Scarlet Tempering Body technique. Sweat poured down Chen Yan's body like rain. He knew very well that practicing the extreme refinement 8 forms, after cultivating qi and blood, was several times harder than for the average person. But even in this county's Xinwu class, no matter how much harder it was, he could not allow himself to lose to these people. After all, he had the breaking Saint Tree of fortune that no one else, not even the entire world, possessed. Chen Yan's pride burned within him, a pride born from his limit-breaking awakening. What was Chu Xiansheng? Merely the top prodigy of a small county. His goal was Chen Min. If he couldn't surpass these people, how could he even think of challenging Chen Min? As his training intensified, Chen Yan's qi and blood churned and surged in his heart, his muscles began to ache, and his movements became sluggish and strained. Your movements are way too slow, Lu Chong remarked with a hint of satisfaction as he watched Chen Yan struggle. Though Chen Yan's talent was undeniable, in Lu Chong's opinion, it wasn't much better than his own back when he started. In fact, Chen Yan's movements seemed even less efficient than his had been. At the moment when Chen Yan's stance faltered, he swiftly swallowed a strength-breaking saint fruit. Instantly, all the soreness vanished. His muscles swelled with renewed vigor, and as he unleashed a punch, it roared like thunder. The force of the punch made Lu Chong shudder involuntarily. Is he trying to kill himself? Lu Chong thought, startled. Even in his own memories, he had never pushed himself to such extremes during training. The extreme refinement 8 forms was a powerful external refinement technique that constantly pushed the human body to its limits. How long could Chen Yan sustain this intensity? At that moment, a car pulled up in front of First Marshal High. Dressed in a sharp suit, Gong Tuo entered the school, accompanied by Chu Feiyuan and Zhuang Shihong. Where is Luo Puxin? Gong Tuo asked bluntly as he entered. Luo instructor has been rather elusive these days and rarely shows up in the Zhenwu class, Chu Feiyuan replied respectfully. Gong Tuo frowned and glanced at Chu Feiyuan, who simply shook his head slowly, indicating he had no further information. Deputy Instructor Gong, I heard you're here on behalf of the Gong family to scout for talent? Zhuang Shihong interjected curiously. I brought a few contracts, Gong Tuo replied with a faint smile. But aside from Chu Xiansheng, I doubt there's any real talent in this Xinwu class. Zhuang Shihong was momentarily stunned by his words, but dared not refute him. After all, as a core figure of the Gong family, Gong Tuo's judgment was far beyond that of ordinary people. To him, a small-town class like Zhenwu was likely insignificant. Gong Tuo surveyed the surrounding buildings, a trace of disdain crossing his face. If it weren't for the command from the old commander requiring the Gong family to fund student training, we wouldn't have to do this charity work every year. A county-level Zhenwu class, how could it produce any geniuses? Chu Feiyuan chuckled quietly on the side, but refrained from commenting. The group arrived at the blood-scent room, where several young individuals were seated, absorbing qi and blood amidst a dense red mist. For ordinary people, the room's fog would obscure everything, but Gong Tuo and his companions could see clearly. Deputy Instructor Gong, that one is Chu Bai's from my Chu family. He just reached the 4 Viscera stage yesterday, Chu Feiyuan introduced proactively. Gong Tuo merely gave a faint smile, his lack of interest apparent. That's Tan Qi, ranked 4th in the Xinwu class. He's also at the 4 Viscera stage, with a forging completion rate of 55%. Zhuang Shihong eagerly introduced the top talent from their secondary school. 55% forging completion? Gong Tuo frowned at Zhuang Shihong. With that level, he's ranked 4th? Zhuang Shihong was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Finally, the group arrived at the body refining room, where they saw Chen Yan struggling through his training. Chu Feiyuan sneered. This Chen Yan claims to have exceptional aptitude for body refining, yet he seems to be struggling miserably. However, Gong Tuo's gaze was fixed intently on Chen Yan. He could see that this young man had already pushed himself beyond his limits 3 times, and was still persevering. Such determination was truly remarkable. Shut up. Gong Tuo suddenly barked when Chu Feiyuan attempted to further belittle Chen Yan. A flicker of shock flashed in Gong Tuo's eyes. This seemingly ordinary boy, though clumsy in practicing the extreme refinement 8 forms, displayed an extraordinary resilience to repeatedly break through his limits. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Breaking one's limits is difficult. Difficult, yet not impossible. But to break those limits multiple times in a single day, that's on an entirely different level, almost monstrous. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in this world. Gong Tuo gazed at Chen Yan with a heavy expression. According to Gong Hongwen's original plan, Recruiting Chen Yan was supposed to be merely a tool to put pressure on the Chu family. Yet now, this seemingly ordinary young man was displaying astonishing potential, forcing Gong Tuo to reconsider his strategy. Beside him, Chu Feiyuan noticed Gong Tuo's unusual reaction. Following his line of sight to Chen Yan, he couldn't help but gape in disbelief. To him, Chen Yan struggling to practice the extreme refinement 8 forms seemed hardly noteworthy. What could be so impressive? Yet Gong Tuo, who barely spared a glance at the immensely skilled Lu Zong, was oddly fixated on Chen Yan. This left Chu Feiyuan utterly baffled. Meanwhile, near the dormitory building, a confrontation was brewing. Li Xiaowu's brothera grim-looking man dressed in black blocked the path of Li Qingyuan and his group, along with Zhang Qingxi, as they headed toward the feeding zone. Chen Yan injured my brother that badly, and your Jinwu class has nothing to say about it? The man in black demanded coldly. If anyone's to blame, it's Zhang Qingxi. He provoked Li Xiaowu into bullying Chen Yan. Gao Yuan muttered under his breath from within the crowd. Other students chimed in, agreeing that Zhang Qingxi had been the one acting unreasonably. Zhang Qingxi's expression darkened. He hadn't expected to be so widely disliked. Under the black-clad man's pressing questions, Zhang Qingxi reluctantly revealed that Chen Yan was in the body refinement chamber. The group immediately headed in that direction, with Li Qingyuan, Yu Jiwen, and the others following close behind. They all remembered the courage Chen Yan had shown yesterday when he rejected the Chu family's contract. Inside the body refinement chamber, Chen Yan was in the midst of pushing his limits. Each punch he threw echoed like a thunderclap, his body seemingly fueled by an internal furnace burning fiercely. The extreme refinement 8 forms came alive in his hands with a force as unstoppable as a raging storm, swift as the wind, fierce as fire, and relentless as a torrent. Sweat blurred his vision, and the blood and energy in his heart were pushed to their absolute limits. His entire body felt as though it were bearing the weight of a mountain. Yet it was precisely this extreme pressure that elevated Chen Yan's understanding of the extreme refinement 8 forms to new heights. After consuming 8 sacred breakfruits in succession, Chen Yan repeatedly pulled himself back from the brink of collapse. It was as if he had entered an entirely new realm, transcending the boundaries of self and the material world, no longer constrained by time or space. Recalling the moment he defeated the Green Cat and Li Xiaowu, Chen Yan savored the memory in detail. Thud. Beside him, a young man named Lu Chong plopped down onto the ground, staring at Chen Yan in astonishment, his mind filled with questions. Had he really not taken a single break? Did he not have nerves? Or was he incapable of feeling exhaustion? Outside the classroom, Gong Tuo observed Chen Yan with a smile in his eyes, secretly thinking, what a genius. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Feiyuan looked as pale as a ghost, finally understanding why Gong Tuo held Chen Yan in such high regard. At that moment, Zhang Qingxi and Li Xiaowu's older brother entered, followed closely by Li Qingyuan and the others. Zhang Qingxi was about to speak, but abruptly stopped when he noticed a man in a sharp suit staring at him coldly. He immediately fell silent, realizing even with his limited perception that this man was no ordinary figure. Li Xiaowu's older brother, upon sensing the aura emanating from Gong Tuo, narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Everyone gathered outside the horizontal training room, their gazes fixed intently on Chen Yan inside. Chen Yan, however, remained immersed in his own world, throwing punch after punch without pause. Boom. A grand voice seemed to echo in his mind. Why cultivate blood and qi when you could cultivate my method? The voice was questioning, almost accusing. Blood and qi, what worthless rubbish. Why bother? Focus solely on horizontal training. Reach the limits of the physical body, and I will grant you the essence of origin. The voice thundered like a rolling storm. Stunned, Chen Yan heard it clearly. It reverberated in his mind, unmistakably internal and not from the outside world. His gaze locked onto the blank stone tablet, the origin monument of the extreme refinement 8 forms. Chen Yan continued punching, thinking to himself, Lu Xiuanyang, you're remarkable, the chief of Qinzhou. I've heard your story. You don't cultivate blood and qi because you can't. But I can, and I will. You aim for the pinnacle of horizontal refinement. Aim for dual extremes in both blood and qi and horizontal refinement. Your path is vast, and I respect it, but I am my own person. My journey may not be shorter than yours. Whoosh. A streak of white light emerged from the blank stone tablet and entered Chen Yan's body. Within the holy breaking realm, an endless golden radiance erupted, nourishing the sacred breaking tree. Chen Yan halted his movements, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Clap, clap, clap. Gong Tuo entered the classroom, applauding, his face brimming with joy. 7 times breaking through the limit, and you've received the nourishment of the origin monument. The onlookers outside fell into a momentary silence, their hearts shaken to the core. What? 7 times breaking through the limit? Zhang Qingxi was dumbfounded. Li Xiaowu's older brother, however, froze, his eyes narrowing in disbelief as he stared at Chen Yan. Li Qingyuan and the other students were equally stunned, their faces filled with shock. 7 times breaking through the limit. Was this guy even human? No, it's 9 times. At that moment, Principal Lin of First High School spoke, his tone filled with awe. Gong Tuo was momentarily taken aback before turning to Chen Yan and exclaiming, "People call you a genius in horizontal refinement, but I think that's an understatement. Cultivating the extreme refinement 8 forms is incredibly challenging, yet your willpower far surpasses any gap between you and the true prodigies." Chen Yan remained silent, prompting Gong Tuo to smile and add, "I'm from the City Martial Division. This time, I'll be serving as the deputy instructor for the Martial Town class." Gong Tuo. As Gong Tuo finished speaking, Zhang Qingxi, the man in black, Li Qingyuan, and the other students looked at him in astonishment. The City Martial Division, a deputy instructor, and his surname was Gong. This man undoubtedly had a significant background. Li Xiaowu's older brother's face twitched at these revelations before he abruptly turned and left. "Ligay you." Zhang Qingxi quickly called after him. "Zhang Qingxi, go back and tell your father that my brother will no longer be part of your martial arts school. As for your issues with Chen Yan, you can deal with them yourselves. And the money you gave my brother? I won't return it. That's your responsibility." The man in black threw out these words with a hint of disdain before turning to leave. He knew all too well that opposing Chen Yan was akin to courting death. Someone ruthless enough to be hard on himself would certainly show no mercy to his enemies. The fact that Li Xiaowu was beaten within an inch of his life, but not killed outright, spoke volumes. Zhang Qingxi stood frozen, the color drained from his face, his heart sinking to the pit of his stomach. The disdainful gazes from Li Qingyuan and the others cut through him like knives. To them, Chen Yan's power was obvious to anyone, yet Zhang Qingxi was still humiliating himself. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the horizontal training hall was tense. Gong Tuo had just presented the Gong family contract, a move that shocked everyone present. Chu Feiyuan stood rooted to the spot, his breathing labored. The Gong family contract was a rare opportunity, one that many could only dream of. But to everyone's astonishment, Chen Yan outright rejected it. "Did you sign the Chu family contract?" Gong Tuo asked coldly, his sharp gaze piercing through Chu Feiyuan. How could the Chu family contract compare to the Gong family's? Chen Yan shook his head again, refusing once more. "Chen Yan, have you joined the Zhenwu division?" Gong Tuo suddenly asked, his speculation making everyone gasp audibly. Chen Yan denied it with a shake of his head. He knew he could not sign any family contract. It was a matter of keeping his promise to Luo Puxin. A single steamed bun, given in times of poverty, was worth more than gold. Chen Yan would never betray such kindness. Besides, compared to the cultivation opportunities offered by the Zhenwu Guard, the Gong family contract was nothing remarkable. As everyone watched Chen Yan leave, a terrified voice suddenly echoed from within the training hall. It was Lu Chong. "Something's wrong. Why has the extreme refinement 8 forms become so hard to learn?" Zhuang Shihang sighed as he explained, "The essence of the origin monument has already been infused into Chen Yan. With the origin diminished, it's naturally harder for you to learn." And he glanced at the pale-faced Lu Chong and continued, "As long as Chen Yan keeps refining, the difficulty for you all will only increase." As night fell, Chen Yan stepped out of First Martial High. After an afternoon of training, he had consumed 4 technique fruits, 5 strength-breaking fruits, and 7 body fruits. His chest now bore 5 strength patterns, and 3 each for tendons, bones, and skin, a total of 14 extreme refinement patterns. In just one day, he had mastered the basics of the extreme refinement 8 forms. The essence of this technique lay not in brute force but in pushing limits. The guidance of the wordless monument had been a deliberate misdirection. Had he sacrificed his vitality for the monument's essence, he would have missed the chance for true enlightenment. A faint smile played on Chen Yan's lips at the thought. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his martial merit badge. A task was displayed on it. Eliminate the bandit Wang Lu in Luoshan County. Reward, 200 martial merit points. Task must be accepted 1 day in advance. Initially, he hadn't given this mission much thought, but yesterday's incident with Zhou Lu had changed his perspective. He didn't want to end up like Zhou Lu. He wanted strength, he wanted peace around him, and he wanted his younger sister and father to be safe. Chen Yan's gaze was resolute as he opened the martial merit token to review the task he had accepted the day before. The token displayed clear text and a map. Target Wang Lu, 5th organ stage, late phase, with 15 subordinates, 2 of whom were at the 5th organ stage, early phase. The task provided several suggested strategies: disguise as a villager passing through, purchase ingredients for poison, and even included an escape plan in case of failure. After scanning the details and map, Chen Yan's figure flickered and melted into the night, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in a room at an inn in Luoshan County, a heated argument was unfolding. Li Yi, dressed in a red t-shirt, was fuming with anger. "I want to file a complaint." The military martial guard's elite training program is so unfair. I spent an entire day setting up an ambush, only for someone else to snatch the task away from me. Despite their exhaustion, the man and woman in black in the room remained composed. The woman patiently explained, Chen Yan has a high priority in the elite training program. Any unfinished task he wants to take can be reassigned to him. He's ranked higher than me? Li Yi frowned. Yes, the man in black confirmed. And he's only just started his martial journey. We're telling you this because you'll all be colleagues in the military martial guard in the future. Connections? Isn't Vice Commander Shan supposed to be fair? Li Yi questioned. The woman in black recalled Chen Yan's method of taking down Yi Yong and replied slowly, he's an intelligence-based talento, you understand? Li Yi's expression shifted, his frown easing as realization dawned. I see. No wonder he's been assigned a task to eliminate someone at the late phase of the fifth organ stage, so soon after starting martial arts. I wonder what method he'll use: poison, disguise, machinery, or strategy. As they spoke, all three of their martial merit tokens began to flash simultaneously. The man and woman in black exchanged glances, and the man sighed. As expected, he's already made his move. Li Yi immediately requested to observe, eager to learn how Chen Yan would use strategy to defeat a stronger opponent. After receiving approval, the three quickly made their way to the target location. With Li Yi's late-phase fifth organ stage strength and the black-clad duo's 100-vessel stage abilities, they soon arrived near the hideout in the outskirts. From their concealed position, they observed the two-story building in the middle of a field. Inside, men's voices could be heard. Damn it, someone's stealing our job. Bastard, if I meet him, they'll cut him down for sure. Over 30 young men and women have disappeared in the neighboring county this year. I suspect someone in our group is doing side jobs. The three observers held their breath, waiting silently for Chen Yan to appear. Li Yi and the man and woman in black were hiding in the haystack opposite the courtyard, quietly waiting for the operation to begin. Hasn't he arrived yet? Li Yi asked in a hushed voice. Keep your voice down, the man in black cautioned. He should already be here, but Chen Yan is highly skilled and always acts unpredictably. He recalled how Chen Yan had killed Yi Yong with ice and couldn't help but silently admire his methods. The woman in black smiled faintly. I came up with a plan for him disguising himself as a villager to infiltrate their ranks. I'm curious to see if he'll adopt it, and if he does, what twists he'll add. I suggested using poison water to eliminate them, the man in black murmured. Li Yi listened intently to their suggestions. For her, this was a rare learning opportunity. She had been too reckless in the past, often suffering losses. Today, she intended to observe carefully. Just then, a lean figure emerged from the shadows and headed straight toward the small courtyard. It's Chen Yan, the woman in black whispered, her brow furrowing. Why is he being so blatant? Don't rush to conclusions. He's surveying the terrain, the man in black reminded, recalling Chen Yan's previous methods. Chen Yan had already reached the courtyard gate. He raised his hand and knocked. The sound of his knuckles rapping against the wood echoed clearly in the stillness of the night. What? He's just knocking on the door? Li Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The man in black smiled in anticipation. Watch closely. Though Chen Yan's martial skills aren't exceptional, his approach is always unconventional. He must have a plan. From inside the courtyard came a rough male voice. Who the hell is knocking at this hour? A burly man opened the gate. Seeing Chen Yan's delicate features, his tone turned hostile. Who are you? Who sent you? The three hidden in the haystack held their breath, wondering how Chen Yan would respond. I'm here to kill you, Chen Yan said, his voice clear and melodious, yet inexplicably chilling. The burly man blinked, confused. What? The trio in the haystack also frowned, as if they hadn't heard correctly. I said. Chen Yan's smile widened. Suddenly, a crimson flash streaked through the air, too fast to follow. Bang! The burly man's head exploded like a watermelon. I'm here to kill you, Chen Yan repeated, his smile fading as he kicked the corpse aside and stepped into the courtyard. This was the first time he'd killed so openly. The overwhelming scent of blood unsettled him, but the sheer power to crush an opponent's skull with a single blow exhilarated him. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a plume of red mist. His strength had skyrocketed in recent days, and with support personnel covertly backing him, this was the perfect opportunity to test his limits. Intruder! Get your weapons! The courtyard erupted into chaos, filled with shouts and the sounds of combat. Outside, the man and woman in black exchanged stunned glances, their eyebrows raised high in disbelief. Li Yi pressed her lips together, equally speechless with shock. The turn of events had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The courtyard erupted in chaos. Chen Yan kicked aside the corpse, revealing a group of people casually enjoying hot pot. One of them was still focused on stuffing a piece of tripe coated in sesame sauce into his mouth, making the scene eerily surreal. As they became aware of the intruder, their reactions varied. Some screamed and fled into the inner rooms, while two men immediately launched an attack on Chen Yan. One of them, a burly man with a bare chest, his muscles coiled like serpents, bellowed, "Grab the weapons. You bastard! Coming here to kill? Are you tired of living?" The burly man shouted as he lunged toward Chen Yan. A blood-red aura swirled around him, and as he charged forward, his body seemed to swell, veins bulging like snakes about to burst from his skin. Faced with the massive fist hurtling toward him, Chen Yan didn't retreat. Instead, a grin of excitement spread across his face. This was the true strength of a formidable opponent, the power of a chi and blood warrior. His opponent went straight for the kill, so ruthless. This was the kind of battle that ignited his fighting spirit. Energy surged fiercely through Chen Yan's body, concentrating in his right leg. A mist of red sprayed from his mouth, and 14 intricate lines instantly appeared on his chest. 5 force lines, 3 tendon lines, 3 skin lines, and 3 bone lines. Just as the burly man's fist was about to connect, Chen Yan's leg shot out like lightning. With a sickening thud, the man's movement came to an abrupt halt. The ferocity on his face twisted into horror, and he let out a piercing scream as he collapsed, clutching his groin. Blood and shattered flesh seeped through his trembling fingers. The other man, armed with a knife, froze in place, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Their strongest chi and blood warrior had been taken down in a single move. Chen Yan glanced at his blood-stained right foot, his smile fading. It was his first real fight, and nerves had gotten the better of him. He had hoped to experience the full strength of a chi and blood warrior, but ended up resorting to such a lowly tactic. Before anyone could react, Chen Yan delivered another kick to the howling burly man. Energy surged through his body, and the devastating power of his extreme refinement 8 styles descended like a falling star. With a resounding bang, another sickening sound echoed, a sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting. At that moment, more men, shirtless or clad only in underwear, rushed out from the rooms. They glared menacingly at Chen Yan, but upon seeing the carnage in the courtyard, they froze in shock. Seizing the moment, Chen Yan struck the knife-wielding man in the chest with a thunderous punch. The force of the extreme refinement 8 styles surged like a storm into the man's heart. Boom! The man's body swelled grotesquely before his chest burst open, scattering blood and organs everywhere. Weak, Chen Yan muttered under his breath, his body drenched in blood. In the pitch-black night, no one could discern his expression, but deep inside, a flicker of unease stirred within him. Logic told him he had no right to be startled, no reason to take his time getting used to all this. Yet, he smiled, a strange, unsettling smile spreading across his face. He had indeed killed. The methods of a hardened martial artist were crude and ruthless. The 3 corpses lying on the ground told the story. One was barely at the initial stage of chi and blood cultivation, while the other 2, though burly and immensely strong, had proven pitifully fragile under his fists. Chen Yan's lips twitched as his gaze swept toward the dozen or so men standing menacingly by the door. "Too weak," he muttered under his breath. The cold wind seemed to sweep through the courtyard at that moment, bringing a brief stillness. Then, a furious roar shattered the silence. "All together! Kill him! Kill!" In an instant, shouts, the crash of blows, cries of pain, and bursts of laughter erupted in the courtyard, plunging the scene into chaos. Outside the courtyard, a man and a woman dressed in black used their 100 meridians cultivation to clearly sense every movement within. Nearby, Li Yi's expression shifted as she mused aloud. "Is this what they call an intellectual genius? Damn it, that Chen Yan is using us." The man in black suddenly growled. "He's not reckless, calculated that we'd protect him." The woman in black suddenly understood. "So he's using our protection to hone his combat techniques? What else?" The man's face darkened. "He's got some nerve. Is this how missions are supposed to be completed? He'd better not expect to get full credit for his martial achievements. Dragging us out here in the dead of night to play bodyguards, making a mockery of our family's reputation." Despite their complaints, neither dared to let their guard down. With a flash, they leapt dozens of meters toward the small courtyard. Hidden in a nearby haystack, Li Yi finally grasped the deeper meaning behind it all. Ordinary geniuses rarely dared to take on missions involving battles beyond their level. Even for the sake of martial achievement points, they would find ways to avoid direct confrontation. But everyone overlooked the safeguard of having supervisors present. Chen Yan, however, had seized upon this fact. The experience of a life-or-death battle beyond his level was far more valuable than the mission rewards, especially when his life was under protection. "Truly an intellectual genius," she murmured, leaping onto a treetop outside the courtyard to watch alongside the 2 in black. But the scene before her left her speechless. The courtyard was littered with corpses, severed limbs scattered everywhere, and the stench of blood filled the air. A young man, drenched in blood, emerged from the second floor, casually tossing a headless body to the ground. The sheer brutality of his actions stood in stark contrast to his usual harmless demeanor, as if he were a god of death emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Terrifying, the woman in black murmured. How could this not inspire fear? Li Yi and the man in black pressed their lips together, unable to find words. Chen Yan's heart pounded violently, and everything before him completely shattered his understanding of reality. A novice in martial arts, a mere 17-year-old boy, had displayed such incredible power? He wiped the blood off his face, feeling the twitching of his flesh. The events of today left him deeply unsettled. Despite the turmoil in his heart, he forced himself to remain calm. The logistics team was still observing, and he had to maintain the demeanor of a strong leader. So, he managed to pull out a smile. Hiss. That smile made Li Yi and the other two fall silent instantly. It was unsettling. Chen Yan murmured softly, "The numbers don't add up." He touched the knife wound on his left arm, his brow furrowed. Wang Lu, a latest Stage 5 Viscera Realm fighter and the highest leader of the organization, had not shown up. Although he had already killed 2 early Stage 5 Viscera Realm martial artists, the most critical target was still missing. Being overly tense had led to no captives left for questioning, but the intelligence from the military force shouldn't be wrong. Chen Yan leaped down from the second floor, his gaze sweeping through the corridor on the first floor. Earlier, someone had tried to escape into one of the rooms along the hallway, but now it was empty. He moved forward along the corridor, his hand brushing against the wall until he stopped at a specific spot. Thud, thud. The tapping sound revealed a hollow section. Boom. With a single punch, the wall shattered, revealing a hidden chamber with a staircase leading to a basement. Activating his heightened senses, Chen Yan caught faint groaning sounds from below. Wait. A hoarse male voice called out from the basement, the dim light trembling slightly. Chen Yan continued onward, exhaling a mist of red fog as he moved. I told you to wait, damn it. The voice roared again in frustration. Entering the basement, he found rows of glass tanks filled with thick, crimson liquid. The fluid was so dense it obscured the contents within. Only when he approached one of the tanks did he see a pale, bloated human face pressed lifelessly against the glass like a dead fish. This is... The red mist from Chen Yan's mouth grew denser as he passed through the area of glass tanks. The scene ahead made him nauseous. A shirtless, muscular man sat on a sofa, cradling a strange, pitch-black creature about the size of a Shiba Inu. The creature was a grotesque hybrid of cockroach and mantis, with a flat body encased in spiked exoskeleton armor. Its mantis-like head was covered in compound eyes, and a single violet gold eye was embedded in the center of its forehead, its intricate patterns forming an eerie totem. The moment Chen Yan locked eyes with the violet gold eye, an overwhelming surge of yellow light erupted from the breaking saint realm. This sensation was identical to when he first encountered the Qingju snake. The violet gold eye contained an indescribable energy tied to a powerful array. Chen Yan was filled with shock. Such a terrifying gaze hadn't seen anything like it since the Qingju snake atop the green mountain in the nurturing zone. And now, it had appeared before him once again. In the basement, a furious roar erupted. I told you to wait. Didn't you hear me? A burly man, shirtless and muscular, was pulling a cockroach's bone spike from his abdomen. His eyes burned with malice as he glared at Chen Yan. On the sofa nearby, a mantis lay limp and motionless. Are you Wang Lu? Chen Yan asked cautiously. Yes. A cold gleam flashed in Wang Lu's eyes. Who are you? Before Chen Yan could answer, Wang Lu waved dismissively. Never mind, let's fight. Either you've come to die alone, or you have backup, in which case him as good as dead. As he spoke, a crimson glow enveloped his body. Let's fight. Chen Yan's expression grew grim as he glanced at the cockroach. What is that thing? Boom. Blood-red light burst from Wang Lu's body like raging flames, sending waves of energy surging through the room. His face twisted into a ferocious snarl. I said let's fight. The entire 2-story building shook violently, dust scattering everywhere. Cracks formed and spread across the cement ground of the courtyard, the surface buckling as shockwaves rippled outward. From the tree above, Li Yi spoke anxiously. They're fighting. Chen Yan just entered the martial path, but Wang Lu is already at the late 5 Viscera stage. You need to move now. A man in black stood on high alert. See Wenny, keep aiming. I'm ready to act at any moment. He thought to himself, a rookie should rely on strategy to complete missions, right? Poisoning someone with strong qi and blood is the simplest way. Yet to his surprise, Chen Yan was managing to hold his own against Wang Lu. See when he held a dark pistol, its muzzle glowing with a blood-red light. It was a powerful martial technique that used qi and blood as bullets. Her sights were already locked onto Wang Lu's head. Take the shot. Li Yi urged nervously. Chen Yan just started on the martial path. What are you waiting for? The two in black hesitated, their faces torn with indecision. The sounds of explosions continued to thunder from below, shaking the entire courtyard. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Chen Yan, covered in blood and grime, flew out from the basement and hit the ground hard. He got up, wiping the dirt from his face. Just as Wang Lu emerged, his body marked with fist imprints, his expression dark and menacing. You practice horizontal refinement. How many lines do you have? Wang Lu demanded, fixing his gaze on Chen Yan. 14, Chen Yan replied calmly. From the tree, Li Yi was stunned. Didn't he just start on the martial path? How does he already have 14 lines? The man and woman in black fell silent. 14 lines. It was no wonder they had initially mistaken him for someone with the strength of over 40 lines. Only 14 marks? Wang Lu squinted his eyes and sneered coldly. Who are you trying to fool? 14 marks are equivalent to the midstage of the 5 viscera realm. With just this level of strength, you dare to come and kill me? Martial cultivation is divided into 2 systems, qi and blood, and body refinement. The qi and blood path progresses through 4 realms, 5 viscera, 100 meridians, golden body, and origin. The body refinement path's extreme tempering realm of 72 marks is equivalent to the 5 viscera and 100 meridians realms of the qi and blood path. Typically, a body refinement practitioner reaching 32 marks would be on par with the peak of the 5 viscera realm in the qi and blood path. At this moment, Chen Yan had only 14 marks, with strength comparable to the midstage of the 5 viscera realm. Engaging in a fight with Wang Lu was undoubtedly a challenge above his level. This was what puzzled the black-clad man and woman in the tree. While it was astonishing for Chen Yan to have reached 14 marks so soon after entering the martial path, challenging Wang Lu with this level of strength seemed almost reckless. You're strong, Chen Yan said calmly. Wang Lu let out a cold snort, feeling insulted. You have no one to back you up? I do, Chen Yan replied without hesitation. Up in the tree, Li murmured softly, analyzing the situation. He's trying to use us to put pressure on Wang Lu. Someone with no way out doesn't have the mindset to fight. The black-clad man and woman remained silent, their minds filled with confusion. So, Chen Yan continued, you have only 2 ways to die. Either you die, or you take me down with you. Li was momentarily stunned. This was pushing Wang Lu to go all out. Wang Lu froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Damn it! I hate you so-called geniuses who don't even see others as human. Chen Yan said nothing, his entire presence radiating a chilling intensity. And when have you ever treated others as human? I'll grant your wish. Wang Lu grinned maliciously, his body suddenly expanding. His muscles swelled, revealing strange and incomprehensible patterns. Chen Yan's eyes flickered as he sensed the formation energy within the breaking saint realm. I'm not like other qi and blood cultivators. Wang Lu looked down at Chen Yan, his eyes brimming with savage killing intent. Ancient divine patterns. Li's expression turned grave. Wang Lu sneered, the runes on his body sinking beneath his skin. His aura grew overwhelmingly domineering and terrifying, as if soaked in demonic blood, emanating an oppressive and fearsome pressure. Seeking death. Boom. A heavy punch wrapped in a crimson gale came crashing down. Wang Lu countered with a punch of his own. The massive shockwave rippled outward, tearing Wang Lu's arm, with the skin and flesh peeling back painfully under the force. Starting with your big moves, his sinister grin was cut short. Boom. Chen Yan launched another punch, a crimson storm of overwhelming force slamming into Wang Lu's chest. Wang Lu's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the small building behind him. The walls instantly collapsed, rubble scattering in all directions. Red Heart Fist. Li Yi exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Vice Commander Shen had actually taught that move to the opponent. From within the ruins came Wang Lu's furious roar. At that very moment, a dark shadow descended from above. Chen Yan, shrouded in swirling red mist, unleashed the extreme refinement 8 forms midair, delivering a fierce leg strike. The profound level Crimson Steel body technique. The heart level Crimson Steel strike fist. The beginner level extreme refinement 8 forms. The profound level Red Heart Fist. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions reverberated as a small building instantly collapsed. Chen Yan swung his fists, his body radiating crimson light like flames, resembling a moving furnace exuding an increasingly intense heat. This was a true battle. Wang Lu was indeed formidable, but even though Chen Yan's level was lower, he still had a chance to win. Skill could bridge the gap in power. Sweeping kicks, whipping strikes, and powerful slams. Energy spiraled between his fists, and bricks shattered in the shockwaves. Chen Yan was entirely immersed in the fight. You bastard! Wang Lu roared incessantly from the ruins. Chen Yan's heavy punch struck Wang Lu's face, crushing his nose and shattering bone. Extreme refinement. Extreme refinement. Extreme refinement. Red Heart Fist. In that instant, something seemed to click in Chen Yan's mind. There had to be a connection between the Red Heart Fist and the extreme refinement 8 forms, a shared momentum, significance, value, and essence. Chen Yan's attacks became even more ferocious, the smile on his lips sending chills down the spines of Li Yi and the other two onlookers. Meanwhile, in the Breaking Saint realm, a flash of white light appeared but was blocked just 3 feet away from the Breaking Saint tree. Without breaking through to the next level, the Breaking Saint tree could not absorb the essence energy. But this wouldn't stop Chen Yan. If the Breaking Saint tree couldn't absorb it, what about himself? Ah! Wang Lu's thunderous roar erupted from the ruins as runes surged across his body, emitting a sinister black aura. He unleashed a devastating punch, colliding head-on with the frenzied Chen Yan. Boom! The strike hit Chen Yan's chest, the sound of bones cracking echoing through the air. Chen Yan's fist, however, stopped just an inch away from Wang Lu's forehead. The battlefield fell silent. Not good, the man in black muttered, preparing to intervene. Wang Lu laughed maniacally, believing victory was his. But in the next moment, with a resounding explosion, his head burst apart, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Yan's punch hadn't physically connected, but the force of his momentum alone claimed Wang Lu's life. Clutching his searing chest, Chen Yan slowly retracted his right fist, standing motionless. This wasn't true essence yet, but the embryonic form of momentum. He had comprehended this force on his own, without relying on the Breaking Saint tree. Just then, a piercing screech echoed from underground. A massive mantis-like creature crawled out from the ruins. Mourning over Wang Lu's headless corpsite was a juvenile ancient divine beast. The 3 onlookers in the distant tree were dumbfounded. Holy crap! Li Yi's face twitched. The man and woman in black immediately appeared, shielding the injured Chen Yan and keeping a vigilant eye on the mantis. The mantis's cries grew increasingly sorrowful until it let out one final, heart-wrenching wail before collapsing and dying as well. News quickly spread through the martial guard class. Chen Yan was injured. After the news spread that Chen Yan had comprehended the essence of the extreme refinement 8 forms from the origin tablet, he quickly became the center of attention. Gao Yuan, Li Qingyuan, Wu Chuqi, and others visited him one after another. Chen Yan, I truly admire you, Li Qingyuan said, looking at Chen Yan with sincere appreciation in his eyes. To train to the point of even injuring yourself, breaking your limits multiple times in one session, maybe some people have more talent than you, but when it comes to effort, no one can compare. Chen Yan responded with a warm smile and enthusiastically invited him, stay for a while. I use my points to get some food from the priority zone. Let's eat together. Li Qingyuan, knowing how expensive food from the priority zone was, immediately declined politely. But Chen Yan insisted, it's fine. Gao Yuan is here too. Let's all eat together. Gao Yuan stood by, smiling honestly, while a hint of gratitude flashed in Li Qingyuan's eyes. After his guests left, Chen Yan lay alone on his bed. The bandages on his chest and arms were a constant reminder of the intensity of last night's battle. Slowly raising his right fist, he felt a surge of energy spiraling around it with just that simple motion. Fist momentum. Chen Yan murmured to himself. The technique he had used to defeat Wang Lu yesterday was precisely this realm where a single punch wasn't about raw power but lethal momentum. This was fist momentum, a state of mind and a profound truth. Beyond fist momentum lay the realm of fist intent. In all of Yunming City, fewer than 10 geniuses had ever grasped such a profound concept, and Chen Yan knew he was no less capable than any of them. Sacred Breaker Tree, I am not inferior, he told himself silently. At that moment, Luo Puxin arrived for a visit. Seeing Chen Yan's condition, he bombarded him with questions. 14 patterns? Crimson Heart Fist mastered? Extreme Refinement 8 forms initiated? After receiving affirmative answers, he cautiously asked, yesterday, I comprehended fist momentum, Chen Yan replied calmly. Luo Puxin took several deep breaths, trying to steady his shock. He stared at the floor for a long time before speaking. Can you stop training your vitality? Don't waste your time. What's 1 in 8 talent anyway? My heart's forging level has already reached 78. Chen Yan replied evenly. Actually, my vitality isn't bad either. Although I haven't fully mastered the Chaos Abyss technique, I'm close. Clenching his fists, Luo Puxin suddenly turned around and said excitedly, come to the front lines with me. I know many powerful people who could be your mentors, at least 100 of them. On the front lines, you can kill enemies, ancient beasts, and ancient divine beasts to grow stronger quickly. But, Brother Luo, what about the Jinwu class? Chen Yan asked. Luo Puxin froze for a moment before laughing. I was just joking. He reached into his pocket and handed Chen Yan a purple crystal. This is the true eye of that cockroach from last night. It's your spoils of war. Eyes from ancient divine beasts are extremely valuable. Honestly, I was tempted to keep it for myself. Chen Yan accepted the eye and was thrilled to see a golden glow of energy surging within the sacred breaker realm. Was the energy of a formation. Brother Luo, what's inside this eye? Chen Yan asked. This is ancient intent. All wild ancient beasts possess it, and as the eye of an ancient divine beast, its ancient intent is even richer, Luo Puxin explained. Array formations embody the fundamental truths of heaven and earth, Luo Puxin said calmly, his expression serious. To an array master, everything under heaven can be a formation. In your Jinwu class, Xu Xianshang has a natural talent for formations. As for Wang Lu, whom you killed last night, you must have noticed his troublesome defensive capabilities. Chen Yan fell into deep thought, recalling the battle with Wang Lu. Seeing this, Luo Puxin continued, the formations derived from the ancient beast's understanding are primarily used to enhance physical defense. Unfortunately, that fool Wang Lu never grasped the essence of it. He paused briefly. If you're interested, you can delve into it. However, with your talent, it's better to focus on body refinement. With that, Luo Puxin stood up, preparing to leave. Before departing, he advised, take the next few days to recover from your injuries. Don't rush into training, there's plenty of time ahead. After Luo Puxin left, Chen Yan retrieved his martial merit token to check his progress. The 200 points he earned from killing Wang Lu had already been credited. Adding to that were the rewards from 2 previous training tasks, 200 points for condensing 3 tangible patterns within a week and 500 points for achieving a 75 forging rate in his heart. His total martial merit now stood at 1,600 points. The new training tasks had been updated. The body refinement task remained unchanged, while the other task now required him to open a second organ and reach a 75 forging rate, with a reward of 500 points upon completion. Chen Yan's eyes shifted to the Breaking Saint Realm panel. Level 4, 25500, Breaking Saint Fruits. Strength, 29,100. Vitality, 54,100. Skill, 30,100. Body, 29,100. Formation, 43,100. On the Breaking Saint tree, a yellow fruit labeled with the character formation was slowly growing. Even more striking was a silver fruit not recorded on the data panel. It had grown more than halfway and radiated an enigmatic silver glow, causing Chen Yan's heart to race. Later that afternoon, news of Chen Yan's injury in the training room had spread across the campus. As a few students gathered outside the blood scent room discussing the incident, Xu Feiyuan appeared at the entrance. They quickly greeted him and inquired about Chen Yan's condition. At that moment, Chen Yan himself approached slowly. Although his long sleeves concealed most of his injuries, the bandages around his neck betrayed the severity of his wounds. Facing Xu Feiyuan's questioning gaze, Chen Yan merely offered a faint smile before stepping into the blood scent room. Xu Feiyuan narrowed his eyes and exchanged a knowing glance with the teacher beside him. Chen Yan's gaze shifted to Xu Feiyuan after a brief pause. Seeing the cold, stern expression on the other man's face, he couldn't help but marvel at his ruthlessness. Meanwhile, an important meeting was unfolding within the City Guard Bureau. Gong Hengguan, surrounded by a group of attendants, was heading toward the conference room. Just as he was about to enter, a lean, middle-aged man with heavy dark circles under his eyes, Shen Yiwei, appeared from the opposite side of the hallway, also trailed by a cohort. Shen Yiwei, Gong Hengguan narrowed his eyes and asked directly, did you assign a student named Chen Yan, from Luoshan County, to the Tianjiao cultivation program for the military guards? Shen Yiwei froze for a moment, a sense of unease flashing through his mind. The senior officials of the City Guard Bureau behind him exchanged glances, silently noting the name Chen Yan. Who is Chen Yan? Shen Yiwei frowned and asked in return, casting an inquiring look at his secretary. Not a Tianjiao, Gong Hengguan replied with a faint, knowing smile, but to you he might as well be. His words elicited soft chuckles from those around him. Gong Hengguan stepped into the conference room, his thoughts turning to the conversation he had with Gong Tuo the previous night. It was indeed unusual for an ordinary Tianjiao to reject a contract from the Gong family, but Shen Yiwei's reaction suggested there was more to the story. Recalling how Gong Qing's secretary had caused Chen Yan to be imprisoned, Gong Hengguan began to understand the source of Chen Yan's resentment toward the Gong family. Just as Gong Hengguan was about to let the matter rest, Shen Yiwei suddenly spoke up. I heard that someone from your Gong family, Gong Fanning, failed their limit break awakening? That's true, Gong Hengguan responded calmly, but having the opportunity for a limit break awakening is still better than being unable to awaken at all. Huh. Shen Yiwei gave a mocking thumbs up. Gong Hengguan, you really know how to spin things. Even failure sounds impressive coming from you. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly grew tense. Gong Hengguan narrowed his eyes. Are you dissatisfied? I am. Shen Yiwei sneered. Fight me to the death, and then I'll be convinced. Gong Hengguan's smile remained, but a glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Sensing this, Shen Yiwei turned to pat Bai Yuyue, who stood beside him, on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, look at him, won't dare. See? He won't dare. Everyone present could feel the confrontation between the two had reached its climax. As the strongest representatives of Lu Xuanyang and the aristocratic families, second only to the Grand Commander himself, it was clear that in the coming year, only one of them would remain standing. Time flies like a fleeting stream, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Chen Yan did not return home. After a brief reunion with his sister, he stayed with the Jinwu squad. For the first 3 days, he focused on recovering from his injuries, dedicating himself to cultivating the Dun Yuan technique and visualizing the true eye of the ancient mythical beast. Thanks to his robust physique as a body-refining martial artist, coupled with external medicinal treatments and high-quality meals exchanged using his points, most of his injuries had healed. Over the following 2 days, he resumed his path of body refining and began practicing the 100 Spear Shadow Thrust, which he had exchanged for. 3 significant events occurred recently within the Jinwu squad. First, Gong Tuo was set to teach the top 10 students of the squad a ground vein level class D external refining martial technique the next day. Such high-level martial skills were exceedingly rare in county-level Jinwu squads. Even the Red Heart Fist was only a Class A martial technique. According to Luo Puxin, this was a deliberate plan to force Gong Tuo to reveal such an advanced skill. Second, the squad's 10th rank member, Li Qingyuan, successfully challenged and narrowly defeated the 6th rank Chu Bizhua 2 days ago. Now, 2 students from humble backgrounds, Li Qingyuan and Chen Yan, had entered the top 10, showcasing the rapid rise of exceptionally talented individuals. The third event involved Chu Jia's True Dragon, Chu Xiansheng, who challenged the 26th ranked genius of Yumeng City's Tianjiao list. Although he was defeated, his eligibility for such a challenge was already remarkable. Chen Yan's Breaking the Sacred Realm progress showed level 4 at 95,500. Over the past few days, the sacred breaking tree bore a bountiful harvest. 7 strength fruits, 23 blood fruits, 22 skilled fruits, 8 body fruits, and 10 formation fruits. The abundance of blood fruits was attributed to Chen Yan's continuous blood sensing cultivation, while the skilled fruits resulted from his deep understanding of the Dun Yuan technique, 100 Spear Shadow Thrust, and extreme refining 8 forms. At dawn, Chen Yan stepped out of the car at the mountain road entrance of Luoshan County. "You really push yourself, Chen Yan," remarked Siwenny, a logistics officer from the military defense unit. 16 hours of uninterrupted visualization of the 100 Spear Shadow Thrust. "We thought you'd need at least 5 days. Chen Yan responded with a faint smile and waved goodbye. After Siwenny drove away, and he ensured no one was around, he began demonstrating his skills. A low hum resonated from within his body as the dormant energy of his blood surged forth, enveloping him. Soon, countless ice crystals shimmering with a clear blue glow rapidly formed behind him. With a thought, the crystals shot out in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Several deep craters over half a meter in diameter instantly appeared on the ground. Chen Yan gathered his energy and blood, then swung his right hand. A shard of ice crystal shot through the air, propelled by both his strength and vital energy. It struck the mountainside with a powerful impact, shattering instantly into countless fragments. The force of suppression followed, releasing a cold aura that quickly seeped into the mountain, freezing the surrounding area completely. Chen Yan's eyes flickered as he contemplated the versatility of this technikite could serve as both a ranged attack and a concealed weapon. When enhanced with additional force, its destructive power became even more formidable. At this moment, he truly felt the immense strength of mastering vital energy. He exhaled a faint red mist as 7 lines of power emerged, with 4 distinct patterns appearing on his muscles, bones, and skin respectively. Including his horizontal refining technique, he had now reached a total of 19 patterns. Over the past few days, his relentless absorption of blood energy had brought his heart's refinement to 100 completion. Meanwhile, his second organ, the liver, had reached 50 refinement. By the time he arrived at the first martial academy, the morning sun was already rising. The campus was alive with the sounds of bustling activity. Chen Yan, Wu Chuqi hurried over to him. "Chu Bizhua and Li Qingyuan are about to fight again. Want to go watch? Didn't they already fight before?" Chen Yan frowned. For some reason, Chu Bizhua wants to fight again today, Wu Chuqi explained, shaking his head. Though Chen Yan wasn't particularly interested in others' affairs, he decided to go out of consideration for his friendship with Li Qingyuan. When they reached the edge of the training field, they saw a crowd of students gathered in a circle, murmuring among themselves. Suddenly, a figure was sent flying out of the combat zone, covered in blood, and with his features caved in. It was Chu Bizhua. "Looking down on us? And what about you? Useless trash." Li Qingyuan, his face flushed with anger, shouted at the wailing Chu Bizhua. "Forming cliques, targeting us again and again. Do you think you're so impressive?" The area fell silent. Chen Yan narrowed his eyes, observing closely. He noticed that Xu Feiyuan, who was acting as the referee, wore an extremely dark expression. While Xu Feiyuan had been quietly supplying mixed blood energy to Chen Yan's blood refinement chamber in recent days, he had not confronted him directly. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan, as the newly recognized leader among the impoverished students, had shielded Chen Yan from quite a bit of trouble. "That was too harsh. Wu Chuki murmured. After all, Shu Bizhua is part of the Shu family. Chen Yan's expression grew serious. Noticing Luo Puxin nodding at him from a distance, he turned and left, heading toward the nourishment zone for a meal. At noon, within the Shu family residence, that little bastard dared to beat Bizhua like this. Filthy scum, they deserve to die. Shu Feiyuan fumed, glaring at the battered Shu Bizhua lying on the bed. The other Shu family members wore equally grim expressions. At that moment, a young man dressed in white robes adorned with dragon patterns stepped into the room. His appearance was unremarkable, but his demeanor carried an unmistakable air of authority. Brother Xiansheng, Shu Bizhua, still lying on the bed, showed a flicker of respect and fear in his eyes upon seeing the newcomer. The older Shu family members quickly put on ingratiating smiles. Useless, Shu Xiansheng said coldly, casting a single glance at Shu Bizhua. The latter's face turned pale instantly. Xiansheng, Bizhua is your cousin. A man named Shu Tsang spoke up. Shu Xiansheng asked nonchalantly, why is it that when Gong Tua Venerable teaches me, I must listen alongside others? Chu Feiyuan was momentarily stunned before quickly explaining. Originally, Gong Tua suggested teaching only the top student of the Xinwu class, but Luo Puxin insisted he teach the top 10 instead. Chu Xuanqing's expression remained calm, though a trace of coldness flickered in his eyes. Are they worthy? No one answered, but the silence spoke volumes. They indeed were not. A bunch of useless fools, just like Chu Bizhua. How could they possibly sit alongside me to receive such teachings? Chu Xiansheng said coldly. Still, no one dared to respond. Everyone knew that Chu Xiansheng had recently lost to the 26th rank on the Tianjiao list and was still fuming. His sights were set on surpassing Chu Xianxian, or even those stronger than Chu Xianxian. Seeing no response, Chu Xiansheng withdrew the chill in his gaze and turned toward Chu Bizhua, who lay on the sickbed. The disgrace you brought upon the Chu family, I'll personally reclaim it the day after tomorrow. The crowd was stunned. Chu Xuanqing's father, Chu Tsang, quickly asked, are you targeting Li Qingyuan? Li Qingyuan? Who is that? Chu Xiansheng narrowed his eyes, a cold smile tugging at his lips. I'll crush all those worthless trash beneath my feet. In his mind, he envisioned the figure he could never catch up to. Knowing he couldn't even break into the top 20 in Yunming City, the ever-growing distance between him and that person filled his eyes with fury. After a moment of silence, the head of the Chu family finally spoke. Among the top 10, 5 have signed contracts with the Chu family, and 2 with the Gong family. Just don't kill anyone. The next day, boom, Chen Yan threw a punch, shattering the chest of a tiger-shaped ancient beast, which was sent flying. Retracting his right fist, strange, flower-like runes flickered across his knuckles. He stepped forward and placed the beast's left eye, marked with a 50, into his pouch. The nurturing zone is a bit too weak, Chen Yan murmured. With his rapidly advancing strength, even a 50-point ancient beast was now a trivial challenge. He glanced at the protective runes on his fist, which he had comprehended from the purple crystal. Array techniques were categorized into ordinary, superior, martial, and earth vein levels. Though his protective array was only at mid-tier superior grade, it was sufficient to dominate in the nurturing zone. Combined with his mastery of the heart level 8 extreme techniques and the subtle level scarlet heart fist, he could nearly obliterate these ancient beasts with a single punch. I wonder where I rank now in the Xinwu class, Chen Yan muttered, staring at his palm. Second, a voice rang out as Luo Puxin leapt down from a tall tree, smiling. You should have no trouble defeating Lu Zong, currently ranked second. What about Chu Xiansheng? Chen Yan frowned. Luo Puxin hesitated, calculating silently. Although Chen Yan had only 19 inscriptions, his 8 extreme techniques had reached the heart level, his scarlet heart fist was at the subtle level, he possessed an ancient divine beast protective array, had trained in blood energy techniques, and even mastered the concept of fist intent. Could this level of strength truly surpass Chu Xiansheng? Whoa! Luo Puxin's face lit up with excitement. The day after tomorrow, Gong Tua is going to teach a ground-level horizontal refinement technique. Even though it's only a grade D technique, it's already quite generous. You must seize this opportunity. Chen Yan nodded and replied, all right. Luo Puxin handed him the lunchbox he was holding and left, sighing inwardly. Lately, every time he called Xin Yiwei for advice, the response was always just 2 words. Whoa. He hadn't expected to inadvertently discover a true prodigy. If Chen Yan could grasp this opportunity, he might not only make it into the top 3 of Yuming City's prodigy rankings, but could even challenge Chu Xiansheng in the near future. After a simple meal, Chen Yan continued his activities in the nurturing zone. He firmly believed that combat training was the best way to improve his strength. As he ventured deeper into uncharted areas, though he didn't encounter any ancient beasts, he suddenly noticed a trace of dark energy representing elemental power swirling in the air within the Breaking Saint realm. At that moment, a man's voice called out, "Hey, there are no ancient beasts further back." It was Lu Chong, squinting as he walked toward Chen Yan. Over the past few days, his progress in cultivation had stagnated due to the dwindling essence of the origin steel for the extreme refinement 8 techniques. Chen Yan, let's discuss something, Lu Chong said. You want me to stop training in the extreme refinement 8 techniques? Chen Yan frowned. That's not my problem. The origin steel requires others to infuse it with essence, and the essence I absorb is rightfully mine. If you're upset, you're blaming the wrong person. Lu Chong's expression darkened. I know it's not your fault, but there are very few strong cultivators in Yunmeng City capable of infusing the origin steel for the extreme refinement 8 techniques, let alone coming to our county's martial training class. Chen Yin turned to leave. And what does that have to do with me? I've already reached 33 patterns, and my family has invested a lot of resources, Lu Chong said urgently. I plan to merge them once I reach 50 patterns. My original goal was to make it into the top 3 of the martial training class by the end. If you continue training in the horizontal refinement room, I want to make it into the top 3. Seeing Chen Yan still walking away, Lu Chong hurried after him. Chen Yan, you're still far from the top 3. But I can make it. If I get into the top 3, they'll have a chance to participate in the Yunmeng Prodigy trials. Chen Yan stopped and said calmly, you want to make it into the top 3? But do you think I don't? The question left Lu Chong momentarily stunned. He considered it carefully. With Chen Yan currently ranked 8th in the martial training class, his foundation was weak, but he was relentless. Could he really make it into the top 3? But what did that matter to him? The real issue was that Chen Yan was blocking his path. Even if the origin steel didn't grant Chen Yan direct enlightenment, it would still provide him with more essence. At this rate, Lu Chong's future prospects could be ruined. As Lu Chong remained silent, Chen Yan suddenly smiled warmly. Let's spar. Spar with you? Lu Chong narrowed his eyes. Yes. I want to move into one of the priority zone rooms. Don't try to be clever. Lu Chong snapped coldly. Are you trying to break my resolve just as I'm about to master the extreme refinement 8 techniques? He sneered inwardly. Even if Chen Yan had already mastered it, there was no way he could defeat him. If Lu Chong unleashed his own mastery-level extreme refinement 8 techniques, it would surely shatter Chen Yan's confidence. Chen Yan's smile widened. I didn't know you were about to master it. Don't play dumb. Everyone in the martial training class knows, and you're saying you don't? Lu Chong shouted angrily. Then you set the time and well spar. Chen Yan still had a calm smile on his face. Lu Chong hesitated. Why was Chen Yan so confident? With so many more patterns than him, and with mastery of the extreme refinement 8 techniques just within reach, how could Chen Yan possibly be his match? Was he seeking his own downfall? The day after tomorrow? No, 3 days from now. Lu Chong sneered. Chen Yan's smile grew even brighter, causing Lu Chong's sneer to unconsciously fade. For some reason, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. My hand feels so itchy, Chen Yan murmured to himself. After parting ways with Lu Chong, he followed the faint glimmers of elemental energy within the broken saint realm, heading deeper into the cultivation zone. Ahead, a 50-meter-high electric grid blocked his path. Cracking blue arcs of lightning flickered and danced across the surface of the grid. Chen Yan's eyes narrowed as he pondered whether these lightning elements were the source of the energy drawing him in. He began searching along the grid for a potential way through. Before long, he spotted an enormous tree towering 100 meters tall. With a few swift movements, he climbed it and effortlessly vaulted over the grid. Although the cultivation zone was considered safe, the battles within no longer posed any challenge or opportunity for growth to him. Staying at home for a good night's rest seemed like a better use of his time. Fully attuned to his surroundings, Chen Yan carefully sensed the environment. This was a pristine mountainous region, and the elemental energy within the broken saint realm grew increasingly dense, as if guiding him forward. Eventually, the energy led him to a secluded area surrounded by dense forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, their lush branches and leaves forming a natural canopy. Amid the dappled shadows, a flower ablaze with lightning and flames bloomed radiantly, its brilliance captivating. Chen Yan's body trembled slightly. It was a rare treasure infused with lightning elements. But as someone who did not cultivate lightning techniques, he found himself caught in a dilemma. Approaching the lightning flower, he activated his hibernation technique, allowing a faint chill to envelop the flower. However, as in the blood-sensing chamber, hibernation was only attuned to ice elements, and even now it had only reached a mid-upper grade level. Taking such a conspicuous treasure back would undoubtedly attract attention, yet he couldn't reveal the secrets of how he'd found it after all. The broken saint realm was his greatest secret. As he hesitated, mysterious and intricate patterns began to appear on his arm, like magical runes etched onto his skin. When he brought his hand close to the lightning flower, strands of electric blue energy immediately surged into his fingers. Though the pain was excruciating, he was thrilled to discover that within the broken saint realm, a green glow representing physical energy had emerged. This lightning flower could actually be used for body refinement. Recalling Luo Puxin's words about the unparalleled effects of lightning and body refinement, Chen Yan immediately began channeling the crimson steel body technique. The lightning flames intertwined with the crimson energy within him, causing his entire body to glow. On his chest, beside the 19th rune, a tiger-shaped mark began to take form. He cautiously allowed the lightning flames to refine only the surface of his skin. As the tiger-shaped mark solidified, within the broken saint realm, a green body symbol appeared on a saint fruit, signaling its ripeness. When the thunderflame flower extinguished, the patterns on Chen Yan's skin finally solidified. The mysterious protective markings, as sinister as they were magical, had not only fully formed but now carried a faint yet intimidating aura of lightning. One flower, one marking. Chen Yan thought with delight, quickening his search. He was certain this forest was brimming with elemental energy, so much so that he ignored even the rare red hair Ganoderma he passed along the way. The surroundings were lush and tranquil, with only the occasional low growl of beasts breaking the silence. Beneath a towering ancient tree, Chen Yan's eyes lit up. Thunderflame flowers shimmered with lightning amidst the emerald canopy, resembling flickering flames. Without hesitation, he began absorbing their energy. The successive finds only heightened Chen Yan's excitement. Before long, he discovered 4 more flowers, bringing the markings on his skin to a total of 11. His skin's toughness now surpassed that of refined steel. However, the unusually smooth progress stirred a sense of caution in Chen Yan. The concentration of thunderflame flowers in this area seemed too convenient. Although their growth patterns suggested they had been here for a long time, he couldn't shake off a faint sense of unease. Even so, he pressed on and collected 3 more thunderflame flowers. By dusk, the markings on his body had increased to 14. A tingling numbness spread through him, and the protective markings emitted an even more terrifying aura of lightning. Chen Yan noticed something peculiar. The thunder energy wasn't dissipating but was instead being stored within the markings. Was this merely a form of storage, or were the markings themselves absorbing the energy? He couldn't be sure. As he followed the increasingly dense dark glow within the broken saint realm, a sight ahead made him stop abruptly. On the moss-covered ground lay a small, lifeless body. It was Zhou Lu's younger sister, Zhou Jiai, a girl Chen Yan had only met once, who had previously clashed with Chen Yu. One of her arms was missing, and the coagulated blood from her remaining hand had etched a single character into the moss. Chu. A wave of uncontrollable anger and fear surged through Chen Yan. He scanned his surroundings warily, then abandoned his search for more thunderflame flowers. Leaping onto a nearby tree, he swiftly departed. That evening, Chen Yan reported his discovery to Luo Puxin. "Were you noticed on your way back?" Luo Puxin asked grimly. "No," Chen Yan replied. Luo Puxin nodded and said, "I've been investigating this for some time. In Luoshan County, the Martial Enforcement Squad is merely a front. Behind the scenes, we're probing this exact matter. It seems the disappearances of young boys and girls in the nearby counties are indeed tied to the Chu family. My suspicions were correct. But now, if we go back, the girl's corpse will likely have already been removed." Luo Puxin stood up, his gaze calm as he looked at Chen Yan. "Do you know why I haven't told anyone that you've been chosen for the Tianjiao training program of the Junwu Guard? It's because I want to avoid unnecessary conflicts with others." Chen Yan nodded thoughtfully. A faint glimmer passed through Luo Puxin's eyes. "You don't need to get involved in this matter. You've already helped me advance the case by 10 days, and I won't forget this favor." He spoke earnestly. "Chen Yan, some things in life are unavoidable. Remember, fear will only leave you with nothing." Chen Yan sat alone in his room, his brows furrowed. Why is the Chu family targeting Zhoujai? Do they really regard human life as worthless? He looked up at Luo Puxin, who was about to leave. "Why can't we just mobilize forces to take down the Chu family directly?" Luo Puxin turned back, his expression solemn. "In the Xia kingdom, the noble families and the Zhenwu bureau coexist." Seeing Chen Yan's puzzled look, he continued, "In ancient times, there was chaos among the ancient gods. When the Xia dynasty was founded, the Xia ruler and 5 warriors who endured hardships together bathed in the blood of the ancient gods. That was the origin of the 5 great families. However, as time passed, the ambitions of these families grew." When Chen Yan pressed further about the Chu family's connection to the matter, Luo Puxin left him with only one sentence: "Become stronger. Only with strength can you control everything." Then he departed. The next morning, Li Qingyuan and Gao Yuan were already waiting outside the courtyard. "Chen Yan, are you really going to challenge Lu Chong?" Gao Yuan asked in shock. "The top 5 in the Zhenwu class are the real geniuses. Compared to them, Chu Bizhua is nothing." When Chen Yan asked how the news had spread, Gao Yuan sighed. "The entire Zhenwu class knows. Lu Chong deliberately spread it around, just to make sure you wouldn't back down." Chen Yan glanced at the 14 new lines on his right hand, silently wondering if his opponent could break through his defense. The three of them headed toward the body refining hall. Today, Gong Tuo was going to teach the top 10 students of the Zhenwu class a ground vein level body refining technique. Even students specializing in qi and blood wouldn't miss this lesson. At the entrance of the body refining hall, they encountered Lu Chong and his companions. Lu Zong, ranked second, and Zhuo Qingrun, ranked third, both looked at Chen Yan with differing expressions. The fourth-ranked Tan Qi, a bald young man, said coldly, "Chen Yan, you've been too arrogant lately. If Lu Chong hadn't spoken up first, I'd have challenged you myself." These noble-born students had always looked down on Chen Yan and Li Qingyuan, who came from humble backgrounds. "And you, Li Qingyuan?" Tan Qi pointed at Li Qingyuan, who stood beside Chen Yan. "Chen Yan wants to fight Lu Chong. Do you want to fight me?" Li Qingyuan's face darkened. "Tan Qi, get lost. Don't steal my spotlight." At this moment, Lu Chong smirked coldly and looked at Chen Yan. "Let me tell you, I've already mastered the basics of the extreme refinement 8 forms as of yesterday." Chen Yan simply smiled faintly, his reaction making Lu Chong's expression even more unpleasant. In the conference room of the distant teaching building, Luo Puxin, Gong Tuo, Chu Feiyuan, and the principals of various high schools stood by the window, observing the direction where Chen Yan was. "Gong Tuo, it's time for you to give your lecture," Luo Puxin said calmly. "No rush," Gong Tuo replied with a faint smile. "I'll wait until everyone is here." "Everyone is already here," Luo Puxin stated. Chu Feiyuan interjected with a grin. "Not quite, Luo. My son, Chu Xiansheng, hasn't arrived yet." Luo Puxin squinted his eyes. He hadn't seen Chu Xiansheng since he'd come to the Zhenwu class. Just then, a shockwave suddenly exploded in the sky. A young man clad in white robes adorned with dragon patterns descended through the air like a cannonball, landing just outside the forge training hall. Everyone was stunned. Chu Xiansheng had arrived. "My Xiansheng has already unlocked his 5 organs, with a forging degree of 78 and 30 forging lines in the horizontal refinement path," Chu Feiyuan boasted, a smug expression on his face. The astonishment on Luo Puxin's and the other principals' faces was unmistakable. The previously noisy scene outside the forge training hall fell silent instantly. Ranked second, Lu Zong and Lu Chong hurried forward to greet Chu Xiansheng, their eyes filled with reverence. Li Qingyuan trembled slightly, recalling how he'd just fought Chu Bizhua the day before. However, Chu Xiansheng strode directly into the forge training hall, his tone cold. "I heard Chu Bizhua was beaten yesterday?" Unexpectedly, he continued, "Good. He deserved it. Trash like him being part of my family has always been disgraceful." He turned to Lu Zong and the others, his gaze icy. "I'm ranked in the top 30 on the Yunming City's genius list, yet I'm only in the top 10 in this little Zhenwu class. Don't you think that's an insult to me?" Before his words had fully landed, he grabbed Lu Zong by the throat and lifted him effortlessly. "Tell me, I'm first, you're second. How much of my strength can you withstand?" With that, he flung Lu Zong harshly against the wall. "Pathetic. Trash." Chu Xiansheng spat coldly, punching Lu Chong, who still had a smirk on his face, sending him flying. High up in the building, Luo Puxin's expression grew grim, but Gong Tuo simply chuckled. "It's normal for young people to fight." Chu Xiansheng grew even more wild. "A bunch of weaklings. All of you come at me. Give me some entertainment." He swept a kick at a handsome young man, the force of the blow detonating like a mountain collapsing. "Chen Yan!" Gao Yuan shouted from outside the classroom. The faces of Yu Jiwen and the other girls turned pale with fear. Just as Chu Xiansheng thought he had the upper hand, a leg wrapped in blazing red energy shot out, striking him squarely in the abdomen. The immense force sent him flying, crashing into the blue wall. Chen Yan retracted his right leg, a faint smile on his lips. "You're impressive, Chu Xiansheng. You almost managed to scratch my skin." Sometimes, time seems to come to a standstill. When the human brain can't process what's happening, it reacts this way. In the horizontal refinement chamber, a heavy thud shattered the silence. Xu Xiansheng's body slowly slid down the cold blue wall, a white shockwave rippling outward from the point of impact. He lay sprawled on the ground, his gaze fixed firmly on the floor, his posture utterly disheveled. A dreadful silence enveloped the entire chamber. The anguished wails of Lu Chong, whom Xu Xiansheng had just sent flying, abruptly ceased as his body stiffened in shock. Li Qingyuan, Gao Yuan, and the other students, whether standing inside the chamber or outside its door, seemed frozen in place, turning their heads with painstaking slowness to stare at the young man leaning against the wall. In a distant high-rise building, Xu Feiyuan's eyes flew open in alarm, only to narrow sharply as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Beside him, Gong Tuo remained silent, his frown deepening by the second. Meanwhile, Luo Puxin, standing nearby, raised his eyebrows high, his expression seemingly frozen in place. "Damn it, you!" Xu Xiansheng shook his dazed head, the fury in his eyes gradually giving way to shock and confusion. "Who are you?" Under the gaze of everyone present, Chen Yan calmly walked toward Xu Xiansheng, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I'm just a weakling, unworthy of you knowing my name. Heh. Xu Xiansheng scrutinized Chen Yan intently, the smile on his lips twisting until it transformed into a deranged grin. You dare. Boom. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from Xu Xiansheng's body, the veins on his neck bulging like writhing snakes. Die, he roared, throwing a ferocious punch. Good. Chen Yan let out a hearty laugh, his body slightly crouched, his right leg stepping back half a pace as fiery crimson energy swirled around his fist. The onlookers were stunned. Chen Yan was actually planning to face Xu Xiansheng Heaton. Seeing Chen Yan adopt a stance to counter, Xu Xiansheng's grin widened even further. But just as his fist was about to land, Chen Yan suddenly shifted tactics, moving directly into the path of Xu Xiansheng's attack. Bang! Xu Xiansheng's punch struck Chen Yan's abdomen, but he froze. Chen Yan hadn't intended to trade punches at all. Then, with a resounding crack, Chen Yan's head rammed into Xu Xiansheng's face. As Xu Xiansheng's head snapped backward in shock, Chen Yan clamped onto his arm and unleashed a flurry of brutal headbutts. Bang! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. Dazed by the unrelenting assault, Xu Xiansheng finally regained his senses and kicked Chen Yan away. Clutching the blood streaming from his forehead, his head throbbed with pain. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yan charged at him again, his entire body engulfed in a fiery aura. This time, his fist surged forward with the power of the extreme refinement 8 forms. Despite the dizziness clouding his mind, the blood dripping from his forehead, and the searing pain in his abdomen, Chen Yan grinned through it all. Idiot! Xu Xiansheng bellowed in fury as he watched Chen Yan rush toward him. Does he have a death wish? Xu Xiansheng stared in shock as Chen Yan charged toward him. 100 sunlight fists. Xu Xiansheng roared, his crimson energy surging around his fists, coalescing into a cross radiating a brilliant blood-red glow. He hurled it fiercely toward Chen Yan. Their fists collided midair with an ear-splitting boom. Rippling waves of red energy swept outward, transforming into gusts of wind that lashed against Lu Chong and the others inside the horizontal refinement hall. The blood-red cross struck Chen Yan's fist, instantly exploding into a tornado that shredded his sleeve, embedding countless blood-tinged energy needles into his skin. This is a blood energy martial technique of the martial grade. What are you going to block it with? Xu Xiansheng sneered, yet his body involuntarily slid back 2 steps. Although Chen Yan's physical strength wasn't overwhelming, every punch he threw carried an unending torrent of force that battered Xu Xiansheng's arms like relentless waves. Without pausing, Chen Yan surged forward again, his fists striking like dragons, his legs slashing like blades. Is your skin made of iron? Xu Xiansheng growled in frustration, exchanging fierce blows with Chen Yan. His mind was a whirlwind of anger and confusion. This guy was clearly injured. So how was he still able to keep punching? That's the 8 extreme refinements. And it's about to reach the heart stage, exclaimed Zhuo Qingren, ranked 3rd in the horizontal refinement hall, his voice filled with astonishment. Reaching the heart stage of the 8 extreme refinements? Impossible. That's a martial grade horizontal and external refinement technique. Lu Chong's face turned ashen. Mastering it requires pushing oneself to the absolute limit. This is insane. Keep fighting. Xu Xiansheng bellowed in fury, his face flushed red. How could a mere student from the town martial class put him in such a humiliating position? He was aiming to be one of the top 10 prodigies in Yunmeng City. Ripping off his blood-stained shirt, Xu Xiansheng revealed his muscular frame, his body covered with 30 jet black patterns. Scared yet? I've reached the peak of the 5 viscera stage in the blood energy path and achieved 30 patterns in the horizontal refinement path. Chen Yan, however, grinned with excitement. Impressive. This is exhilarating. That smile completely enraged Xu Xiansheng. His aura surged, his blood energy roaring like a raging river. Dragon release. A dragon's roar echoed through the hall as a crimson dragon erupted from his fists, roaring as it charged forward. The students scrambled away in terror. With a deafening crash, the entire horizontal refinement hall shook violently, dust and debris filling the air. When the onlookers dared to glance back, they saw Xu Xiansheng standing with a twisted grin, crimson energy surging ferociously before him. The next moment, Xu Xiansheng's body stiffened slightly. A figure suddenly burst out from the explosion of crimson light. Chen Yan's punch was like a tiger pouncing on its prey, and as his fist swung upward, even the surrounding space seemed to distort. Boom! With a deafening crash, Chen Yan's fist landed squarely on its target, sending Xu Xiansheng flying backward. Fist intent. Gong Tuo's voice echoed from the teaching building opposite the tempering room, filled with shock. He stared intently at Chen Yan inside the room, his expression changing dramatically. How is this even possible for someone from a county-level martial arts class? The surroundings fell into a stunned silence. The principals of the various high schools and Chu Feiyuan were rendered speechless. To comprehend fist intent, even if not yet at the true intent level, was a feat far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Such talent had already surpassed the realm of mere hardworking geniuses. This Chen Yan must join my Gong family, Gong Tuo declared sharply, then turned angrily toward Chu Feiyuan. With such combat prowess, there must have been signs earlier. Why didn't you report this? Chu Feiyuan's face turned ashen as he hurriedly explained that Chen Yan hadn't sparred with anyone in recent days, and he truly had no idea. Inside the tempering room, the battle raged on. The booming sounds of clashes echoed as Chen Yan and Chu Xianxing fought fiercely for a long time. Although Chen Yan occasionally fell into a disadvantage, the fact that he could hold his own against the Chu family's true dragon was already astonishing. Cold sweat dripped from Chu Feiyuan's forehead. He recalled how he had been adding impure blood to Chen Yan's blood scent room in recent days, and the thought left him trembling with fear. After a series of inquiries, everyone discovered that Chen Yan had never redeemed any points at any high school. In fact, even the points he initially earned remained unused. This unusual behavior caught Gong Tuo's attention, and his gaze finally settled on Luo Puxin, who had been silent all this time. So that's it. Chen Yan has been under the elite training program of the military martial guards from the very beginning. This speculation left everyone present utterly stunned. The military martial guards training program far surpassed any contracts offered by the Chu or Gong families, which explained why Chen Yan had consistently turned down their invitations. Luo Puxin simply responded with, "I don't know," but deep down, he realized that the situation was spiraling out of control. What shocked him even more was that the strength Chen Yan displayed so far hadn't even involved the protective runes derived from his comprehension of ancient divine beasts, nor had he used the profound-level Scarlet Heart Fist or any bloodline-based ultimate techniques. At this moment, Chen Yan was entirely immersed in the pure exhilaration of battle, using the pressure from Chu Xianxing to push himself beyond his limits. Chu Xianxing looked increasingly pitiful. No, Luo Puxian shook his head. At this moment, he, too, had to make a phone call. Chen Yan was a man of deep loyalty, and if such a prodigy were to fall under the Gong family's control, it would be a tragedy. In an instant, Chief Instructor Luo Puxian and Assistant Instructor Gong Tuo both left the conference room one after the other. The remaining school principals exchanged bewildered glances, yet no one noticed that Chu Feiyuan was now drenched in cold sweat. Chen Yan must not join the Gong family. Chu Feiyuan wailed internally. The mixed energy he had secretly infused into Chen Yan shouldn't have been discovered, but the situation had drastically changed. Hastily, Chu Feiyuan also left the room to make a call for reinforcements. Inside the body refinement chamber, an intense battle was raging. Chen Yan and Chu Xianxing's fists collided repeatedly, emitting deafening booms. Blood spattered from both of them, yet neither took a step back. Come on. Chen Yan growled as he launched another wave of attacks. The anger in Chu Xianxing's eyes had faded, replaced by profound confusion. Every time he struck, Chen Yan countered. Every time he retaliated, his opponent immediately responded. The fight seemed endless, and Chen Yan appeared to have transcended the limits of pain. Kill me! Chen Yan's fists poured down on Chu Xianxing like a torrential storm. The relentless pounding echoed through the chamber as Chu Xianxing's eyes turned bloodshot, his energy erupting to its peak. Outside the body refinement chamber, the onlookers were silent. If not for the fact that both fighters were masters of body refinement, such a ferocious battle would have reduced ordinary prodigies to pulp. Lu Zong and the other elite students of the Zhenwu class stood pale-faced, their understanding of martial arts completely overturned. When the final boom subsided, Chu Xianxing crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chen Yan slowly walked out, also coughing up blood, but his gaze was resolute as he stared at his own hands. The ultimate refinement 8 forms. I've grasped it. This breakthrough battle had given him unprecedented growth. He vowed to make those who valued him value him even more, and those who feared him fear him even more. Although he hadn't revealed his full strength, his performance was already more than enough. Chu Xianxing, today you cannot kill me, Chen Yan said calmly. Lying on the ground, Chu Xianxing looked bewildered. He never truly intended to kill Chen Yan. His words were merely meant to ignite the fighting spirit. Yet the other had taken them seriously. A bitter laugh escaped him, and tears welled in the corners of his eyes. Everyone present gazed at Chen Yan with awe and reverence. Lu Zong, Lu Chong, and the others lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Lu Chong, Chen Yan suddenly called out, "Our match is tomorrow." This single sentence caused Lu Chong's face to pale instantly, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the city's Martial Affairs Bureau, Gong Hengwen slowly set down the landline phone. His gaze froze in the void, his brows slightly furrowed. Fist intent, the extreme refinement 8 techniques at the heart level, a genius breaking through limits. Anger gradually gathered in his eyes. The Chu family, how audacious! to suppress such a talent. He repeatedly mouthed the name Chen Yan, a determined smile curling at the corners of his lips. As he pondered, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in." A handsome young man wearing a dark robe entered the office, his long hair flowing, an ethereal aura emanating from his demeanor. This uninvited guest was none other than Chu Zhuangxian's pride of the Chu family, ranked 7th on the Cloud Dream City's genius list, and Gong Hengwen's prized disciple. Compared to him, Chu Xiansheng was hardly worth mentioning. "Xianxian?" Gong Hengwen looked slightly surprised. "Master." As soon as Chu Xianxian spoke, a burst of dazzling light erupted. A sharp sword intent filled the air before swiftly retracting. Gong Hengwen's eyes lit up. "Second-tier sword intent? You've broken through?" "Recently achieved," Chu Xianxian replied with a faint smile. "This time, I might be able to aim for the top 5. Just as Gong Hengwen was about to promise a reward, Chu Xianxian cut straight to the point. "Master, are you planning to sign Chen Yan?" Gong Hengwen was inwardly surprised at how quickly the news had spread, but he responded calmly, "Yes, Chen Yan indeed possesses fist intent. My uncle, Chu Feiyuan, has been adding impure energy to Chen Yan's blood refinement chamber," Chu Xianxian stated bluntly. "Courting death." Gong Hengwen erupted in fury. Such an act of sabotaging someone's future could easily create an irreconcilable enmity. But Chu Xianxian said, "I don't want my uncle to die." Gong Hengwen frowned, suggesting compensation with a Jivan-level vital blood elixir, but Chu Xianxian shook his head. "The grudge is already mortal. Would compensation still work?" Martial artists value their inner resolve. If Chen Yan were to accept such a gesture lightly, he would never achieve greatness. He then added meaningfully, "Besides, my uncle was acting on your behalf." After a moment of silence, Gong Hengwen lit a cigar. "Take a seat. I want signed Chen Yan." Weighing the situation, Chu Zhuangxian's value far exceeded that of Chen Yan. Even if Chu Xianxian wasn't his strongest disciple, it wasn't worth creating discord over Chen Yan. "For the genius trials, I will fully assist Miss Gong Fanling," Chu Xianxian said with a smile. Gong Hengwen nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, in Shun Yui's office. "Huh, what? Damn." Shin Yiwei set down the phone, his face blank with shock. "Master," Lu Linqian, sitting on the sofa, asked with concern. "What's wrong?" Shin Yiwei slowly shook his head and turned to her. "Linqian, do you think I value you all?" Lu Linqian frowned slightly. "You value us quite a bit, don't you?" "No." Shin Yiwei shook his head, his gaze calm as he looked at Lu Linqian. "When you joined the Junhua Guard, you were indeed targeted by the Gong family under certain circumstances." A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Linqian's eyes. "That's because the Gong family deserves it." "It's not like that, Xiao Qian." Shin Yiwei took a deep breath, his tone softening. "When I was growing up, I was actually very well protected. My master, Lu Xuanyang, was incredibly strong, so strong that no one dared to bully us." "Lu Xuanyang, the legend of Qinzhou?" Lu Linqian muttered, then shifted her tone. "But ever since Master stepped into the forbidden zone of the ancient gods, our lives have only gotten harder." Shin Yiwei sighed. "I feel like I could have done better given geniuses like you the time and opportunities to truly rise." "What's going on with Master today?" Lu Linqian asked, puzzled. "And back then, you trusted Chu Xianxian so much?" A sudden chill appeared in Shan Yiwei's eyes. It was all because Chu Xianxian hid his wolfish ambition too well. "The Chu family, the Gong family, none of them are any good," Lu Linqian said coldly. Shin Yiwei shook his head slowly. "That's why, Xiao Qian, talents like you are far too rare." Suddenly, Shin Yiwei stood up abruptly and reached out behind him. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a piercing hum. The world before Lu Linqian's eyes blurred. Walls twisted, matter flickered, and an overwhelming pressure swept through. "Shin Yiwei, what are you doing?" Gong Hengwen's furious voice rang out. Anger flashed in Shan Yiwei's eyes as he thrust his palm forward. A profound force tore through layers of walls, directly reaching Gong Hengwen's room. Chu Xianxian, who was sitting on the sofa, turned pale as he was bound by blazing white flames, his body covered in horrifying wounds. "Master, save me!" Chu Xianxian screamed in terror. Gong Hengwen erupted in rage, unleashing a tidal wave of invisible force with a single palm. "Attacking a junior, how dare you!" The two forces collided, sending shockwaves throughout the Jinwu Division building. The clouds in the sky churned violently, and those on the ground looked up in fear as experts from various departments prepared for action. "Chu Xianxian, I warned you, didn't show yourself in front of me." Shin Yiwei growled. "You thief! You dared to appear after stealing 5 layers of my sword intent." Covered in blood, Chu Xianxian looked terrified, not daring to speak. "What do you want?" Gong Hengwen asked coldly. "Return my coiling dragon jade." Shin Yiwei replied indifferently. "The Gong family's coiling dragon jade? You have some nerve." Gong Hengwen roared. "Then I'll destroy his sword intent." Shin Yiwei's body erupted with a towering sword light, its power overwhelming. Chu Xinxian let out a blood-curdling scream. Having once studied under Shin Yiwei, his sword intent bore Shin Yiwei's mark. Now, as it was invaded by a higher-level sword intent, it could easily be destroyed. I'll give it to you, Gong Hengwen said grimly, his face dark. Shin Yiwei withdrew his hand, and the office fell into a deep silence. Lu Linxian stared blankly at her master, noticing the two dark circles under his eyes. When she saw him slowly give her a thumbs up, she spoke gratefully, Master, you're so good to me. Of course, I'm good to you. Shin Yiwei waved his hand dismissively. But as for the Panlong Jade, I'll only give you 1/10 of it. 6/10 will go to those brats in the Junwu Guard. A smile appeared on Lu Linxian's face. 1/10 is already a lot. Then she asked, what about the remaining 3/10? Shin Yiwei didn't answer but instead looked out of the window. The lingering essence of Chu Xuanqian's presence had allowed him to sense everything the moment the other person arrived. The Gong family's decision to abandon Chen Yan genuinely surprised him. What shocked him even more was the intelligence from Luo Puxin, which revealed that Chen Yan had only displayed less than 70% of his strength. As night fell, Gong Tuo's scheduled lecture was delayed due to a battle. At that moment, someone Chen Yan hadn't expected appeared. Chen Yan, Gong Tuo said, looking at the young man with a complicated expression. I proposed to the Gong family elders to sign you, but they rejected it. I can't understand their reasoning. Still, I truly admire you. It's fine, Chen Yan replied with a smile. Gong Tuo gave a bitter smile and poured himself a glass of water. I know you've accepted the Junwu Guard's genius training program, so you probably don't care about a contract with the Gong family. The higher you climb, the harder it is to avoid conflicts. It's just how things work. The next time we meet, we might have to pretend we don't know each other. As he stood up to leave, he suddenly turned back. Since you have talent in body refinement and the perseverance to match, I suggest you give up blood sensing and awakening your blood essence. A trace of struggle flashed in Chen Yan's eyes. In high school, as long as you awaken your blood essence, you're treated well by everyone. I still want to give it a shot. After leaving Chen Yan's courtyard, Gong Tuo's eyes were filled with complexity. He already knew about Chu Feiyuan's tampering in the blood sensing chamber. Continuing with blood sensing would only push Chen Yan further from awakening, and might even harm his foundation. But in the end, they were not on the same path. Had said all he could. In Lu Yan's room, Luo Puxin stepped out of the training chamber with a faint smile. If your strength isn't sufficient, you'll end up like Gong Tuo, constantly going against your own will. In a few days, I'll make some adjustments in the blood sensing chamber to ensure the Chu family doesn't discover you. Chen Yan's frequent absorption of large amounts of blood essence in the blood sensing chamber had already aroused the Chu family's suspicion. However, they couldn't pinpoint the issue and would never suspect Chen Yan. After all, not only had Chen Yan concealed his ability to absorb blood essence, but he had also managed to suppress the resistance of the extreme refinement 8 techniques toward blood essence, advancing his training to the inner heart stage. Luo Puxin cursed under his breath, wondering how on earth Chen Yan had managed to cultivate to this extent. But over time, problems began to emerge. The energy consumption in the Chu family's blood scent chamber was becoming excessive. Shaking his head at the thought, Luo Puxin said, Tonight, I'll take you to Yuming City. First, we'll get you an outfit, then head to the Tianbang boxing tournament. After that, there are treasures waiting for you. Chen Yan was momentarily stunned but inwardly delighted. His performance today had clearly paid off. Otherwise, such sudden investments wouldn't have come his way. All right, Chen Yan replied with a smile. I still have some martial points left to spend, so I can exchange them for some blood vitality potions. He had promised his sister some of these potions, and it was about time to fulfill that. As for the Tianbang boxing tournament, Chen Yan had already planned to attend. He had just been delayed due to his injuries. Luo Puxin nodded and left with Chen Yan. In Yunming City, in a narrow alley close to the outskirts, a girl in a white dress and a rabbit mask, Chen Yu, walked slowly. Those around her couldn't help but display surprised expressions upon seeing her. Master, if I reach silver certification today, you'll teach me the blood condensation array, right? Chen Yu asked cheerfully. In her consciousness, the woman in the red dress nodded. You should be able to reach silver today. With the continuous battles these past few days, your strength has indeed improved significantly. However, the woman's tone shifted. You still haven't awakened your blood vitality, which is somewhat slow. Chen Yu smiled. They'll awaken it soon enough. She knew her brother Chen Yan had promised her some blood vitality potions, but both she and the woman in red were aware that Chen Yan had only recently joined the martial guard class and wasn't progressing quickly. She didn't have high hopes for him and didn't want to be a burden to her brother. Walking into a dim alley, Chen Yu stopped in front of a wall and pushed against it. A gap appeared, opening like a door. Behind it was an elevator, which she entered, descending continuously. After what felt like an eternity, the elevator finally stopped. She stepped into a magnificent hall, the ceiling above resembling a dreamlike starry sky. Sparkling crystals embedded in the ceiling shimmered like jewels. The architecture inside was sleek and modern. The floors and walls were polished to a jade-like finish, reflecting the dazzling light from above. The hall was bustling with people. Everyone, either masked or cloaked in black fabric, kept their faces hidden. The Tianbang boxing tournament was an underground event, and anonymity was a strict rule. Chen Yu approached the front desk and handed over a card. Bronze level, 2365. The receptionist tapped on her computer and smiled. 2365, you can wait in the bronze combat zone. There's a newcomer challenging the rankings today, so your turn should come soon. Challenging the rankings? Chen Yu asked, surprised. Yes, a newcomer just arrived. Pretty impressive. They're advancing faster than you did, already up to 7 consecutive victories. At this pace, they might reach silver in just a few days. Chen Yu nodded, her expression calm, though a ripple of unease stirred inside her. Consecutive victories meant accumulating points quickly. If this challenger defeated her to keep their streak alive, her own progress would be disrupted. Forget it, she murmured to herself. They'll just go and watch for now. With that, she headed to the preparation area. In the bronze combat zone, several people were already seated, chatting amongst themselves. That person's ice attribute blood vitality is pretty strong. You don't see that every day. Ice attribute's not that rare, but their mastery of martial techniques is impressive, and their physique isn't bad either. Listening to their conversation, Chen Yu chose a front row seat. In the spectator area, the crowd was packed, cheering loudly. All eyes were on the two figures battling fiercely in the ring. Suddenly, the cheers surged to a fever pitch. Bronze level 2389 has successfully cleared the challenge. A booming male voice announced through the speakers, echoing across the arena. Chen Yu looked over to the ring. There, a figure dressed in black with their face completely obscured by a dark cloth stood beside the referee. The stage was covered in ice crystals. In the spectator area, two black-clad onlookers exchanged astonished glances. See, Winnie, do you think he'll make it to silver today? This feels just like the last time. Terrible start, but now he's on fire. Ha ha ha. Frustrating, isn't it? On the arena stage, Chen Yan stood clad in a long, dark black robe, his hood drawn low, and his face concealed by a pure white mask. A chilling aura radiated from him, and ice shards swirled around his figure, making him seem like a mysterious being emerging from the depths of an abyss. In this Tianbang boxing tournament, Chen Yan had fought his way through every match, overwhelming his opponents with sheer mastery of his qi and blood techniques. Relying on his cultivation method, the Dunyuan Ju, and the martial-grade qi and blood technique, 100 Spear Shadow Strike, he used each battle as an opportunity to refine his path of qi and blood. After several rounds, Chen Yan noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Despite having only 2 organs activated, his heart fully cultivated to 100 and his liver at merely 50, his opponents often misjudged him as possessing the strength of 3 or even 4 organs. This misjudgment stemmed from 2 key factors: the presence of the unique entity Yin Jia, which significantly elevated the quality of his qi and blood, and the fact that his heart cultivation had reached a state of perfection. "You're impressive," remarked his defeated opponent, who also wore a mask, with genuine admiration. Beside them, the host, dressed in a sharp suit and wearing a tiger mask, suddenly announced loudly, "Bronze rank 2389 has achieved 8 consecutive victories." The audience erupted into cheers, their excitement filling the air. The host turned to Chen Yan, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. 2389, here is some good news. If you reach 10 consecutive wins, you'll advance to the silver rank of the Tianbang boxing tournament and gain access to the backstage exchange privileges. How does that sound? Are you excited? Very excited, Chen Yan replied, his tone so calm it bordered on icy. The host paused for a moment, then chuckled. That's the unique charm of an ice attribute qi and blood warrior. Now, let's welcome another contestant aiming for a winning streak. The arena lights shifted dramatically, focusing on a tall figure in the preparation area wearing a rabbit mask. Bronze rank 2356. The host's voice rang out again. The audience's attention immediately turned to Chen Yu. Rising slowly, she murmured to herself, "Master, the Tianbang boxing tournament has unexpectedly allowed me to enter early." A woman in a red dress standing nearby smiled faintly and said, "The sooner you compete, the sooner it ends. Only after reaching the silver rank can you observe the true essence of this competition. The Tianbang tournament is no simple affair. It might even involve the 5 tribes in the background." Chen Yu nodded and leaped into action. Golden symbols shimmered in her eyes as she soared directly from the 5th high preparation area to the arena stage. The audience gasped in astonishment. She can fly. Is she at the origin realm level? And no, 2356 is a formation genius. That's the effect of a formation. Incredible. This is going to be a spectacle. Even Chen Yan on the arena stage showed a hint of surprise. His saint-breaking perception detected traces of formation energy, and he silently marveled at the wonders of formation techniques. Preparing for the formidable opponent before him, Chen Yan grasped an ice crystal in each hand, ready for the impending battle. Inja indeed possessed extraordinary abilities, absorbing the life force of its master, consuming ice elements, and even enabling a person to reach 100% energy convergence. However, Chen Yan was well aware that even without Inja, mastering the Dunyuan technique would eventually grant him control over ice elements. On the arena, Chen Yu and Chen Yan stood face to face. By Chen Yu's side, a woman in a red dress analyzed in a low voice, he must come from a prominent local family. His attire conceals his presence from others' perception. My soul is unstable right now, so I can't probe further. This fight is in your hands. A confident smile curved her lips. Your mastery of formations is unparalleled in my experience. In a small-scale novice competition like this, no one can be your match. Chen Yu nodded silently. The audience area had fallen into a hush, with everyone eagerly anticipating this evenly matched showdown. Begin. The announcer's voice rang out, and they quickly retreated from the stage. Almost instantly, Chen Yu's agile figure darted toward Chen Yan, unleashing a swift and fierce whip kick. On the outer sides of her legs, two golden runes spiraled, etched with intricate and mysterious inscriptions. Chen Yan's gaze locked onto the runes as a surge of radiant yellow energy erupted within the sacred realm. The sheer intensity of this formation energy caused his heart to race. Although Chen Yan's first kick missed its target, she managed to stabilize herself midair in an uncanny manner. Without hesitation, she launched another powerful kick. Chen Yan swiftly summoned an ice crystal to counter. The moment the golden runes collided with the ice crystal, dazzling shards of ice and golden flames exploded outward, drawing cheers from the crowd. Behind her rabbit mask, Chun Yu furrowed her brows. As she spun downward and landed gracefully, a sudden sense of danger gripped her. Countless ice crystals streaked through the air like meteors, glinting sharply under the lights. Triple jade barrier. Startled, Chen Yun's golden eyes gleamed brightly as she pushed out three golden circular formations, each smaller than the last. The ice crystals struck the barriers like armor-piercing projectiles, producing deafening clashes. At that moment, the woman in the red dress called out abruptly, "Watch your right." Chun Yu quickly realized that Chen Yan had somehow maneuvered to her right side. In his hands, an ice spear shimmered with an icy brilliance, materializing rapidly. Channeling energy and vitality simultaneously, Chen Yan thrust the spear forward, its tip enveloped in a bone-chilling frost. The announcer prepared to intervene, but Chen Yu, maintaining one hand on her formation to block the frontal attack, had already clenched her other hand into a fist. As her punch flew forward, golden light flared like flames across her knuckles, instantly forming a horizontal golden barrier to counter the ice spear. Boom! With a single punch, the ice spear shattered into pieces, and a web-like crack spread across the golden array disc in front of Chen Yu's fist. That was close. The woman in the red dress let out a long breath of relief. By rights, she shouldn't have intervened. Allowing her disciple to experience the dangers of battle firsthand would foster the greatest growth. But the situation earlier had been far too perilous to remain silent. Master, he's really strong. Chun Yu marveled in her heart. Although she had yet to awaken her blood energy, the array disc her master had taught her to wield with her psychic power had demonstrated astonishing might. As someone who had achieved consecutive victories in the Tianbang boxing tournament, this was the first time she had encountered such a formidable opponent. Withdraw from the match. It's too dangerous to continue. The woman in the red dress sighed softly, clearly sensing the extraordinary nature of the adversary. No. Chun Yu clenched her fists tightly, a defiant voice rising in her heart. This is not dangerous at all. She recalled her elder brother, who, at his weakest, had ventured alone up Green Mountain to battle the azure-dwelling serpent. She remembered how he never gave up, even when trapped in dire circumstances, and how he awakened 3 horizontal tempering patterns in a single day. Her brother had always fought, always strived, never retreating, never fearing. True danger was not a single perilous moment or a single extreme challenge. Her brother faced the world, destiny, and himself every day and night. If he could persevere, how could she surrender in the face of minor difficulties? Boom! Suddenly, Chun Yu's entire body erupted with a dazzling golden light. Intricate patterns danced like sprites along her arms and legs, radiant and mesmerizing. Runes surged around her like flames, eventually coalescing into 4 cylindrical patterns that firmly protected her limbs. What is this? It's stunning. This girl is undoubtedly a genius in formations. Simultaneously operating 4 array discs unbelievable. The audience burst into an uproar. In the observation area, a man and woman dressed in black stood up in astonishment. A genius. The man in black stared at Chun Yu intently. If someone like her could join us. He turned to see Winnie beside him. What do you think? See when he frowned. To join our ranks, it's not just about talent, character matters too. Are you concerned about Chen? Don't mention his name here, or I'll report you. See when he interrupted coldly. Could it be that you like him? The man in black gave her a peculiar look. Ridiculous. See when his expression was unnatural. He's on our side. Of course, I hope he wins. The man in black shook his head silently. Without using horizontal tempering techniques, it might be difficult. Meanwhile, Chen Yan stood motionless on the arena, profoundly shaken. Within the broken saint realm, a single array rune saint fruit had already been absorbed, and a new fruit was rapidly maturing. The array energy unleashed by the girl before him was astonishing. What appeared to be simple runes contained unfathomable mysteries. Absorbing just one array rune saint fruit had opened up an entirely new path of cultivation for him. She must be from a wealthy and illustrious family, he thought to himself, quickly dodging her next attack. The woman wearing the rabbit mask launched a full-force attack, her fists and legs bursting with immense power under the enhancement of runes. Chen Yu's sharp roundhouse kick, though missing its target, struck the arena floor, leaving a deep crater. Chen Yan suddenly pushed off with one leg, spinning into the air like a top. From his sleeves shot a flurry of glimmering ice shards. Chen Yu, unwilling to back down, unleashed a storm of punches, smashing the ice shards into a fine icy mist before pressing forward again. Chen Yan smirked inwardly. Though her attacks were fierce, her movements were riddled with flaws. Without utilizing his full body refining techniques, his every action remained composed and fluid, exuding an air of profound mastery. As he retreated, he carefully observed the rune patterns on her body while steadily gathering his energy, transforming it into ice shards for counterattacks. The temperature on the arena plummeted. Chen Yu clenched her teeth in frustration. Her opponent continuously evaded her, and his ice attacks seemed to lack lethality, as though he was toying with her. Meanwhile, Chen Yan, dodging with ease, grew increasingly adept at wielding his control over Qin Zhi. Consuming one formation fruit after another, he felt a surge of delight in his heart. Suddenly, golden light erupted from Chen Yu's left leg as she leapt into the air. A fierce whip-like kick aimed directly at Chen Yan's face. For layers of runes stacked on her right leg, radiating dazzling golden light, this was her ultimate move. In the spectators' area, everyone held their breath. Even the mysterious pair dressed in black sat upright, their attention fixed. The outcome was about to be decided. Chen Yan, however, remained motionless. In an instant, countless ice shards coalesced around him. 100 spear shadow strike. A top-tier blood energy technique of the martial arts grade. The moment golden light clashed with icy frost, Chen Yan drew a 50-centimeter-long ice spear from his sleeve, precisely targeting the weakest point of the runes on Chen Yu's right leg. With a resounding crash, Chen Yu was sent flying backward, the runes on her right leg completely dissipating. Chen Yu left the arena, her spirit crushed and her heart heavy with disappointment. Neither her master's comforting words nor the memories of her brother's teachings could ease the regret of failing to aid her family. Behind her, the host's excited voice echoed across the arena. Bronze level 2389, 10 consecutive wins. Upgraded to silver level. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the triumph of the mysterious contender. This battle marked both Chen Yu's defeat and Chen Yan's stepping stone to greater heights. There was no room for complacency or mediocrity. The path ahead was still long. As night fell and the city lights began to glow, the Chu family courtyard appeared even more majestic under the moonlight. The distant mountains were shrouded in a hazy outline, while ancient trees swayed gracefully within the courtyard. The intricate flying eaves, brackets, and carved window lattices emerged faintly in the darkness. Inside a secluded courtyard, a fierce surge of energy raged like a tide. Every punch from Chu Xianshang carried a torrent of blood energy, transforming into roaring dragons that swept through the surroundings. His face twisted with fury as he roared incessantly, "Bastard! Damn it!" His maniacal laughter, mixed with rage, caused the passing servants outside the courtyard to tremble and avoid approaching. Suddenly, a sharp flash of sword light lit up from outside the courtyard, and Chu Xianxian's figure appeared atop the courtyard wall. A barely healed scar lingered on his neck, and his breath was slightly fatigued. "You're here to mock me," Chu Xianshang growled in a low voice. Chu Xianxian's face remained expressionless as he replied, "Losing to someone stronger than you is normal. I'll challenge him again." Chu Xianshang gritted his teeth. That Chen Yan, despite his humble origins, has progressed at an astonishing pace. Now, with the military guard nurturing him, it's nearly impossible for you to surpass him, Chu Xianxian said indifferently. Hearing this, the flames of anger in Chu Xianshang's eyes burned even more fiercely. Chen Yan's delicate yet infuriating face flashed repeatedly in his mind, along with the memory of his opponent's beast-like, frenzied battle spirit. A sense of crushing defeat surged within him. I came back to tell you. Chu Xianxian's eyes flashed coldly. I've already dealt with your problem. Uncle Fei Yuan will add impure blood energy to Chen Yan's blood awakening chamber. As long as he continues attempting to awaken his blood energy, he'll destroy himself. Aren't you afraid the military guard will investigate? Chu Xiansheng squinted his eyes and asked. We are, but ensuring you enter the Tianjiao trials as the top of the Zhenwu class is worth the risk. We've always been at odds with Shani anyway. I may not be able to defeat him, but using such treacherous means. Chu Xiansheng's expression darkened. This is far too malicious. Chu Xianxian was silent for a moment before turning away, leaving behind a single remark. Xiansheng, you're too naive. In this world, if you're not ruthless, you might as well die. Watching Chu Xianxian's departing figure, Chu Xiansheng clenched his fists, his anger surging rather than subsiding. In his view, Chu Xianxian was the most venomous of all. Meanwhile, in the observation area, two figures dressed in black exchanged glances, astonished by Chen Yan's performance. He's really broken through to the silver level. Reaching this level relying solely on blood energy is incredible. Imagine what he could achieve if he added external training. He might even directly enter the top 25 of Yunming City's Tianjiao rankings. After defeating 15 opponents in a row, Chen Yan finally chose to stop challenging. In the final battle, although his opponent only had a 3 viscera blood energy cultivation, their seasoned mastery of fire fist techniques nearly defeated him. This made Chen Yan realize that without utilizing his external training strength, he could no longer advance further. As the battle on the stage came to an end, a woman dressed in a white gown and wearing a jet black mask gracefully approached Chen Yan. She spoke respectfully. Honored silver level member, congratulations on achieving 5 consecutive victories. You may now choose your alias and redeem your corresponding rewards. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow at her words. Alias? Yes, the woman in white explained. Upon advancing to silver level, you are officially a member fighter in the Tianbang boxing tournament, and you will no longer use a numeric code. Take me to redeem the rewards, Chen Yan said with a faint smile. And your alias? The woman in white looked at him with a puzzled expression. You can choose one for me, Chen Yan replied casually. Under her guidance, Chen Yan arrived at the lounge. He sat down with his eyes closed, reflecting on the 15 battles of the day. The most significant gain came from his match against the masked woman. He had acquired 7 sheng fruits from the battle, a truly generous reward. However, her combat style was something Chen Yan found impossible to replicate. Unlike his method of manifesting formation patterns through raw physical power, she used mental energefact he learned from the announcer. She was a mentalist, a highly mysterious martial path said to harness the power of the soul to connect the body with the energy of the heavens and earth. Though he couldn't directly emulate her techniques, Chen Yan grasped the fundamental truths of formations. Channeling his strength throughout his body, intricate black patterns emerged beneath his skin, and his aura instantly became both enigmatic and imposing. With this newfound understanding, Chen Yan began refining his protective patterns. What was once a top-tier grade B defense was now steadily advancing toward top-tier grade A. Combined with his body tempering techniques, even martial artists at the 5 viscera realm would struggle to penetrate his defenses. Just as Chen Yan was feeling satisfied with his progress in defense, the woman in white reappeared in the lounge, holding a document in her hands. She seemed momentarily startled by the dangerous aura emanating from him. Please make your selection, she said gently, handing over the document. Chen Yan took the list of treasures and began reviewing it carefully. Respected Mr. Bing E, the woman in white said with a smile, you have earned 5 exchange points in the silver level matches. The items listed here each require 1 exchange point. Bing E, Chen Yan asked, slightly surprised. Yes, it's the alias our attendants chose for you, she replied. Chen Yan nodded and continued flipping through the catalog. The list detailed various options. 1 hour in a mid-ear blood scent chamber for 1 exchange point. A 24-hour meditation on the origin tablet of the supreme refinement 8 forms. A martial arts technique for external body tempering, also for 1 exchange point. A single ounce of top-grade blood vitality potion costs 1 exchange point. Chen Yan quietly perused the catalog of treasures, noticing that most items could be exchanged using martial merit points at the Zhenwu department, which left him somewhat uninterested. As he continued flipping through, his focus gradually sharpened. First-grade blade intent visualization for 1 minute. 1 exchange point. First-grade sword intent visualization for 1 minute. 1 exchange point. First-grade spear intent visualization for 1 minute. 1 exchange point. First-grade battle intent visualization for 1 minute. 1 exchange point. Hiss. Chen Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, his heart racing as he thought to himself, is it really possible to visualize true intent? As if sensing his excitement, the woman in the white dress smiled faintly, her tone brimming with pride. True intent visualization is the greatest advantage of our Tianbang boxing tournament. It's also the reason why the Zhenwu department doesn't shut us down despite knowing of our existence. Chen Yan continued flipping through the catalog, gradually understanding why Shawnee had urged him to join the Tianbang boxing tournament. "It'll take 5 minutes of first-grade fist intent visualization," Chen Yan said. The woman in the white dress paused for a moment before confirming, "Are you sure you want fist intent?" She found it hard to reconcile this choice with the man before her, a prodigy adept at the ice attribute, known for his elegant victories. Fist intent, with its raw, unrelenting power, seemed completely unrelated to him. Chen Yan frowned slightly. The woman hurriedly added, "Please rest assured, we guarantee absolute confidentiality regarding our members' information. Even if the Jinwu department were to investigate us, we would rather destroy the Tianbang boxing tournament than reveal even a single detail about our members." Chen Yan remained silent, a faint suspicion growing in his mind that the Tianbang boxing tournament might have an extraordinary background. 5 minutes of first-grade fist intent visualization, he repeated. The woman nodded. "Understood. Please follow me." Chen Yan was led into a private, empty chamber. The room was spacious and well-lit, and at its center was a massive green stone engraved with a fist imprint, immediately drawing his attention. "Mr. Ice Intent, your 5 minutes start now," the woman said as she closed the door. Inside the room, Chen Yan stood silently. Then, suddenly, it felt as if a thunderous explosion erupted in his mind, like divine lightning from the heavens, shaking his consciousness to its core. The fist imprint on the green stone seemed to come alive, hurtling toward him. Boom, boom, boom. One punch after another struck his mind. Chen Yan felt a haze cloud his thoughts, as if the boundless yellow light within his broken saint realm surged endlessly, but still remained 3 feet away from the broken saint tree, unable to be absorbed. His eyes widened as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Wastefulness, regret, and awe at the sheer power before him. Boom. An invisible fist imprint suddenly struck his face, its overwhelming force reverberating through his spirit like a tempest, as if 5 thunders were crashing down simultaneously, obliterating everything in their path. So magnificent, so brilliant, utterly towering, he thought. The fist imprint before him seemed to mock his weakness and insignificance. At that moment, laughter echoed in the chamber. A faint smile appeared on Chen Yan's lips as he murmured to himself, "When I practiced the 8 extreme refinements, I glimpsed a fragment of Lu Zunyang's path. Now that was grand and boundless, the pinnacle of perfection." Chen Yan's gaze sharpened, and he thought, "You're merely first-grade fist intent, and you dare look down on me?" Boom. He struck out, his punch surging forth like a fierce predator descending upon its prey. The air erupted with deafening shockwaves. Boom. Another punch. With each strike, Chen Yan suddenly grasped certain truths, a newfound clarity dawning within him. As long as your fists overpower your opponents, you're stronger than them. Inside the fist intent chamber, Chen Yan focused intently on comprehending the essence of fist techniques. Shadows of punches intertwined endlessly in the air, and the force unleashed distorted the surrounding atmosphere, creating a spectacle as stunning as meteors and lightning. 5 minutes passed swiftly. Chen Yan emerged from the tempering chamber, his body emanating a white, frosty mist. A woman in a white dress greeted him warmly. "This is your first time attending the Tianbang Fist Tournament, Mr. Bingy. It's normal to encounter some obstacles when first grasping true intent, but it will become smoother over time." "Not bad, actually," Chen Yan responded calmly. The woman in the white dress watched as Chen Yan left before returning to her office. Shortly after, a man dressed in black with a flaming mask strode in. "Next time that guy Bingy comes by, let me know," he said. "What's the matter, Fire Steward?" she asked. "I just checked the fist intent chamber." He was clearly just using fist momentum, yet he completely suppressed my fist intent. "Next time, I want to discuss it with him." "No, learn from him," the Fire Steward replied grudgingly. "Why should he look down on me? Back when I first comprehended fist intent, it wasn't this easy." "What? Mr. Bingy has already mastered fist momentum?" she asked in surprise. "Yeah, probably around 4th or 5th grade decent enough," the Fire Steward said with a dismissive wave as he left. "But he didn't even use it in the competition," the woman murmured to herself. On the way back in the car, Siwani asked, "How was the Tianbang Fist Tournament?" "Pretty good," Chen Yan replied with a faint smile. "That 5-minute visualization of fist intent helped me improve significantly. My fist momentum is at least 5060 stronger now. I doubt Chu Xiansheng could last 3 minutes against me." The past few days of rigorous training had indeed paid off. Chen Yan had condensed 8 force lines, along with 14 skin lines, 4 tendon lines, and 4 bone lines, a total of 30 lines. This placed him at the late stage of the 5 organs realm in the path of vital energy, surpassing the mid-stage expert Xian Gongxian. However, Chen Yan was well aware of his shortcomings. His bone and tendon lines were relatively weak, which could limit his performance. His progress in the path of vital energy also needed improvement. While his heart's accumulation was at 100, his liver was only at 50. Even though the Inja technique was continuously absorbing the icy energy from impure blood, Its grade was only at upper class B, still far behind Chen Min's level. The road ahead is long and arduous, Chen Yan murmured as he gazed out at the bustling scenery through the car window. Si Wenyi and the man in black exchanged a helpless glance, both thinking, how exceptional do you have to be before you're satisfied? Suddenly, a smile spread across Chen Yan's face. While checking his progress toward breaking into the Saint Realm, he noticed not only that he had reached 154,500, but also that a silver fruiton registered on the data panel was ripening on the branch of the rootless little tree. It shimmered with a unique brilliance, crystal clear and radiant. 4 grade A vitality potions, 20 bottles. For top grade A level, just 1. That should be enough. In the office of the town's martial division, Chen Yan spoke to Si Wenyi. Are these for yourself? Si Wenyi asked softly. Chen Yan simply smiled without answering. After hesitating for a moment, Si Wenyi nodded and turned to leave. She had just reached the doorway when she turned back, leaning against the door frame, and asked gently, do you want something to eat? I could get you something from the cafeteria? No, thanks. Oh, okay. Si Wenyi responded softly and left. These potions were actually prepared by Chen Yan for Chen Yu. After completing his vitality training tasks, Chen Yan had earned 500 martial merit points. Following that, he had consecutively activated 11 streaks of markings. For every 3 markings, he gained an additional 200 martial merit points, bringing his total to 1,100 points. These vitality potions only cost him 200 points. He thought to himself, since I've endured hardships, I shouldn't let my little sister go through the same. At that moment, a tall, thin figure appeared at the door. The man had heavy dark circles under his eyes, disheveled hair, and looked as though he might collapse at any moment. You're Chen Yan? A familiar voice rang out. Chen Yan observed the exhausted-looking man, who seemed to lack any imposing aura, and smiled. Yes. Sorry, I haven't had time to meet you until now. I'm Shen Yiwei. You might have heard Lao Luo mention me. Deputy Chief Shun. Chen Yan's tone carried genuine gratitude. This man had been a key figure in his progress. Take a seat, Shen Yiwei said, stifling a yawn. Show me your red heart fist. Boom. Chen Yan immediately struck out with his fist, and a swirling gust of wind erupted in the meeting room. Shen Yiwei's eyes narrowed as he lightly clenched his right hand, instantly dispersing the turbulent air. Watching the miniature vortex fade from his palm, Shen Yiwei froze. Wow, it's real. You've mastered the essence of the red heart fist. Shen Yiwei exclaimed in amazement. Your talent is impressive. It won't be long before you surpass me in this technique. Chen Yan was slightly surprised by Shen Yiwei's calm, yet sincere compliment. The Shu family is suppressing you, Shen Yiwei said bluntly. What are your thoughts on that? Chen Yan remained silent. It was their first meeting, and he wasn't inclined to say much. I get it, Shen Yiwei said calmly. Do you want my help? Chen Yan shook his head. If Shu Feiyuan is blocking your future and you don't take him down, I'd think less of you, Shen Yiwei said evenly. Why should they get away with this? It's unreasonable. Should someone like that be spared? Invite him to dinner instead? He continued, don't let it weigh on you. I didn't bring you into the martial guard to burden you. If anyone bullies you, let me know. Even if it's the Gong family. So what? Don't worry, I'm strong. One man can form an army. I mean it. I'm really strong. Hearing the calm yet empowering words, Chen Yan felt a warmth in his heart and nodded firmly. All right. I'm not just making empty promises, Shen Yiwei said as he stood up. Even if you were an ordinary person, I'd still help you if I knew about this. I'm the deputy chief of the martial division, and now I'm inviting you to join the new Dragon Guard of the martial forces. It's a group of elites, some open, some hidden, all exceptional. I'm in charge of the new Dragon Guard, so from now on, we'll be comrades. Are you willing to join? Chen Yan stood up and responded solemnly. I am. Shen Yiwei showed a hint of surprise, but Chen Yan responded with a smile. You're not considering it? I have no reason not to join. Shen Yiwei's expression softened, and he pulled a small black iron box from his pocket. Inside is a panlong jade, 30 grams, a top-tier earth vein-grade body refining treasure. It's best absorbed through combat, as it can unleash your potential. Consider it my gift to you. Chen Yan accepted the box, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Thank you. Earth vein-grade. He had just looked up the price of earth vein-grade treasures earlier. Even the most basic units cost 5,000 martial merit points, let alone a refining grade one. It's not the same, just like the difference between a blood vitality potion and a sin-tracking blood enhancer. Shen Yiwei explained, then raised his voice. Su Di, come here. I know you're out there. Outside the door, a young man in military uniform stepped in, wearing sunglasses even at night, with a faint smile on his face. Old Shen, what's up? Take Chen Yan to the combat zone of the military martial guard. Have him absorb this panlong jade. Su Di's smile faded, his gaze narrowing as he pointed at Chen Yan. Him? Yes. Shen Yiwei patted Chen Yan's shoulder and turned to leave. The combat zone of that level? Su Di pressed further. Whichever level he qualifies for, Shen Yiwei replied before walking away. Su Di examined Chen Yan closely. A single Panlong jade, split among 10 or so people, and you get 30% of it? Seeing Chen Yan remain silent, he pursed his lips. Follow me, and keep up with my pace. The two quickly dashed out of the Xinwu division. Once they exited Yunming City, Su Di's speed suddenly surged. A wave of air erupted from him, and his entire body shot forward like a rocket, skimming just above the ground. Chen Yan followed closely, spitting out a crimson energy to enhance his speed, but even with the added force, he struggled to keep up. Speed relies on strength, but also on technique, Chen Yan thought to himself, realizing his movement techniques were lacking. The extreme refinement 8 forms didn't specialize in agility, which seemed to be a common trait among horizontal refining techniques. Meanwhile, back in Shen Yiwei's office, Siwenyi hurried in. Deputy Chief Shen, did Chen Yan go to the combat zone? Shen Yiwei nodded in confirmation. Was he taken by Su Di? Another nod. Why? Siwenyi frowned and left quickly. Siwenyi, where are you going? Shen Yiwei stood up, watching her retreating figure, and shook his head slowly. At that moment, the inner office door opened, and Luo Puxin stepped out. Shen Yuning is your niece. She's very well behaved. Are you planning to reprimand her? Yuning's fine. I just want today's events to show the new Dragon Guard that Chen Yan's talent is no less than theirs. They'll all be comrades in the future, Shen Yiwei explained. Luo Puxin nodded. Giving Chen Yan 30% of the Panlong Jade would inevitably upset the other new Dragon Guard talents, making it necessary for Chen Yan to prove his strength. Su Di will probably take him to the third-year zone. Shen Yiwei nodded in agreement. If it's the third-year zone, how far do you think Chen Yan can go? Luo Puxin paused for a moment. I won't guess. If I'm wrong, I'll just get embarrassed. No point. At the same time, near a cluster of standalone villas outside the military martial guard's combat zone, a woman stood atop one of the villas, frowning as she scanned the area. Where's Su Di? A man dressed in black, his body wrapped in sandbags, stepped out from another villa and replied. He went to the Xinwu division. Did you go to Xinwu division to see Chen Yan? Shen Yuning's expression was as dark as iron. Yes, Sister Yuning. A young woman stepped out from a nearby villa, her tone laced with discontent. Chen Yan took 30% of the Panlong Jade all by himself. Su Di was just standing up for you. Shen Yuning's face grew even darker. She scolded sternly. Nonsense. If I had acted like Su Di when you first joined the Xinlong Guards, would you have been happy? Sister Yuning, you would never do such a thing. Someone interjected with a laugh. It's Deputy Commander Shan who's being unfair to you. You're almost at the fusion stage, yet you were given less than 10% of the Panlong Jade. Even Lu Linxian got 10%. Shen Yuning sighed softly. Lu Linxian is the adopted daughter of Commander Lu Xuanya. Her father died saving Deputy Commander Shen. And what about Chen Yan? 30% of the Panlong Jade. This isn't just some ordinary Earth vein-grade treasure. The group began to question Shen Yiwei's decision. Have you considered that Chen Yan might simply be stronger than us? Shen Yuning replied calmly. Do you not understand how my uncle operates? Aside from Lu Linxian, he never shows favoritism to anyone. He despises it. His lifelong pursuit is fairness. The group fell silent. Nearby, Lu Linxian remarked coldly, what does this have to do with me? At that moment, Su Di returned. Shen Yuning instantly sent out a gust of energy from her sleeve, striking Su Di to the ground. Lying on his back, Su Di forced a smile. Sister Yuning, what did I do this time? Where is Chen Yan? He went to the combat zone. Which area? Su Di hesitated for a moment. Another gust of energy roared past, shattering the ground and scattering debris. The third-class zone. I only mentioned the category and suggested the third-class zone. Boom. A third burst of energy sent Su Di flying a kilometer away. Shen Yuning shouted angrily, look at what you've done. My uncle invested in you. Not so you could bully your teammates. How much Panlong Jade Chen Yan gets is his decision. Whether I'm at a loss or not is none of your business, Su Di. With that, a surge of energy rolled around her as she sped toward the combat zone. Su Di, if Chen Yan is seriously injured, you will kneel and apologize. Her cold voice echoed in the distance. Su Di climbed out of the pit, looking at his approaching companions with frustration. I really just introduced the combat zone. Where he went was entirely his own choice. The others tried to console him. Forget it. Let's go together. Apologize later if needed. We're all comrades. There's no need for this. The third-class zone should be manageable, but with Chen Yan only ranking around the 30s on the Tianjiao list, he might struggle there. Honestly, Deputy Commander Shen is being overly partial to him. At the entrance to the combat zone, a towering 100-meter wall stretched across the horizon like a giant dragon. Searchlights illuminated the ground, and faint roars of beasts echoed from within. See when he hurried over, spotting Chen Yan standing silently in a shadowy corner of the wall. Chen Yan, you didn't go in? Si Wenyi asked in surprise. No, Chen Yan replied with a faint smile. Su Di just said he could handle the third-class zone and left. He didn't explain the combat strength inside at all. Chen Yan was left speechless. Su Di's unspoken doubt, why should he get 30% of the Panlong Jade, was almost written all over his face. What puzzled Chen Yan even more was that Su Di seemed so certain when trying to mislead him, yet stammered and hesitated when speaking of his true intentions, looking utterly conflicted. What tier did Su Di suggest you go to? Si Wenyi asked bluntly. Tier 3. Ah, then his intentions aren't that bad, Si Wenyi said calmly. Tier 3 should be manageable for you. Chen Yan nodded and then asked, which tier should I go to? Tier 3, Si Wenyi replied with a smile. Is there a risk of death?
No.
What about Tier 4?
No.
And Tier 5? Si Wenyi froze for a moment. Chen Yan, it's already challenging for you to enter Tier 4. Tier 5 is even harder. You won't die, but you'll definitely get hurt. Chen Yan nodded silently and headed straight toward the Tier 5 area. Si Wenyi was about to speak when Chen Yan turned back and said, if I don't dare to push my limits, knowing that I won't die, then my martial path ends here. A gentle breeze brushed past, and Si Wenyi fell into silence. She couldn't help but wonder why this young man always seemed to go further and think deeper than others. This wasn't mere recklessness. It was a deliberate confrontation with his own limits. Chen Yan retrieved his martial merit badge and placed it on the recognition panel of the Tier 5 iron door. A series of beeping sounds followed, but the door didn't budge. Your rank isn't high enough. You've just joined the Shinlong Guard, so your martial merit badge hasn't been updated yet. Si Wenyi explained as she stepped forward and used her own badge to unlock the door. You won't die, but it'll be incredibly tough. The system will monitor your vital signs and eject you if you reach a critical state. As the iron door opened, Chen Yan thanked her and stepped inside. Si Wenyi activated the monitoring screen, which displayed a 50 square meter room. At the far end, a creature resembling a goat, but with a human face was bound by Transcends ancient mythical beast. Its eyes had been gouged out, but the aura it exuded was no less intimidating than Wang Lu's. Someone's here, the creature hissed in an eerie voice, greedily sniffing the air. I want to eat. So hungry. Drool dripped from the corners of its mouth as the chains binding it began to unfasten with a series of clinking sounds. Chen Yan took out an iron box and swallowed the white Panlong jade inside, which contained a miniature dragon writhing within. Instantly, an explosive surge of heat coursed through his body. The sacred tree within him erupted with dazzling green and orange lights. At that moment, Shen Yuning arrived in a hurry, only to find Si Wenyi standing motionless in front of the Tier 5 door. She rushed forward just in time to see the screen. The human-faced goat-like beast leaped violently, charging at Chen Yan like a bolt of white lightning. Yet the young man stood his ground, suddenly sweeping his leg across. With a thunderous crash, a powerful gust of energy exploded outward. The beast slammed into the wall, its head shattered. One strike. A burst of red mist erupted from Chen Yan's mouth, instantly shrouding his body in steam as if magma was violently churning within him. The searing energy made his entire body burn, with hissing sounds constantly emanating from his skin. The essence of the Panlong Jade's body-tempering energy rampaged within him, as if intent on tearing apart every single cell. Black patterns began to surface on Chen Yan's skin. 8 power marks, 14 skin marks, 4 tendon marks, and 4 bone marks, all neatly aligned. His muscles tensed, every inch of flesh and blood enduring the impact of this terrifying energy. He forcibly activated his cultivation method, and the immense energy continued to pound against his tendons and bones. But it was far from enough. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yan resembled a powder keg on the verge of exploding. He needed to fight, to move, to push past his limits. No wonder Shen Yiwei had guided him to the combat zone. Chen Yan's gaze sharpened, and the head of the ancient beast with a human face and a sheep's body before him exploded in an instant. The walls emitted a cracking sound, retracting to the right like a rolling door, revealing a larger space. This was an area roughly 200 square meters in size, its floors smeared with blood and scars, littered with the remains of cattle and sheep. 2 bizarre creatures, each 5 meters tall, immediately drew Chen Yan's attention. They resembled apes, covered in black fur, with scorpion-like exoskeletal spikes protruding from their backs. Their faces were encased in grayish-white exoskeletons with only 5 vent holes. The 2 creatures, in the midst of devouring the meat of cattle and sheep, suddenly froze. Despite lacking eyes, Chen Yan could distinctly feel the intense malice radiating from their bodies. Black mist hissed out from the vent holes on their faces, and an invisible pressure instantly filled the entire space. Outside the combat zone, Shen Yuning's expression turned grave as she looked at Si Wenyi. Su Di let him into a level 5 zone? Si Wenyi shook his head. He chose it himself. Shen Yuning frowned. Why take such a risk? The Panlong Jade is a treasure of the earth vein gradite can't be wasted. I don't know, Si Wenyi replied softly, but he is undoubtedly extraordinary. Suddenly, one of the ape-like creatures transformed into a streak of black light, lunging at Chen Yan. Its arms spread wide as it aimed a powerful strike at his head. Not good. Shen Yuning exclaimed in a low voice. They've detected the weakness in his tendons and bones theory, going for a fatal blow. The alarm lights flashed red, signaling that the combat zone's detection system had identified Chen Yan's life-threatening danger and was preparing to eliminate the two ancient beasts before they could kill him. A bead of cold sweat formed on Si Wenyi's forehead. These ancient beasts, driven by pure malice toward humans, seemed determined to drag Chen Yan down with them, even at the cost of their own lives. At this moment, Si Wenyi found herself silently praying for the flawless operation of the battle zone detection device. Although the equipment had never malfunctioned before, an inexplicable worry tugged at her heart. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, and a wave of blood-soaked air burst forth from between the ape-like creature's palms. Shen Yuning's pupils contracted sharply, but Chen Yan had already dodged. Suspended midair in a bizarre manner, his upper body and arms were tightly drawn in, maintaining a half-squatting posture in front of the ape-like creature, defying all laws of physics with only his core strength. In an instant, another ape-like creature launched a surprise attack from Chen Yan's right side, its sweeping kick striking empty air. Chen Yan's expression shifted. Its speed was overwhelming. The sudden burst of force carried a lethal threat, making him realize this was far beyond an ordinary battle. Compared to this, his clash with Chu Xiansheng was mere child's play. Yet, he laughed a laugh filled with excitement. Two blood-stained, black-furred fists came crashing in from both sides. Bang! Chen Yan spread his arms wide, firmly catching the heavy blows. The energy of the Panlong Jade trembled under the impact. Hiss! Black mist spewed from the exhaust vents of the ape-like creatures, while Chen Yan's smile grew even brighter. With a surge of overwhelming strength, he smashed the two creatures into each other. Before they could regain their footing, Chen Yan's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Boom! 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 A relentless barrage of punches rained down like a storm, the air filled with the overlapping imprints of fists. In this moment, Chen Yan resembled a furious ancient beast, his fists transformed into ferocious fangs ready to devour. Screeches echoed in the air as the two ape-like creatures staggered backward, their menacing aura dissipating with each strike. Chen Yan pressed on, each punch further distorting their forms, blood splattering and bones shattering. His eyes were icy, yet carried a peculiar hint of amusement. Why was he smiling? Because these seemingly formidable opponents were proving to be so pathetically weak. The stark contrast was both absurd and exhilarating to him. The energy of the Panlong Jade surged through his body alongside his punches, flowing like molten gold under his control, straight into his skull. He was determined to make his bones harder, his head indestructible. Within the breaking saint realm, under the infusion of radiant green light, a body, saint-breaking fruit ripened and regrew, a watercolor-like mark appearing on his chest. Madman! Shan Yuning muttered under her breath, furrowing her brows as she turned to Si Wenyi. Is he really Chen Yan? My uncle said he's loyal, reliable, and steady. Si Wenyi looked a bit embarrassed. He usually is. It's just hard to explain. But you have to admit, he's incredibly strong. Shen Yuning took a deep breath and nodded. He's definitely exceeded expectations. With only 30 patterns, his mastery of the Crimson Steel Body Refinement Manual is near perfection, and his Extreme Refinement 8 forms have also reached a profound level. Shen Yuning gazed at the scene before her, her brows slightly furrowed. Based on Chen Yan's current strength, he shouldn't have been able to dominate the battle against two ancient divine beasts so decisively, yet he had. Was it sheer momentum, or just madness? He's not mad. He's actually very composed. Si Wenyi's voice interrupted Shen Yuning's thoughts. His talent is exceptional. Yours is too. But there's something he has that you don't. What is it? Shen Yuning turned to ask. Si Wenyi simply shook his head, indicating that he couldn't put it into words either. At that moment, a group of men and women walked over, chatting and laughing. Su Di, you'd better watch out. Sister Yuning is really angry this time. If Chen Yan gets hurt, you might be sent to fight the ancient divine beasts yourself. Su Di, take care of yourself. I don't want to be burning paper money for you during King Mingit's expensive. Su Di's face darkened. Though uneasy, he felt no regret. To him, it was just a harmless joke. The third-level zone was dangerous, but he had managed to enter it on his first visit too. Sure, there would be injuries, but no risk to life. What Su Di couldn't wrap his head around was why Shen Yiwei had given 70 of the Panlong Jade to a newly joined Dragon Guard prodigy like Chen Yan. Shen Yuning, his niece, was about to undergo the critical process of fusing 81 patterns. At such a pivotal moment, Shen Yiwei's decision felt like a deliberate suppression of his own family. Suddenly, Su Di noticed the change in everyone's expressions. Following their gazes, he saw Si Winnie and Chen Yuning standing in front of the iron gate of the 5th level zone, staring at the surveillance footage inside. What the? Su Di exclaimed, cold sweat soaking his back. I didn't tell him to go to the 5th level zone. While the combat zones had protective measures to prevent fatalities, the higher the level, the closer one had to be to the brink of death before those measures activated. For a newcomer, the 5th level zone was far too dangerous. Maybe Chen Yan's already done, and that's not him in the 5th level zone. Lu Linxian tried to comfort him. But Su Di dashed forward like an arrow. When he saw the blood-soaked figure on the screen, he staggered and fell to the ground. Sister Yuning, let me explain. The others gathered around, staring at the blood-drenched figure fighting on the screen. Wait, he's made it to the 4th stage. Are you kidding me? Isn't he supposed to be at Xu Xianshang's level? That's Chen Yan. He looks brutal. His facial features seem like they'd be pretty handsome. Shen Yuning turned to Su Di. This has nothing to do with you. He chose to enter the 5th level zone himself. Su Di froze for a moment, then stood up and joined the others in watching the screen. He carefully counted the patterns on Chen Yan's body. 32 pattern. 32 patterns, and he can handle the 5th level zone, someone exclaimed. He's really fearless. Shen Yuning calmly explained. He started with only 30 patterns. The 2 newly formed bone patterns are the result of absorbing the Panlong Jade. 2 patterns? His absorption efficiency is incredible, the crowd marveled. How long has it been for Chen Yan? His physique might be an issue, but the speed at which he absorbs. It could also be because of, muttered Lu Linxian, a girl with a hint of envy in her tone. She recalled her own experience with the Panlong Jade. On the first day, she had only managed to produce 3 bone patterns. Before Shan Yuning could finish her sentence, her attention was drawn to the screen. Everyone held their breath as the 3rd stage of the battle concluded. The bodies of 3 monstrous creatures with human heads and goat bodies lay sprawled across the ground. On the screen, Chen Yan briskly removed his blood-soaked shirt with an efficient motion. Blood Chi warriors are so elegant. Unlike body refinement warriors who always seem so savage, someone murmured quietly. Suddenly, the wall ahead emitted a grinding noise and slowly began to rise. A suffocating sense of malice poured out from the newly revealed room. Chen Yan's eyes lit up, but he quickly realized it felt as if he had been trapped in an unseen quagmire, his limbs tightly restrained by an invisible force. Still, a faint smile lingered on his lips. After consuming a skill-breaking sacred fruit, his Qi Gang body forging technique had reached the subtle realm. This was the first breathing technique he had ever practiced. Though his progress had slowed recently, now that he had entered this new realm, he felt an unprecedented surge of vitality. Chen Yan activated the Qi Gang body forging technique. There was no red mist escaping from his mouth, indicating he had achieved a state of internalized power. His muscles and bones pulsed rhythmically in sync with his breathing. Delicious. Delicious. A heavy, guttural voice echoed from ahead. In the next instant, Chen Yan was struck by a tremendous force, slamming him hard against the wall. Delicious things should be eaten more, growled a massive creature as it stepped into view. It towered 5 meters tall, its bluish-black skin entwined with steel bars deeply embedded into its flesh. Its head was encased in a rusted, battered iron bucket, with 2 blood-red eyes glaring through the jagged openings. The presence of this monster was overwhelming, suffocating even as it merely stood there. That's equivalent to an ancient divine beast at the early integration realm, Su Di exclaimed. Other prodigies began suggesting that Chen Yan should retreat to the 4th tier zone. With his current strength of 32 bone patterns, continuing to fight seemed like an act of recklessness. Shen Yuning remained silent, but Si Wenyi spoke up instead. This is Chen Yan's choice. When Shan Yuning asked if there was some enmity between them, Si Wenyi pressed her lips together before replying, Chen Yan and I have a grudge. Inside the battle zone, Chen Yan rubbed his neck where he had been hit and began walking toward the iron bucket giant. So strong, he murmured, relieved that the earlier punch had landed on his arm, which had already been tempered by the Panlong Jade. After consuming a body-breaking sacred fruit, a 7th bone pattern emerged on Chen Yan's chest. He strode boldly toward his opponent, leaving the onlookers utterly stunned. Delicious, roared the giant, throwing a massive fist wrapped in steel bars directly at Chen Yan's face. The battle was about to explode. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, Chen Yan was pushed backward by the tremendous force. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, like an arrow shot from a bow, he surged forward, leaping into the air. With a swift and fierce kick, he aimed directly at the Iron Barrel Giant's neck. The Iron Barrel Giant reacted quickly, swatting away the ferocious attack with a single palm. Using the momentum, Chen Yan spun 5 times midair and landed steadily on one foot against the ceiling. His body formed a breathtakingly vertical stance before he unleashed a powerful striking and explosive move from the extreme refinement 8 style, his fist crashing heavily onto the top of the Iron Barrel Giant's head. The Iron Barrel Giant let out a deafening roar, unleashing a storm of heavy punches that swept across the room like a raging tempest. On the sidelines, Sudi muttered under his breath, if he fought like this back when he had just 30 patterns, he'd have ended up in the hospital long ago. The alarm lights flashed again, and Chen Yan immediately ordered the preparation of the serum. But just then, the scene on the monitor left everyone in shock. Chen Yan was exchanging direct blows with the Iron Barrel Giant. That's it, Chen Yan shouted, his voice low and determined. Facing the overwhelming barrage of punches from the Iron Barrel Giant, he did not flinch. Blow after blow collided, producing thunderous booms that reverberated through the room. Despite the stark difference in size, this spectacle was nothing short of awe-inspiring. As the battle raged on, Chen Yan was forced to retreat step by step until his back was against the wall. His arms ached, his muscles burned with pain, and the flashing red alarm lights combined with the flickering ceiling lamps signaled the imminent activation of the safety mechanisms. The spectators outside watched with bated breath, their hearts pounding. What is he doing? I've never seen anyone fight so desperately in the face of death. Chen Yan fell into silence. She had initially harbored resentment toward her uncle's decision to bestow 3/10 of the Panlong Jade upon an outsider, but now, she finally understood the reasoning behind it. Inside the combat zone, Chen Yan pushed past his limits once again. The essence of the Panlong Jade within him surged to its peak, causing the breaking saint fruits to ripen one after another from 4 to 8. Bone marks emerged on his chest, progressing from the 8th to the 10th, while the 9th power pattern simultaneously took shape. He's broken through again. This is insane. It's like he's courting death to achieve rebirth. Exclamations erupted from the onlookers outside. The purple-haired woman gasped in amazement. Is there really someone who treats breaking limits like a daily meal? Isn't he afraid of dying? If you're afraid of death, you can't break your limits, Chen Yan replied with a faint, solemn tone. But who isn't afraid of death? Lu Linqian's words left everyone in a contemplative silence. Indeed, who isn't afraid of death? Why is Chen Yan doing this? Su Di murmured, unable to control the twitching of his eyelids. His heart was uneasy as he secretly speculated about why the seemingly composed Chen Yan was acting so recklessly. He wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? No, he wouldn't. Su Di repeatedly tried to reassure himself. I only sent him to the 3rd-ear zone. It was his choice to come to the 5th-ear zone. Chen Yan's gaze turned serious as she looked to the side. The alarm light on the iron door was flashing at its limit, signaling that the battle was about to take a dramatic turn. Boom! A deep, muffled explosion shattered the tense atmosphere. The alarm light abruptly went out. Chen Yan's expression hardened as she quickly focused on the screen. That's insane. He has protective markings. Su Di shouted uncontrollably. Everyone stared at the screen in stunned silence. The once dominant Iron Barrel Giant was now sent flying like a broken kite, a gaping wound in its chest spilling blood. The giant sat motionless on the ground, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. Master-level Crimson Heart Fist. Chen Yan murmured, her eyes flickering with realization. This discovery prompted her to wonder, could he be Uncle's illegitimate child? Has he been secretly training in Crimson Heart Fist for years? This is unbelievable. Protective markings combined with master-level Crimson Heart Fist. Why didn't he use it before? Someone exclaimed in awe. See, when he calmly analyzed, he held back to break through his limits. The crowd was left with only 2 words in their minds. Unbelievable. In the battle zone, a crimson whirlwind raged as a tall figure emerged from within. Chen Yan's body was marked with mysterious, dark patterns, like the blooming petals of a demonic flower. His features remained handsome, but his aura had turned ferocious. Thank you, Chen Yan sincerely said, addressing the stunned Iron Barrel Giant. This life-and-death battle had allowed him to break through to the master level of the extreme refinement 8 forms, a critical step in the progression from novice to heart, to master, to subtle, and finally to divine levels. Chen Yan's bright eyes gleamed as he bowed and withdrew his fists, their centers vibrating with high frequency as if suppressing thunder. You helped me master the extreme refinement 8 forms, so I will use them to send you on your way. In the next instant, Chen Yan struck. Crack. Thunder roared. The Iron Barrel Giant let out one final wail before its head exploded with a deafening blast. Holy! Someone in the observation area gasped aloud. Time passed, and Xin Yiwei and Luo Puxin arrived at the battle zone. Did you find any evidence? Xin Yiwei asked. No, the Shu family hid it well, Luo Puxin replied in a low voice. Xin Yiwei sighed and shook his head. I still don't understand Gong Hongwen's motives. And recently, there's news that Laoshi might summon you back. Luo Puxin's pupils contracted. The Gong family's influence has already reached Laoshi? Not sure, Xin Yiwei said, his expression heavy. But I heard there's an ice Qilin in Laoshi that's about to transform into a dragon. The martial guard division needs experts to suppress it. Luo Puxin's eyes narrowed sharply as he asked in a deep voice, will the Chen family from Laoshi make a move? They definitely will. When the ice Qilin transforms into a dragon, it will freeze an area of 800 miles, and there's a high chance it will form a Kinkiang level ice attribute treasure medicine. Luo Qin's Chunmin, breaking limits. Shin Yiwei gazed up at the sky, his tone heavy. The name Luo Qin Chunmin seemed to carry a special weight, causing both men to fall silent simultaneously. After a moment, Luo Puxin spoke again. Old Shin, do you think Chen Yan has potential in the path of qi and blood cultivation? Shin Yiwei was taken aback. You're planning to get the ice attribute treasure medicine for Chen Yan? Luo Puxin's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. Actually, I've been thinking about taking on a disciple, but after spending time with him, I realized this kid doesn't need me to teach him his own best teacher. Shin Yiwei took a deep look at his longtime comrade. It's up to you to decide. But with Luo Qin involved, it won't be easy for the Jinwu division to get that treasure medicine. Even if you do get it, why would they hand it over to you? The two walked in silence, shoulder to shoulder. Guess how far Chen Yan will go? Shin Yiwei suddenly asked. First, tell me which level of the battle zone you think he'll choose. Fourth tier zone. Luo Puxin replied resolutely. Fourth tier zone? Shin Yiwei frowned. That's not easy to get through. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a group of people approached them. Old Shun, Deputy Chief Shun. Good evening. The group greeted them one after another. Shin Yiwei nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze falling on Su Di. Where's Chen Yan? He's gone back, Su Di replied, his expression complicated. Which tier zone did he choose? Su Di remained silent, but Shun Yuning, standing nearby, spoke up. Fifth tier. What? Shin Yiwei's voice grew sharp as he turned to Su Di. You arranged this? No, he chose it himself, Shin Yuning explained, then quickly listed Chen Yan's achievements in one breath. He reached the 7th stage, broke through 15 limits, achieved mastery in the Crimson Armor Body Forging Manual, and attained proficiency in the 8 extreme refinements. 1 force mark, 10 bone marks, 9 force marks, 14 skin marks, 4 tendon marks, and 14 bone marks. A total of 41 marks. Shin Yiwei and Luo Puxin stood frozen in place, stunned. The next day at noon, Chen Yan left with a heavy backpack on his shoulders. I'm here, he said to Si Winnie, who was sitting in the car. All right. You still have 400 martial merit points, don't forget to use them, Si Winnie said with a smile before driving off. Chen Yan murmured softly to himself. 400 martial merit points. Last night, he had already spent 500 points to train in the blood scenting and chaos abyss techniques. The chaos abyss technique had only just reached the inner comprehension level, and the forging progress of his liver had reached 60%. However, he had become adept at concealing his latent qi and breath. With Shun Yiwei's additional shielding, it would be hard for anyone in Yunmeng City to detect the qi and blood he possessed. Compared to his progress in body refining, his advancement in qi and blood cultivation was indeed slower. Could it be that I'm truly more suited for body refining? Chen Yan gazed at the clear skies, the drifting clouds, and let out a small laugh as he shook his head. It was Saturday time to go home and eat some meat. As he walked along the rural path, he keenly noticed the subtle looks of awe and respect from those around him. It was clear things were no longer the same as before. Chen Yan stood at the entrance of his home, gazing at the old earthen house and mentally calculating the cost of renovations. With 100,000 yuan, he could build a decent 2-story house, and that amount was no longer out of reach for him. The thought of a bowl of noodles costing 6 yuan in Yunmeng City, while his father's fried noodles only sold for 3, further solidified his determination to improve his family's living conditions. Though martial achievement points couldn't be directly converted into money, the points from the Tianbang boxing tournament could. Next door, an elderly man who had recently lost his son and grandson sat motionless in front of his house. When he saw Chen Yan passing by, his eyes flickered, and he quickly averted his gaze, tears silently streaming down his face. His sons, Li Ming and Li Xian, were gone, and the Chen family, which he used to look down on, was now starting to rise. From the kitchen came the sound of stir-frying. After greeting his father, Chen Yuhu, Chen Yan headed to his bedroom. His sharp senses immediately picked up on the sound of steady breathing coming from next door. It was his younger sister, Chen Yu. Her breathing was calm and rhythmic, far exceeding that of an average person, even if it wasn't quite at his level. It seemed she had been working hard on her cultivation, which gave Chen Yan a sense of relief. Brother, you're back. Chen Yu ran over when she heard the commotion, but froze at the doorway. Little sis, you've gotten so much fairer, Chen Yan exclaimed in surprise, noticing her skin had become noticeably fairer and smoother, making her quite the beauty in a crowd. Chen Yu, in turn, was examining her brother. She realized he had not only grown taller but now carried an imposing energy in his demeanor, making him look even more handsome. Embarrassed, she quickly looked away. In the consciousness realm, a woman in a red dress exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiao Yu, your brother is so powerful." She had noticed the incredibly rhythmic flow of Chen Yan's breathing and the unique tempered aura in his every movement. A natural talent in body refinement, she marveled. Your brother's tempered patterns must have exceeded at least 30 by now. Chen Yu was stunned by this revelation, her eyes widening in disbelief. What's wrong? Chen Yan asked, noticing her peculiar expression. He handed her his backpack. There are some health supplements for Dad inside, along with some vitality potions. Since you haven't awakened yet, I only got regular grade ones, except for one superior grade bottle. As he spoke, he lightly ruffled her hair. Chen Yu blankly accepted the backpack and opened it, staring at the potions inside for a long time without saying a word. Suddenly, her eyes fell on her brother's scarred hands. She pulled up his sleeve and saw the marks of countless injuries, and tears began streaming down her face. Hearing her sobs, Chen Yuhu came over from the kitchen. Seeing her brother's scars, Chen Yu cried even harder. "Brother, you must be so exhausted," she choked out. Chen Yan coaxed for a long time before Chen Yu's sobbing gradually subsided. Looking at his tear-streaked younger sister, Chen Yan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. She was only 15. Ever since he met Luo Puxin, he had truly seen the harshness of this world. For martial artists, strength was everything. But for his family, they only cared about the simplest things, whether he was hurt, whether he had enough to eat. "Xiao Yan, what exactly does your martial defense class do? How could you end up with so many injuries?" Chen Yuhu frowned, pulling off Chen Yan's shirt without waiting for an explanation. When he saw his son's body covered in scars and bruises, he froze, unable to speak for a moment. "Dad, don't worry. My body is quite strong now. These wounds heal quickly with exposure to air," Chen Yan quickly explained as he hastily put his shirt back on, afraid his sister might start crying again if she saw. He was telling the truth. Yesterday's wounds had already begun to scab over. Chen Yuhu silently gazed at his son, now taller than himself, his lips pressed into a tight line. What could he say? Ask his son to quit the martial defense class and join him in running a street-side noodle stall? No, he had already given his son a low enough starting point in life. He couldn't let his own limited perspective hold his son back any further. Still, the ache in his heart was undeniable. "Get some rest," Chen Yuhu said softly and turned to walk toward the kitchen. At the doorway, he paused and added, "Don't push yourself so hard. Thanks to you, our family isn't struggling anymore, son." Watching his father's slightly hunched back, Chen Yan felt a sharp pain in his chest. A moment later, Chen Yu brought over some ointment for his wounds. Even though Chen Yan said the medicine wouldn't help much, he obediently sat down and let her apply it under her determined gaze. Seeing the scars on her brother's body, Chen Yu's eyes reddened again, but she quietly continued to apply the ointment. Suddenly, in a small voice, she said, "Brother, you're amazing." That simple compliment sent a warm wave through Chen Yan's heart, far more comforting than any praise from outsiders. "Xiao Yu, do you know about the different types of qi and blood awakening?" Chen Yan changed the subject. Seeing his sister remain silent, he began explaining in detail the 4 awakening methods: external induction awakening, true origin awakening, bloodline awakening, and limit-breaking awakening. Although most people achieve external induction awakening, true origin awakening, which comes from one's own efforts, is actually better, Chen Yan said earnestly. "I bought you a qi and blood elixir, but to be honest, I hope you won't use it. However, the choice is yours." Chen Yu nodded. In her consciousness, a woman in a red dress spoke softly, "Your brother isn't wrong, but his understanding is still limited. If you choose external induction awakening, Master can help you make up for the gap between that and true origin awakening. Moreover, Master can assist you in achieving a very strong bloodline awakening in the future." The woman in red crossed her arms and smiled faintly. Chen Yu's elder brother gave her an unexpected surprise today. Holding the vitality potion in her hands, she realized these would save her a significant amount of training time. "I want to awaken my true essence," Chen Yu silently vowed in her heart. In her consciousness, the woman in the red dress paused slightly, silently considering that her disciple's excessive obedience to her brother might not be a good thing. "Brother, what is limit-breaking awakening? Is it difficult?" Chen Yu asked, as Chen Yan hadn't explained it in detail earlier. Limit-breaking awakening. Chen Yan hesitated for a moment. "I'm not entirely sure." He chose to withhold the truth, believing that the less she knew, the safer she would be. Chen Yu nodded in agreement, but in her consciousness, the woman in the red dress began to explain, "Limit-breaking awakening is the most challenging form of awakening, 100 times harder than true essence awakening. It not only requires luck, but also immense willpower to surpass one's limits. However, this form of awakening is extremely rare and almost never encountered. Xiao Yu, if you ever come across someone undergoing limit-breaking awakening before you reach the origin realm, Don't hesitate, run away immediately. Brother, are you really strong now? Chen Yu asked curiously. Not bad, Chen Yan replied with a smile. I've reached 41 patterns in the horizontal refinement path. This statement caused Chen Yu to freeze mid-action, and even the woman in the red dress in her consciousness was stunned. What does 41 patterns mean? Chen Yu asked. It means very strong, Chen Yan said, patting his sister's head. He openly displayed his strength to reassure her that she had a powerful brother to rely on. At the dinner table, Chen Yan said to their father, Dad, I'm heading out for a bit later. I'd like to invite teacher Wang Yang over for dinner tonight. That's only right. Chen Yes father. Chen Yuhu nodded. Wang Yang has helped us a lot. Give him some of the things you bought for me. No worries, they'll prepare a separate gift for him. Brother, what are you doing this afternoon? Take me with you. Chen Yu pleaded, blinking her eyes. No. Take me. No. Take me. Chen Yin focused on drinking his soup, ignoring his sister's persistence. That place, Qingshan, wasn't suitable for her. He planned to use his Broken Saint Realm advantage to search for rare medicinal herbs that could enhance the chilling ice attribute. The mixed blood energy from the Shu family came from the ancient beast meat hunted in Qingshan, so there was bound to be something he needed there. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Chen Yin opened it to see Hu Ziyuan and Hu Yuan standing outside. Hu Ziyuan was smiling broadly, while Hu Yuan glanced at Chen Yin with a complicated expression before lowering his head. Xiao Yin, I heard you're back, have you eaten? Before Hu Ziyuan could finish, Chen Yin slammed the door shut with a bang and locked it. Who was that? Chen Yuhu asked, walking out from the living room. Just some passers-by, don't know them, Chen Yin replied calmly. Then hurry up and eat, Chen Yin said. Chen Yuhu wiped the sweat beading on his forehead and said, the ancient beast meat you bought really works. I just had a little and look. Outside the courtyard, Hu Ziyuan and his son, Hu Yuan, exchanged glances. Hu Yuan's face was filled with frustration, his clenched fists betraying his inner resentment. Hu Ziyuan, meanwhile, stared blankly at the gift in his hands before letting out a bitter smile and saying to his son, it's fine, let's go back. But Dad, he's gone too far. Hu Yuan couldn't help but hiss in a low voice. Slap. A loud slap landed squarely on Hu Yuan's face. Hu Ziyuan's expression darkened. Do you have a death wish? Seeing his son stunned, Hu Ziyuan grabbed his arm tightly and lowered his voice. He's a martial artist, son. A martial artist. Hearing this, Hu Yuan's face turned pale. He suddenly realized just how far his cousin, whom he used to dismiss, had risen. This realization left a bitter taste in his heart. I'll go to Zhang Qingxi and ask him to help me become a disciple of Master Xiaodong. I will become a martial artist too. Hu Yuan gritted his teeth. Hu Ziyuan nodded. Then go find him. Make sure to speak to him sincerely. After all, you two are on good terms. Got it. Hu Yuan nodded firmly, a burning desire to surpass Chen Yan igniting in his heart. After the meal, Chen Yu returned to her room and sought guidance from the woman in the red dress. Master, you said my brother is really strong. Just how strong is he? Based on his breathing patterns, he could probably rank among the top 5 talents in your county, the woman in the red dress replied. It seems your brother has encountered a significant opportunity, possibly catching the attention of the Martial Oversight Division. That's a good thing. Yes, last time my brother even drew the County Martial Oversight Division chief to his aid. Chen Yu said proudly before asking, but compared to the person who uses ice, who is stronger? The woman in the red dress paused for a moment. That ice user clearly wasn't going all out. Their blood energy is of very high quality. Judging your brother's strength solely from his patterns is difficult. However, a martial artist's combat strength depends more on their techniques. For your brother to achieve so many patterns in such a short time, he must have focused heavily on building his physical foundation, possibly neglecting the study of external and internal martial arts techniques, which limits his potential. On the other hand, the ice user's movements were fluid, exuding a natural martial rhythm, suggesting they are stronger. My brother has only just started training. He'll get much stronger soon, Chen Yu said with a smile. The woman in the red dress nodded. Don't always compare yourself to your brother. Your talent in formations is 1 in 10,000. Soon enough, you'll surpass him. Chen Yu remained silent for a long time, her gaze filled with determination. Master, surpassing my brother is not my dream. Then what is it? My dream is for our family to live a better, happier life. And I hope you can live more happily too, Master. The woman in the red dress was stunned by her words, remaining silent for a long moment. A bitter smile slowly curved at the corners of her lips. Happiness. That is the hardest thing to achieve in this world. Suddenly, her expression turned serious, and her eyes sharpened. Be careful. Someone is watching you. Chen Yu shot to her feet, but her master stopped her. Don't move. He'll handle this. The woman in red narrowed her eyes as she observed. A latest-stage qi and blood practitioner. Is it them? Chen Ye's face darkened. You were too composed when you dodged that car accident last time. It likely caught their attention, her master said coldly, her tone laced with frost. A bunch of lowly beasts daring to target my disciple. Master, we can't fight here, Chen Yu whispered. I'll lure them outside. Fine. It seems you can't stay here any longer. I'll need to head to Luo City soon. Just then, Chen Yan's voice came from outside the house. Dad, I'm heading out now. Come back early. All right. Chen Yu let out a small sigh of relief, thinking it was good her brother had left safely. But the woman in red suddenly said, that Qi and blood practitioner is following your brother. Chen Yun's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Her master's expression shifted in realization. So your brother has unintentionally drawn their attention away from you. Before the woman in red could finish her sentence, Chen Yu was already slipping on her shoes, ready to rush out. I'll conceal your presence, her master said, waving her hand. Chen Yun's figure immediately became faint, like a wisp of wind, as she slipped out through the window. They're courting death. Chen Yu gritted her teeth. I'll go to Luo City and find them. Chen Yan walked briskly out of the courtyard, following the winding countryside path. Villagers greeted him warmly along the way, and he responded to each with a gentle smile. The sky above was clear and cloudless. Through the golden runes etched in her eyes, Chen Yu's consciousness merged completely with the void, allowing her to observe the heartwarming interactions between her brother and the villagers. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to the rooftop of a two-story building not far away. There, a man dressed in a green outfit and wearing a flat cap stood with arms crossed, his expression indifferent as he watched Chen Yan. His figure blended seamlessly with the surroundings, so much so that even as the family below enjoyed their meal in the courtyard, no one noticed his presence. 30-striped genius, the man in green muttered with a smirk. Just an ordinary task, yet they offered me 5 million. Quite the price tag. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes, oblivious to the cold gaze fixed on him from the void above. In the next moment, the man in green vanished, reappearing atop another rooftop, stealthily following Chen Yan's movements. Master, let's act now. Chen Yu whispered urgently from the void. No, my power is too much for you to handle. If I strike, this entire house will be reduced to nothingness. Chen Yu nodded, her eyes glowing brighter as she continued to track the man in green. No matter what, I can't let him harm my brother. Her voice trembled with determination. Don't worry, I'm here. The woman in the red dress reassured her, sensing Chen Yu's anxiety. Under the scorching summer sun, the countryside road radiated heat. Chen Yan walked on, surrounded by lush green grass. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of vegetation. Before long, Chen Yan entered the boundary of the Green Mountain. The dense forest exuded a crisp, refreshing air. He took a deep breath, recalling the awe and apprehension he felt during his last visit. Now, there was only a sense of calm and joy. Quickening his pace, he ascended the mountain, weaving through towering ancient trees. Their gnarled trunks twisted like dragons, and his swift movements sent the leaves rustling. Above him, the man in green remained in pursuit, flitting between the foliage with ease. Suddenly, Chen Yan came to a halt. In front of him was a scarlet lingji mushroom, about the size of a porcelain dish. The man in green, observing from above, was initially surprised but soon smirked with disdain. Such a mushroom held no value to him. Only a rural dweller would care about something so trivial. Time to send him on his way, the man in green murmured with a sneer, drawing a sleek, black handgun. A 30-striped genius, yet he hadn't even noticed someone tailing him so closely. How dull. He had hoped to use this opportunity to test his skills after all. Being an assassin wasn't just about the money. At that moment, in the void, Chen Yu clasped her left hand over her right wrist, her right palm aimed directly at the man in green. Golden light surged from her palm, forming a dragon adorned with ancient patterns. Simultaneously, in the realm of her consciousness, the woman in red mirrored her actions. At this moment, she had taken control of Chen Yu's body. A dragon's fierce gaze glared from her palm, golden scales shimmering, aimed squarely at the man in the green robe, ready to strike. What a gigantic red-haired lingji mushroom! Chen Yan's voice abruptly disrupted the tense atmosphere in the forest. The black muzzle of the gun in the green-robed man's hand gleamed with a chilling white light, its terrifying power ready to erupt at any moment. What a gigantic red-haired lingji mushroom! Wouldn't you say? It's huge? Chen Yan's clear and resonant voice rang out again. The green-robed man froze, and so did Chen Yu, unable to fathom who her brother was speaking to. It's really huge. Just look at it. Cold sweat dripped from Chen Yu's forehead. The green-robed man warily scanned his surroundings, searching for someone else, but found no one. I'm asking you. Chen Yan's lips curved into a carefree smile as he suddenly lifted his gaze to meet the green-robed man's eyes. Isn't it huge? A deafening explosion erupted beneath Chen Yan's feet, as a torrent of energy surged into the ground like a river bursting its banks. The grass-covered earth rippled like waves, sending shockwaves of dirt outward. Chen Yan shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! The green-robed man's pupils contracted. His right hand trembled as he pulled the trigger. A beam of white light shot out, but it missed. Chen Yan had skillfully dodged the deadly attack midair. In an instant, Chen Yan soared 30 meters into the air, appearing before the green-robed man. One stood firmly atop a treetop, while the other hovered in midair, as if time had frozen at that moment. The red-dressed woman stared in shock, her movements momentarily halted. She could only watch as Chen Yan's right arm swung upward like a dragon, his body gathering force in the air. Roar! A thunderous bellow erupted from his fist, tiger-like in its ferocity. Layers of compressed energy spiraled and gathered, their intensity climbing higher and higher. When the vortex reached its limit, he unleashed a single, devastating punch. A violent whirlwind erupted, instantly engulfing the green-robed man. The cyclone roared, sweeping across the area with the force of a stampede. Within a 50-meter radius, trees were uprooted and toppled, shattered branches and debris scattering in all directions. This was the Crimson Heart Fist at the masterful level, unleashed with the power of 9 force patterns. The red-dressed woman stood frozen, the golden dragon formation in Chen Yu's hand ceasing to form. She stared at her brother in utter disbelief. "You!" The green-robed man roared as he emerged from the tornado, his upper garment in tatters and his body covered in wounds. He had intended to attack, but was instead caught off guard by Chen Yan's strike. With no time to ponder how Chen Yan possessed such strength, he immediately raised his gun to aim at him. "Fire! Master, attack!" Chen Yu cried out. "No!" The red-dressed woman's eyes twitched. "Your brother." Chen Yan had just landed, his gaze icy as he charged toward the green-robed man. Every step he took sent dirt flying into the air. Chen Yan's figure darted like lightning, skillfully dodging the streaks of white light shot by the man in green. His movements resembled a soaring dragon, swiftly closing the distance between him and his opponent. "You're insane." The man in green's face twisted in fear. In a moment of desperation, his entire body erupted with blinding white light. Gripping his pistol tightly, he channeled an endless stream of energy into the weapon. "Secret technique Cloud Gun Arcane," he bellowed in a low voice. From the gun's muzzle, waves of white light surged forward like a relentless tide, crashing toward Chen Yan. The man in green sneered inwardly was a master of the 100 Veins realm. How could a mere county-level prodigy with only 30 patterns pose a threat to him? Chen Yan weaved and pivoted through the white light, his movements precise and calculated. But eventually, he reached a point where there was no space left to evade. The man in green smirked coldly, while the woman in the red dress standing nearby furrowed her brows, her eyes betraying a flicker of concern. To everyone's shock, Chen Yan reached out directly toward the oncoming white light. "Huh." The man in green was about to mock him, but his words caught in his throat as Chen Yan closed the distance in an instant, just as the light exploded. The man's smirk froze, and his pupils constricted. Dark, ominous patterns began to emerge across Chen Yan's body, radiating an aura of overwhelming dominance, as though he were a god or demon incarnate. Protective markings. Top grade, Class A. "Do you even realize I practice body refinement?" The man in green's words were cut short as Chen Yan's fist slammed into his face with immense force. Boom. The sickening crack of a broken nose echoed as his head snapped backward. "Is that all you've got? Trying to tickle me?" Chen Yan roared angrily. Despite the man in green's legs glowing with white light as he retreated at high speed, he couldn't shake off Chen Yan's relentless pursuit. The so-called master of the 100 Veins realm felt a sense of absurdity. Why was he retreating from someone so much younger? Yet the overwhelming presence of the youth before him filled him with instinctive dread. Bang, 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 bang. The man in green fired round after round of white light bullets. "Get out of my way," he howled in desperation. Chen Yan's gaze was sharp as a blade. He met the bullets with his fists. The power surged through his body as all 9 force patterns, 14 skin patterns, 4 tendon patterns, and 14 bone patterns exploded simultaneously. This was the terrifying might of body refinement at the peak of 72 patterns. It was comparable to the 5 viscera realm combined with the 100 veins realm of blood energy cultivation. "You know, I had a great meal today," Chen Yan said coldly before delivering a devastating punch to the man in green's chest. Ugh! Blood sprayed from the man's mouth as he staggered backward, his eyes wide with terror. His shots became erratic, veering off target. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yan landed a powerful kick, sending him flying. "Madman!" The man in green stared at Chen Yan, who was charging toward him like a demon, his eyes filled with despair. "This is the happiest day I've had in so long." The tranquility of the forest was suddenly shattered. The man in green scrambled to his feet, a bullet slicing through the air. Yet, Chen Yan's laughter grew louder, his eyes brimming with killing intent, and his punches became even more ferocious. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous force of the 8 forms of mastery reverberated like a storm. Each strike was precise and devastatingly powerful. Watching from high above, the woman in the red dress couldn't stop her eyelid from twitching. But you came to kill me. Why ruin the mood? Chen Yan's fist slammed into the man's shoulder. The sound of bones shattering was unmistakable, and the sunken area was ghastly to behold. Ah! The man's screams echoed through the once quiet forest. Who exactly did I, Chen Yan, offend? Before the words fully left his mouth, he stomped down, breaking the man's thigh. The man in green turned ashen, his hands reaching out in despair. Chen Yan showed no mercy, delivering a sweeping kick. Why did you choose today? Can't you tell I'm in a great mood? Crack. The man's forearm snapped audibly. Tell me. Chen Yan's foot pressed onto the man's chest, driving him into the dirt with overwhelming force. The man gasped for air, terror written all over his face. Who sent you to ruin my day? I don't know. Crack. His chest caved in further. At that moment, Siweni and a man in black arrived with a dozen officers from the Jinwu division. It turned out that Chen Yan had already activated the distress signal on his martial badge, and the locator had guided them here just in time. Chen Yan, Siweni called out anxiously, are you hurt? Chen Yan ignored her completely and continued his assault. 2 more loud cracks echoed as the man's hands were crushed underfoot, his screams relentless. Chen Yan, hand him over to us. We'll interrogate him, Siweni said firmly, her lips pressed into a thin line. Only then did Chen Yan calm down, turning his gaze to Siweni. I was in a car accident last year. I know. My sister was in a car accident too. I know that as well. I was targeted by the Chu family. He came to kill me. Chen Yan's eyes were icy. I can become stronger. I will achieve what others can't. I refuse to be a powerless nobody. We'll help you. Siweni promised softly. The man in green was soon sedated and taken away. Siweni informed Chen Yan that Shen Yiwei, the deputy commander, had pledged to protect his family. High above, Chen Yu watched the scene unfold, as if seeing her brother in a new light. The woman in the red dress, observing from her spiritual realm, gazed deeply at Chen Yan, a newfound respect for the young man welling up within her. Teacher, Chen Yu murmured. Feeling shaken by your brother? The woman in red asked. I think my brother is in so much pain. Chen Yu's eyes glimmered with a red light, and a surge of anger and killing intent rose in her heart. Above the void, Chen Yu stood firmly, her eyes flickering with struggle. In the realm of her consciousness, a woman in a red dress spoke softly, Xiao Yu, you have only 2 choices now. First, tell your brother everything and let him share the danger, though it will expose my existence. Second, accelerate the awakening of your vital energy, reaching the level needed to form a martial array pattern, and divert Luo Chen's attention onto yourself. As drifting clouds dispersed and a gentle breeze rustled, Chun Yu remained silent. The woman in the red dress looked at her with a soft gaze. I suggest you choose the first option. Your brother is a genius in body refinement. His strength in the early stages is exceptional, and he can help ease your burden. No, Chun Yu shook her head resolutely. Xiao Yu, you can't carry everything on your own, but I can handle it. Master, didn't you handle it on your own, too? Tears welled up in Chen Yu's eyes. You're strong, but you're just one person. You can protect me, but who will protect my brother? He's been protecting me for so long this time. It's my turn to protect him. She took a step into the void, her golden eyes deep and resolute, ripples spreading faintly beneath her feet. The woman in the red dress fell silent, acknowledging her own selfish desire to have Chen Yan share the burden of her disciple's crisis. But Chun Yu refused. Master, how much longer can your strength last? Xiao Yu, what are you planning to do? Kill. Chun Yu's voice was icy. Who? My brother mentioned it Chu Feiyuan, she replied. The woman in the red dress remained silent for a long time before finally saying, all right, but my current strength is limited. Chen Yu nodded, her figure vanishing instantly into the void. In the forest, Chun Yan's eyes shifted slightly as he gazed toward the sky. Moments ago, there seemed to be a disturbance in the void, but even with the sharp senses granted by his 41 patterns, he could only vaguely perceive it. An illusion? Chen Yan shook his head, realizing he was caught in a dire predicament. After when he left, he stood alone in the secluded woods, reflecting. Last year's car accident involving him and his sister the perpetrator was never found. It was no coincidence. But at the time, his status was too low. Even if he went to the Martial Bureau, someone like Xian Gongxian, a martial officer, wouldn't have paid him any attention. This was the harsh reality. Everything was built on strength. Without it, no matter how reasonable your argument, it was meaningless. Chen Yin took a deep breath, his mind recalling every face he had encountered that day. From Yunmeng City, he had gone straight home, keeping his movements discreet. This meant the enemy had pinpointed his location within hours of his return. Someone in the village? Impossible. They lacked both the motive and the resources to hire 100 Veins realm expert. Yet the enemy must have had eyes in the village. Otherwise, they couldn't have tracked his movements. Following this line of thought, if last year's car accident was truly connected to the enemy, Chen Yan fell into deep thought. Those eyes might have been watching him for an entire year. He kept turning over a troubling question in his mind. If such an enemy truly existed, why would they want to kill him? This theory was based on the assumption that last year's car accident was no mere coincidence. But upon closer reflection, his family was as ordinary as could be. His mother, a simple rural woman, had passed away during childbirth with Xiaoyu. His father was just an average villager with no possible connections to martial artists. From a practical standpoint, this theory seemed overly conspiratorial. What puzzled him even more was, if the enemy truly intended to kill him, why hadn't they acted last year? Back then, he was so weak that taking his life would have been effortless. Why wait until now? But what if the car accident really was just an accident? Narrowing his eyes, Chen Yan considered who would benefit most from his death. Shu family. Shu Fei Yuan had been adding impure energy to his blood scent chamber, something that would inevitably be discovered. This made Chen Yan and the Shu family mortal enemies by nature. If anyone had the strongest motive to kill him, it was them. Chen Yan buried these two theories deep in his heart, waiting for the results of the Xinwu division's interrogation. He was relieved that his strength had grown rapidly in recent days. Otherwise, if the enemy had sent someone even stronger, the man in green already had formidable power. Judging by the level he displayed during the fight with Xu Xiansheng, he could easily have ended Chen Yan's life. Clearly, the enemy had chosen their assassin based on Chen Yan's previously demonstrated combat abilities. This only strengthened his resolve to quickly enhance his strength, could reveal his capabilities in front of Shen Yiwei, but to the outside world, he had to hide them. The deeper he concealed his power, the safer he would be. His attention shifted to the interior of the breaking holy tree. In the hazy void, a small tree grew vigorously, as if striving to pierce through endless darkness. A silver fruit hung quietly on its verdant branches, resembling a drop of moonlight fallen from the heavens, its surface shimmering like a silken fabric woven from silver scales. Chen Yan's heart raced as his consciousness, manifested within the breaking holy realm, approached the tree. He reached out to touch the silver fruit. It felt warm and smooth in his hand. With a soft snap, it came free from the branch. Suddenly, the fruit transformed into a wave of silver light, surging toward the breaking holy tree. Infinite fruit. In the instant he touched it, Chen Yan understood the name of this fruit bearing the name of infinity. It broke through the path of the infinite. The vast silver light poured into the breaking holy tree like a great river, enveloping it completely. Even just observing, Chen Yan could feel spiritual vitality gathering and nourishing rain falling. The breaking holy tree began to undergo drastic changes. The bark withered and fell away, while the slender trunk grew taller at an astonishing speed, and its branches intertwined in all directions. Chen Yan's eyes narrowed. He couldn't absorb the energy of the infinite fruit, but the scene before him hinted at some extraordinary opportunity about to unfold. Can't have it myself? Sacred breaker tree. Chen Yan shouted inwardly, his eyes glued to the astonishing scene before him. A silver radiance cascaded down like a waterfall, nourishing the sacred breaker tree. Under this surge of energy, the young tree grew rapidly, rising like a dragon emerging from the sea, its branches becoming sturdier by the second. Suddenly, a wisp of silver light separated from the vast ocean of silver and floated toward Chen Yan. Good brother. Chen Yan smirked, his consciousness forming into a shadowy figure as he swiftly approached the sacred breaker tree to absorb the silver light. An immense wave of energy surged into his body, pure and untainted. Chen Yan immediately sat cross-legged, his internal energy churning violently. The force patterns on his chest, resembling coiled dragons, began to take shape at an astonishing speed. The 10th and 11th force patterns appeared in succession, as the energy coursed through his body repeatedly, penetrating every particle. The 12th, 13th, and 14th force patterns emerged one after another. As the silver light gradually diminished, Chen Yan suddenly punched forward, unleashing a gust of wind that scattered the ground ahead. Turning his gaze back to the sacred breaker tree, he found it transformed. Standing over 3 meters tall, the tree's trunk was as sturdy as a monument, requiring 3 people to encircle it. Its surface was covered in mysterious patterns, and its lush leaves swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a faint glow. Chen Yan ran his hand over the bark, and the leaves of the sacred breaker tree rustled softly in response. Among its branches, 5 fruits became faintly visible, each a different color: orange, red, gold, green, and yellow. Intricate and incomprehensible symbols were engraved on each fruit. Checking the data panel, Chen Yan froze. The sacred breaker tree stats had undergone a dramatic transformation. Level 4, 310 strength, 3100 health, 1100 skill, 5100 formation, 1100. The sacred breaker tree seemed to be comforting and encouraging him. Chen Yan silently reflected and grasped its essence. The sacred breaker tree had surpassed its limits. The maximum progress requirement had dropped from 500 to 10, meaning only 7 more sacred breaker fruits were needed to advance to level 5. Although the difficulty of fruit growth had increased 50-fold, the energy concentration had risen by 70 times. This was the wonder of the infinite fruit. It enabled the sacred breaker tree to achieve a true breakthrough. Through Chen Yan's relentless efforts and perseverance, a silver fruit, unrecorded on the data panel, had finally come into existence. The sacred breaker tree has surpassed its limits, Chen Yan murmured, gently running his hand over the ancient tree before him, a radiant smile spreading across his face. This is the essence of breaking limits. The impossible beyond the impossible. A gleam of determination shone in his eyes, so intense it seemed to outshine everything else. An unshakable resolve surged from within. To shatter the limits of you and me, to become the very pinnacle of all limits, he whispered to himself, as if, in that moment, he had uncovered a new meaning to martial arts, pursuing it not only for safety, dignity, and the well-being of his younger siblings, but also to surpass boundaries, to explore the ultimate heights of martial arts, and to marvel at the journey along the way. Standing amidst the tranquil landscape, he gazed at the serene mountains and rivers surrounding him. Majestic peaks loomed under a clear sky, the scenery both enchanting and awe-inspiring. His heart felt lighter, more open. He carefully tucked the red-haired Lingji mushroom he had just obtained into his bag and ventured deeper into the Emerald Mountains. As he pressed on, fragments of the earlier battle replayed in his mind. Though it had been a one-sided triumph, the life-and-death stakes had brought out an unprecedented level of focus in him. Boom! He tested his strength with a powerful kick, sending a vortex of energy bursting through the air. The motion reminded him of the Qixin Fista technique intended for fists, yet somehow adaptable to kicks, a clear sign he had reached the realm of profound mastery. The stages of martial arts mastery were categorized as entry, heart, profound, subtle, and divine. The profound stage signified grasping the essence of a technique, while the subtle stage embodied perfection, and the divine stage transcended the very concept of martial arts. That explosive energy from his kick moments ago had undoubtedly brushed the level of subtle mastery. Boom! He unleashed another kick, sharp as a blade, sending shockwaves through the eerie stillness around him. Within the sacred breaker realm, golden light surged, and the sacred breaker fruit of technique quietly began to grow. Quickening his pace, he punched the air as he ran, faint red glimmers appearing within the sacred breaker realm, hinting at the presence of a rare energy-rich herb. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Xiaoyun, thank you for coming with me, Wang Xinqian said, glancing around as they walked. No problem, Lu Xiaoyun replied with a smile, patting her backpack. You only go home once a month, so of course, we need to gather some herbs. Look, we've already found a red-haired Lingji after just a short walk. Yeah. Wang Xinqian nodded gratefully. I used to be too afraid to come to Green Mountain. But now that we've reached the 4 Viscera stage, we can rely on this place to bring in some wealth for our families. Life will only get better from here. Don't overthink it, Lu Xiaoyun said, trying to reassure her. What happened with your mom isn't your fault. If you don't want to sign the Gong family contract, then don't. Wang Xinqian fell silent for a moment. Then, with a determined look, she said, I'm going to sign it. Seeing Lu Qiaoyun's surprise, she clenched her fists and explained, I need to grow stronger. The Gong family contract offers me a lot of opportunities. But your father, Lu Qiaoyun sighed. He's going to be furious. Qiaoyun. Wang Xinqian gazed deeply at Lu Qiaoyun, his voice low and resolute. Our dignity may be worthless, me father's, mine, but I will grow stronger. I'll use the Gong family contract to prove myself and show my mother she was wrong. Lu Qiaoyun gently tugged at Wang Xinqian's sleeve, whispering, what about trying out for the Zhenwu Guard? I heard Deputy Chief Shen is recruiting talents far and wide. Wang Xinqian shook his head with a bitter smile. The Zhenwu division only accepts the very best. Even though Deputy Chief Shen oversees the Social Security Department, Zhenwu division, and the Martial Department, the Zhenwu Guard also has the Xinlong Guarda group of unparalleled prodigies. I'm nowhere near their level. At least give it a shot, Lu Qiaoyun urged. It's pointless, Wang Xinqian replied, shaking his head again. I have no connections, and Deputy Chief Shen doesn't operate on connections anyway. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening series of explosions erupted in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The two instinctively dropped to the ground, startled, and turned toward the source of the noise. Stay quiet, Lu Qiaoyun whispered, her voice trembling as cold sweat dripped down her face. Wang Xinqian lay flat on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a fierce gust of wind tearing past them. Moments later, an earth-shattering beastly roar echoed through the air. followed by an eerie silence. After a long pause, Lu Xiaoyan finally asked in a shaky voice, "Did you see anything?" "It looked like a very young person," Wang Xinqian muttered, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "I just hope he didn't notice us." "Thank goodness he ignored us," Lu Xiaoyan said, still shaken. "This place, Qingshan, is dangerous not just because of ancient beasts, but because of powerful people. But that person, he was so young. There must have been a fight over there just now." The two exchanged a glance, a flicker of hope in their eyes. After a battle like that, there might be leftover spoils. Maybe even some ancient beast meat. They hesitated, deliberating for hours. Finally, after ensuring the area was deserted, they carefully crept toward the site. The scene before them made them gasp in shock. A mangled pile of flesh, with a lion's head floating in a pool of blood, its eyes wide open in eternal defiance. This was an ancient beast at the late stage of the Hundred Veins realm. In the depths of the forest, Chen Yan swung his fists, his crimson heart fist technique sweeping around like a raging storm. Each punch shattered the ground, sending fragments of trees flying in all directions. His backpack was stuffed full of precious medicinal herbs, bulging with their abundance. The medicinal aroma of the red-haired Lingji was so strong it could be detected even through the bag. The heightened perception granted by the saint-breaking realm allowed him to easily sense the aura of treasures nearby. As the saint-breaking tree pushed past its limits, this ability grew even stronger. Along the way, he had already hunted several ancient beasts, each worth a fortune. Chen Yan calculated in his mind that once he returned, he would find someone to help transport these ancient beast carcasses. Just selling the meat alone would bring in over 1 million. He planned to select one to gift to Teacher Wang as a tonic. In his pocket were a few ancient beast eyeballs. Though the runes on them were far less intricate than those of divine beast eyes, they still offered significant benefits for cultivation. The golden light within the saint-breaking realm surged more intensely, a result of his dedicated practice of the Crimson Heart Fist. However, the progress on the saint-breaking fruit of technique had only increased by 4 points. Despite the 50-fold difficulty yielding 70-fold rewards, the time required to condense it was undeniably lengthy. Chen Yan's eyes gleamed as he quickened his pace. With 14 strength patterns etched into his body, he possessed a staggering amount of power, capable of moving 14 tons without employing any technique. Each step propelled him forward by more than 10 meters. It was then that faint red light began to flicker within the saint-breaking realm. His heart leapt with joy, and he swiftly followed the trail of energy. The red light gradually grew denser, though its slow increase suggested the energy source was far away in the direction of Luoshan County. It was mid-afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, and the sun blazed fiercely. Yet in this dense forest, the canopy of trees shielded the sunlight, with the gentle sound of flowing streams and the calls of birds and beasts creating a cool and soothing atmosphere. Chen Yan recalled the thunderflame flower he had discovered earlier on Qing Mountain in Luoshan County. Though it wasn't a treasure of the earth vein level, a single flower could condense a tangible skin pattern, making it well worth seeking out again. At his current speed, he could reach Luoshan County within half an hour. As the distance shortened, the saint-breaking realm began to display not only the red glow representing vitality, but also a dark glow symbolizing elemental energy. The intertwining of these two lights heightened Chen Yan's vigilance. He slowed his pace, nimbly leaping between the trees. His deep study of external martial arts had granted him precise control over his strength. At that moment, several figures came rushing down the mountain in a hurry. As they ran, they shouted into their walkie-talkies, "Quickly notify the others and support the main family. A powerful foe has appeared, and Lord Gong Tua has already been injured. Requesting Master Chu Lan's aid for the main family." Chen Yin narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. The Chu family has encountered a formidable enemy? Someone dares to attack the Chu family in broad daylight. Are they not afraid of the Martial Enforcement Division? Who could this powerful individual be? Impressive. Chen Yin leaped gracefully into the air, moving swiftly and nimbly through the trees. Before long, he noticed a large group of martial artists hurrying down the mountain precisely in the direction he intended to go. This made him frown slightly as he pondered the coincidence of the treasure he was seeking being connected to the Shu family. Continuing his stealthy approach, his view gradually widened. The dense forest, like a natural barrier, surrounded a small-scale factory. Several reinforced concrete buildings stood silently like slumbering beasts, interconnected by a web of weathered pipes. Most strikingly, these crisscrossing pipes were emitting thick, crimson-colored gas. Impure energy. Chen Yin thought to himself in astonishment. The amount of energy leaking here far exceeded what Shu Fei Yuan had provided in the blood-scenting chamber. Holding his breath, he concealed himself within the dense canopy of a tree, observing the people hurriedly fleeing the factory. A commanding voice rang out, "Quickly, everyone evacuate. Shu Xinshang, stay behind to check the equipment. The rest of the Shu family guards, follow me." Damn it, Who dares attack my Shu family in broad daylight? Soon, Chen Yan spotted a familiar figure Shu Xiansheng. Father, I want to go too. Shu Xiansheng said to an older man with graying temples. You stay and continue scenting blood. The man, named Shu Lan, replied in a low voice. Your grandfather finally agreed to let you come to the factory to scent blood. Don't waste this opportunity. Aim to reach the 100 meridians level in the coming days. Shu Xiansheng lowered his head, his tone carrying suppressed frustration. I want to fight Chen Yan again before I reach the 100 meridians. There's no need. Shu Lan glared at his son. That Chen Yan will soon be a cripple. Why waste your thoughts on him? I despise such methods. Shu Xiansheng retorted angrily. A cold glint flashed in Shu Lan's eyes. Fool, he rebuked. Does the method matter? What matters is achieving the goal. There are countless people more talented than Chen Yan. Are you planning to fight each one of them? Shu Feiyuan is clearing obstacles for you, so you can focus on your martial path. Shu Xiansheng stood rigid, his fists clenched tightly. He understood his father's reasoning but found it hard to accept. Listen to me. Shu Lan's tone softened. Your goal is to become an immortal of the profound realm, not to be entangled with a penniless boy. Chen Yan may have talent, but he's alone and destined to be suppressed by our Shu family. If he stands in your way, why not remove him? Shu Lan gently patted his son's head. Today's attack on the family is unfortunate, but for you, it's an opportunity. It'll lead the others down the mountain, and you can take advantage of the chaos to grab more blood-boosting elixirs. No one will notice. With that, Shu Lan gave his son a long look, sighed, and ran down the mountain. Silence returned to the surroundings. Shu Xiansheng stood motionless for a long time, then suddenly revealed a faint smile. Perhaps. Father was right, but he shook his head. Once the last of the Chu family's guards left, Shu Xiansheng approached a tightly closed door. Using the sleeve of his robe to shield his forefinger, he softly tapped in the passcode. With a click, the door swung open. Shu Xiansheng took a deep breath and thought to himself, Chen Yan, if you want to blame someone, blame Chu Fei. He's the real beast. Bang! A dull thud resounded from the back of Shu Xiansheng's neck, and an intense pain surged through him. His eyes immediately filled with blood as he roared in fury. Who the hell dares bang? Another brick came crashing down from above, striking his neck again with brutal force. Hit me. His mouth gaped open, his face a mix of terror and rage. The next moment, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Bang! A third brick smashed into his neck, scattering fragments in all directions. Bang! And yet another. On the rooftop, Chen Yan, his face wrapped in fabric from a backpack with only his eyes exposed, observed Shu Xiansheng's breathing. It hadn't quickened even after the fourth blow. Leaping lightly to the ground, Chen Yan muttered under his breath, he should be out cold now. Bang! He dropped another brick for good measure. Shu Xiansheng's breathing remained as calm as a sleeping infant's. Chen Yan hadn't killed Shu Xiansheng because, at the very least, the man had neither tried nor cared enough to harm him. Entering the now open room, Chen Yan's breath hitched slightly. Inside, the room was lined with cabinets, each filled with an array of blood vitality potions. The labels were clear. Mortal Grade Class B, Mortal Grade Class A. These were the ones at the front. Behind the first row of cabinets were even higher grades. Superior Grade Class D, Superior Grade Class C, Superior Grade Class A, and astonishingly martial grade potions as well. Chen Yan's eyes flickered with interest. After a brief moment of thought, his gaze returned to the unconscious Shu Xiansheng. Without hesitation, he tied the legs of Shu Xiansheng's pants into a makeshift sack and began stuffing bottles of blood vitality potions into them. There were simply too many. A grin tugged at the corners of Chen Yan's lips as he worked it could barely fit them all. When the pants could hold no more, he grabbed a short-sleeved shirt, tied off the sleeves and neckline, and used it as another back. He managed to stash over 50 bottles. All the martial grade and superior grade potions in the room were now secured in his improvised sacks. Ready to leave, Chen Yan hesitated as he glanced at the remaining mortal grade potions. They were ordinary, not particularly impressive. He paused, then made a decision might as well drink them. Gulp. One bottle after another of blood vitality potion went down as Chen Yan drank and simultaneously activated his cultivation technique, Dun Yuan Ju. Inside his heart and liver, the Inja energy ravenously absorbed the vitality. Within his broken saint realm, crimson light surged like an ocean, nourishing the towering green tree. Chen Yan focused his attention on his liver. Its energy storage levels began to rise rapidly. 61, 62, 65, 75. Someone's coming. Chen Yan's breath caught. He clamped a bottle of potion between his teeth and shifted his weight, moving swiftly and silently to hide behind the wall near the door. Tap, tap. Soft footsteps echoed in the courtyard, steadily approaching the room. In the next moment, the footsteps stopped. Chen Yan's eyes narrowed as an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Whoever it was, they were heading straight for him. Logically, the closer they came, the louder their steps should have been. Even if they had spotted Chu Xiansheng lying unconscious in nothing but his underwear outside the door and had grown cautious, it shouldn't have been so silent as to escape Chen Yan's notice. At the very least, those below the Qi and Blood martial union realm wouldn't be capable of such a feat. Chen Yan's gaze turned serious as his internal energy surged rapidly. He had once slain an ancient mythical beast comparable to the early martial union realm, but against a true martial union realm martial artist, what were his chances? A wave of intense danger surged over him like a tide. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past. Chen Yan turned instantly, flashing to the doorway. There, he saw a burly, masked man about to enter. Without hesitation, Chen Yan launched a punch. The force of his strike roared through the air, unleashing his power to its peak. The man's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he extended a claw-like hand, causing the surrounding space to distort. But in the next moment, his expression shifted, retracting the energy he was about to unleash. Chen Yan's punch landed squarely on his chest, sending him staggering back over 10 meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. "Scarlet Heart Fist?" the man exclaimed in a low growl. Chen Yan's eyes burned with murderous intent. He leaped into the air, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the man's head. "Old Shun, you?" A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Chen Yan landed, instantly recognizing the figure. "Brother Luo?" The tall man froze in place, stunned. "What the hell? You're not Shen Yue? Chen Yan? That's Scarlet Heart Fist. You've nearly mastered it?" "It's me." Luo Puxin's Adam's apple bobbed as he remained silent for a moment before pulling a needle from his waist and injecting it into the unconscious Shang Xian's neck. "Next time, be more cautious. If you don't intend to kill, you should start with a sedative." Luo Puxin removed his mask, his eyes still slightly dazed. "I've already disabled the surveillance system. There won't be any evidence left behind." Chen Yan, still masked, felt somewhat reassured by Luo Puxin's words. Even if the surveillance was down, if anyone came to investigate, Luo Puxin would undoubtedly deal with them ruthlessly. "What a coincidence," Chen Yan said with a smile. Luo Puxin sighed. "I've been investigating the matter you mentioned last time. After much effort, I finally located the Shu family's Qi and Blood factory. I didn't expect to run into you here." As he spoke, he turned to the adjacent room and retrieved a package, handing it to Chen Yan. Chen Yan took it, feeling a chilling sensation radiating from the package. Opening it, he found several frost-covered metal vials inside. The Shu family's techniques are crude, wasting a significant amount of the elemental energy from the ancient beast's flesh and blood. "It took them this long to gather such a small amount of ice element energy," Luo Puxin said disdainfully. "Thank you," Chen Yan said sincerely. Luo Puxin had always been a guiding figure for him, offering countless assistance, while Chen Yan had yet to repay him. "No need to thank me. If I hadn't come today, these would have been yours anyway," Luo Puxin replied with a hint of approval in his eyes. "Well done. It seems you've been preparing to deal with the Shu family's Qi and Blood factory for some time. Once I leave, I can rest assured." "Brother Luo, you're leaving?" Chen Yan asked, surprised. "It's not by choice," Luo Puxin said, his eyes flashing coldly. "The military guards of the Martial Division in Laoshi Town are ordering me back. It seems my investigation over the past few days has truly threatened the Shu family." Chen Yan fell silent. Without Luo Puxin, the Martial Division team would lose much of its spirit. "I will leave, but they won't have it easy. Before I go, I'll make arrangements for you." Chen Yan remained speechless for a long time. "Don't feel down. I can stay for a while longer," Luo Puxin said with a smile, patting Chen Yan on the shoulder. "Grab your things. We'll be leaving soon." Chen Yan walked out holding two simple bags. Luo Puxin's gaze shifted between the bags in Chen Yan's hands and Chu Xiansheng, who was wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "Chu Xiansheng, the more I look at you, the sorrier I feel for you. Yes, I've been here for a while, staying completely focused. I didn't find any evidence of the Chu family harming young boys and girls, but I did notice some strange occurrences," Luo Puxin said as he led Chen Yan to a warehouse. The moment they approached, Chen Yan's pupils contracted sharply. A wave of indescribable malevolence seeped out from the cracks of the door, enveloping him instantly. It was a powerful, unknown, and terrifying presence, difficult to put into words. "You felt it, didn't you?" Luo Puxin asked in a low voice. Chen Yan nodded. "This feels like an ancient mythical beast. The Chu family is bold, daring to secretly domesticate a native ancient mythical beast," Luo Puxin explained. "The ones you fought in the combat zone were artificially bred. They were mutated by infusing ancient mythical beast blood into regular beasts. Native ancient mythical beasts, however, can corrupt humans, causing their minds to sink into darkness and eventually turning them into emotionless machines." The two turned and walked away from the warehouse. Are we calling for reinforcements? Chen Yan asked. No reinforcements, Luo Puxin replied with a smile. You don't know, but someone else is already attacking the Chu family as we speak. If I also call people to raid their blood factory, it would only confirm that I'm working with that person. That person is truly ruthless, daring to storm the Chu family in broad daylight. As they parted ways, Luo Puxin watched Chen Yan leave, feeling a deep sense of admiration. This is a true genius, he thought. To locate the Chu family's blood factory showed keen observation, and to easily subdue Chu Xian Sheng demonstrated rapid progress. Rarely had he seen someone so extraordinary at such a young age. Perhaps, he really could surpass the 100-vein limit and defeat Chen Min? The thought made Luo Puxin take a sharp breath. That was Luo City. That was the Chun family. That was the son of the Chun family's undefeated scion. 3 steps to Shatter Mountains, a new era's next undefeated legend. Meanwhile, the Chu family estate was in ruins. Once a grand traditional courtyard with ornate carvings, its crimson gates were now shattered. A third of the buildings had collapsed, the ponds and rivers were destroyed, and wails of despair filled the air. Outrageous. Damn it. Master of the house. Several powerful members of the Chu family, including Chu Feiyuan, Chu Lan, and Chu Tsong, surrounded the bloodied corpse of an elderly man. Some wept softly, others raged with fury, and still others stood pale-faced and silent. Chu Feiyuan, you beast. If not for you, the family master wouldn't have died. Damn it, who is targeting the Chu family? Suddenly, a figure cloaked in golden light descended upon the scene, heading straight for the Chu family's central courtyard. Gong Tuo, the first to confront the intruder, was swiftly struck down, gravely injured in mere moments. The man was locked in an intense battle with the head of the Chu family. Despite being surrounded by numerous powerful opponents, he ultimately delivered a fatal blow to the Chu family patriarch and left without a trace. Chu Feiyuan, you coward. Chu Tsong's eyes burned red with fury as he grabbed Chu Feiyuan by the neck. His fingers trembled with rage. We could have taken him down together. Why did you run? Why? Chu Feiyuan's face turned deathly pale, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Deep down, he knew that if he had joined the fight, his father might not have died. But the man was terrifying, as if he had come specifically for him. That primal fear had paralyzed him, robbing him of any will to fight. Brother, I was wrong. I was so wrong. Chu Feiyuan sobbed uncontrollably, his legs giving out beneath him. Furious, Chu Tsong threw Chu Feiyuan violently to the ground. The latter rolled across the gravel terrain, finally stopping as he lay there trembling. The lingering threat of death filled him with dread. He couldn't fathom what kind of enemy the Chu family had provoked. Soon after, In Yanjun arrived at the scene with the county's martial enforcement squad. Get out of here! Chu Tsong shouted harshly. In Yanjun narrowed his eyes. We're here to investigate. Leave. This is the Chu family's business. We don't need your interference. In Yanjun's face darkened, but he turned to leave. Before departing, he remarked pointedly, Chu Tsong, you should reflect on why the Chu family has come to this. Chu Tsong's face twisted in anger, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The Chu family had monopolized resources in Luoshan County for years, cutting off countless opportunities for others and making enemies everywhere. Yet, it was precisely this ruthless approach that had made the Chu family so powerful. This is just a minor setback. Tomorrow, I'll go to Yunming City to meet with Vice Chief Gong and demand justice for my father. Chu Tsong growled. In Yanjun only chuckled coldly. When has the Chu family ever given justice to anyone else? Meanwhile, in the distant cornfield, Chun Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face ashen. In her mind's eye, the figure of her master in the red dress appeared faint and blurry. It's nothing, the woman in the red dress said with a gentle smile. To me, they're just insects. It's a pity I couldn't take out Chu Fei. Master, I promise I won't use your power again, Chun Yu said, her voice filled with guilt. Silly child. Your heart's desire for your family's safety is admirable, the red-dressed woman said softly. Besides, we discovered a grade A mind force treasure of the Earth Meridian level in the Chu family. It will help stabilize my spirit. Chun Yu took out an iron box, and as she opened it, pure energy from the treasure radiated outward. Mentioning Chu Feiyuan, a glint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. I'll grow stronger with my own strength and kill him myself. She had intended to ambush Chu Feiyuan, but the Chu family had been in discussions the entire time, thwarting her plans. Her master would always fall into a prolonged state of weakness after transferring power to her, making it impossible to provide continuous support. This left Chun Yu to face the situation before her alone. In the world of consciousness, the woman in the red dress revealed a gratified smile, but a thought crossed her mind. If it were Chen Yan instead, would he be as decisive as her disciple? Master, after absorbing this miraculous medicine, I should be able to defeat the one who controls the power of ice, right? Chun Yu asked. Even after today's events, She maintained a clear understanding killing the head of the Shu family was her master's achievement, not hers. Among the opponents she had faced, that man was still the strongest. Without a doubt, the woman in the red dress replied with a smile. My disciple is exceptionally talented, with the grace of a goddess. How could anyone here compare to you? But my brother is really strong too, and he doesn't even have a master, Chen Yu said. The woman in the red dress paused for a moment, then replied, your brother is an anomaly. Just focus on your cultivation. Surpassing him won't be difficult. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, my little sister's vitality isn't fully awakened. She can't absorb this energy, Chen Yan muttered as he looked at the pile of vitality potions before him. He had intended to save some for Chen Yu, but quickly dismissed the idea becoming stronger himself was the best way to protect his family. Within him, the Inja energy had already sensed the bottles containing ice attribute energy and was starting to stir. More accurately, it was Chen Yan himself who was eager to begin. The Inja energy had remained at the mid-ear level, while his protective markings had already reached the high ear grade. For some time now, his vitality cultivation had been severely suppressed. Activate the Dun Yuan technique. Begin absorption. In an instant, a cold mist poured out from the metallic bottles, surging toward Chen Yan. The surrounding air turned frigid, and frost began to form on the ground. Sheets of ice armor appeared across Chen Yan's body, and cold light surged wildly through his meridians. Within his heart and liver, the Inja energy danced incessantly, merging with the increasing frost, and his aura grew colder by the moment. The ground froze solid, and water seeping from below instantly turned to ice. Time passed slowly until the last ray of orange sunlight fell on Chen Yan's face, and the final bottle of icy energy was completely absorbed. Chen Yan exhaled deeply, his breath freezing the tree in front of him into crystalline ice. The trunk shattered with a sharp crack, breaking into countless glittering shards. A stream of white frost flowed through his palm. The power of the Inja energy had transformed this level of cold was likely unbearable even for a warrior with 30 body refining marks. The Inja energy had finally advanced to the high ear grade. Though its level matched others, as a limit-breaking awakened innate source, its power was at least 3 times stronger than ordinary ice attribute vitality. Refreshing, Chen Yin muttered as he glanced at the remaining vitality potions. This extravagant training method was something he had never experienced before. But since it cost him nothing, he decided to indulge. Thank you, Shu family, he thought to himself as he began consuming the vitality potions. Boom! A wave of frost burst outward, shattering all the nearby trees. Meanwhile, in the Wang Yang household, you can't sign it. Wang Yang's face turned red with anger as he glared at his daughter. Wang Xinxian lowered her head, her voice firm. Dad, I need to become stronger. Wang Yang froze in his chair, his voice trembling. But you have to gain strength with dignity. Signing the Gong family contract is practically helping that vile woman. Dad, Wang Xinxian lifted her head, her eyes filled with pain and despair. Don't you think our dignity is worthless? Her words hit like a heavy hammer, freezing the air in the room. Wang Yang's face turned ashen, but soon he seemed utterly drained of strength. He fell silent, then suddenly asked, do you know Chen Yan? Yes, the prodigy you once helped. Wang Yang was about to speak, but Wang Xinxian cut him off. So, where is he? After joining the Zhenwu Academy, has he ever come to see you? He's just busy. Wang Yang shouted. No, he's forgotten you. Wang Xinxian stood up, pointing at the beast meat on the dining table. He's strong, you're weak. In his eyes, your dignity is worthless. I risked my life to gather this beast meat. Eating it will make me stronger, and only then will my dignity have value. Wang Yang was silent. The next morning, Chen Yan appeared at the doorstep, running into an aggrieved Chen Yu. Brother, where have you been? She complained. Go inside. Chen Yan shook the bundle in his hand, which was filled with precious herbs resembling red-haired lingji mushrooms. I went up the mountain. Chen Yu's eyes flickered with curiosity but quickly returned to her usual demeanor, continuing to grumble. When Chen Yan entered the house, he addressed his father, who was cooking. Dad, gather some villagers to come with me into the mountains. I've hunted some ancient beasts, and I want to deliver them to Teacher Wang. He glanced at a logistics officer from the military station nearby, who gave him a subtle nod. Soon, the entire Qingshan town was abuzz. On the streets, people whispered and pointed as a group of villagers carried an enormous ancient beast carcass with wooden poles. The beast, resembling a giant wild boar, was already dead, yet its menacing tusks and fierce expression still struck fear into those who saw it. Hu Ziyuan had just stepped outside when he saw the scene. Upon hearing from neighbors that it was the work of his nephew Chen Yan, who intended to gift it to Teacher Wang, emotions ran high. Some cheered, while others regretted not having helped the Chen family in the past. When Wang Xinxian opened the door and saw the sea of people outside and the massive ancient beast carcass in the yard, she was completely stunned. Old Wang, Come out here, someone shouted from the crowd. Old Wang, you're about to hit it big. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, Chen Yu stared blankly at the scene before her. A massive Qingju snake lay sprawled across the yard, as Chen Yan and the villagers busied themselves carving up its meat. No matter how hard the villagers tried, they couldn't cut through the tough snake skin, and in the end, it was Chen Yan who had to step in. Chen Yu furrowed her brows, anxiety tightening her chest. They had just survived an assassination attempt, yet her brother was acting so brazenly, completely out of character for him. She wanted to caution him to be more careful, but didn't know how to bring it up. Xiaoyu, your family already has a by my realm warrior secretly watching over you, the woman in the red dress whispered. Your brother exchanged glances with that person earlier. They're likely sent by the Jinwu division to protect you. Chen Yu nodded slightly. It was good that her brother had joined the Jinwu division, but doubts still lingered in her heart. Whether my brother is flamboyant or not doesn't make much difference. As long as he's alive, he'll be noticed. Acting this way might even make that person let their guard down. True. The woman in red chuckled softly. I didn't expect your brother to be so bold yet meticulous. Perhaps he's already made some secret arrangement with the Jinwu division. Noticing Chen Yes continued worry, she added. To find that person, you'll need to reach the gold level in the Tianbang boxing tournament. They wouldn't dare draw too much attention. Otherwise, they'd surely catch the eye of the 5 clans. Chun Yu clenched her small fists silently, her gaze landing on her brother, who was still busy. At that moment, Chen Yan turned toward her with a bright smile, chatting and laughing easily with the villagers. His warmth and friendliness made the villagers feel close to him, yet they couldn't help but show a hint of awe. Master, Chun Yu murmured softly, could it be that my brother already suspects something and is doing this deliberately to draw attention away from me? Impossible. The woman in red froze for a moment. She stared at the young man in the sunlight, his refined and ethereal demeanor resembling that of a celestial being. Yet she recalled the terrifying, frenzied rage she had witnessed in him the day before. This facade was far too perfect. A wave of unease surged within her. How could a youth from a rural village possess such sharp insight? Why would he deliberately conceal the awakening of his bloodline? She suddenly remembered the faint trace of bloodline energy she had sensed earlier. When she tried to sense it again, it had completely vanished clearly. Someone powerful had placed an even stronger seal on him. What kind of master could appear in a small place like Yiming City? A seal so advanced that even her divine soul couldn't penetrate it. Wo could have cast such a restriction. Forcing herself to remain calm, the woman in red told Chun Yu, don't overthink it. There's no way your brother could have figured it out. Focus on your training. Only by growing stronger can you resolve all the dangers ahead. But deep inside, her thoughts churned like a raging storm. This young man she had once dismissed as ordinary now seemed shrouded in layers of mystery. His personality, strength, and background were all veiled in an impenetrable fog. Chun Yu nodded emphatically. The courtyard buzzed with activity. Everyone was busy cutting up the meat of 5 ancient beasts Chen Yan had hunted earlier that morning in the Green Mountains. The gleam of blades accompanied the sound of lively chatter. Meanwhile, the principal of Green Mountain High School, Zhang Yu, had helped transport 3 other ancient beasts to the city's marketplace for sale. Although these 5 Viscera realm ancient beasts were massive in size, the edible portions were quite limited. Most of the meat carried traces of ancient energy, which, while not as potent as that of mythical ancient beasts, was still highly toxic to ordinary people. Even so, a 500-kilogram Qingju snake could yield more than 50 kilograms of edible meat. Selling 3 of the ancient beasts brought in close to $1 million in revenue. There was still one more ancient beast in the Green Mountains, a formidable creature at the late stage of the 100 Meridians realm. Chen Yan had already informed the logistics personnel at the Jinwu division about its location. The Martial Merit Board indicated that hunting ancient beasts granted corresponding merit points. 10 points for early stage 5 Viscera realm beasts, 20 for mid-stage, and 50 for later stage. 400 Meridians realm beasts, the points were 100 for early stage, 200 for mid-stage, and 500 for later stage. However, these points could only be claimed by submitting the beast meat. Chen Yan submitted only the latest stage 100 Meridians realm beast, while keeping 1 5 Viscera realm beast for home use, gifting another to Teacher Wang, and selling the remaining ones to supplement his household funds. Just from yesterday's hunt, Chen Yan had earned 500 merit points. However, the greater reward came in his cultivation progress. His body refinement had gained 5 new power patterns, and his blood and energy cultivation saw remarkable advancements. Both his heart and liver had reached 100 refinement, and his third organ, the spleen, had opened and reached 30 refinement. The effects of more than 70 blood energy potions had been entirely absorbed by the sacred tree, resulting in a blood holy fruit with energy equivalent to those 70 potions combined. Such an immense amount of blood energy would normally be enough to refine 3 or 4 organs. However, under the influence of Yin Jia, Chen Yan's blood energy quality had reached an exceptionally rare upper grade B level, far surpassing the common grade or upper grade D levels typical of others at his cultivation stage. Back in his bedroom, Chen Yan sipped tea while reviewing the updated task list on his martial merit board. The tasks included achieving a gold-level certification in the Tianbang boxing tournament, assassinating Chu Fei Yuan, forming a new substantial pattern, enhancing his spleen's refinement level, and slaying a first-tier ancient beast. The rewards ranged from 10 to 3,000 merit points. 1800. Chen Yan felt a wave of gratitude surging in his heart. Despite encountering many villains along the way, he had also met his fair share of benefactors. He stepped out of the room, his gaze falling on Chen Yuhu in the courtyard. At that moment, his father was chatting and laughing with someone, his face beaming with joy. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Chen Yan caught sight of a familiar figure and immediately said, "Dad, I'm heading out for a bit." "All right, don't forget to visit your teacher, Mr. Wang." Chen Yuhu replied with a smile, secretly thinking that Wang Yang must already be quite startled by now. The scorching sun blazed overhead, and the summer heat grew even more oppressive. The fields lay silent, with only the unceasing calls of cicadas and crickets breaking the stillness. "During yesterday's interrogation, we used a truth serum," See when he said calmly, looking at Chen Yan. "That man is a silver-tier member of the Tianbang boxing tournament. His mission wasn't to kill you but to severely injure you in an instant, rendering you unconscious, breaking your bones, and making it look like you were attacked by an ancient beast." Chen Yan frowned deeply. "Not to kill me? Indeed, not to kill." See when he continued. "Think about if his first shot was aimed to knock you out." He didn't know much else, only that someone had approached him and paid him to carry out the task. Who was it? Chen Yan narrowed his eyes, a sudden suspicion flashing through his mind. That remains unclear. Even if Tianbang boxing tournament withdraws from Yumeng City, they would never disclose their members' information, See when he explained. However, our military guard can track all the silver-tier members who have left. Gold-tier members are harder to trace, but Deputy Chief Shun has personally visited the Tianbang boxing tournament and privately met with most of the gold and platinum tier members. They won't make a move against you. Hearing this, Chen Yan was somewhat surprised. "Please thank Deputy Chief Shun on my behalf. It's what he should do. Since you've joined the Xinlong Guard, he naturally has to watch over you. In Yumeng City, no one dares to provoke him," See when he said with a smile. "In the entire Yunmeng City, the only person who can single-handedly stand against a prominent family is him." Chen Yan nodded, recalling Shun Yiwei's formidable strength. The scene he had witnessed within the core of the Qixin Fist Crystal was awe-inspiring, a single punch that could shatter mountains. This was the power of a true master. After parting ways with Siweni, Chen Yan fell into deep thought. He had initially suspected the Chu family to be the mastermind, but now it seemed the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. The assailant wasn't trying to kill him. If it were the Chu family, this approach might make sense. Killing him outright would undoubtedly arouse Shen Yiwei's suspicion. However, this also made Chen Yan's second theory seem increasingly plausible. Could it be that someone had been monitoring his family since last year? Perhaps due to some unknown reason, this person couldn't kill them, instead orchestrating a car accident that left Chen Yan bedridden for a year, nearly injuring Chen Yu as well. Now, they had sent a hitman to harm him. The objective seemed to be preventing him and his sister from growing stronger. Chen Yan heightened his senses, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. The summer breeze rustled the green waves of rice fields, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. This theory seemed somewhat far-fetched. After all, his family was just an ordinary rural household. He had even asked his father about his mother, who, as far as he could recall, was simply an ordinary woman from a neighboring village, now buried in a humble grave in the countryside. Still, Chen Yan couldn't let it go. This was precisely why he had chosen to make a statement today. Though he had decided to keep a low profile, why had he publicized his feat of slaying the ancient beast? Because, despite temporarily dismissing his second theory, it continued to linger in his mind. This wasn't just about him, it also concerned his sister, Chen Yu. So he wanted to ensure that people knew he was alive, and that he had killed the ancient beast. If this mysterious individual truly existed, he wanted their attention focused solely on him, not on his sister Chen Yu. If there was danger, it should come for him. Chen Yan had long since grown unafraid of setbacks and danger. He had revealed some of his strength, but only about 30% of it. The remaining 70%, he would reserve for killing, whether in the open or in the shadows. He would eliminate them all. Chen Yan looked up at the blazing sun, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Only by eradicating them all could he truly find peace. Old Wang was surrounded by envious gazes, and his heart gradually began to lose its way. He quickly sent Wang Xinxian to the store to buy a pack of cigarettes, which he distributed to the villagers who had helped transport the ancient beast. "Look at this Chen Yan kid." Wang Yang shook his head with a smile as he looked at the massive ancient beast in the courtyard, momentarily at a loss for words. Once the villagers dispersed and the courtyard returned to quiet, Wang Xinqian stared blankly at the enormous ancient beast and murmured, Chen Yan is a bit too bold. What do you mean? Wang Yang was taken aback. Wang Xinqian shook her head. Dad, do you remember the pound of ancient beast meat I brought back last night? Seeing Wang Yang nod, she gave a bitter smile. That was from a beast I saw a powerful cultivator kill. That strong individual rampaged through the Green Mountain, and I saw with my own eyes that he killed at least 3 ancient beasts. This one here is one of them. I didn't dare take much, just cut off a pound. But Chen Yan actually brought the whole beast back. A trace of unease flashed through Wang Xinqian's eyes as she continued. Taking something from someone that powerful, even if they don't want it, shouldn't be done so openly. Wang Yang frowned but then smiled. No, I know Chen Yan. He wouldn't do something like that. But, Wang Xinqian said seriously, the pound of meat I brought back was second tier, equivalent to a latest-stage 100 Veins realm beast. 100 Veins realm, second tier? Wang Yang's pupils contracted sharply. Chen Yan has grown this strong already? Wang Xinqian froze for a moment, letting out a long breath. This? Who's the one being unreasonable here? Dad, we better ask him about it. Although I'm grateful he gave us this ancient beast, we can't let him do something wrong. Wang Yang's smile faded, and he nodded. They'll ask him when he gets here. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. Wang Xinqian opened it to find a young man in a clean short-sleeved shirt standing under the blazing sunlight. His clear eyes and composed demeanor gave off a sense of refinement that seemed out of place in this setting. Hello, is Mr. Wang here? The young man asked. He is, Wang Xinqian said, momentarily stunned. Chen Yan, you're just in time. Stay for a meal, Wang Yang called out as he walked out of the kitchen, his hands still dusted with flour. All right. Chen Yan smiled calmly. Wang Xinqian stepped aside. Please, come in. She glanced at the ancient beast meat in the courtyard, her anxiety growing with every passing moment, fearing that the powerful cultivator might suddenly show up. The two sat in the living room in silence for a long time. The awkward atmosphere made Wang Xinqian's scalp tingle, and she finally spoke up to the calm young man. That ancient beast? Did you kill it? Yes. Hearing this brief response, Wang Xinqian pressed her lips tightly together, a faint sense of disappointment rising in her heart. Yes, I was the one who killed it. Chen Yan looked directly into Wang Xinqian's eyes. If you're going to eat it, you need to carefully pick out the edible parts. Noticing Wang Xinqian's unusual behavior, Chen Yan studied her expression closely. Okay. Wang Xinqian nodded lightly, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you for earlier. She was referring to when Chen Yan stopped Secretary Yi. It's nothing, Chen Yan replied curtly. The living room fell into an uncomfortable silence. You. Wang Xinqian hesitated, meeting Chen Yan's gaze before quickly lowering her head. Was it really you who killed it? Yes. In the silence, Wang Xinqian's heartbeat seemed unusually loud. At that moment, Wang Yang entered the living room carrying a large steaming bowl of tomato and scrambled eggs, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Xian, go bring the noodles. Dad, why did you make so much? Well, you two have good appetites. Wang Xinqian quickly ran to the kitchen. Dinner's ready, Xiaoyan, Wang Yang said, watching Chen Yan as he quietly ate his noodles. How's it going in the Zhenwu class? It's fine, Chen Yan replied with a faint smile. Is anyone bullying you? Chen Yan looked up and paused for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No. Though he wasn't being directly bullied, the sting of being framed left a bitter taste in his heart. The ongoing pretense between him and Chu Feiyuan would eventually demand a price Simone's life. Wang Xinqian glanced at Chen Yan, thinking of how she, too, was often bullied. Weakness, indeed, seemed to be an original sin. Noticing Chen Yan's unease, Wang Yang patted him on the shoulder and sighed softly. The road ahead is long and fraught with obstacles. Wherever there are people, that's how it's always been. Changing the subject, Wang Yang asked, was it really you who killed that ancient beast? It was me. Good. Wang Yang returned to his meal without further questions. Wang Xinqian looked at this exchange in astonishment. After a long silence, Wang Yang glanced at his daughter, then at Chen Yan. Xiaoyan, are you aware of the Gong family contract? He had argued with his daughter about it for hours yesterday and was still unsure if his stance was right. He wanted to hear Chen Yan's opinion, as he inexplicably trusted Chen Yan to make the right choice. Yes. If you were asked to sign it, would you? No. Why not? Wang Yang asked, a hopeful smile on his face. Chen Yan glanced at Wang Xinqian. Signing the Gong family contract means losing a lot of freedom, and it could even limit your future. What if we don't consider that? Wang Yang pressed. Teacher, the Gong family almost ruined my future and disrespected me. I wouldn't join them. That's you, Wang Xinqian said stubbornly. You didn't have an opportunity, but now I do. And if you sign it, then what? Chen Yan asked calmly. You'll become stronger. What my dad lost. Wang Xinqian looked at her father. You'll reclaim it. You won't reclaim it, Chen Yan said quietly. And teacher Wang never lost his dignity. Dignity is never something given by others. You may become stronger, but it has nothing to do with dignity. Wang Yang was visibly moved by Chen Yan's words and looked at him with a complicated expression. The table fell into silence once again. Wang Xinqian's face turned red with anger as she shouted, "Well, at least that's better than taking someone else's beast meat and pretending it's your own." With that, she spun around and stormed into her room. "Xian Xian," Wang Yang called out softly, but the muffled sound of sobbing already emanated from behind the door. "Chen Yan, you're not much better than me." Wang Xinqian's voice, choked with tears, came through the door. "You haven't lived through what I have. You have no right to judge. Do you know how the rich kids in Yiming City look at me? I'll never have in my lifetime what they were born with." She paused before continuing, "And that beastie had better return it. Otherwise, you'll be in danger." The living room fell into silence. Wang Yang quietly lit a cigarette while Chen Yan kept his head down, eating without speaking. One cannot advise others on kindness without knowing their struggles. Wang Yang had placed him in an impossible situation, yet Chen Yan didn't think he was wrong. Every ounce of his dignity had been earned through fighting, whether it was fighting in desperation, fighting with a smile, or fighting in a rage. More importantly, Wang Xinqian had signed a contract with the Gong family, sacrificing not only her own dignity but also Wang Yang's. "Sorry," Wang Yang said with a bitter smile. "That beast was indeed killed by me," Chen Yan said calmly. "I believe you." Wang Yang nodded. "Have you awakened your blood energy?"
No.
"Then you must have used external martial techniques to cross ranks and take down 100 veins beast?"
Yes.
Wang Yang looked at his student in awe, marveling silently at his extraordinary talent. "I'm glad you came to see me, but don't spend so much next time." "It's fine," Chen Yan replied, standing up to leave. A while later, Wang Xinqian emerged with reddened eyes. "I'll go apologize to him." "No need. Chen Yan isn't petty. But what about the beast? Isn't he going to return it?" Wang Xinqian glanced at the massive beast carcass near the door. "This isn't a small matter. Offending the strong can be dangerous." Chen Yan doesn't lie. He killed it. Wang Xinqian tilted her head back, her eyes brimming with tears. What's wrong with this world? The sky grew dim. It was Sunday evening. Chen Yan needed to return to the county, and Wang Xinqian had to catch the bus to Yunming City. She would sleep on the way and arrive at 5 a.m. Sitting at home, Wang Xinqian grew increasingly uneasy. That young man, though handsome and composed, could he really take down a latest-stage 100 veins beast? If he possessed such strength, why stay in a county-level martial class? With his abilities, he could easily rank in the top 30 of Yunming City's genius list. What troubled her even more was that her father had believed him. "No, I can't let this go." Though the man was arrogant, he had saved her father. She couldn't just watch him make a mistake. "Dad, where does Chen Yan live?" As soon as she asked, Wang Xinqian ran out of the yard, sprinting down the street, drawing startled looks from passers-by. At an intersection, she suddenly caught sight of a disheveled woman dragging a suitcase, her hair in disarray and her face bruised. "Xian Xian." The woman burst into tears and ran toward her. "What are you doing here?" Wang Xinqian's eyes flashed with disdain. It was her mother, a woman obsessed with money. Suddenly, Wang Xinqian froze in place. The only reason she signed the contract with the Gong family was because of this woman. Wang Xinqian stared at the pleading woman in front of her, her heart filled with disgust. Her father's and Chen Yan's words echoed in her mind, leaving her deeply torn. "Chen Yan, you can't abandon your mother." The woman reached out, attempting to embrace Wang Xinqian, but she deftly evaded her. "Don't you have Gong Qing?" Wang Xinqian said coldly. "Gong Qing?" A flicker of malice and fear flashed in the woman's eyes. "He doesn't want me anymore. He's the one who hit me. Look, Chen, he hit me so cruelly." Wang Xinqian froze. Her mother being abandoned meant she had also lost the chance to finalize the contract with the Gong family. Yet, as this significant opportunity slipped through her fingers, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. "Maybe it's better this way. He's scared he offended Chen Yan and doesn't dare to let me stay with him anymore," the woman said, her eyes filled with panic and disdain. "He's just an outside figure in the Gong family. How could he dare to cross Chen Yan? Your father is still the better choice." "I must have been blind back then. Chen Yan, take me to see your father. I need to apologize to him." Amid the woman's wails, Wang Xinqian stood motionless like a statue. "Chen Yan, who is he?" "Your father's student, a truly remarkable man. He defeated Chu Xianshang and even joined the Junwo Guard." Gong Qing was so scared his face turned pale. What a coward. Under the moonlit sky, with stars scattered across the heavens and the Milky Way casting its faint glow, that woman was once again driven out of the house, while Wang Xinqian sat in her chair, lost in thought. At the same time, in the preparation area for the Tianbang boxing tournament, a young man dressed in black with a white mask appeared. Unbelievable. The newly promoted Silverdeer contestant, Wan Xin, has already achieved 7 consecutive victories in the Silverdeer matches. This is even more terrifying than the legendary Bingy contestant. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena, drawing thunderous applause. Under the brilliant lights of the enormous starry dome, a dazzling golden array disc appeared in front of a woman wearing a rabbit mask on the stage. Chen Yan stood in the preparation area, observing the figure from head to toe. According to other Silverdeer contestants, this person had been dominating the Silverdeer matches since the afternoon, using the nickname Wenxi. Impressive progress, Chen Yan thought to himself, marveling at the golden array patterns surging before her. After all, this was his teacher in the field of arrays. The 8th match was about to begin, and within the sacred breaking realm, the sacred breaking fruit of the array path was slowly maturing. The surrounding Silverdeer contestants marveled at Wenxin's strength. Her array not only enhanced defense and speed, but also embedded martial techniques within its patterns. Unless faced with the strongest opponent, it would be nearly impossible to defeat such overwhelming power. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.